So, this is the matter. This story about a guy who traveled around the world to prove how cool he is. He decided to follow the harsh path. He decided to act hard every day, which sometimes leads to funny situations. It all starts with an unexpected thunderstorm that twisted a naive guy. The fact that he was in the sky was very surprised by him. The trees and bushes from such a height seemed tiny. It was far from the ground. Which, worst of all, the young man flew down, and this forced him to panic. The landing turned out to be soft, right into the thick grass. He lay with his arms and legs spread in different directions. Waking up, he began to get up with moans. Turning over on his back, the young man thought. Everything that was happening was very strange. He had to die in a car accident. On the way from heaven, Xiao somehow found himself in almost without clothes. He lay with a naked torso and black trousers. This place was very strange, and the young man himself could not even move. Suddenly, high thick grass moved apart. A girl came out of her. The stranger in a short skirt held a light blouse, which kept on it only with the help of one button. Looking at the beauty with a light blush, he decided that it was a mountain fairy. No one else could appear here. Suddenly he understood everything. The girl was clearly embarrassed and furtively glanced around, holding her clothes. Stopping right near the young man, Xiao turned her back to him and hastily began to pull off her underwear. Moreover, she was going to make her physiological needs right over the young man, as if she had not noticed him. Oh, this is a violent fantasy of the author. Write in the comments. One of you fell into such situations. The view of the naked peaches of the girl made Xiao turn red. In addition, he thought about what happened next. Without a cloth of the development of events, he asked the girl to step aside. An unfamiliar voice nearby simply shocked Xiao. She blushed even more. Not believing her ears, the girl slowly turned. Seeing a half-naked guy under her, she closed and lowered her eyes. Having taken possession of herself, Xiao at the same moment broke off and soared into the air with lightning speed, leaving a golden trace behind him. This was not golden rain. After all the warn, the young man was about to jump out of his chest. He was afraid that someday would happen. Something strange happened. At the same time, scraps of dozens and hundreds of various memories arose in his head, from nowhere. The guy frowned. If you believe those memories, at some period of time he was in a completely different body. Then the body belonged to a high young man. Its origin was not at all aristocratic. The guy was a poor orphan, but with legendary roots. That is why one day the emperor chose him as a prince. The emperor provided him with unlimited access. All his free time, the prince sat and meditated, honing his skills. He trained very hard. This led to the fact that after 6 years the young man began to form a gold nucleus. On the same day he married. A week flew like one wedding night. Unfortunately, his wife stole absolutely all his talents and spiritual development. Upon learning that the prince is now nothing valued, the royal guard threw a bag over his head and escorted from the palace. By order of the emperor, the young man was executed at the border and left his body in a dense place where even the birds never flew. Now everything has become clear. After Xiao died in a car accident, he found himself in a completely different body and other world. The young man got up and threatened the heavens with his fist. They did not cost anything to return the events to an earlier period of time, to the very beginning of the wedding night. Suddenly, a formidable, accusing voice came. The guy is stupefied. Most likely that girl returned to sort things out. Xiao in the same clothes, not bothering to pull the linen, quickly went down to him, saying that no one dared to peep behind her. Without waiting for the inevitable reprisal, Xiao rushed to run away, making excuses on the go, but Xiao did not want to listen to him. The young man rushed like a wind. Only a miracle could save him. He shouted that the girl herself came to him and was nearby. He asked the mountain fairy to begin to put on linen and only then kill him. Xiao shook with anger. She went down faster, reducing the distance with every second. The girl said she would kill him now. The situation seemed completely hopeless. Xiao could not fire from her forever. Xiao was much faster. Imaginary memories came to the aid of the young man. Xiao occurred that a real prince was once in this body. The young man extracted the golden royal sign and raised it high, showing the girl. He ordered Xiao to stop immediately. Having impersoned the prince of the Ho Yuan Empire, the young man swore that for disobedience he would destroy the whole family of the girl. Xiao was very familiar with this gold token, holding the whole country in fear. She immediately stopped. Xiao was delighted. He saw what impression a sign made on a girl. Now he could not be afraid for his life. There was a strange sound. A melodic voice reported the activation of a deception system to enslave the whole world. For the first undisclosed deception, the young man accrued 1 point of deception. In the future, he will get the opportunity to spend them. At the moment, the weakened Shui Q was on the continent of Dunquan, in the status of prince of the country Huan. The young man looked around. There was absolutely no one near that ferry. That voice sounded out of nowhere. All this sounded strange. For a lie to other people, some system will also pay him. Life began to improve. This theory required confirmation. Zhu Q smiled and called the girl to him. An interesting thought occurred to him. Getting up to the full height, Zhu Q sternly told the girl that she was behaving incorrectly. He has Shuru honor because he looks at her. Landing to the ground, the girl bent down. With a gust of wind, her tiny skirt lifted up, exposing her legs in linen. The artist in any convenient situation tries to draw Svetlfi panties. At that very moment, Shuiru grabbed the sword with lightning speed, and the sparkling tip of the deadly weapon was at the prince's face. The girl already managed to straighten and accused Zhu Q of a lie. She said that now she would definitely kill the young man. Shuzu smiled barely noticeably. On the face of a stranger, he realized that the girl began to doubt. It was necessary to put pressure more. The young man quietly stepped a little closer and asked how she dares to doubt the words of the crowned person. Zhu Q beckoned her with a finger to him and offered to take a couple more steps, if there was enough courage. Zhu Ryu hesitantly trampled on the spot. In the ear of the young man, a melodic voice was immediately heard. The system notified him of obtaining a fraud point. The girl believed him. Shueikyu could not restrain himself. From the successful operation of deception, he involuntarily smiled. Shui Ryu looked at him suspiciously. This situation has fun more and more. The young man published a nervous laugh, trying to hide his sincere emotions. Unable to stand it, the young man burst into a laughter. The surprised girl frowned. She did not see anything funny about it. Zhu Q could not stop. He laughed as much as if he had entertained the best court jesters. The young man could not believe that he just received another point of deception. The system seemed to be created for him. Su Q recalled that he was promised a reward, and ran his fingers in the air, trying to call the system menu. A screen arose in the air. An image of a gift in yellow colorful paper appeared on the screen. The package itself was pulled by a red ribbon and tied to a bow. The system has listed awards for completing the assignment, and reported the found spiritual roots. Zhu Q did not understand what was at stake. Suddenly, something happened. The young man gained all the power that the prince possessed earlier. In addition, the system restored the spiritual roots of the young man himself. Zhu Q felt a surge of energy emanating directly from his body. As soon as he stomped his foot, all the grass around was drooping. The young man published a nervous laugh. He began to laugh again, and the girl did not like it. She did not know what to expect from a young man. Raising his hands up, Zhu Q shouted, thundering that he would restore justice. He behaved like crazy and cursed the Imperial family. Shuiryu sent a sword in his direction and angrily asked how he could speak poorly about the emperor if he himself is a prince. Su Q immediately stopped laughing. He was too carried away by his role. It was time to apply gifts received from the system. Having caused the system menu, the young man activated the tablets for quick self-development and received the technique of 5 elements. Zhu Q felt like a grain of sand in the universe. The knowledge of many civilizations filled his consciousness. In addition, he received 10,000 points of experience. Using the system, the internal energy of Qi accumulated to the 2nd level and continued to accumulate further. By the time when it ended, Zhueqiu had the energy of Qi, which was enough to switch to the 10th level. The young man tried to soften the situation. The girl continued to stand with a sword directed at him. Shuezue admitted that he had nothing to add. The young man smiled barely noticeably and said that he was an unsurpassed master. Shu Ryu was angry. She was already finally tired of it. An angry girl jumped forward, striving to pierce Shuezue with a sword. The young man began to back, not understanding what happened. The deadly tip of the sword whistled very close. The young man got angry. Defending against the sword was not included in his plans. Bending to evade another blow, Zueqiu shouted that the girl acted dishonestly, attacking him. Shu Ryu, with a skewed face from anger, did not pay attention to his words. With a formidable cry, she rushed at him with a sword. Seeing that in a good way it doesn't work out, the young man asked the girl not to regret what would happen. He created a magic water element. At that moment, when Xueru wanted to hit the young man with a sword, the young man threw away the energy not to meet and knocked out the sword from her hands. The girl automatically turned her head to the side and followed the flight of her combat sword. She could not believe her eyes. This liar and jerk was able to block her blow so easily and drop the sword to the side. Calling the element of the earth, Shui Qiu rushed at the girl. She tried to step back, but the young man did not even think to stop. Having lost her balance, Zhui Ru fell on her back and scaredly put her arms forward, protecting her body from blows. With one movement of his hand, the young man turned her back on his back. After a second, the girl felt that she was tied hand and foot. Zhui was helplessly in green thick grass. She indignantly asked the prince what he was going to do with her. Zhu grinned voluptuously. Squatting near his captive, the young man reminded her that she called him a pervert. His eyes lustfully lit up. Shui Qiu exclaimed that he could not just let her go. The girl blushed. Her consciousness painted terrible paintings. Zhu Ryu turned red from a scream. She had already begun to wheeze. Zhu Qiu leaned to his knees and offered to scream, yet still no one would hear. The bound fairy tried her best to break out. Satisfied with himself, the young man leaned closer to her, exhausting from his desire. Suddenly, behind the back of Zhu Qiu, a strange sound was heard. Someone's voice was angrily indignant at the actions of the young man. The woman irritably demanded to stop what was happening. Disgrace. The young man began to panic. His heart was beating harder. Xuezhu got to his feet. To his surprise, the whole body was shaking. It became harder to hold balance. In addition, the young man felt a strong dizziness and almost lost consciousness. Strong magic was applied against him. Some 3 ghostly objects were closer. Having seen her master among them, Shui Ryu joyfully exclaimed. 2 men and a woman in bright clothes stopped nearby. A gray-haired woman took a step forward and began to report to the young man. Su Qiu finally found the ability to move and turned around. The mentor looked contemptuously at him and created an element of fire. She would not have lowered the mockery of her students. Leaning the fire out of her hand, the woman vowed to kill the young man. In front of the eyes of the surprised Shuikui Zigzagi, he quickly approached him, turning into a flaming snake. Calling the saving element of the earth on the run, the young man fled. He exclaimed angrily that it was not necessary to do this. Turning back, Shuikyu realized that the situation was getting worse. The fire element quickly caught up with its target. When the fire element was very close, he bifurcated and began to bite the young man from 2 sides at once. Shuikyu ran faster. 2 fiery snakeheads rapidly dived down. They were already above the head of the young man. He realized that he had lost. Stretching his hands, Zhuikyu jumped forward. 2 fiery flashes landed nearby. At the place of their fall, fiery cracks parted. In the place where the young man had just stood, there was a huge explosion. For several minutes, everything was in a cloud of dust. Suku himself landed nearby. One of the men could not hide his surprise. The young man had to die. The woman did not express her surprise. She felt an element of the earth in that young man, and explained a lot. The mentor thoughtfully said that this insolent is a spy of the UN Empire. Shui Ryu asked her not to draw hasty conclusions. She said that that young man has a sign of the Ho Yuan Empire, and he claimed that he was a prince of the dynasty. The woman laughed. She said that the real prince is now in the Royal Hall of Self-Improvement. The mentor reproached Shui Ryu that she so easily believes people with a word. The girl was indignant to learn that the young man lied to her. Squinting her eyes, the old woman looked angrily at the Zhuqiu. He immediately realized that this look did not promise him anything good. An elderly mentor turned her head to her student and in a strict voice called her to her. The girl immediately approached her. The woman handed over the divine rope of deduction. She shone as brightly as if she was woven from sunlight. The young man did not like the appearance of this rope. He realized that this was a special weapon. Xueryu took the gun with pride. Now she felt confident. The girl's eyes threw lightning. She exclaimed that now the young man has nowhere to go. The young man smiled and proudly stated that the prince of the Huan Empire could not stop a small rope. Twisting the rope of immobilization around her, the girl launched a free end into the enemy and shouted that he was to blame. The divine rope tried to wrap the young man's body. The system said that the deception failed, and there would be no reward. The old woman turned out to be quite bloodthirsty, and advised after immobilization to stab the young man with a sword. Exploring the capture, Shuaiqiu was indignant. He shouted that the mentor was worried only for himself. She is afraid that the student cannot defeat the prince. Loosing a rope of immobilization, Shuiru rushed forward. She did not like that the young man insults the mentor. Twisting the divine rope of immobilization by a spiral, the girl tried to wrap her opponent. Zhuqiu deftly jumped up and evaded all the captures. No false maneuvers of the divine rope helped. The old woman looked angrily at the young man. She did not like him more and more. This shame simply mocked their clan. During the next deviation, the guy angrily stated that it was better not to touch him. Once he will become strong and will take revenge on him. Shuiryu got angry. She could not catch a young man. Shuqiu came up with a saving thought. He took out a travel talisman. Before the girl's surprised eyes appeared a huge portal with a very bright white glow. She came closer. As soon as the divine rope was ready to wrap himself around the body of the young man, he disappeared in the air. Shuiryu could not believe it. The ministers began to discuss what had happened. One of them suggested that the young man was applied by a talisman of teleportation. An elderly woman ordered to immediately search the area. That guy in a hurry could drop a valuable artifact. Shuru thoughtfully walked around with the divine rope of immobilization. Thinking, she twisted the rope in her hand. That young man was very strange and dexterous. The girl was very interested in who he really was. Meanwhile, the talisman of travel created a small portal, and Suokyu began to fly down. The landing was quite stiff. The goal was achieved. The young man remained alive. Shuekyu was very pleased. He managed to escape after the disclosure of the fraud. In addition, the system accrued 19 more points of deception. The young man reached out with pleasure and lay down on the floor. Suddenly, he drew attention to large hieroglyphs in the center of the hall. At first, the young man thought what seemed to him. The divine travel talisman did not come up with anything better than moving it straight to the main base of the Tianwu sect. Now, Su Q has behaved extremely carefully. He chopped between the rooms on tiptoe. One room was interested in the young man. There were many different chests in this room. Near the wall on the rack, healing potions were laid out. There were even more chests in the neighboring room. Shui Q suggested that he discovered the secret treasury of the Tianwu clan. The young man could not resist the temptation and opened the nearest chest. It turned out to be a brightly shining golden sword. The face of Zhu Q was flooded with a yellow light. He could not admire. At first glance, it was clear that he was a rare artifact. The young man began to run around the storage and open all chests in a row. All these artifacts cost a lot of money. Pretty soon his ardor disappeared. There were still many useful things on the shelves, and nothing had accepted in his hands. Fortunately, the system was thought out by a spatial backpack for storing non-living objects. This option looked interesting. Opening a spatial backpack, Zhu Q threw everything that was in his hands there. There were any places in the backpack. The young man did not believe this at first, and then he laughed, and could not stop for a long time. This spatial backpack was his best find. Zhu Q began to methodically devastate all the cabinets and chests. On one of the objects, the backpack caught fire in red. The young man turned his head in surprise. It turns out that he has exhausted the limit of free cells. Zhu Q irritably sat on the floor and stared at the system warning. There were still many necessary things in the storage. The decision came by itself. In the backpack, pills took up a lot of space, and it was possible to simply use them for their intended purpose. At this time, Xilian approached the outer gate of the storage. He was asked to find pills for the next month. Opening the castle, Nalian entered the room. Behind the creaking door, he was surprised to find many empty bottles. There was not a single whole package. He constantly stumbled upon one or on a second empty bottle scattered on the floor. Having stepped on one of them, the minister realized that an outsider penetrated into the clan's storage. The hand immediately reached for the sword. The sound from opening the bottles echoed in the storage. Nalian demanded that the attacker immediately leave the shelter. Zhu Q stood kneeling, and handfuls swallowed valuable pills. He could not afford to leave at least something on this base. Nalian felt that the violator was very close. Putting the sword in front of him, he carefully walked in the direction of a strange sound. The young man heard steps and turned into a dilapidated. He had a full mouth of pills. Unfortunately, he did not have time to do everything on time. Nalian came closer and frowned, looking around the ruined storage. He angrily asked the stranger what was happening here. Zhu Q realized that he was caught hot. He tried to swallow the next handful of pills. Nalian hid the sword behind his back and came closer. He carefully approached the young man closer and looked into his face. Zhu Q sat on the floor. Near him there were many devastated bottles from tablets. Nalian grabbed the sword and demanded an explanation. The situation was not in favor of the young man. After clarifying the system, Shui Qe made sure that he had another travel talisman and giggled. Getting up from the floor, he contemptuously told the minister, not turning to him, that he acts impolite, poking at him with a sword. The young man looked at him over his shoulder and added that he simply could not stand people who immediately expose the sword. Nalian was surprised. Stunning the sword, he said that he had not even threatened him with his weapon. Something seemed to the young man. Nalian got angry and demanded to finish with this. The floor around him acquired a pink shade. The young man created an element of fire. Lian rushed to the attack. He screamed on the go that the robber himself was to blame for everything. It was not necessary to penetrate the storage. The keeper was an experienced fighter. The young man barely evaded his blows. In addition, once, Lian cut a piece of shirt on his chest with a sword. Most of all, the young man was annoyed by the fact that everyone he faced certainly tried to kill him. It was impossible to agree with anyone. Zhu Qiu said that it was not necessary to act so rudely with him. He does not attack anyone, and does not harm. Calling the element of the earth to help, the young man soared high into the air. Outside of the Earth's orbit, two rivals flew towards each other. Zhu Qiu was ready to deliver a decisive blow to the enemy and defeat the keeper. He took a fighting rack on the fly. At the last moment, the body of the young man refused. He could not reach his enemy, who prepared a sharp sword. Choking in the cough, Xue Qiu lay on the floor and could not get up. Na Lian exposed his sword and looked in surprise at the young man. The keeper was worried. Something very strange happened to this young man. He needs medical care. Zhu Qiu did not answer. He could not even get up from the floor. Due to an overdose, he was tearing blood. At any moment, the young man could die. At some point, Lian suspected that the young man was only simulating a cough with blood and stated that he would not be able to spend. The keeper came closer and liked it. The young man was nearly choked. His hands were sprayed with blood, and an empty bottle fell out of his bosom. Lian scaredly suggested that the young man swallowed all those pills. It was like an attempt to suicide. Fortunately, the system came to the rescue and offered to activate self-healing. The young man agreed. Continuing to cough, Xue Qiu found out that the system would consume 1 point of deception every 2 hours to restore the body. In addition, it turned out that existing knowledge is not enough. The breathing young man said that he needs to buy a book. With difficulty lifting his head up, Xu Qiu demanded to immediately show him the book. It turned out that she costs as many as 100 points of deception. Such an amount simply angered a young man. Even deceiving all day, he could not accumulate enough points for the purchase. Na Lian came even closer. The young man was kneeling and writhed in pain. Na Lian lowered his sword and looked at the young man. He noticed that the guy was suffering, and even regretted him a little. In the case of a young man, quick death would be the best deliverance from torment. Na Lian sighed. Now the guy was defenseless, but he simply has no other way out. The man brought the sword to strike. Suddenly, Xue Qiu spoke. This was given to him with great difficulty. The whole body trembled. Blood continued to drip from her mouth. The young man was sweating. At that moment, Lian was a little scared. Tell the elder about the incident. He mentioned that the guy was not like himself. At that moment, Xue Qiu had a moment of enlightenment. He raised his head and looked at the keeper with his eyes distraught with overdose. Nailing swore that after that a huge yellow hole appeared. The young man shouted that he would go to hell, for there was no one else. A huge white flash appeared, blinding the keeper. Set Lian, covering his eyes, came closer. There is nothing left in place of the guy. Na Lian looked sadly at the place where the boy was. Everything could be different. The young man chose a completely different way. He was simply self-destructive so that no one else was caused by trouble. Na Lian remembered the last words of the young man, and he was trembling. That replica was really prophetic. So the evening came. The travel amulet this time moved the dying young man to the slope of the mountain. He spent a bloody hand on the trunk of the nearest tree. Turning his back to the tree, Xue Qiu sank to the ground and leaned against him. A mountain river flowed nearby. It was possible to rinse the wounds. The young man exhausted his eyes, exhausted. He was pleased that he was able to escape from the storage. That minister almost chopped off his head. The system instantly charged a point for deception. Xue Qiu sighed heavily. The second book was insanely expensive. The young man held his hand on his chest, trying to muffle the pain. Those tablets that he drank burned him like strong alcohol. Xue Qiu opened his eyes and called the system. A large screen appeared in front of him with all the indicators of his health. Inside the young man, as if an entire world exploded. He screamed and demanded that the system urgently come up with a plan to restore the body. The system immediately informed the surprised Xue Qiu that the plan for his salvation has long been ready. The young man was delighted and poked his finger at the screen. The system kindly provided a whole guide to break the meridian. At first glance, it sounded very strange, the young man thought. The system clearly could not offer him the path of suicide. Having carefully studied the book, Xue Qiu realized that it was a question of learning to rationally use energy in his body. This method proposed a complete restoration of the body and also improved its indicators, but required complete solitude. Suku has uneasy only from one thought that he would have to go through pain and suffering to restore the body. Unfortunately, the choice was small. At least after that, he will return to a normal life. The young man concentrated all the energy in 2 fingers. Suku quickly pressed his fingers to his shoulder and groaned with severe pain. Something exploded in the shoulder. The whole body burned with fire. The heart was knocking frantically. The young man could not stand on his feet and exhaustedly knelt down. He again began to cough with blood. Moreover, due to a breakdown of meridian, the young man opened severe nasal bleeding. The head was sick, as if with a hammer along it. The shouts of the young man were heard throughout the forest district. In hellish torment, Suikyu spent 2 days and 2 nights. On one of the following days, he was awakened by sunlight. Herring, the young man slowly opened his eyes. The sun was injected into his eyes. It turned out that she was on the bed under an open window in a small room. Immediately there was a puffer for washing and a large closet. Suikyu smiled. He managed to survive. The young man tried to sit on the bed. His whole body was in bandages. The hand was very ill, and he fell on the bed again. Suikyu was very dissatisfied with the quality of the dressing. Blood continued to ooze through bandages. In addition, he felt like a mummy. The door opened. A girl entered the room. She said that Suikyu stayed unconscious for several days. The young man blushed. A beautiful stranger with dark hair on his hand had a basket with fruits. She told that she found a young man on a mountain in a pool of blood. The girl put the basket on the table and reproached the young man. In the mountains you should not be for no special reason. There are wild animals. Seeing that the young man extended his hands from under the blanket, Xiao Jiao went up to him and smiled. She suggested that the guy was recovering. The girl had such cute blue eyes that Suikyu immediately fell in love with her. He had never met such beauties. Xiao Jiao said that they are now in the village of Panshan. You should not worry. They will scare away all wild animals. Suikyu immediately rose, overcoming the pain. He introduced himself to the girl and proudly stated that he was not afraid of anyone. Having gaped, the young man said that he was actually a hunter, and on that mountain for 3 days and 3 nights fought with the wolves. The girl was very surprised and replied that wolves were never found on that grief. The young man hastened to transfer the conversation to another topic. He looked at Xiao Jiao right in the eye and called her a gentle fairy who saved him from faithful death. The girl rounded her eyes in surprise. The young man closed his eyes and in a quiet voice gently thanked the stranger. He was really in a dying state then. The girl blushed and immediately turned away. She exclaimed that she was not a fairy. Her name is Xiao Jiao. Suikyu opened his eyes and solemnly announced that Xiao Jiao would now be his fairy. The girl turned to him again. Her breath caught her. Without saying a word, embarrassed by Xiao Jiao, ran out of the room. Suikyu himself was covered with a blush. The girl was very sweet. Xiao Jiao ran into the forest and stopped by the tree. It was necessary to calm down. Meanwhile, the young man received 2 more points for a successful deception. Causing the system menu, Suikyu, in surprise for himself, learned that from the initial step of the breakthrough, he was on the middle. Most likely, it was in broken meridians. The young man sat on the bed more comfortably and ordered the system to begin self-healing. A minute later, Suikyu frowned. For this action, the system removed the point of deception from him, which were obtained with difficulty. However, the system honestly worked out the glasses spent on it. Around the young man's body was a golden glow. He felt better. Suikyu sighed in relief. He felt more strongly and clenched his fist. The bandages on the hand cracked. Under them there was a healthy body. From muscle tension, the bandages cracked all over the body. The young man was completely healthy and became physically stronger. Suikyu approached the basket on the table. He was pleased that he was again full of strength. It was hard to imagine that recently he could not move. At that moment, Xiao Jiao looked at the door. Seeing a naked guy, she immediately blushed. Her heart was beating stronger. The girl slammed the door and made a strange sound. Suikue Polotilo, he did not like the Judah, an unpleasant situation. Covering the lower abdomen with his hand, the young man shouted that he could explain everything. Xiao Jiao just misunderstood him. Closing his hand, the pale Suikyu reached out with his other hand to the girl. He asked to listen to him carefully. Xiao Jiao closed her eyes. She was ashamed to look. According to the doctor, the young man could not get out of bed for another month. Having finally guessed to cover up at least a blanket, Suikyu pulled over the old gray sheet. She was all in patches. Throwing a sheet over himself, the young man said that in fact his wounds were trifling and asked to give him some clothes. The girl still could not move away from a strong shock. She thought for a while and promised to find something. When Xiao Jiao went out the door, The young man went impatiently around the room. He was eager to start his acquaintance with the new world. A few minutes later, Xiao sat on the bed and sighed. He found that the sheet smells pleasantly, and enjoyed the smell. 10 minutes passed. The girl never returned. Xiao was alert. Unpleasant thoughts climbed into his head. He began to suspect that Xiao Jiao complained of him other inhabitants of the village, and decided to carefully look out. Slowly opening the door, Xiao realized that the girl was not in the house. She did not respond. There was a suspicious silence around. Looking out of the window, the young man was surprised to see the empty streets. There was not a soul on the village streets, although all the houses stood nearby. All the houses were small and unpretentious. Nearby was a covered corral for livestock. The young man liked this place. It was comfortable here. Only one question did not give him rest. Local residents were not visible anywhere. Suddenly, a clang and a roar was heard very close. Visited peasants with braids and hoes appeared on the horizon. They were going to save Xiao Jiao from some cattle. As soon as he heard the word offended for himself, the young man flared up. He turned to the offenders and shouted that in vain they insulted him. Xiao yelled that they themselves were looking for problems, and showed the peasants the middle finger. One of them was surprised to recognize the guy at death. Grabbing Xiao by the shoulders, he pushed him towards the house, and stated that they would deal with the beast themselves. Other men laughed. The young man was surprised to understand that he was mistaken. It turned out that it was not about him. A ferocious beast came down from the foot of the mountain. The man brought the young man back to the house and put him on a chair. He promised that the village after the murder of the beast would arrange a feast. Xiao asked men about a wild beast. A closet caught his eye. Perhaps there will be suitable clothes. Unfortunately, in the closet there was only bedding and some kind of red matter with embroidered gold flowers. There was nothing better. There was a terrible roar in the village. From a huge cloud of dust, a wild roar of a ferocious beast was heard. The peasants were afraid to approach there. At that moment, Xiao appeared on the horizon. He proudly fled in red lingerie, and on his neck he tied a light gray cloak. To the surprise of the young man, thanks to his spectacular appearance, he earned 5 more points of deception from the system. The young man smiled, and then a huge beast roared. He looked like a horned tiger. Saliva dripped with his fangs. One of the peasants was assisted. He got it strongly from the beast that could tear all the iron shackles and break out. Xiao Jiao stood right in the crowd and restrained the village inhabitants. She ordered all the inhabitants to immediately retreat. Seeing such a huge beast, Xiao was surprised. He had never seen such large specimens before. The young man ran closer and shouted at the top of his voice so that all the inhabitants move away from the beast and give way to him. All the inhabitants were at a loss when they saw a young man who shook his fists and shouted that he would deal with the tiger alone. Seeing the young man, Xiao Jiao was surprised. She exclaimed that Xiao is better to return, he is not yet strong enough. Confidently making his way through the crowd, the young man pushed people in different directions. There was no time to explain. Every minute was on the account. The elder tried to stop the young man for the last time, and reminded that it would be difficult for him to cope after the wounds received. Xiao showed his muscles, and proudly replied that he had fought alone with 100 animals. The elder looked incredulously at the young man. Xiao Jiao carefully looked at the young man. That red lingerie seemed familiar to her. Roaring loudly, the horned tiger raised a cloud of dust. With lightning attacks, a powerful beast broke spears and horned, injured the attackers. All residents screamed. Now they saw the real power of a ferocious tiger. No one knew how to stop it. Raising his face up, the horned tiger roared angrily. From this sound, many have laid their ears. He angrily beat his tail with a scrap of a chain on the ground. Xiao Jiao stood the closest to the beast. Loosing her arms to the sides, she did not allow the others to come closer. The beast jumped forward and released the claws. Xiao Jiao turned pale. The elder and his close associates turned to the side. They did not want to see a torn girl. At that moment, a loud clatter of barefoot legs rang out in the threatening silence. Zhuezue bravely fled to meet the giant. He was scared behind Xiao Jiao and rushed forward. The gray cape fluttered in the wind. You cannot let Teeper take the girl's life. With a wild roar, the beast approached closer. Xiao Jiao already felt his hot breath from afar. Death was inevitable. The frightened girl turned to her younger sister and hugged her. Tears flowed down the cheeks. I did not want to die. They both trembled with fear. The horned tiger landed loudly right in front of Xiao Jiao. A huge cloud of dust formed from the blow. Xiao Jiao looked at the tiger. She did not live long. The horned beast stared menacingly with blood-wrapped eyes. Suddenly, Xiao Jiao felt that someone had pushed her in the other direction. The girl cried out with displeasure, turning around. Xiao Jiao was surprised to get a bit that Xiao had wedged between her and a wild beast and was preparing to fight him. Now the girl had no doubt that Xiao was badly injured. No sensible person will go to this. The young man turned around and winked at her. Seeing a new victim, the horned tiger roared loudly and stood on his hind legs. He waved his left paw and released his claws. Xiao fled and jumped towards Tiger, ahead of his actions. The young man struggled with his foot with a huge beast in his throat. Xiao put all his strength into this blow. The horned tiger fell to the ground and drove several meters on his side, tearing his own skin. The young man stood, bending his leg at his knee, and silently watched the giant tiger. A powerful flow of energy circulated at his feet. All the peasants could not believe their eyes and began to discuss how the young man could throw a wild beast with only one blow of the leg. The system immediately accrued the young man of 6 more points of deception for a successfully fraud. Xiao frowned. That giant beast was so thick-skinned that after the blow his leg was numb, and for several seconds the young man did not feel her. Without turning around, the young man shouted to Xiao Jiao, standing nearby, that it becomes very dangerous here, and she needs to go away. The angry tiger woke up and began to get up from the ground. Treasury rushed towards him. None of the inhabitants should suffer anymore. The young man clenched his fist and concentrated energy. As soon as the tiger approached, the guy hit him with his fist. The tiger flew away with a mournful howl. Xiao, this was not enough. He jumped after the flying beast and landed with force on his side. The tiger roared long. The elder smiled pretty. In his lifetime, he saw such skill for the first time. At the same time, the flying young man did not receive a scratch. Xiao Jiao cautiously watched a deadly fight and saw every blow. The elder thought that the young man could cope with the immortal. Xiao triumphantly put his foot on the defeated tiger and bent his hand in the brush. The system accrued awards for a wild beast. Many drops of water appeared from the skin of the beast. Standing to the young man, they turned into ki energy. The system provided the young man with another big gift. Xiao was delighted. For this beast, he received a lot of experience. It turned out that killing animals is much more effective than swallowing pills. Residents of the village grabbed the young man and began to throw him up. The population thanked the hero with might and main, continuing to throw him up. The young man said that he was ready to fight with any wild beast. Residents continued to throw Xiao up. At that moment, his gray cape was blown away by the wind. One man said that he was very strong. The young man helped to go down to the ground. He bashfully covered his nipples with his hands. 2 girls were so far away. The guy was pretty. Xiao Jiao stared at the young man's clothes. That red material was very similar to her favorite apron. The elder asked Xiao Jiao to bring the young man clothes. The embarrassed girl immediately brought Xiao a little clothes. The girl's face was red as boiled cancer. She was worth a lot of difficulty approaching the young man and handing clothes. Xiao Jiao looked at her feet. Xiao sincerely thanked the girl and smiled. To his surprise, she turned around coldly and went away. One of the women called him to her. Pointing to the young man's red linen, she said that it looks like an apron of Xiao Jiao. The apron of this form used to be the subject of underwear instead of bras. He is also known as Mo's son. Xiao realized that he was in a very awkward position. He tried to pretend that he did not understand what was at stake. Having slapped himself on the forehead, the young man said that he remembered urgent matters. Xiao ran away as quickly as he could. Women laughed at him for a long time, looking at his back. Their laughter was very contagious, and soon the whole village laughed. To the sunset of the sun, Xiao came to the place where Xiao Jiao discovered him. Putting his back on a stone, the young man basking in the water. After a while, he became bored. Xiao activated the system and asked to show his current indicators. The level of his skill was still insignificant, and the necessary glasses were not enough. Xiao recalled that there was also a store in the system. The store had 4 open menus. It was possible to improve weapons or armor, or study the ability or buy tablets. Xiao began to leaf through the subsections of the main menu. Over time, he figured out how this store and system are arranged. The first level goods cost up to 5 points, and they could be bought. Suddenly, the young man saw that the last 2 levels were closed. The system immediately said that this part of the store is blocked due to the low level of the player himself. Now, Xiao understood. There are higher skills than the 4th level offers. Unfortunately, now he could only allow the initial goods. After reading 9 lonely swords about the first skill, the young man almost fell into the water in surprise. This advanced skill was only the 1st level. The young man plunged into cool water around the neck. Xiao occurred that he simply understood something wrong. Choosing skills of the second level, the young man exclaimed enthusiastically. He almost bought one of the skills, but decided to view all the goods. The evening has come. Xiao only now got out of the water and began to dress. The assortment was large. He had not chosen anything yet. The young man jumped onto a tree and got comfortable. Having bitten the little juicy apple, he moved to the third category. As soon as I opened the substitution with the skills of the category of DI, Xiao almost choked on an apple and spat out all the contents. Having wiped his mouth with the sleeve of his clothes provided to him, the young man read the names of skills in this category. Xiao could not believe his eyes. Everything that was on the screen was definitely useful. He dealt with this earlier. In this category, there were skills known to him. Having bitten another piece of apple, Xiao peered tensely at the screen. Any of these skills was enough to get an instant advantage in this world. The young man was sitting on a branch and thinking. He could buy some of these books, but the choice should be as effective as possible. At the foot of a stub from the apple, Xiao looked at the ruler in the store. She cost twice as many points than he had. Considering that the young man is still very weak, it would be ideal to find the ability to accelerated physical strength. The white screen of the system was replaced by a dark blue. Golden rays from the screen seemed to penetrate the consciousness of Xiao himself. His body became light, like a fluff. The golden spiral carried him up. From surprise, the young man dropped a stub of an apple. A golden glow appeared around the body of Xiao. This was the first stage of skills at which the user received increased strength. In the second stage, force doubled. Feeling this, the young man involuntarily clenched his fist. Now he could crumble a stone into dust. At the last stage, Xiao felt an unprecedented surge of energy. His strength increased 9 times. The golden spiral again wrapped her young man's body and began to move him from the star orbit to the Earth's firmament. Closing his eyes, Xiao sighed in relief. On a solid surface, he felt more confident. The young man carefully examined his hands and was a little disappointed. It seemed to him that when receiving the skill, he should feel differently. Xiao clenched his fists and strained the muscles. Nevertheless, something has changed. He felt a surge of strength. The young man smiled joyfully. He comfortably settled on a wide branch of a tree and relaxed. Closing his eyes, the young man remembered that he had a gift from the system. Xiao moves closer to the trunk of a tree and leaned on it. He wondered what could be in that random gift. Exhausted from desire, the young man tried to guess. He imagined beautiful girls with powerful weapons and strong bodyguards. Xiao could not stand it and joyfully shouted. He wanted to get something special. Unfortunately, a travel talisman fell. The young man immediately stopped laughing. He could not believe that he had some unnecessary camouflage doll and processing skills. Xiao indignantly yelled that this is very few. He needs a girl guide or at least a weapon of a mythical category. The camouflage doll was generally like a children's toy. The young man doubted that this could be a valuable acquisition. Taking a closer look at the doll, Xiao was surprised to realize that he was mistaken. In fact, it is much stronger than it seems. He remembered the king of the country Huan and the patriarch of sect Tianwu. Both of them were at a strong level of Yuan skills. The young man peered into the screen and spilled a list of gifts. He asked the system what about processing there. Xiao asked what kind of processing glasses these were and why they were needed at all. The system immediately issued information. It turned out that the system can all the things that are unnecessary to the player in objects for improvements. The young man sighed, and the system described in detail. For example, the magical processing of weapons gives improvement tokens and allows you to improve weapons of any category. The magical processing of tablets has its own tokens and allows you to improve the quality and cleanliness of the tablets. With the help of processing skills, you can clear the skills and thus accelerate the development of other skills. Xiao's hands under the head and thought. In a spatial backpack, almost the entire treasury of the Tianwu clan was stored. The young man smiled. He decided to process several items and sell the rest. The time was later. Xiao stretched sweetly and yawned. Closing the system menu, the young man jumped from a high tree. In general, everything went well. He was pleased with the gifts. Having landed, Xiao went to the mountain river. He crouched on the shore and washed. Drops of water fell into the water, forming concentric circles. Seeing his display in the water, the young man involuntarily admired himself. His face was very beautiful. It is not surprising that everyone looked at him. Of course, only the prince of the empire can have such a strong and powerful body that cannot be hidden with simple clothes. The young man went out onto the hill and looked at the village. From here was an attractive appearance. The guy liked it more and more here. Entering the house of Xiao Jiao, He saw that the girl was inclined with a blanket in her hands. The young man opened the door and called the surprised Xiao Jiao. Xu Kui quickly went to the girl and asked to move aside. He will do everything himself. Xiao Jiao blushed. The girl stepped back and sat on a chair. She watched embarrassedly as Yue Qiu leaned over and carefully took the blanket in his hands. At that moment, when Xiao Jiao wanted to make a remark to the young man, they both heard some loud sound and turned to the door. A strange sound was repeated several more times. Xu Qiu turned pale and suggested that this was another wild beast. Without hesitation for a minute, the young man rushed to the exit to find out what was happening, and ordered the hostess to sit at home and not to stick out. Xu Qiu ran out of the courtyard of Xiao Jiao. The girl ran after him. She had already managed to become attached to the young man. Xiao Jiao struggled to catch up with Xu Qiu. She held her hands to him on the run and asked to wait. At this time, the inhabitants of 3 residents of the village of Bei Shui, located near the murdered tiger, were ambushed. They wanted to take away the carcass of the beast. A man with short black antennae and beard only smiled contemptuously when he was asked about the rights to the animal. The man was armed with a sword like a huge butcher knife. Behind him stood 3 thugs ready for a fight. The peasants were armed only with sticks. One of them shouted that men have no evidence that the tiger was from their village. A man with a beard held out his hand with a sword in front of him. His sharp blade shone ominously in the moonlight. The peasants turned pale. The man grinned. He was ready to admit that he was taking the murdered beast, but they would still do nothing to him. The peasants began to whisper. That man was the son of the elder from a neighboring village. On the other hand, Danny's day was approaching. One of the men decided to fight with Pan Bao and sent the youngest to the village for help, hoping to detain the rivals. Pan Bao got angry. He hoped to resolve the conflict without bloodshed. The man accepted the combat rack and looked menacingly at the defenders. Pan Bao made a barely noticeable movement, and his deadly weapon described a semicircle, making an accurate blow. The peasant held the club tightly in his hands. To his surprise, he only in the last second noticed the approach of the sword. With a quick blow of the sword, Pan Bao cut the batons in half, which the peasants held in their hands. The peasants themselves scattered from the blow in different directions. The bodies of the peasants sank to the ground with a roar. Pan Bao turned around and said that no number of peasants would stop him. The thugs began to lively glorify Pan Bao. Even God himself could not completely block his blow. Pan Bao himself stood his back to defeated opponents, motionlessly lying on the ground. The man said that no one would cope with Pan Bao. An alien voice demanded to stop carrying nonsense. Pan Bao turned out to be embittered. Sui Qiu leisurely approached him. The young man frowned at Pan Bao. There was not a shadow of fear in his eyes. Sui Qiu suggested that a man was looking for troubles. Pan Bao turned his head to the young man and frowned. No one in the vicinity allowed himself to be so offended. Ignoring him, Sui Qiu ran to the peasants and helped to rise. The young man smiled and promised to take care of everything. Supporting each other, the wounded peasants slowly went towards their village. The young man turned to Pan Bao. Smiling broadly, Sui Qiu said that he could be understood incorrectly. In fact, he believes that they are all worth nothing. He managed to get Pan Bao from half a turn. An angry man quickly waved his sword. The young man was waiting for this and walked back in time. Pan Bao waved fiercely, trying to deceive the opponent. But the sword dissected only the air, and there was not a scratch on the young man. Taking a heavy sword with both hands, Pan Bao jumped towards the enemy and tried to cut him in half. The young man dodged again. The man was finally angry. It was time to open the cards. Pan Bao began quickly rotated in a circle, creating a magic spiral. Sui Qiu tried to break free, but the protective wall did not let him out. Pan Bao quickly soared up. His enemy had nowhere to run. Having reached a peak height, Pan Bao swung a sword and solemnly stated that now the young man was definitely the end. With a great speed, the man rushed down his enemy. His rapid fall caused a big explosion. The earth rose. Large stones flew out of a huge cloud of dust and scattered in different directions. The peasants hid. When the dust was scattered, the wounded peasants and Xiao Jiao came closer. The village worried for the life of the young men. The girl with fear in her voice called Yue Qiu. She did not want to believe that something bad could happen to him. Pan Bao heard the girl's melodic voice and turned in bewilderment. He stood in the recess created by his fall. Only when he saw Xiao Jiao, Pan Bao giggled embarrassedly. He did not even suspect that such a beauty was living in the village. The embarrassed Xiao Jiao was horrified by the approach of Pan Bao. He held out his hand to her and stated that he was taking the girl with him. Suddenly, someone's hand in dark ends tightly grabbed Pan Bao's hand by the bandaged wrist. The surprised man only at the last moment saw a young man too close to him. A powerful blow forced Pan Bao to lose balance. His large body flew a few meters from the peasants. The man landed with a roar. A large cloud of dust arose at the place of his fall. The girl looked excitedly in that direction. Xiu stroked Xiao Jiao on the head and promised to teach the hooligans. The girl blushed densely with embarrassment. Slowly rising from the ground, Pan Bao cursed the young man. Xiu asked the peasants to find a secluded place and hide. Waving a huge two-handed sword, the angry Pan Bao shouted that he was tired of playing. He would kill the young man. Xiu smiled and activated the skill of a soaring dragon. With the help of this battle, he will experience his skills. Despite the fact that the young man's skill was only at the first level, Pan Bao turned pale, seeing how the young man's body lit up. Energy was exuded from his fists. Both enemies sought to finish the duel as early as possible. They agreed in close combat, sizzling each other's eyes. At this very moment, Xiu released a powerful stream of energy of a soaring dragon into his opponent. It was impossible to evade him. A blinding eye stream was rapidly approaching a surprised man, turning into a huge luminous dragon on the move. Pan Bao did not have time to fight with the young man. Dozens of rays penetrating his body were reflected in his eyes. The battle was over, and the energy dragon disappeared. Xiu remained standing in place with a fist thrown forward. To his surprise, the young man heard the voice of the system and learned about the calculation of awards for the murder of a man named Pan Bao. Surprised Xiu could not believe it. His new skill was really good and deserved the spaces spent. The cloud of dust was scattered. The young man looked in surprise at the defeated enemy. The peasants were struck by the fact that they saw the dragon. Everyone who came to the rescue of the peasants fell to their knees in front of the young men and began to beg for forgiveness, calling him immortal. Xiu panicked. He could not understand what was happening and why the peasants behaved so strangely. 4 peasants fell and trembled with fear of young men. They were afraid to even raise their heads. Pale, Xiu asked what they were doing. He approached and asked the peasants to immediately get out of the ground. To the surprise of the young man, the inhabitants of the village did not even raise their heads. Xiu looked at the sides bewildered. He asked Xiao Jiao to explain what was happening and forced the peasants to rise. The girl looked at him with a strange look. The universal panic was transmitted to her. Soothing, she said that the young man belongs to the immortal. Now Xiu did not understand anything at all. The young man asked what the immortals were like. Xiu approached Xiao Jiao. He tried his best to convince the peasants that he was the same person as all people. The young man laid his arms embarrassed on his shoulders and said that she had nothing to fear. He asked her to explain what was happening here. Xiao Jiao thought about it. She did not know where to start. In addition, she herself was a little afraid of the young man and his belonging to the immortal. Xiu, meanwhile, ordered the peasants to immediately get out of the ground. The young man could no longer look at how they worship him. It turned out that the whole thing is in the Tianwu clan. Their huge complex of buildings is located in the east of the village of Panshan. Monthly peasants are obliged to present Tianwu as a tribute to food and drinks. The guards of the clan carefully monitor this. In case of disobedience, the Tianwu sect takes the strongest inhabitants of the village to him, and no one will see them anymore. Now Xiu understood everything. Those sectarians only pretend to be strong, but in fact they offend those who are weaker than them. His hands clenched into his fists by themselves, the body shook. Suddenly an excited man ran to the young man and the girl. Lighting the path to himself by a torch, he asked how the peasants feel after the attack of the thugs Pan Bao. Xiao Jiao replied that everything was fine with them. The man scaredly said that they needed to rush. The village is in danger. More precisely, Xiu himself is in danger. The immortals came to the village of Panshan and are looking for him. It turned out that all over the village, announcements about the search with the image of a young man were hung. The immortals came for him. Xiao Jiao was frightened. The young man could not understand how the sectarians of Tianwu managed to track him so quickly. The man said that there was nowhere to hide in the village itself, and ordered the girl to go underground. Xiu worried about the village. They may have problems. Xiao Jiao exclaimed that Xiu saved the village of Panshan several times, and now their turn to help the young man. At this time, 5 immortals, standing on swords in the air, frowned at the crowd of village inhabitants. One of the guests dressed in white clothes recalled the announcement of the search, and asked if they saw this person. The pale elder, leaning on a copper staff, stepped forward. He made an attempt to save the young man. The old man assured the immortals that all the inhabitants of the village gathered here. None of them saw a person who looked like a young man from an ad. The man frowned. He knew for sure that the young man he wanted was hiding somewhere nearby. The immortal extended his hand to the side. A huge sword with several cutting surfaces arose from a red cloud near it. People began to scream that it was pure truth. The elder was covered later. In the eyes of the immortal, he understood everything. The immortal frowned. The inhabitants had to be studied. He concentrated the internal energy on the tip of the sword. Having made a semicircle, the sword flew up to the elder and cut his body along with the copper staff that the old man held. The peasants immediately ran to the elder lying on the ground in a pool of their own blood. It was no longer possible to help him. All 5 immortals called on punishing swords. The leader said that all the inhabitants would die for disobedience. All swords flew towards the surprised peasants. They were rapidly approaching, and no miracle could save the inhabitants. The peasants were horrified by their unenviable fate. They perfectly understood that they could not hide from these swords anywhere. Meanwhile, Xiao Jiao led the young man along the underground tunnel. Shueqiu asked how far to go. Suddenly there was a roar. The underground room swayed greatly. Xiao Jiao and the young man barely resisted their feet. After listening, Shueqiu heard the pleas of peasants on the street. The young man turned pale. He immediately realized what was happening behind the wall. Having clenched his fists, Shueqiu dug in the opposite direction. He could not stand aside. The girl carefully laid her hand on top. Xiao Jiao in fright reported that they needed to immediately go along the corridor. And the inhabitants are all right. Shueqiu turned around and exclaimed that he could not run away with his tail. After that, he will cease to respect himself. The young man resolutely pulled out his hand and ran to the exit. A full chaos took place on the street. The sectarians killed innocent people. The surviving residents begged them to leave them alive. Many cried and shouted. Some raised their hands up, immediately surrendering. The leader of the immortal, who began to gray, looked coldly at the peasants and called on another sword. Having his hand, he launched the sword into the crowd. Shueqiu appeared on time and obscured civilian from punishing swords flying in the air. The young man asked the peasants to bend their heads lower. Saving innocent inhabitants, Shueqiu took a blow to himself. All swords have reached their goal. A flash arose at the collision site. All the peasants screamed in fright. This guy was their only support, and it was impossible to lose the defender of the village. Despite the fact that Shueqiu survived, he received very serious damage and now coughing with blood. His whole body bleed. Shuezue barely stood on his feet and could not say for a long time how long he would be able to stretch. One of the sectarians was surprised to recognize the guy. It turned out that the master was not mistaken. They came to the right place. Shueqiu turned to the inhabitants and asked them all to hide somewhere, for his sake should not be sacrificed with their lives. The gray-haired leader grinned and reproached the young man of cowardice. All those deaths could be avoided if he had come earlier. The man smiled barely noticeably. He perfectly understood that now the offender of their clan could not escape. Shueqiu looked at the frightened village inhabitants and said that he used to love to get in front of the others. The young man turned to the sectarians and stated that he had previously done this with great satisfaction. Today, everything was different. He could escape. The leader of the sect in all ears listened carefully to the young man. He suspected that Shueqiu was trying to simply hide his vigilance. At this moment, the young man yelled that sometimes it was simply impossible not to work out, and raised his hand high, showing the leader the middle finger. One of the sectarians immediately bowed respectfully in front of the master. He personally wanted to deal with the guy. The leader frowned. He warned the student that Shueqiu should survive. They would need to interrogate the insolent. The young man quickly called the system menu and said that he had never dropped to beat innocent people. Shueqiu chose the desired point in the store, continuing to insult the Tianwu clan and his inappropriate techniques. After a few seconds, using the processing, the young man managed to improve the incident dragon to the maximum. Shueqiu concentrated chi energy in his right hand and vowed that none of the sectarians would be able to leave the village alive. The first student dived on a young man from heaven like a mountain eagle. Going down in the sword, he called on the path weapons. Fleeing to him, Shueqiu hit him with his knee in the chest. Holding the sectarian who lost consciousness, the young man hit him on the head. The cultivators moved indignantly. They well saw that the fight ended too quickly in their favor. Shueqiu landed to his knees. For the murder of the sectarian of the fundamental level, he received as many as 8,000 points of experience. Now immediately 2 cultivators rushed to the young man. Their brother was not so experienced, so there is nothing to be proud of the young man. Shueqiu began to rise from his knees. He just finished lifting his level of a soaring dragon and felt a surge of strength. The young man threw his hand forward. It seemed that electric discharges came from his palm. His whole body lit up like a bright light. Something dazzlingly bright, comparable to lightning, pierced sectarians. With screams, they released their swords. Xiao continued to fly forward with clenched fists. In a fellow, he destroyed 2 followers of the nucleus level. The leader of the sectarians turned pale. This could not be true. 2 well-trained warriors died in less than a minute. A premonition of close death made him sweat. The man exclaimed that he was returning to the base to report to the elders. The leader directed his sword in the opposite direction, intending to run away. The remaining sectarian was ready to cover his withdrawal. Xiao laughed. He just received a new skill, and was going to prove to the cultivators that he would not let anyone go alive. The young man felt more and more. In addition, the system proposed to add thunder to his lightning skill. Xiao smiled. The young man politely refused. For fair revenge, he is quite enough for his skills. The sectarian stepped back, concentrating energy on the go. He screamed that the young man went too far, he better give up. Xiao rushed to his enemy. The sectarian put up a sword and demanded immediately to return the stolen jewelry. If the sectarian survived, he would say that, along with a blow to the chest, he felt a strong blow to the head. The young men were everywhere. The lifeless minister fell from heaven to earth. Xiao went down and took the award for his murder. Suddenly, the young man saw the screaming leader of the sectarians. Having activated the skill of lightning, Xiao shot up over him. The cultivator was very surprised at great speed, seeing the young man right in front of him, and immediately stopped. The leader turned pale, anticipating a quick reprisal, and tried to compromise. He will not tell anyone about what happened. The sectarian looked unkindly at the young man, and said that in the event of his death, everything would only get worse. He would still be found and destroyed. The man wanted to add that the heavenly sect entrusted him to find the young man, but did not have time. He began to cough with blood. Without wasting time for meaningless conversations, Xiao with a lightning speed pierced the leader of the sectarians, through and through the 5. The young man severely declared a dying man that his speeches could be useful to those residents of the village he killed. Xiao pulled a bloodied hand from the torso of the sectarian, and the man flew down, dropping his sword. His fate was a foregone conclusion. The frowning young man found out that for this cultivator he received twice as many experience as a reward. There was plentiful rain. Water dragged through the hair of Xiao Jiao, and she walked with half-closed eyes, wiping her wet eyelids. Suddenly, there was a crack. Seeing the young man alive, the inhabitants were surprised. Xiao Jiao immediately rushed to him. The girl was worried about the life of Xiao and was very glad to see him again. Her eyes gave out a strong affection for the young man. Shizui turned away. He was ashamed to look in the eyes. The young man kneeled down limply, feeling guilty. Xiao bowed to the unfortunate that the sectarians managed to kill, and solemnly stated that he would defend the village. One of the saved men put his hand on his shoulder. The man said that without a young man, a village would not have been long ago. Xiao Jiao sadly looked at the young man and said that they were doomed. Expensive taxes destroyed their population. Xiao smiled timidly, and promised that now none of the cultivators could go to the village of Panshan. The young man thought. What he was now was unfamiliar. Xiao decided that this was a sense of duty to the village. The young man was thinking that the salvation of the inhabitants depends on him only. He swore to himself until the end of his days to defend the village. Strong rain quickly ended. The inhabitants of the village left the shelters and gave the last honors to the dead, buried in a large crypt. After the morning ceremony, Xiao returned to the house and called the system menu to view his status. The last battle was successful for the young man. For the murder of the followers of the heavenly sect, he received more than 100,000 points of experience. Xiao thought. It was only a temporary success. There are still a lot of hunters, and the experience points need to be distributed carefully. Having thought a little, the young man came to the conclusion that he could not protect everyone, so it is necessary to make the village itself strongly. Xiao thought intensely. A new thought occurred to him. Xiao went to the system store to see the spells. It seemed to him that it would be easier and most reliable to install a murderous spell on the village, killing violators. To the surprise of the young man, the price for worthy spells was exorbitantly high and demanded 100 times more experience than he had. Moreover, Xiao could not afford even a regular spell. He needed more stiff actions. The young man dejectedly took up his head. It was impossible to imagine how many sectarians have to be killed for the sake of a cheap spell. However, there were cheaper options. Xiao stopped on a spell of despair. It will also protect the village. The young man confidently pressed the purchase button. The red hexagon with a spell of despair found himself in his hand. Xiao smiled. With this spell, he will quickly deal with all the strangers who were eager for the death of the civilian population. According to the instructions for installing the spell, the blood of the beast should be shed. The young man was not sure that animals were found in the village. The hexagon with the spell disappeared. Xiao decided to spend the necessary glasses and buy a second book of 5 elements. As soon as the young man pressed the button, the system menu disappeared. There was a dazzling light on the screen, pouring the face of Xiao. An image of a black core appeared in the center of the screen. Bright rays diverged from him in different directions. The body of the young man rose into the air. Xiao experienced a powerful electric discharge and screamed with severe pain. His physical torment was justified. After an electric shock, the young man became stronger at once by several points. Electricity recharge is over. Xiao sank to the floor, dumping a chair along the way, and sighed in relief. He smiled. Nevertheless, the young man could not get rid of the thought that this did not resemble traditional cultivation. At that moment, Xiao Jiao ran into the house and excitedly reported that trouble had occurred. The young man turned and asked what happened. The girl looked very frightened. According to her, many immortal cultivators fly towards the village. Xiao smiled. This is exactly what he needs now. There are never few experience and shopping experience in the store. The young man turned to the exit from the house, clenching his fists. He asked Xiao Jiao to collect all the inhabitants. He needs their help. The girl at the last moment caught the edge of the Xiao sleeves, a confident step leaving the house. She said that among those immortals there is one strong cultivator, and therefore it is better not to contact them. Sadly bowing her head, the girl offered to leave the village at all. Cultivators will not be able to find them. Xiao turned around and looked sadly at the girl. He knew that the village of Panshan sheltered her after the loss of her parents. That is why Xiao Jiao looked so sadly. She was very sorry to leave the village, which became his home. Xiao approached the girl closer and affectionately stroked Xiao Jiao on the head, reassuring her and giving confidence. The embarrassed girl devotedly looked at Xiao. Smiling, the young man recalled that he vowed to protect the village. Xiao warmly looked at the girl and said that the strength of cultivators does not matter. He would cope with any of them. Xiao Jiao wanted to say something. Looking into the eyes of a young man who removed her hand from her head, the girl decided that it was better not to argue. Xiao and Xiao Jiao left the house. The detour of the whole village took some time. In addition, not everyone was at home. Having gathered in the center of the village of all whom he managed to find, the young man asked the residents to find the blood of some animals. One of the men immediately stated that they may have difficulties with the blood of the tiger. Another man confirmed his words. Xiao puzzledly scratched his head. He completely lost sight of the fact that the tigers are very aggressive and not to cope with residents. The young man turned to Xiao Jiao and asked the surprised girl to stay with the rest of the inhabitants. He will protect the village. By releasing a strong electric discharge, Xiao rushed up. He needed to draw attention to himself. Quickly flying around the whole village of Panshan, the young man installed a spell in 4 directions. Now no one could get into the village. Xiao was pleased. Almost all preparations were completed. Suddenly he saw a flash in the sky and heard a pitch of thunder. The young man was a little sad. The cultivators appeared in the village much earlier than he expected. You need to detain them. The 3 of the strongest cultivators, folding his hands behind her back, was approaching the village in which the wanted young man was hiding. One of them hastily reported to the bald and hot elder that the village of Panshan is in front of them. The elder ordered everyone else to fly closer. Several dozen students were now flying next to him. Flying to the top of the mountain, the cultivators noticed a strange young man in dark clothes by the tree. The elder recognized the thief and invited him to give up. Xiao smiled and waved his hand dismissively, offering them to surrender. The young man said they were afraid to go down. Hearing a rude insult, the elder turned white with anger. All other cultivators were ready to break the insolent. One of them with wild cries wanted to rush down, but the other sectarian stopped him, suspecting that they had a trap. He saw that the degree of cultivation of their enemy has reached the level of the nucleus. This suggested that the young man is not as simple as it seems. Cultivators were rustled lively. In a few days, the guy raised his level significantly. This explained the disappearance of sectarians. After a little thought, the elder gave the order to arrange a halt at the top of the mountain opposite the guy. In the village, they are ambushed. Dozens of cultivators changed their direction and headed to the top of the mountain. Shui was annoyed by them. One of the cultivators looked around at the young man and exclaimed that that guy really wanted to lure them closer. The second sectarian grinned. They were all very lucky. The elder Liu unraveled the idea of the young man in time, and they remained alive. The system accrued 5 points of deception. Su Q was delighted that the sectarians came across very gullible and cleared his throat. The young man came out from behind a tree and conveyed the will of his master. All strangers who dare to approach the village will be destroyed. The elder frowned. The sectarians of the highest rank looked at each other. Nobody told them that this ragged man has a master. The whole sect froze in anticipation. Who was the master of Shui? The guy, unable to restrain himself loudly, after which he assured the others that they just needed to angry him and the masters so that they began to act. Such a disrespect was greatly angry the whole sect. They yelled loudly and randomly that they were ready to break the weak Shui for his words. But the elder among those present noted that the guy was only provoking them. The whole crowd was even more angry and furiously began to look at the guy with fists. This whole situation made fun of this whole situation. Because in addition to everything that was happening, he also received 20 points of experience. The guy continuing to mock, taking one hand behind his back and standing on one leg, simultaneously offering to fight him in a huge advantage, both in his collection and in power. With a sigh, Su looked into the distance, and for a second thought that apparently he was not destined to lose, and he would remain invincible until the end of his days. While Jue had fun with the sectarians, the whole village in a pace continued to fulfill the task. All residents fussed in pursuit to have time. Some men tried to catch the entire terrestrial living creature, and the other part took the plants. In the end, residents managed to fulfill the order and collect the right amount of blood for their Mr. Zhu. The whole crowd gathered in the square did not quite understand why they made this assignment. They were all connected by a common goal to get rid of the overhanging threat of the cultists. Xiu asked the inhabitants not to worry and reminded that they would protect them on their own. At that moment, Shui was sitting on a stone, slightly thought about what was happening. The guy suggested that the village had already fulfilled his order to collect the required amount of blood. Not wanting to continue to stay in the company of sectarians, he calls those discharges, and in a hurry, leaves the crowd. With great speed, the guy leaves the sectarians in an unknown direction. The elders of the sect, standing behind, continued to think about what was happening and analyze which master the guy told them about. At this moment, one of the sectarians added that he understood everything, and decides to talk about the famous cultivator around the world of Duan Jude. The man decides to tell everything that the cultivator knows about this and compares it with the SC, noticing similarities. It seems strange to many sectarians, because the great cultivator Duan Jude Vriatli arrived in such a distant wilderness in search of a student. At this moment, Shui with ease and using only one blow overcame a huge tiger. The guy makes a small incision in order to fill the container with blood. For activation of the spell, having reached the village of Shui in a hurry to the square to finish cooking. The guy notices one of the local men. Xue clarifies one of the elders, whether they collected the right amount of blood. The man points to all filled containers. Su, with a light movement of the hand, uses a spell on all 4 containers. Su asks all residents to stay in the square. The guy himself takes all the containers and rushes in an unknown direction. The guy moves through previously left flags, where he pours all the collected blood. Having reached the last yellow flag, the guy, as well as on other objects, pours all the blood from the container. Blood quickly began to turn off and transform into red phoenix. Returning back to the village of Shuo activates the seal, after which the blue flame rises around the whole village. The whole village was neatly surrounded by a flame separating and protecting it from the outside world. The sectarians who were at that time on the mountain did not quite understand what was happening now, and who could use such a strong spell. The flame rise higher and higher, closing into a single dome. The sky gradually began to clear that the inhabitants immediately notice. The blue flame faded away, and a bright white flame appeared to replace it. People were shocked no less from such a strong spell of their defender. Having stood up at the head, publicly states that the sect people now will not disturb their village, because they are under a protective dome. Xiao previously helped Su with the organization of blood collecting the guy to stay with them, because it seemed to her more calmly. Zhu with a smile explains that everything that happens is done only so that Xiao feels safe. The guy also adds that he will not allow anyone to mock the girl. At that moment, the angry sectarians were indignant at what was happening, because they understood that the village had a patron that defended them. One of the senior sectarians noticed that Shui just distracted them, and there was no patron in the village. Assuming that everything that happens is just a trick, the sectarians using the spells are rapidly heading towards the village, in the hope of understanding everything. Do not come from where someone's leg flies in one of the leaders of the sect. She hits him a lot in the face. The man, losing balance, begins to rapidly fall to the ground. It was Shui. He was no less outraged that the leader of the sect was speaking at him. The man, emitting the last breath, continues to fall to the ground. The two sectarians who noticed a confidant, he decides to be pissed out to protect the sectarian. He does not doubt a drop in his actions, decide to punish the remaining sectarians. Applying a spell on himself with the speed of light rushed between all sectarians of which they were completely unable to see. The guy lands sharply to the ground with a strong roar to which the sectarians pay attention to. The sectarians were indignant that he attacked them secretly and fought dirty. He comes under the dome with a mockery. The guy explains that he attacked completely honestly and his opponents are too weak to notice him. One of the sectarians insults that he answers the slightly angry instantly. The sectarians also did not suit the way he put it, because he constantly insulted their elder. He confirms the words of one of the sectarians and explains that he deceived them. Because there was no barrier initially, he just imitated him. The guy also adds that he is actually a barrier. Another sectarian flies unnoticed for everyone, and he calls it inextricable for his weak spell. The rest of the sectarians were amazed that the elder Xin Liu arrived at the battlefield. He explains that he had no thoughts to stop the sectarians with his spell. With a grin, he completes his monologue that he did all this only in order to eliminate absolutely all sectarians. The sectarians were wary in the moment, because the guy looked at them resolutely and with a little contempt. But after a second, all at once they began to laugh loudly, as if they did not perceive the word seriously. For them the guy was only a weak student of the master and no more. In his thoughts, he gradually began to argue with himself, suspecting that the spell he had used in fact is very weak. The elder Liu, showing a finger, assures that it will not be difficult for him to dispel such a miserable spell, even during the drinking of tea. At this moment, a fireball gradually began to form in the hand of the elders, which he himself notes. The ball grew up every second to a form previously unknown to the guy. Elder Liu, who finished the spell, directed fire blades towards the village in order to end the battle once and for all. The fiery blades quickly flew towards the village, not wanting to stop at anything. The elders of the sect did not want to intervene in the Battle of Lu, and continued to silently observe what was happening. He also looked preparing for battle. A loud explosion sounded. A layer of dust rose, and for a second, the sectarians completely lost the village from the field of visibility. Slowly and quietly, dust gradually settled to the ground. In front of the sectarians, the same dome was set earlier before. The elder Liu could not believe what he saw, because he was sure that this was a lower-level spell. At that moment, he wiped sweat from his face, pretending that he was very difficult to repel all the attacks of a man. He again begins to mock an arrogant man, calling that old man. The man was angry and demanded that the guy leave the barrier and deal with him alone. He takes one of his objects and states that sectarians should not think that they are safe outside the barrier, because they were all in the zone of action of his spell. Without any explanation, he uses spells by releasing Fiery Phoenix. All sectarians were struck by such a powerful spell. The sectarians could not believe what they saw, because it was the divine beast Phoenix, which was lost many years earlier. He explains that this was a scarlet bird calling all sectarians villains. The bird was 10 times more than himself, and was behind him in anticipation of further instructions. One of the sectarians asks the elder Liu to pay attention to the form of Phoenix. The man notes that Phoenix is just an illusion, and no more. The elder Liu laughed out loudly from what he heard. The man notes that the guy is trying to fool them again. The elder Liu scatters his hands and begins to laugh hysterically. The man asks the guy to attack him with Phoenix. He a little alertly suggests that the elder went to the edge of the roof and he was crazy, but he does not want to refuse such a proposal that beneficial to him and agrees to attack the elder Phoenix, giving an order to the bird. Phoenix rushes sharply with a screech towards the elder of Liu. Waving his massive fire wings, he continued to quickly get closer to the elder Liu. The elder Liu prepared for a blow, adding that this is just an illusion and no more. Phoenix hurts the man with his wing and flies by. On the hands of the subordinate elders, Liu remains strong burns from which they begin to yell loudly. Everything around the elder of Li is enveloped in a bright red flame with people screaming from there. From the sectarians, there are only small scraps falling from the sky. The sectarians were amazed, because just a second ago they saw the last time the elder Liu. The sectarians notice that gradually Phoenix is approaching their souls. The head of the section carries out the work of the dome on all people, stopping the flow of Phoenix fire. The head of the sect with only one hand continues to hold his protective dome. The man orders all sectarians to immediately retreat and report on the ongoing heavenly sect. He raises his relic as interested in why the sectarians decided to leave him, because he did not give permission to do so. 3 more creatures begin to fly over the city with great speed. Previously unknown creatures in the guise of a tiger, dragon, and turtles were rapidly heading towards the sectarians. The dragon sharply pierces the escaping sectarians with his blue tail. The remaining sectarians continued to work in fear of trying to survive from divine creatures. The tiger did not want to let go of the running sectarians and tried to catch up with them. The tiger already next to the remaining sectarians abruptly attacks those. The sectarians scattered who was where the battlefield, because they all wanted to live. The golden turtle, tired to the ground, crushes one of the sectarians. The sectarians in fear look at the golden turtle, not understanding what to do. The turtle immediately begins to blind sectarians, depicting them with its golden flame. At this moment, he is at a sufficient distance watching what is happening and laughs. He notices how an unknown creature is rapidly approaching in his direction. The creatures running from the battlefield, led by the head of the sect, are able to be a creature, the chapter requiring no lag behind her, because he tried to get out of the encirclement of divine creatures. At this moment, the sectarian notices a strange glow of the village that escaped from the dome. The guy decides to attack from above on the head of the sect. He calls the head of the section because he gave the floor that he could not move off during the battle. The head of the sect offends the guy and decides to repulse this. He accepts the battle and activates his spells. Without extra words, the head of the sect uses his best spell with words so that he goes to hell. A strong flash passes in a centimeter from his shoulder, but he manages to dodge. He was amazed that the sectarians were not as weak as it seemed to him. But the attacks did not stop there, and the head of the sect following sends several blades towards the guy. The deputy head is mocking a defenseless guy. He perceived the battle in Sirius also begins to fight with the deputy. They begin to run to each other with the desire to defeat the enemy. He directs all his strength into his fist for the final blow. With only one blow, he overcome the deputy, imprinted that head directly into the ground. The head of the sect does not stand aloof and also periodically attacks. He is slightly back to regroup. The head of the sect wants to defeat the guy once and for all. Behind the men, his other followers have already lined up. The head shows a finger at him, and with contempt demands that he finally accept his fate. In thought, he did not understand why the man is so self-confident, because literally half an hour ago, he incinerated one of the elders of his sect. He comes a brilliant thought. He decides to give sectarians and further attack the barrier, because this will save him from many problems in the future. The sectarians turn sharply and just start running away. Out, he abruptly leave the battlefield. He indignantly screams in the trail so that they return and begin to fight with dignity. The sectarians, amused that the guy began to worry about the battle. A sharp flash occurs in the moment, and the sky is covered with red light. He, in turn, waves the head with his hand and asks him to be reborn in the next life with a kind person. In front of the faces of the sectarians, a huge eye opened a white glow gradually absorbs them entirely. The head of the sect himself was shocked by such a strong technique. The man was unable to even move with horror. In the moment, all the remaining sectarians moved to the desert. There was not a soul around the survivors. This spell was a curse. The men should have passed all 8 species of deserted lands. Exhausted men continued to move along the endless desert in mortal bodies. Everything that was happening was just an illusion, but quite real. In the end, being left alone, the head of the sect falls powerlessly in the middle of the desert. He did not have the strength to continue to look for a way out. At that moment, he stood above the bodies of the fallen sectarians and continued to receive a large number of points for them. He also notes that his animals finished cleaning the surroundings and returned to their initial positions. Each divine beast is sealed back in its flag previously established it. With a smile, he looks into the distance, realizing that he finally finished. The guy decides to return to the village and see how the inhabitants are doing at that moment. People in the village furiously discuss the divine animals seen. They were struck by their sizes and how they looked alive. One of the inhabitants notes that their master is returning back to the village. All the inhabitants slowly approach the guy interested in Lee with the sectarians. At first, he stood quite gloomy. It seemed that something irreversible on the battlefield. But the guy immediately broke into a smile that the inhabitants of the village did not immediately understand. The inhabitants of the village were examined in bewilderment. Residents of the village, realizing that the young master managed to celebrate the victory loudly. Among the crowd stood Xiao in anticipation when a young master approaches her. Having stepped closer, he welcomes his girlfriend. The girl blushing the guy for salvation. Having finished and returning to his hut, he decides to get acquainted with new abilities and acquired knowledge from the battle. The guy actively examines the skill window, gradually acquainting with everything. He arranged such an outcome after the battle, because in addition to the experience and skills, the guy also received the golden core of the leader of the sectarians. The guy continues to think about the recent battle, about his problems. He understood that he was strong. He could not fight with both fists, because for him it was too low. With a grin, he assumes that in the future, he will certainly receive sparkling armor and weapons. At this moment, the system invites the guy to check the skills of the rank of heaven, which the guy immediately decides and do. Having familiarized himself with everything and their value, he understands that he wants to acquire everything at once. Having settled all his emotions, he decides to judge and choose more suitable skills for himself. He also comes to the conclusion that he will have to go a considerable way to become stronger and stronger. He got acquainted with 7 secret arts to understand what he should choose for a better battle. He begins to understand that there are too many secret arts, and it is difficult for him to choose the battle style suitable for his style. Not wanting to continue to waste time in empty, he decides to acquire all 7 secret arts, which immediately is inhibited by the system. The system also offers a guy to purchase a secret weapon for his new abilities, to what he agrees without any reasoning. He begins to grin, understanding how strong he became. The guy also asks the system to purchase other spells for the future application. He receives several ingots in his hand for his brand new weapon. Then the guy receives in his hands and weapons. The weapon was like a massive 2-handed sword. He puts on his brand new mantle and becomes in a rack with a brand new sword. He likes him how he looks, clarifying the system and what skills are now available to him with this mantle. The system dutifully tells everything about new clothes and weapons. After hearing, he begins to wave his sword like a new toy, continuing to admire those. In the moment, the guy stops ending his games. Having folded all his new things, the guy sits back on the bed and decides to plunge into the system again. Having finished dealing with the system, the guy decides to take a walk around the village. 2 elders passing by greeted the guy. He is interested in where they are directing to what he gets the answer, that they need to get to the neighboring village behind the seeds. They tell everything about the nearest village and where exactly she is. He asks men not to worry about the seeds and interview all the inhabitants of their wishes, after which he himself goes and will bring everything to the village. At that moment, he runs to the side, turning to that. The girl overheard a conversation. He and men asks the guy to buy Tanya for her. The guy does not immediately understand why the girl needs fabric. Xiao embarrassedly explains that the guy is not suitable for scraps of dirty clothes, and she wants to sew a new one for him. With a smile, he agrees with the girl to bring her the right amount of fabric. The girl is embarrassed and in a hurry leaves the guy. The elders standing behind laugh from the pretty Xiao. He also smiles in the trail of the girl, because he also worries about her. He understands that for such a long stay in this world, he never left this village, and he, in anticipation of a campaign in an unknown village, he moves to the city of Li Shui to purchase the necessary things. At that moment, Shui on the balcony ate a red apple and noticed how fussy the city was. Looking around the side, the guy notices a familiar girl. The guy realized that this is the very girl he saw when he appeared in this world. I do not want to contact a guy, covering his face with a hood. Several men accompanying the girl also notice an unknown guy, but does not show in any way. The girl radiates the power of the guy, but passers-by does not want to contact him. Walking along the road, to accompanying the girl in a note how the guy was strong, and they should be more careful. At this moment, he decides to hide behind the nearest wall. I note that he should continue to wear this mantle in order to receive additional glasses. He looks out from behind the wall. The guy watches how the girl leaves in an unknown direction. At this moment, a girl with her accompanying discusses recent events about what happened in a small settlement. He, not wanting to intervene in their conversation, continues to eavesdrop, ticking. He observes important moments for himself. The girl was interested in who the guy was protecting the innocent village. Without further ado, the man immediately reports that this is a student of the master Duan Jude. The girl turns, does not believe her ears, and asks him to confidently in his words. He, being nearby, does not understand why he is associated with an unknown man for him. Actions are transferred to the heavenly sect. 2 elders report their master and the problem in the village of Panshan. Men also believe that an unknown defender is connected with Duan Juda. Explains that they should not continue to fall into the village in the evening, because there will be consequences. The head of the sections did not want to agree with his advisor, calling his words nonsense. The head of the sect believes that they did not suffer losses for them, and this is a small problem, which in the future they will cope. When leaving, the head of the heavenly sect asks the sect Zhang to take care of the guy and solve this problem. The man approaches the edge of the balcony and looks into the distance. The head of the sect requires that tomorrow they would bring this guy to the heavenly sect. Inspecting the surroundings of the heavenly sect, the man notices that a guy can become a threat to them, which should be solved in the bud. The head of the heavenly sect offers the guy to make it just apologize and solve this problem. The head of the sect Luo Yang was struck by the decision of the man. He was not satisfied with the usual apology because he squeezed his teeth greatly. A man through his teeth could not afford Luo Yang to gain a foothold like a weak sect and allow himself to humiliate himself in the future. At that moment, An unknown figure declares that she does not agree with the decision of the head of the heavenly sect appears behind the men. The woman stops and looks at the head of the heavenly sect with a serious look. The man welcomes the elder song in parallel I am interested in for some reason that she does not agree with his decision. The woman explains that this is a slippery guy, and he should be eliminated immediately due to his lifestyle. The woman continued to tell various facts about the guy to bring everything to the fact that he should be immediately eliminated. One of the elders adds that for a student of Duan Judah, this is a normal practice, and for them it is a regular hobby. The woman insists on her innocence, explaining that the guy needs to be punished immediately for his misconduct. The head of the sect finishes this discussion by the fact that they will know everything tomorrow when the guy arrives in the heavenly sect. The head of Luo was still unhappy that he had to meet a guy without the opportunity to punish him. The woman preferred to remain silent, after which she left this hall. At that moment, he, having purchased all the things he needed, left the store saying goodbye to the merchant. The guy was pleased that he managed to purchase all the necessary things and also accumulate a large number of cruel actions. Going beyond the borders of the city, the guy applies his abilities and goes towards the village. On the way, he appears several people of the heavenly sect that the guy himself notes. Stopping, he landed right in front of people of the heavenly sect is interested in that they forgot on its territory. The elder located in the middle declares that a misunderstanding occurred between the village and the heavenly sect. With distrust, the guy looked at the representative of the heavenly sect, questioning what misunderstanding he talks about. The guy understands that the heavenly sect still thinks that he is a student of Judah, and therefore they sent a negotiator to him. The man, a little scared, asks the guy to come to the heavenly sect and solve this misunderstanding once and for all. Not although he agrees with the negotiator and silently leaves their dialogue, ascending to his abilities towards the village. On the way to the village, the guy thinks over the reason why they wanted to invite him to a heavenly sect. With a grin, the guy notes that he also knows how to get to the heavenly sect, and in particular, to their treasury. Having reached the village, the guy gives the necessary fabrics of Xiao and other things to the inhabitants of the village. The girl thanks for the help examining the fabrics of Xiao he brought, that he was taking care of her. The girl blushed a little, her compliments trying to justify herself. I understand the awkwardness of the situation. The guy puts his hand on the girl's head, calls that stupid. The guy says that on the way to the village, he was also invited to the heavenly sect to resolve the conflict. The girl is trying to dissuade the guy because heavenly sects is a large number of cultivators to you and it can be dangerous there. Xiao didn't even want to think that a guy might not return. He asks the girl to calm down because he is one of the strongest, and for him this is not a problem. With a smile, the guy also adds that as soon as he returns, he would like to try on new clothes as Sewn Girl. The girl agrees with the decision of the guy, let him go into the heavenly sect. The next day, Shui arrives in the heavenly sect. Wearing his mantle, the guy knocked several times into the room and then went inside. With a calm face, the guy slowly goes to the head of the heavenly sect. At that moment, the man sat on his golden throne, around him by his other allies from various sects. Each of those present in this room pursued different goals, and this audience was supposed to resolve the conflict. The head of the heavenly sect, not wanting to smoke, immediately went to the matter and the recent conflict in the territory of the village of Shui. Shu was interested in how sects planned to resolve this conflict, because it was they who attacked his village. The woman interrupting the head of the heavenly sect immediately declares that the guy had before that robbed their treasury. Having dismissed Shui, pretends that he does not understand what treasury is talking about, adding that apparently they themselves lost their things and are looking for the guilty. Several chapters of sects were outraged by such an ignorance from the guy. Sue asks to stop screaming and still proceed to the facts and evidence that the prosecution should be present. One of the sectarians states that the guy is not very much for the accident, but he managed to identify him, paying attention to one of the subordinates who expressed his opinion. Shui understood that he could not defeat the absolutely all sectarians who attacked the village. Not wanting to excite, Shui publicly states that in measures of defense, he had to kill absolutely all the attackers of the sectarians. The head of the heavenly sect states that with this attitude, their negotiations will be completed, and they have nothing to talk about in the future. The guy not seeing in these negotiations any point, and he himself immediately goes to the exit. C, taking advantage of the case, finally adds that after that he will talk with his teacher and sectarians personally. The head of the heavenly sect was finally convinced that Shui is a student of Judah. The head of the sect Luo was also amazed at what he heard, because he did not fully believe in rumors. The woman, while behind the back, believed that the guy was just trying to manipulate them with Judah. The old man explains to the young cultivator that he did not correctly understand the head of the heavenly sect. Shui still decides to listen to the old man. He does not quite understand what the negotiations should have been led to, since the man was not initially set up for peace negotiations. The head of the heavenly sect, not wanting to continue to boot with a monotonous prelude, decides to go over to the essence of the meeting. The man demands that Shui apologize to each present for the incident. The man also adds that in their treasury there is a very rare object destroying any spell, and if he does not apologize, they will use it in the village. The man continues to threaten, reminding him of the defenselessness of the villagers. With a grin, Shui is interested in whether the leader of the heavenly sect is trying to threaten him. With a serious face, the head of the heavenly sect assures that this is just warnings and no more. He adds that in spite of everything, he cannot apologize. He invents the fables with his teacher, and the fact that it was he who ordered him to not apologize to anyone, otherwise the punishment will befall him. He still decides to offer a compromise to all sectarians and resolve this conflict, because he was not much interested in it. With a smile, he invites everyone to have dinner with him and talk heart to heart. Dinner took place. All sectarians from different sects feasted and celebrated the truce of sects and villages. The woman was not satisfied with this layout, so she calls the student for a new assignment. She asks the student to bring her the necessary things without further ado, after which the girl immediately leaves. The woman still continued to think about the plan of retaliation over an ignorant boy. He, supporting the crowd, offers cultivators to drink to the bottom for their health. In his soul, he mixed the whole situation, because all the cultivators indulged him because they thought that he was a student of Duan. Closer to the night, he goes out into the street, noting that now he has no more problems with the heavenly sect and their subordinates. The head of the heavenly sect comes after, and decides to add that he had previously met with the master of the guy. He pays attention to the man. The head of the heavenly sect is interested in how his teacher is doing. He, again inventing stories, states that his teacher continues to have fun on the eastern continents. The chapter was interested in this, because he himself understood the power of the guy. He also adds that his teacher handed him a secret spell, after which he immediately appears, inviting the leader Zhang to try it. The head of the heavenly sect with a smile refuses, explaining that their fate will sooner or later reduce. At this moment, Zhang looks at the ground. Zhang lastly also adds that no one will attack the village of Pansona more without his knowledge. He draws attention to a serious expression on the face of the head of the heavenly sect, and how they are all afraid of the power of Duan. He also recalls the treasury of the heavenly sect. He would still like to get there again. He says goodbye to Zhang, adding that he still needs to return to his village. Zhang agrees and releases the guy. Applying the spell, he flies in an unknown direction. He was glad with a smile that now the explosion of Pan Shang did not threaten the danger in the form of a heavenly sect. In the moment on the approach to the village, he sharply begins to feel the heaviness in his chest, suggesting that he could be poisoned. At that moment, a strong storm began near the village. The girl previously located in the city was already near the village. The girl notices that the village enveloped the flame. Everything was burning without signs of life. She with two other accompanying people decide to go down and help surviving residents. The girl, using magic, calmly lands on the square, shrouded in flame. Many residents were already lying without signs of life. All of them were cut and very wounded from a stitching object. Suddenly, for a girl, she notices how a thug with a saber attacks the next resident of the village from the back. Two thugs come closer, and with a malicious smile, they notice that the girl was dressed in the robes of the heavenly sect. The girl was shocked by this attitude of the bandits, because of which she took out her sword and directed towards the attackers. Unknowns immediately rushed, using their weapons towards the girl. The guy notices the village covered by a flame, which greatly amazes him. He could not believe what he saw because he imposed a barrier in advance to defend. He shouted that he could not believe it, not knowing what to do next. He wakes up after the shock, immediately rushes towards the village, because he was worried about the condition of Xiao Jiao. At that moment, from nowhere, he was attacked by another thug who wants to kill the guy. Without any effort, the guy cuts the thug, from which he immediately leaves the world. He notices the inhabitants lying on the road. The guy was in severe shock, because he personally knew all of them. All the inhabitants of the village were soullessly lying on the road. All of them killed the thugs who arrived in the village. After what he saw, he got into a stupor. The guy did not know what to do after everything he saw. At that moment, the voice of Xiao sounded from behind. The girl was actively calling for him to get to him. He turns his head and watches the frightened Xiao running to the meeting. At some point, Xiao felt safe and with a smile extended her hand to the guy. He was still drooping his face at that moment. He still could not move away from what he saw. He also holds out his hand to the girl, trying to catch her and save her from all chaos in the village. The girl almost ran to the guy, and in just 1 centimeter, her hand was from him. At some point, an unknown object flew through the girl's body, which is why Xiao sharply began to fall to the ground. The girl fell dead to the ground, and next to her the leg of the next cephaloresis appeared. An unknown man mocked at the loss. He also wanted to send the guy himself. Without unnecessary thought, in just 1 millisecond, the guy destroys the body of the Glorirezer into the smallest pieces without leaving and a chance to save it. He immediately runs up to the girl, trying to take Xiao in his arms. Holding the body of Xiao, the guy tries to withdraw the girl. He was desperate to the edge that the girl ceased to show signs of life. The distraught, he immediately began to turn to the system for help. The whole cloak and his head were wet. The rain only increased. He begins to buy all possible medicines, spending absolutely all his glasses accumulated over the last battle. The girl puts his hand on his face and asks the guy to calm down, saying that everything will be fine with him. For a second, he forgot about his anger and silently listened to the girl. Xiao smiled at the guy, trying to console him. Despite this, the girl's wound was deadly, and she had no chance to survive. Xiao last adds that she really liked him more than just a gentleman. In front of his eyes, he began to boost tears. He was not able to restrain emotions. The guy seemed to froze. It was difficult for him to move. Xiao calls himself the happiest because of a meeting with him, after which tears poured down her cheeks. The girl is unable to fight for life, more slowly begins to fade away. Her hand releases the guy's face. Xiao is dead in an eternal dream. Her hand is soullessly falling to the ground. He continued to keep the girl, trying to come up with a plan to save the girl. He did not want to give up so easily. He was completely suppressed. In his head was only the silhouette of the kind and smiling Xiao. He quietly spoke her name. Tears continued to flow on its own, but this did not bother him. He pressed the girl closer and asked her forgiveness. The battle still continued in the village. Subordinates of the girls cut the next cephaloresis with one blow. One of the men notes that he heard strange sounds nearby. It seems to them that there were still survivors in the village. The girl and 2 men hurried to the survivors to help them. On the spot, he was sitting next to the girl's body. He was amazed at the meeting, because it was the same master that she had previously met in Li Shui. Ignoring new guests, the guy is quietly interested in the system, whether he can revive the girl in any way. The system, as always, monotonously explains all the variations and what the guy should strive for. He understands that he should continue to develop and improve the system. Having listened to the system to the end, he agrees to all conditions and decides to earn the perfect stage of the gold nucleus. He continues to look at the soulless body of Xiao with a crazy smile and extinguished eyes. The guy plans to use all offenders as an experience. He takes out the subject of the pagoda of the soul and decides to use it on the body of Xiao. Having read the spell, puts the girl's soul in an object in order to save her in the future. The system still decides to turn to the guy with the proposal to bury the girl's body and show respect for her. The girl begins to remember the guy and who he was at the first meeting. She was surprised that he became so strong in such a short time. He decides to turn to the girl with the question of whether they know who the attackers were. The girl was in a stupor and did not know what to do. Hatred was read on his face. The guy was decided to take revenge on his offenders and all involved. The girl felt strong pressure froze. It was difficult for her to answer his question. A nervous girl still decides to speak with him. Having lowered his head and then lifting herself towards the guy, the girl calls the thugs of the sect of fallen souls. Without any words, Chui uses the ability and immediately directs towards the sect of fallen souls. At the entrance, he immediately eliminates a dozen students of the sect. At this moment, the head of the sect of fallen souls becomes a little concerned. The leader addresses him, not fully understanding why the guy just kills his disciples so easily. The leader of the sect of fallen souls continues to demand he to stop bloodshed. Having lowered his head, he claims that he will stop only when to completely destroy the sect of fallen souls. At this moment, a dozen more sectarians of fallen souls attack him from such self-confidence from nowhere. He easily straightens out with all one blow with absolutely everyone who wanted to harm him in such a dirty way. All sectarians are soullessly flying around the vicinity of the parade ground. The leader of the sect of the fallen souls was amazed at the power of an unknown guy. The leader orders all his students to retreat immediately, explaining that they have not a single chance. The leader of the sect immediately begins to use his strength, then calls on the black fiery dragon rising into heaven. He did not stop this drop. Taking his 2-handed sword, he rushes towards the leader of the sect. The fiery dragon sharply begins to fly to the ground aside he with the desire to absorb a arrogant guy. Without unnecessary emotions, he immediately calls the wave of absorption and directs towards the fiery dragon. After the attack, the guy immediately jumps towards the fiery dragon in order to finish off that. With just one blow, the flame of the dragon sharply begins to fade away, and the monster itself slowly began to disappear. Unable to control the fire of the dragon, the fireballs sharply began to fall throughout the surroundings of the sect of fallen souls. The sectarian who fell under the fire began to scream strongly and scatter in different directions, wanting to leave the battlefield as soon as possible. Only the leader of the sect of the fallen souls continued to fight with him and call on all new objects, trying to restrain the invincible guy with all his might. The leader of the sect trying to shut up in parallel. He declares that after the next attack, even Duan is not able to escape. After that, he launches an electric blade aside. He easily begins to dodge all falling blades. The blades during the fall began to explode, but not a single attack could even hurt. The guy continued to easily dodge all attacks. In the end, he understands that he should use the system and begin to reflect the blows back towards the leader of the sect. He uses secret art and stops all blades. All blades stop dead meter from him. Through the force, he continued to restrain hundreds of blades directed right in his direction. The leader of the sect could not believe what he saw, because the guy managed to restrain his crown equipment with an unknown technique. It began to shake slightly from such a complex technique. Having passed the whole pain, the guy manages to deploy the blades towards the leader of the sect and send it back. The leader could not recover, because his technique was invincible. The leader of the sect asked the guy to stop and discuss everything. The leader in fear claims that their sect made a slaughter by order. The leader, not wanting to continue the battle because he may die, claims that the order was given to the elder Song. He was amazed at such a turn. A step before his death, the head shouts that it was the old woman Sun Chui Li who ordered him and his students to attack the village. The leader froze in anticipation of the inevitable end. The whole face of the man was then covered with strong fear. One of the blades stopped right in front of his pupil. Why the man's eyes were covered with red veins. The leader decides to rub in confidence and explains his act by the fact that it was by order of the old woman who he had to do this. He continues to listen to the man, giving him small chances of salvation, unlike his students. The man adds that it was the old woman's artifact that helped dispel the spell around the village. He was furious from what he heard. The guy was about to take revenge on everyone involved in the murder of the inhabitants of the village. The leader continues to dissuade the guy to kill him, throwing his guilt on the heavenly sect. A malicious smile appeared on the man's face. The sectarian planned to regain control of the daggers, and he repulsed him. He simply lets the daggers towards the leader of the sect. Hundreds of daggers pierce the man through and through, one of which pierces through the head of the leader, leaving without a chance of salvation. The man begins to scream loudly from pain a second before his death. He, in turn, holds a fist and with a serious face adds that he does not throw words into the wind and is obliged to eradicate the members of this sect with his own hands. He again raises hundreds of blades into the sky, directing them to the sides of the surviving sectarians. One by one, he begins to kill without leaving a single survivor in his path. The sectarians, in hellish pain, continue to fight for life and try to run away from the bloody bath. He, analyzing the further campaign in the heavenly sect, suggests that he is too weak and therefore decides to purchase the necessary objects. With the system, he also decides to open the mysterious gifts from which he immediately receives valuable objects. Around the guy a blue glow appears, and the system congratulates the guy on a new skill of flames of frozen bones. He takes this flame in his hands, realizing that it was this that he needed to destroy the sect. The system also observes the high cost of this spell of 1,300 points. With the face of the distraught, he decides to go to the heavenly sect and decide all times and for all. Also buys several artifacts for battle. He takes out the fabrics previously bought by Xiao for clothes and decides to apply a spell on them. He picks up the fallen sectarians with the help of fabrics and takes them with him. All earlier, where Shui woke up, ascended by many dead villagers. He stops near the grave of Xiao and finally decides to say goodbye to the girl. The initials of the girl were written on the grave. The tombstone did not differ from the rest. Shui decides to dissolve his hair for an additional effect of seriousness. Shui leaves the white ribbon received from Xiao on her grave. Leaving his hair, the guy slowly heads towards the heavenly sect. Shui with a grin asks Xiao to trust him, because now he was going to deal with the sect once and for all. In the hands of the guy were the very blue fabrics that previously belonged to the Xiao. He rises into the sky and adds that now the line of the heavenly sect has come. The guy's eyes were filled with anger, and he was unshakable in his decisions. Actions are transferred to the square of the heavenly sect. The students of the heavenly sect notice a strange glow of a rapidly approaching them. He was in the sky and demanded that Song and Jiang go out to him. The masters of the heavenly sect were struck by such impudence from the boy. Without unnecessary preludes, he weakens the grip and releases all the dead sectarians to the square of the heavenly sect. The students of the heavenly sect, from fright, sharply revealed the swords in bewilderment. Who was such an arrogant boy? One after another, sectarians continued to fall on the square, covering the entire space with corpses. The area was gradually stained in red tones due to the abundance of blood of dead sectarians. At that moment, he gradually began to receive points for all his actions, which he had little worried at the moment. With an indifferent and tired face, he demands that Zhang and Song go to his square, because otherwise he planned to completely destroy the heavenly sect. Several students who were still in the square became in the rack in order to repulse the unknown guy. He begins to enrage that no one came to him, because the guy wanted justice. He invites students to atone for the sins of their teachers and mentors. At that moment, the issue was resolved in the hall. The chapter was interested in that the elder Song had already managed to make Mr. Su, the head of the sect, claims that he promised to defend the sect Panshan. The old woman, not understanding what the problem, continues to insist that there is nothing in the murder of the villagers. The chapter dismisses with his hand, realizing that the old woman had done things. At this moment, Shui demands that Zhang and Song go to his square. A minute later, a warning followed with a further threat of Shui with the destruction of a completely heavenly sect. The head of the heavenly sect understands that the guy came with serious intentions and looks down on him. At that moment, one of the students of the heavenly sect runs into the hall with a statement that Shu had already killed several elite students of the senior hall. The old woman asks the head to give her the opportunity to deal with an ignorant guy once and for all. The head gets up from the throne and explains that the old woman cannot just take and kill the guy. The old woman, with an embittered face, states that they cannot forgive the guy to kill the students of the heavenly sect. The head demands that the old woman immediately shut up and listen to his orders. The head of the heavenly sect recalls that the guy is a student of Duan, and he can at any moment calling his teacher and destroy the entire fiery nation. In their thoughts, everyone understood that they were now faced with a serious problem that requires an urgent solution. The old woman, squeezing his teeth, considers the next step. To solve this problem, the old woman, through sweat, still decides to go out and answer for his actions before the guy. Destroyed. A dozen more students of the heavenly sect continued to stand unshakably in the square in anticipation of Song and Zhang. The head of the sect, including his other subordinates, goes to the square and notices the lying leader of the fallen souls and his people. He adds through the grin that he is glad to see all the people he needs. He states that the head of the heavenly sect will understand everything only after he is able to deal with the old woman. The surviving students say that the guy is too strong and, without unnecessary hesitation, killed the elder for accused him of everything that happened. One of the students points a finger at the guy, calling him a monster, which should be eliminated immediately. All students agree with the words of the student and decide to punish him together for his actions. He laughed the phrase that the heavenly sect did nothing, calling him a monster. He shouted the accusations towards the old woman and the fact that she destroyed his village. He begins to insult a woman, publicly accusing her of all her deeds. Pupils and elders were amazed at what they heard, because they first recognized such information about their sect. The head of the sect decides to contact a guy with an apology. The old woman at that moment extends an expensive potion to the guy as an apology. The old woman begins to apologize, in the moment, having agreed by calling the inhabitants of insects. He silently takes the potion in his hand. The old woman continues to apologize, hoping that this will make amends her guilt before the guy. He throws the potion with all his vigor on the floor, breaking that. He continues to actively trample the remains of the potion without evaluating the positive gesture of the old woman. He wants to take revenge on his friends and the girl killing the old woman. He slowly begins to go towards the old woman to realize a plan of revenge. The head of the sect decides to ask what the guy wants to do with a woman. He tightly takes the sword in his hand, using the acceleration spell. He sharply begins to run towards the old woman in order to take revenge on all the inhabitants with blood. The old woman, understanding that she has no other output, becomes in the rack, preparing to repel the attack. The guy continues to actively reduce distances to his goal. He, through his teeth, analyzes his entire plan. The guy planned to inflict several strokes to injure the old woman, and then burn with an icy bonfire. In the moment at the battlefield, a big explosion takes place, destroying everything that was nearby. He does not have time to dodge such a strong attack, because of which he flies back with his sword. He falls on the square without strength, because right across his body, there was a blow without any blocking. He kneels, abandoning his own blood, departing from the last blow and taking a breath. He again becomes in the rack for another counter, offensive. The leader of the heavenly sect asks the guy to calm down and stop in order to prevent even greater victims. He overturned his head, mocking a man. He was not much interested in this, because the main goal of the guy was revenge and the murder of an old woman. A woman shouts about the recklessness of a guy who is ready to put on the end of tens of other lives. He, putting one hand to his chest, states that Christians killed by the old woman were more than just people for him, and he planned to take revenge for them. The students of the heavenly sect were struck by this outcome. Many those present no longer understood on which side they were. All those present gradually begin to believe the words, because of which the guy begins to accumulate points of deception. The leader of the heavenly sect states that he will not attack the guy due to the fact that he is a student of the famous master. At this moment, he begins to accumulate blue energy in his palm. The guy was not going to stop there. The elders of the sect were struck by what they saw, because this technique was not previously presented anywhere. He defiantly raises the ball of icy fire with his hand up. The energy of the guy in his hand gradually began to transform into something else. The color of the ball was slowly covered with a greenish tint, which gave it a greater effect of intimidation. The leader of the heavenly sect himself was amazed at this technique, because for such a large amount of time he also saw something like that for the first time. The leader begins to notice, looking around the guy, that he managed to collect a large number of fantastic objects. The leader of the heavenly sect adds that he needs to get rid of the objects of the guy in his hands. He continues to unite his forces in his hands. The blue glow continued to increase, absorbing everything around. After activating its ability, a strong flash occurred. The earth shuddered at that moment. A moment later, the strongest explosion sounded, and nothing remained of the square. The leader of the sect, not having time to react, was still amazed at the power of this technique. He again continued to accumulate his energy in his hands and direct towards the old woman. He shouted loudly that he wanted to unite two techniques together, because of which the glow again absorbs all the warfa. A second explosion sounded with even greater power. All students and masters could not even move from such powerful technology. The head of the heavenly sectary asks the guy to calm down and end the whole performance, noting that everyone will die. He was little interested, and he continued to develop his technique. A strange crack was sounded at the guy's feet. With the help of his energy, he begins to defiantly do something like a lotus. He holds out a bluish shade in front of him. In the end, he adds that he will have enough as a victim the life of the old woman by letting Lily towards the masters. The masters of the inclusive and the leader of the heavenly sect are silently watching as the lotus heads in their direction. He shouts a cancer phrase to activate an explosive lotus and destroy everything surrounded by it. The lotus begins to more and more ignorantly dispelling white light in the area of the heavenly sect. White light gradually dragged on the non-existence of all sectarians nearby. A strong explosion sounded in the moment, and everything in the district was enveloped in a bright flame. The head of the sect understands that he will not be able to save the elders for whom this lotus was intended. The old woman at the last moment manages to cover his face with his own hands. The woman was more and more enveloped in the white light, absorbing her completely. At the last moment, the old woman only manages to squeak from severe pain. White light instantly absorbs the old woman without leaving no chance of salvation. The man uses the spell at the same moment as everything takes off into the air. A man jumps into the thick of the whole explosion in an attempt to overcome all destruction. The entire settlement of the heavenly sect was destroyed. All buildings located in the district were shrouded in the strongest flame and destruction. In the place where the lot was a deep hole from which the flames of flames were emerging mixed with smoke. The students of the heavenly sect were scattered throughout the area of the heavenly sect without signs of life. All people who were at the time of the explosion were dead, which he rejoiced. He, in turn, returns to the dilapidated heavenly sect and observes the entire chaos located there. He continues to receive an endless number of points for the system with incredible speed. With a mental laugh, the guy begins to scream while in ruins. With an even greater laugh, he begins to scream with joy, because the guy managed to take revenge on his offenders. He raised his head, claims that he was able to avenge his loved ones. The buildings continued to actively collapse one after another. He asked for forgiveness from his inhabitants for what was happening. A severe pain was visible on the guy's face, which could not be cured by anything, even revenge. In his thoughts, he rushed about the images of village inhabitants who smiled sweetly at the guy. Xiao also slowly approached the guy and smiled at his exploits. He understands that he should finish this stage and follow further. Having finished mourn the inhabitants and what is happening as a whole, he is heading to the side of wanting to leave this place. Somewhere nearby, he sounded a strong explosion, which attracted the attention of the guy. The head of the heavenly sect slowly comes out of a thick clump of dust. A man with anger in the face begins to call. The man, not wanting to endure the guy's exit morally, abruptly attacks him. He silently watches how quickly the head of the sect approached him. In the end, he grinned at that in response. He uses the seal of teleportation, notes that the head of the sect had to foresee this outcome of events. During teleportation, he also adds that the chapter is afraid of his master. But the guy was of little interest to the guy, because he relies only on himself. the head of the heavenly sect, states that he will kill the guy at the next meeting. He also adds in response that he will kill the man first. He is teleporting in the moment, flying away in an unknown direction. The blow of the head of the heavenly sect comes along the wall without hitting the guy. The earth shudders, covered with a large number of cracks. A man could not forgive himself for such an outcome, because the heavenly sect did not tolerate such a terrible collapse over the past 5,000 years. Shouting and angry at everything around, the man adds that this did not happen even in tens of thousands of years. During the battle with the guy, the heavenly sect suffered losses from several elders and a large number of students. The building effects were very destroyed and the fire glowed everywhere. He immediately left the place of the battle. The head of the heavenly sect nearly went crazy and vowed to take revenge on the guy. After all the events, a month and a half passed and the action is transferred to the mountains saturated with rich forests. The wounded girl continues to run away. Girls almost caught up with uninvited evil spirits begin to threaten the snake in imminent death. The girl approached closer to the monster begins to blame her to kill her sister while she was collecting medicinal herbs. The snake, prepared for the battle, decides to express his opinion that for him people are just prey. The snake continues to mock girls, calling a girl, a very tasty girl. I do not want to continue to listen to the monster entering the battle with him. Girls easily begin to pierce the snake with their sharp blades. I turn on the flesh, and the head of the snake slowly broke up into small pieces. The girl watched a deceased snake for several seconds in anticipation that she could attack. At this moment, an unknown man begins to clap the girl's feet to call their work wonderful. Girls are interested in who the people data were and what they wanted from them. A man thanked the girls for the courage and asks to give him this snake. With his hands in front of him, a serious face, a man demands that you be given all his magic objects and roll away from his eyes. The girls still could not understand who exactly tried to rob them, because earlier they did not meet these people. The man frowned at the defenseless girls, because there were several times more people. Reluctantly, the girls agree to give their weapons and artifacts for their salvation. Girls throw everything to the floor without further ado and head in the opposite direction from the sect of the Bloody Sea. With an evil grin, the man adds that he demanded from the girls to roll, but does not leave. The girls stop at a perplexity and begin to argue with the spoiled sectarians. The man believed that he himself is free to decide the fate of an ordinary person. Sticking his head and continuing to behave like a spoiled child, the sectarian declares that in a good mood, he planned to save the girl's life. The girls prepared for the worst, because the man decides to add that after they decided to insult him, he changed his mind to leave the girls alive. An unknown man said that at the moment, they are robbed themselves. The guard draws attention to him standing with his two-handed sword nearby. He picking up in his ear and with a calm face demands that the sectarians hurry to give all their values to him. The girls were amazed that such an inconspicuous guy decided to stand up for them. The security and the head of the sectarians were at a loss from such impudence, because their number surpassed a miserable guy with a sword. One of the girls is still amazed at the courage of the guy, begins to assume that the guy is disturbed and simply looking for his fate. One of the sectarians states that he behaves unprofessional, and this forest was their territory for robberies. The sectarians began to mock the absurdity of the guy. Without any effort, he attracts several swords of sectarians to his hand. He sticks all the swords in front of him, showing his superiority. Without any fear, the guy mocks at the sectarians, hinting that he will not be greeted if they decide to attack him. The men were amazed that the guy had artifacts for such magic and began to repulse the arrogant guy. One of the senior sectarians accepts the challenge and also mocks at the helplessness of the guy, because for him, this magic is unremarkable. He, pointing a finger at the sectarians, demands to think about all the consequences, because he was alone and came to them voluntarily. The head of the group of sectarians gives the order to deal with him immediately and feed his corpse to the dogs after. The man was still sure that the guy was a weak cultivator. Without extra words, the whole guard sharply begins to step towards the lonely standing hay. He understands that he will have to accept this battle and deal with all sectarians. He uses his two-handed sword to defeat all sectarians with one blow. Without any effort, he cuts all the attackers without leaving them and a chance to repulse in the future. The head of the group was amazed that the guy managed to defeat all his elite warriors with only one blow. He begins to mock the helplessness of a man and how quickly he became as lonely as himself. He was assigned a sword to the throat of a man. The sectarian did not understand why the guy found himself so on the sect of the Bloody Sea, and why they bought him so much. Without any extra emotion, he immediately explains that he was not interested in the sect of the Bloody Sea, because he came to rob the sectarians. The sectarian was angry and confused from his position, because he was not so humiliated so. The girl watching heroism, he chuckled slightly at what was happening. Suddenly, the girl felt that the strength around the guy had increased sharply, and he no longer seemed an ordinary cultivator. The girl understands that this was planned by a guy, and he specifically hides his strength in front of other people. The girl comes closer and turns to him with a request to leave without unnecessary problems. He flatly refuses, because he was not afraid of the greatness of the sect of the Bloody Sea. The girls were at a loss from the guy's actions. He, coughing up and trying to make a pathos expression on his face, asks the girls to stay and continue to observe their confrontation. The girls could not understand what the guy was achieving, suggest that he lost his mind. The sectarian, lowering his head, claims that earlier their sect has never humiliated other people. On the face of the man, the veins began to speak with anger. The man could not allow him to further humiliate him. He, without reacting to the insults of the guy, picks in his ear. The guy does not believe that the man is as formidable as he talks about it. He thoughts in his thoughts that the murder of people brings him much more points than demonic animals, and this suited him more. The man demands that he stay in this place and expect his death. A man, without waiting for permission from, he begins to head into the depths of the forest. At this moment, one of the wounded sectarians begins to cough after a deadly blow. He, realizing that another surviving sectarian appeared, calling the man to take his subordinate. The man silently stops, waiting for the next move. He understands that the man decides to join him in the battle, accepting the challenge. Souza approaches a man with his two-handed sword. The man turns sharply, becoming in the rack. The man is interested in what the guy decided to do with him and whether he plans to fight. Having lowered his head, he only adds that he is trying to think about everything. Under the feet of the guy, his energy continued to spark. He stated that it was better to kill the future leader and attract more attention to himself. The man was amazed that the guy was really going to kill him. Girls with fear on her face, he calls a madman, because this was the future leader of the great sect. The girl holding out his hand to, he asks him to calm down and not kill the arrogant man. He, with a grin, continues to look down on a miserable man. The man, without enduring, accepts the battle, and still decides to teach the guy for his arrogance. He mocks at the man, because he knew the outcome of the battle in front of Xiao exceeded many times by strength. Without any resistance, he cuts a man in half without leaving a chance to life. The sectarian, still trying to get up, was amazed that he so easily killed the future leader of the Blood Sea sect. For the murder of the leader, he receives additional glasses and slowly begins to return to the surviving sectarian. He comes closer and helps the sectarian get up. The guy's plan was simple. He asks the sectarian to go to the sect and bring the leader to the same place. He allows him to go to his sect. In the end, he kindly waves his hand, asking him to report the incident as soon as possible. The sectarian silently goes into the thick of the forest, allegedly in his sect of the Bloody Sea. The girl on the edge was struck by the recklessness of the guy, because he easily let their enemy go. He comes closer and is interested in the girl, whether there are cultivators in the sect at the stage of emergence, to which he receives a negative answer. He assures the girls with a smile that it makes no sense to worry about it, because he is several times superior to all in strength. He immediately asks the girls to collect firewood so that he can cook food he caught. In a short time, the girls collected the right amount of wood for the fire. In a short time, he made an impromptu fire and caught a lot of food for 3. All the food looked quite appetizing. The SBE, with a smile, asks the girls to wait until he cooks everything at a fire for a greater taste. The girls were struck by the fact that Sui did not react to the approach of danger, because the sect of the Blood Sea had already advanced to them. He uses his strength to set fire to the tree so that the fire breaks out. The girls could not understand what the guy was trying to cook at the moment. He holds out a girl one piece of meat. She be confusedly picking up meat, noting hospitality and kindness to them. The girl seemed to be reborn again. He immediately notices how much the girl appreciated the taste of meat. At this moment, an inconspicuous cave was near the outban of the forest, inside which the old man lay. A man sleeps carefree in his den. 2 submissive Bengal tiger was sitting next to the man, waiting for their owner to wake up. Both tigers were red tigers of flame of the original stage of origin. The man awakened sharply. He was worried that over the past 100 years he did not want to eat, and it was today that he had been played by his appetite. Tigers began to shake slightly, thinking that their master was saying about them. He smelled precisely the cooked smell of meat, and this did not apply to his pets. The tiger states that half a month ago they were able to find a guy in the region of the heavenly sect named Shui Zui. The tiger also adds about all the nuances of the relationship of the guy and the heavenly sect, as well as the fact that he was covered with the name of the Duan. The man slowly left his cave, accompanied by tigers, who continued to inform the owner with recent events. He continues to sniff to a strange smell, heading after him. The old man was approaching closer and closer, that he became more and more fragrant. At this moment, he continued to prepare additional portions of meat for himself. He notices an unknown figure near their camp. The man runs up closer, then notifying how tasty the guy's food was prepared. The man asks to invite him to join the meal. He is at a loss, interested in girls, whether they know this old man. He suspects that the man is trying to deceive his food. The man sharply began to laugh, noticing how tasty this food was prepared. He also starts to laugh by calling old German. He is interested in where the poor man can understand such a skillful food. The old man claims that he is not a poor and rather magnificent man. Everyone in thought still noticed that it was still an old beggar man in everything. Having finished, the man still praises cooking, but also adds that he is the second in the world, noting that no one in the world dares to be called first, that he has never heard of this and it does not make sense. He adds with a mockery that a man does not know this because he is ignorant. He and the old man began the battle of views because they were both quite stubborn people. The man, not wanting to continue the children's dispute, dismisses the guy with a statement that he was bored with arguing. With arrogance, he adds that he himself tasted many delicacies during his life. The old man mocks the guy, not believing that he could not get out of the lands of the people of fire to another territory. The man shows a finger at the girls, from which they shuddered. The old man is interested in whether they know the exquisite dish that was now discussed. The girls looked around in bewilderment and replied briefly that they did not know about this. He continues to call the old man to be ignorant, that he also wrote a great poem during meals. The man asks the guy to read his poem, continuing not to believe that such a young he could come up with something like that. He, with a serious face, lowering his head down, preparing to answer the man. With a grin, he slowly lifts his face and begins to read his poem about Ruhu with an expression. The man was amazed from what he heard, because a small number of people knew that Ruhu was originally fish. He continues to tell everything he knew about the dish of Ruku and his components. He's squeezing his fist and showing his emotions of the real gourmet notes, the charm of this dish, and how important it is in his life. Girls could not resist such conflicting lines. The girls looked around that this poem could hardly be called anything, because in it there were only a few lines sounded normally. The man continued to carefully listen to the guy without giving any emotion. In the moment, his face broke into a smile, because he heard the golden words in the poem. The man takes him by the arm and begins to praise him for his wonderful poem. He thanks for the sincerity of the old man and how he appreciated his work. The man is interested whether he had already managed to taste the rough of his life. He put his hand on his chest, declares that he was boasted and actually ate a rough. The old man was not clear what was the snow beer and where to get it. He puts his hand on the old man's shoulder and claims that after preparing such an ancient beer variety, he will definitely invite a man to taste him together. The old man begins to laugh loudly and calls the guy his new friend. The old man decides to give a small item as a strong friendship. The old man takes out a small black amulet from the sleeve and holds it out. He takes the amulet by noticing how well he was made. Having hooked the amulet to his belt, he thanks for the old man's gift. The old man watches how the guy hangs the amulet on his belt, which suited him. The girls did not understand why he and the old man no longer began to spill water after all the controversy. At that moment, numerous steps began to approach towards the camp. The girl reports that people from the Blood Sea sect are approaching them. With a smile, he calls on his two-handed sword, starting to expect when they arrive at them. The old man decides to contact a guy with the opportunity to help him deal with ill-wishers. He, with a grin and a self-confident face, states that the old man can only dream of it. He uses the ability to recognize the old man to check his level of skills. Around the old man there was only emptiness, which slightly interested the guy. He, with a worry in his thoughts, notes that he first failed to recognize the stage of human development. The man also analyzes him and noting that he is at the stage of the golden nuclear, and he will not cope with the approaching cultivators at the initial stage of the origin. Near the forest, an unknown object flew at the speed of sound. A previously unknown person appears in front of the group. Several cultivators stood in front of him. All of them were at the initial stage of origin. Girls immediately welcome the leader of the sect, accompanied by several elders. He stands aside as the girl's beauty, suggesting that in fact it could be an old woman who could keep youth. The leader of the sect is immediately interested in the students, what happened and under what circumstances the future leader of the Bloody Sea sect was to kill. The girls looked around silently among themselves. Girls decide to completely tell what happened in all the smallest details. The leader of the sect was struck by the calmness of the guy in a black mantle, because he tried to lure the rest of the Bloody Sea. All sectarians silently squinted at the guy, suggesting that he was bad thoughts in relation to the girls. He does not understand what is happening and why everyone is mowing at him. The old man, like others, looked at the boy askance. Nearby, another unknown sound appeared in the forest, which he immediately notices, and the leader of the sect of Great Changes. An unknown man, without trying to hide, continued to approach the crowd. Strange words calling their son rang out from the forest. Going out of the light of an old man with an embittered expression on his face demanded to confess to the unknown person who killed his son. The leader of the sect of Great Changes welcomes the leader of the Blood Sea sect. The man begins to scream and continue to demand that the unknown killer comes to him immediately. The elders are interested in the leader of the Great Changes what they should do next. The leader of the sect, preparing for the battle, gives the elders to prepare and protect because he helped their students. Men implicitly agree with the decision of the leader. Behind the leader of the Bloody Sea, several more subordinates appear. He continues to silently observe what is happening. The old man squinted at the guy in anticipation of that decision. The old man gradually approached closer and closer. He squinted at the expression on his face. The guy gradually began to confuse and nervous. He is recent to the old man, and sorry to stop looking at him like that. The old man does not understand why he still did not accept his help. Because among him there were too many people stronger than the guy. The old man trying to rise in the guy's eyes adds that his chance has left and now even if he begs, he will not help. He shows with bewilderment a finger at the crowd calling them a bunch of weaknesses to nothing, which are not represented for him. The old man indignantly pokes his finger in the face of the guy and declares that he will be the first to kill a self-confident guy when he is on the verge of death. He tries to remove the old man's hand, adding that if a man manages to kill him, he will take his last name. He and the old man began to argue again and quarrel among themselves to bring almost to a fight. The leader of the sect of Great Changes unfold towards the arguing old man, and he and the old man shouted at each other, almost spitting on each other. She wanted to kill the opponent. The leader could not understand what was happening and why an unknown guy screamed so loudly at the old man. The leader of the Blood Sea demands that he and the old man immediately shut up. Without any explanation, the leader of the Bloody Sea directs the spell towards the arguing he and the old man. The leader of Great Changes does not have time to repel the attack. The embittered leader of the Bloody Sea continued to use spells for a second attack. The old man and he did not move it, and they continued to argue. At that moment, from behind the blood, the leader of the Bloody Sea jumped, steamed. The leader of Great Changes requires the elders to immediately help the guy. He manages to pay attention, like the old man turning his head towards the leader of the Bloody Sea. The couple simultaneously requires dumping the annoying leader of the Bloody Sea by applying the spell. He and the old man send one spell to the leader of the leader. The leader understands that he is not able to dodge the directed attack, he and the old man. The leader with incredible power flies away. The leader of the Bloody Sea breaks one tree after another, unable to block such a strong technique. The leader of the Bloody Sea is not able to withstand such a serious blow. In the old man's eyes, everything rushed as if in a millisecond. Stopping a few meters from him, the leader of the sect is interested in what has happened to him at the moment. A small blue flame appears on the man's leg. The flame slowly spread throughout the body of a man from which he began to scream. The flame with incredible speed sharply began to absorb the old man from head to toe. In the end, the man began to gradually freeze without a chance to get out. Only a small bluish crystal lying carelessly in the forest remained from the leader of the Bloody Sea. The rest of the elders of the Bloody Sea continued to watch how their leader disappeared into their eyes. The student of Great Changes suggested that it was the old man who managed to apply such a strange spell. At this moment, the system announces that he managed to defeat the leader and get a large number of experience points. The old man looked suspiciously at the guy, realizing that it was in fact that he had used such a strange and not previously seen spell. The old man decides to ask the guy how he managed to apply a well-known technique. He with a mockery declares that he can teach an ignorant old man if he asks. The old man refuses such a spell. The man slowly begins to go aside, saying goodbye to the ignorant he. He claims that he no longer wants to see the old man and does not expect a further meeting with him. The old man disappears in the moment without leaving, and a chance to see in which direction he moved. He was alert that the man was able to leave so quickly ahead of even divine escape spells. Everyone was amazed that the guy simply drove off the old man who saved them all a second ago. People silently continued to look at him carelessly standing. The guy turned around and also looked inquiringly at the crowd. The sect of the Bloody Fog, having lost the leader, did not despair and laughed loudly. All sectarians exposed the blades and were ready to immediately attack the self-confident he. He, picking in his ear, observes that he is glad that the old man had left and stopped interfering with opponents. The sectarians combine common efforts and declare that their hands are untied without a leader. All sectarians come to a common decision to defeat him and re-elect a new leader. The bloody sectarians add that they are ready to eliminate the sect of Great Changes in addition, which struck the leader and elders of the sect of Great Changes. The elder of Great Changes calls sectarians shameless in relation to their leader. The sectarians continue to insult the leader of the Great Changes with the desire to abuse the girl. He prepared for the battle and with a serious face adds that the sectarians will be left for life. The sectarians were annoyed by a self-confident guy, and taking their blades, they sharply attacked him. Having activated his crown cold fire, it becomes in the rack, waiting for the sectarians to come at a closer distance. He uses an ice spell on sectarians, hitting one after another. The hand of one of the sectarians touches the ice. The sectarian's face turned pale with severe pain. A strong explosion takes place in the moment, and the icy fire completely absorbs self-confident and frivolous sectarians. The sectarians are not able to withstand due to their weak abilities continue to try to resist. One by one, they completely impress the icy fire. All sectarians are quickly covered with ice without a single chance. Only their hands stretching to the light were visible through piles of ice. After the end of the battle, only a few ice shops remain on the field without signs of life. The leader of the great changes, including the elders, were struck by such a turn. Under his feet he remained small fragments of Luda. The entire surface where the battle took place was covered with a layer of ice. The leader of the great changes could not believe the eyes. She was only interested in one question, who this guy was. He grinned in response. After all, another sect became interested in his person. It seems to be a real name with greatness. All those present were aware of recent events, and they knew that it was he who defeated the old woman's song with just one blow. He continued to smile amiably without representing the great changes in the threat for the sect. In the forest, there were still a few likes without signs of life. The leader of the sect of great changes looked around that everything that happened was exactly as described in the legend. He kindly comes closer and decides to offer the girl his help after the battle. The girl tries to refuse that she did nothing for this. He continues to insist that he is a good doctor and understands serious injuries. A student of the sect of great changes marks that he had previously proclaimed himself a great culinary specialist. He immediately stops the girl, explaining that this is just his hobby. The leader of the great changes is still perplexed by watching what is happening. He comes closer and begins to inspect the girl's body, suspecting that she can still be injured. The leader of the sect continues to insist that she does not need help, and she is in perfect order. He quarreled decides to say that he cannot be mistaken and explains his suspicions. He mocking the gullible leaders of great changes begins to tell some obscurity. The girl trustingly, and not suspecting any intent listening to everything said. In the moment, the girl begins to understand what the guy was talking about at the moment. With a huge speed, the leader of great changes flies away from calling the guy a pervert. The elders did not have time to come to their senses as the leader of the great changes had already left them. He only manages to look after the flying girl. One of the elders was very amazed at the guy's ignorance, because a second ago everyone praised him and called a great man. The second elder in his thoughts noticed absolutely the same thing. He was also amazed at ignorance, but still thought to invite the guy to visit their sect. The elders thank them again for the salvation of their students, and invite Shui to visit their sect. Having stepped up, the elders planned to gently thank the guy who agreed to thank the guy on the arrival. Shui was not against visiting the nearest city and sect as a whole, because he was only in the forest for the last 6 months. Elders and students accompany him to their sect of a nearby city. They assure the guy that their sect was previously numerous and was at the same level with the heavenly sect when she was in his prime. The man adds that their sect began to decline at that moment. The founder left them forever. At that moment, Sui was looking for the elders around the sides. Men also noticed the greatness of their current leader, because in just 20 years she managed to reach the initial stage and take the post of leader. The man completes his monologue in that the parents of the current leader died in the great battle several years ago, and the whole sect was supported by SU. Men complain about the complexity of sects and difficult stability lately. Xu decides to stop and inspect more and more attentive. The guy notes that many buildings have been abandoned for years. Xu was amazed that the sect was so small, because there were only 20 students of which only 2 reached the stage of the golden nucleus. He decides to finish this and turn to the elders. Men silently listen to the offer of a young man. Xue asks him to represent him before the rest of the name Xiaoyan. Looking around, men did not understand why the whole conspiracy of the young man. Not seeing in this request a catch, men agree with a request of Yue. Saying goodbye to the elders of Xue, it goes into the house to relax. The bed was soft enough, which immediately appreciated Xue. Placing the guy at the same moment plunged into a little sleep. Closer to the night, the guy's stomach made himself felt. The stomach rumbled with such force that the guy had to be distracted from his affairs. He began to analyze what he should do to quench hunger. In the moment, he felt a strange smell nearby. He got out of bed and went to the only window of his room. At the entrance stood the leader of the sect of great changes. He did not understand why the girl decided to come to him at such a late hour. He jokingly decides to ask why the girl did not sleep. In his thoughts, the guy was not clear why the girl came. The girl suggests that he is making fun of her, because she does not need a dream in such a serious stage of development of skills. He completely forgot that cultivators could relax while in meditations. He smiled back and invited the girl to go to drink tea with him. The girl politely refuses and offers to discuss everything right on his porch. He understands that the girl cannot just go into the bedroom late at night. He still did not understand why the girl came exactly at night and did not wait for the next day. She is on the porch of the house. He turns towards the square. The girl is accidentally interested in what the guy plans to do in the near future. He begins to understand why he was invited to a sect and brought him up at a time. With a smile, he decides to make sure of his guesses. Interested in whether the leader of the sect of great changes wants to invite him to a sect, she nods approvingly, confirming the guess, because she wanted to make the guy the elder of her sect. The girl looks at the guy in anticipation of a positive answer to her offer. He talks about his lonely, carefree future with a smile on his face. He looks at an empty parade ground in his thoughts, noting that he did not forget about the resurrection of his beloved Xiao. The girl continues to ask questions. She was interested in whether the guy was planning to settle down and join them. She begins to list the advantages of this proposal and the ease of all necessary actions. The girl is still at the window in anticipation of the guy's answer. He refuses this proposal with a smile, because he was not interested. The system at the end of the dialogue decides to accrue a certain number of points for his rigidity. The leader of the sect of great changes was interested in why the guy refuses so easily. He decides to explain this with verses from books, which slightly amazes the girl. He continues to speak with lines from the poem without any tension. The girl understands that the guy is actually not as simple as it seemed to her at first glance. She is embarrassed to straighten her hair on her head. She was flattered by such beautiful lines. The leader of the sect was surprised that in fact the cultivator was so well-read and erudite. The girl apologizes to him for her reckless offer, because it was wrong on her part. He grinks, receiving additional experience from the system. He asks to forgive him, explaining that in fact he cannot remain with them. The girl laughs in response, noting that the guy, although slightly wild, is not a cruel guy. He realizing that he is not very cruel from the outside to increase his cruelty to the maximum. The girl looks away from the guy back to the square. The girl adds that in fact she is very envious of the careless life of the guy. The leader calls the guy unbridled with unique skills, which can easily travel and do not depend on anyone. He decides to invite the girl to go with him on a short trip and distract from everyday life. The girl no less would like to go on any journey. She explains that she is not able to just leave the sect for a while due to all the events. The girl explains that demonic sects come and constantly bother the whole sect with their threats. In this monologue, he observes an interesting fact that the presence of a large number of people. She, without unnecessary suspicions, confirms that crowds of demonic sectarians often come to them, periodically inviting students to the stage of the golden nucleus. He kept looking at the girl enthusiastically, because he came up with a plan. The girl asks the guy not to be reckless, noting that they are not as simple as it seems to him. He is self-confident, as in any other situation. He assures that the girl should not worry while he protects them. Having lowered her eyes, she adds that this will all last until he leaves them. The leader did not understand how she would later protect the sect in his absence. He agrees with the stupidity of his decision and begins to ponder the alternative. He decides to attract the system. The guy asks the one to find out what weapons they can protect the sect of great changes. The system begins to search for alternative protective objects and offers the guy to use the divine homemade gun. The system complements this by the fact that this gun was unremarkable, but spent one spiritual stone and caused damage to the initial stage of origin. He sharply begins to laugh, which slightly introduces into the bewilderment of the leader of great changes. He assures the girl that he should not worry, and he has already come up with the perfect device to protect the sect. He adds that his method will protect the sect. The next day, he gets up early and immediately goes to the Treasury of the sect of great changes. He comes closer and asks a student to skip him by permission of the leader of the Su sect. Going inside, he took advantage of valuable metals located there to start the workpiece of the right gun. Taking all 99 pieces of black iron, he was enough to start making a gun. At the end, he holds a strange light in his hand, goes to the square. He released the molten green lotus in front of him. He begins to make the gun. The gun gradually began to transform into material form. Without any difficulty, he melts iron, and with the help of the spell he converts the desired shape of the weapon and collects all the equipment. The guy rejoices in the completion of such a complex artifact. Having met one of the students, he kindly asks the guy to call the leader Su to the square to demonstrate new weapons. The student asked when he wants to meet and whether he filled the visit card. Paren did not quite understand what kind of potatoes we're talking about. and repeatedly asks to bring the leader of the sect to the square if possible. He explains such methods due to the fact that the elders and leader of the sect live in the library where visiting for others is limited. The guy agrees with the decision to fill out a business card. The student asks to describe the purpose of the visit that he will describe on the card. He begins to praise himself in all its glory in several proposals, and then describe his purpose. He agrees with this, and spacingly praises himself at the beginning and reduces the ending with a more important part. The hero, with a serious face, asks the guy to write so that the leader comes to the square in the evening to shoot from his new gun. A student of the sect thanks the great cultivator for such skill, simultaneously interested in how you can call. Without coming up with anything more original, he calls himself a canon deity. The leader of the Su sect finished with his main matters. Accompanied by elders, goes to the square. The elders along the way noted that he spent all the iron of their treasury on the production of homemade guns. The girl with a smile explains to the elders that she had previously promised to meet and check the new weapon of the guy. The elders, sighing, try to explain that he spends too many dark iron on his guns and over time their treasury can completely accumulate, which did not please them at all. The leader of the Su sect, continuing to go to the square, is trying to explain that the dark iron, which can be sent to the road, will be a good gesture to the guy. The girl climbing the stairs adds that the guy plans to help resolve some of their problems with other sects. The day came to an end, and everything around was slowly plunged at the night of the time. Next to he stood the same test version of the sect weapon. In the thoughts of the elders, they also continued to believe that he spent materials designed an ordinary gun. He decides to be the first to contact and say hello to the sectarians. He offers to choose a goal in the form of a mountain for the first test shot from a gun. The girl agrees with the decision of the guy, noting that among the year there are several species of animals and no more. One of the elders believes that the mountains are too far away and the gun he can leave a dent. He enthusiastically asks the sectarians to prepare and be witnesses to the first shot of this gun. He takes magic a stone taken earlier from the treasury. Putting the stone as a nucleus, the gun sharply flashed with a golden flame. The whole gun was covered with a flame and was ready for a trial shot directed uphill. The elders were also slightly surprised, because the gun was not quite ordinary. He uses the cannon spell so that it shoots. The gun in the muzzle began to gradually flash, approaching a key shot. With all his strength, the gun sharply shoots towards the mountains, raising a cloud of dust behind him. After the shot, the core easily gets to one of the mountains. The whole sky flashed with light as if it had already light, which greatly struck the sectarians. The light gradually turned back into the dusk, but the mountain, which was previously chosen as a goal, continued to actively burn. Due to such a powerful shot, the mountain was covered with flames. The forests flashed in the fire and began to burn. The girl continued to silently observe such a strong fire, unable to move in surprise. He also continued to stand at the gun in anticipation when the girl wakes up and tells about her impressions. He grinned slightly, because he himself did not expect such a power. In his thoughts, he understood that he used this gun on the mountain in front of the sect. He did not see any problems in front of him and even a burnt forest. He notes that he would take a stone of spirit from the treasury in return for a shot. He comes closer and is interested in whether the leader Su is satisfied with this creation. The girl is interested in strengthening whether he was on his own for the gun. At that moment, he nods the girls approvingly. The leader of the Su sect is interested in whether he was able to make this gun in only one night. With a smile and unable to lie to the girl, he nods in response again. He takes a spiritual stone from his pocket, noting that it is with the help of his sectarians that will be able to shoot. He adds that it is spiritual stones that contribute to solving problems with the raids of demonic sectarians. He decides to help the village again, offering to make 2 more guns on the remaining raw materials. The elders were in amazement from such skill. The elders, taking a part, thanks to him for such a service with a proposal to help make the remaining 2 guns. The leader of the Su also thanks the guy for seriously weapons for their sect. He smiles friendly to the girl, rejoicing that the leader of the sect liked his gift. The next morning, waking up, the guy slowly goes to the porch of his house. He understands that he was sitting strongly and he should go back to the forest for the farm monsters, because he needs experience. At this moment, the unknown sect arrived at the gate of the sect to demand from the Su-Danish sect. He reluctantly goes to the parade ground, wondering why unknown sectarians arrived in Su sect. An unknown guy decides to rude, he sent it away. He abruptly and at an incredible speed catches him and raises his head up. He demands from the guy to stop saying anything in the future. He directs his energy to the guy holding his hand. The guy begins to resist him and try to say something in pain. The rest of the sectarians, without inventing anything more original, decide to attack the lonely. Without any effort, he scatters self-confident bandits to the side. He decides to touch the leader of the whole gang with his foot so that he flies away at a more distant distance. The whole gang scans raises a ball of dust. By accidentally killing one of the cultivators, he receives additional glasses, which he cannot please the guy. Gradually, all sectarians come to their senses and try to get to their feet, except for their leader. One of the sectarians notes that he is not from a sect of great changes, not understanding why he protects the enemies of the sect of persecution of wind. He grins from the name of the persecution of the winds, explaining that this is his choice to protect the sect of great changes. The man did not quite understand what the guy tried to tell him. He calls the sect of persecution of the wind a laughing stock due to such a wretched name, calling the sect of exploding heaven much cooler. A man without hearing earlier about the sect of exploding heaven decides to ask for where it is. One of the elders begins to laugh slightly from the words The elders of great changes have admired that the name of the sect of persecution of the wind really sounds wretched and funny. The man begins to laugh loudly from everything that is happening that begins to strain the surviving sectarians. The girl continued to watch the actions. He with a grin expected further development from the sect of the persecution of the wind. The leader of the Sioux sect was amazed at how smart he was and strong. Unable to withstand such humiliation, the sectarian threatened with death after leading their leader. One of the elders, hearing about reinforcements, demanded to detain the sectarian, but he immediately runs away, which he himself allows. He believes that it would be the perfect moment to use new divine guns on the enemy. The girl does not quite imagine how exactly the guy was going to do it. Having finished with 2 other guns for sunset, he demonstrates the elders and leader new guns. The elders continue to look with admiration for jewelry work. He begins to hear the strange approximation of strangers, that he does not cease to delight him. A small detachment of sectarians, being near the SU leader, began to look around. The leader of the Wind Persecution sect demands that the sect of great changes immediately come out. The man is also interested in how the ordinary guy dared to kill his student. Without inventing anything original, he simply begins to laugh it off from the sectarian. The girl also smiled out of confusion, realizing that he was not able to give a serious answer. One of the sectarians of the persecution of the wind notes that the sect of great changes sent guns to them. 3 guns who built him. He hopedly directed his barrels towards the sectarians. The leader of the sect laughed that the sectarians of great changes use ordinary guns. The leader of the Sioux sect did not understand why the sectarians were so self-confident. One of the elders of the persecution of the wind requires the student to go forward. The leader of the sect puts forward the conditions under which he should at least injure his student, and then he will retain the life of the entire grid. He begins to notice that after these words he began to experience déjà vu. He gladly agrees with the conditions of the sectarian, asking him in the future not to abandon his words. He charges the gun with a magic stone and decides to shoot directly at the leader of the persecution of the wind. The beam of a shot from the gun was so powerful that it dispersed all the dust in the district. The shot rushed a centimeter from the leader of the sect of the persecution of the wind. The leader of the sect, not having time to come to his senses, is awakening sharply. The elder is interested in whether their leader is in order. The man notices that the leader of the persecution of the wind was deprived of his hand. The man could not believe that he was deprived of his right hand. The leader of your sectarians screamed loudly with severe pain. The scream was so loud that even he and the leader of the sect Sue paid attention to this. He laughs at his trying to apologize to the sectarians for such a powerful shot. He offers to make a few more shots towards the attackers of the sectarians, offering the girl this time to manage the gun. Having become next to each of the 3 guns, the sectarians directed the guns towards the sect of persecution of the wind. The sectarians of the persecution of winds were still not recalled after such a powerful shot from a regular gun. Without waiting for the sectarians to come to their senses, the leader of the Sioux sect and the elders produce several more shots. He notices how part of the sectarians manages to dodge and survive after the shot, calling it a miss. Many sectarians comprehend the fate of the hand of their leader by erasing those forever from the face of the earth. The elder of the persecution of the wind of the survivors dodges the next shot of the Sioux sect. The leader, not wanting to continue to stay, will do it closer to the Sioux sect. A man with a grin looks at the sectarians with contempt. He was not worried that he lost his hand. The man claims that in the next battle they will prepare and will fight to the last person with the Sioux sect. He trying to calm down, Sue puts her hand. The girl notices this gesture and pays attention to the guy. He asks a man to calm down and not plan a return trip. The man does not understand what his opponent hints at. He explains that he will not miss this time. He preparing the gun directs that right to the sectarian. Without warning, he shoots again with a gun from the leader of the sect of the persecution of the wind. He simply erases a man from the face of the earth without leaving a chance of saving or using a barrier. From the leader of the sect, only small scraps remain without signs of life. He states with a smile that after his actions no one else will bother the sect of great changes. The girl thanks for the work done and help in general. At that moment, he receives a large number of points for the murder of cultivators. He is in thoughts interested in the system, whether he can also get experience points for killing with guns. He also gains experience for 2 people of the initial stage of origin. The system reports to achieve the stage of the gold nucleus, which means the ability to acquire new artifacts and spells. In his thoughts, he only worried spells from the world of the dead. He confusedly declares that he still wants to save his beloved. He is in hearing that he wants to improve immediately, that the rest of the sectarians notice. He turns to the leader with a statement that he should immediately leave the sect. The girl nods approvingly in response. He disappears from the sect in a blink that the elders also notice, noticing an incredible speed. The system begins to immediately update, showing it in percentage ratio. Upon completion, the system reports on the successful improvement of the system to the 2nd level, as well as the new assortment in the shopping center. He immediately requires that the system begins to search for the possibility of revival of Xiao. At the same minute, the system begins to actively look for the desired recipe. It took the system a few minutes to detect something useful. He continued without taking his eyes to follow the system. The system represents a recipe for the revival of the 9th revolution. The system begins to list all the ingredients for making this potion. He carefully listens to a huge and complex list of each ingredient from the list. It is amazed that the recipe was cheap enough. He clarifies why the system called the price for such a valuable recipe of 2,000 points. This is just the cost of the recipe. Without hesitation, he agrees with the system. He was not worried about the price for the chance to resurrect his lover. The system congratulates its owner to buy a recipe for 9 revolutions. The system alternately talks about each ingredient in difficult places. After listening to the system, he notes for himself that he needed to get a dragon vein in an oriental suburbs of fire. He begins to analyze everything that the system said, and also that the veins are located in the Imperial tomb, where the previous emperors are buried. He screams a scream of an evil joke, because all the ingredients were almost inaccessible to an ordinary guy. He will have to visit absolutely every tomb of 4 peoples and pick up on valuable material. The system explains that all the ingredients that the guy will have to find is an essence that can only be obtained in Imperial tombs. He begins to be very angry with such a serious task, demanding that the system stops making him even more diligently improve his abilities. He did not know what to do in such a situation, because it was his only chance to revive his lover. He begins to laugh angrily, which slightly introduces the system into confusion. He sets himself up on a serious trip to 4 great countries to get all herbs. He begins to laugh even louder than saying that he is not at all worried about who all these emperors are, because they are not able to stop him at anything. He also recalls that the former owner of his body was deceived by the emperor of a fiery nation by depriving him of absolutely everything. He took his 2-handed sword, believes that this is a great moment to return to the nation of fire. He, standing in the middle of the field under the strong wind developing his hair, states that the son-in-law of the Emperor of Fire is returning to his homeland. Closer to night, actions are transferred back to the sect of great changes. The leader of the Su sect approaches the house where he had previously lived and asks for the permission to enter. Entering inside, she watches that the room was completely empty. He apologizes for such a sharp care and asks to use the spells that he described in the next letter. The girl, unable to resist, begins to cry. Tears slowly fell one after another to words about fate and further meeting. She could not believe that the guy just left her, and left only the method of using the spell. The girl, upset with a letter, decides to go to the bed where he had previously been lying. It was difficult for her to survive the parting with him, because she unexpectedly fell in love with the guy. The girl lying on the pillow, he continued to feel the small warmth of the guy's body. Actions are transferred far to the mountainous area. He, as always, wandered alone, continued to move towards the border of the people of fire. The guy noted that he would need about a month, or even 2, before he reaches the Imperial city. The guy decides to analyze all the costs of the SU sect. He was also not happy with the parting with the girl and wanted to stay for a while. He also observes that where he has to get too dangerous, because many of the people of fire had experience, and at least the 6th stage of the transformation of the origin. He recalled the destruction of Zhang's sect, and the fact that being a leader in the 5th stage, he did not receive a scratch from his powerful spell. He understood that since Zhang was in the 5th stage, then the 6th leaders would be able to deal with him easily. He slowly but confidently continued to move towards the border of the people of fire, and he notices a small building on the border. The flag raised at the entrance showed that this building was only an ordinary tea, which the guy desperately did not have enough at this time. Having stepped closer, he asks the old man to bring him a cold drink and quickly. With a friendly face, the elder does not understand what the guy was talking about, explaining that he has only tea. Having swung, he decides to change the order and asks to bring him any tea. He begins to yawn from his order to be tired. Somewhere nearby, the sounds of hooves and a guard were sounded, demanded everyone to give way immediately. The inhabitants looked around the luxurious carriage, gradually parted by letting the TU. One of the resident, noting a luxurious carriage, suggests that there is a noble lord, or more inside. Without turning to the carriage, he continues to look at one point. The carriage sharply rushed near the guy's table, but he did not try to react. The wagon from the girl slowly passes by, which he completely did not pay attention to the guy. The princess is interested in her friend. She remembers whether she is still a Zuo. The girl was puzzled by this because all people discuss this person in the border zone. She believes that rumors about the guy are exaggerated, and he could not even physically kill so many people. The princess agrees with her friend, because the guy just ran away and did not take anything from the sect. The princess adds that she was already familiar with him 6 years ago. The girl is interested in the son-in-law, which the emperor sent to the lands of fire. She confirms the guesses of the girl, adding that he was already dead. The girl asks if the princess is sure that the guy died. The princess repeatedly confirms, referring to the words of eyewitnesses not so long ago. She decides to freeze from the words of the princess. Turning her head back in the window, the girl recalls how she had previously met with him, noticing his good character. The girl was sorry to listen to such a painful fate. The princess claims that he will never forget the guy and will keep him in the heart. The girl is interested in why the princess does not want to stop everything that is happening. The princess tells her version of events with a slightly different outcome, which was more sad. The girl noted that the concubine of Huan was previously with him in charm. The princess explains that she cannot contradict the ambitions of her father. She finishes the dialogue, realizing that everything is a cruel reality. The girl again looks out the window. The girl is visited by a thought, and she offers to find out more about him and all rumors about him. The princess does not see anything interesting in this, believing that the name is nothing more than a coincidence. The princess noted that at that time he had already lost all his skills and could not use magic due to the lack of spiritual power. The girl agrees with the princess. At this moment, the carriage finishes passing the border zone, heading in an unknown direction. At this moment, he still fights the monster for himself. Applying his two-handed sword, he easily cuts the monster in half. He brings a sword over his head for a final blow. With all his strength, the guy hits his ground on the ground without leaving, and the chances of salvation by the monster. Having finished the battle, he wipes sweat from his forehead with fatigue. He gradually begins to receive his experience in the murder of such a ferocious monster. The system announces an event that should be expected in 7 days. Since his master chose 5 elements of art, then he will have access to complexity, hell. Sharply do not understand where from all sides he surrounds the sectarians in white hoodies. The sectarians silently watch the guy's actions, which he a little alert. He silently continues to look at strange sectarians. The sectarians, in turn, also examine the guy closely. Without noticing the desired goal and danger in general, all sectarians quickly leave the guy and go in an unknown direction. Na begins to think about such a strange meeting, analyzing who those sectarians could be. Realizing that he had not met earlier, he decides to score for it and return to the city. Along the way, he stumbles on the wheel in appearance recently falling off. Following the wheel, he notices a carriage covered by a flame without any people. He did not quite understand why the wagon previously passing next to him was already lies in the fire. Taking his two-handed sword, he decides to find out the reason for the fire of the cart. He begins to analyze the cause of the fire and where people could go. He suggests that those sectarians in white hoodies and red masks were chasing people sitting in a carriage. At that moment, the sectarians in white hoodies continued to patrol the area in search of the princess. One of the sectarians, without observing the princess, flies by. The princess and her friend do not move, continuing to sit in the bushes near the burned carriage. The girl did not understand why the sectarians from a metal nation declared a hunt for them. The princess analyzing what the sectarians look like. It suggests that these were the murderers of the Tian Sha who were at the initial stage of the emergence. The girl was not knowing this sect decides to ask the princess about Tian Sha. The princess notes white hoodies and red masks in sectarians, which the Tian Sha sect has always used. The princess decides to act and move on, because they should not be linger in one place. The princess recalled her deceased Narrowed, who at any moment was ready to save them. The princess explains to her friend that she is the goal, and luring the sectarians will let her friend run away. The girl claims that she will be with the princess forever, and will not leave her even in difficult times. The princess was struck by the courage of her novices and part-time friend. The princess also distinguished the stubbornness of the girl and the power of the spirit like herself. The princess slowly stands behind the tree looking around. The princess gives her hand to her novice and helps him to get up. Girls slowly but confidently begin to move from shelters to shelter, getting to the chatter of the city. The girl decides to support the conversation by the fact that she still believes that he is alive and fully complies with the criterion that he owned before they met. The princess, not wanting to listen about, he asks the girl to forget about the guy and continue to move. The princess claims that she hoped to see in her husband's much more unusual than a person than he is. At that moment, in front of the girls there was a loud explosion. Lying trees in the district. A huge snake located in front of the girls loudly hissed on those. At this moment, not understand where, and he himself appears with his wishes to kill a miserable monster. Having taken advantage of his sword, he throws herself on a snake, cutting it with only one blow. The girls looked in amazement at the mysterious savior. Having finished dealing with the monster, he raises his head and watches two girls who, in his opinion, were hostages of the attack. The girls in bewilderment continue to look at the mysterious savior. He sharply turns to the girls with his back, wanting to put on a mask that hides his appearance. He asks the system to purchase a mask and put on the one as a new person. He took the mask, instantly clings to his face. The girls did not understand how the guy was at the stage of the golden nuclei to kill the monster with only one blow. The princess decides to turn to the mysterious savior with a request to stay and help them in salvation. Having changed in the face, he turns to the girls interested in the girls. What can he do? The guy's face was so attractive that any girl appreciated his appearance. The princess was slightly embarrassed by such a beautiful guy. He accrued a small number of stiffness glasses for this. The girl was embarrassed by the presence of such a beautiful man. The princess could not believe that there were people of such an attractive appearance. The princess, standing under a small wind, watches the guy's developing hair and how calm he was looking at her. The princess continued to analyze the appearance of the guy and his facial features. Everything that was present at the guy attracted her. The girl gradually began to fall in love with an unknown guy, suggesting that anyone could succumb to the charm of the guy. The princess's friend approached the guy, decides to speak with him. The princess still could not look away from his charming appearance. The girl decides to tell everything and how exactly they fell into the forest. The girl asked the guy to help them accompanied, and in return, generously reward him. He, realizing that the girls are not, and the Imperial Palace begins to agree with the decision to spend girls to the city. He decides to ask who people are in white hoodies and red masks and why they haunt them. The girl is surprised that he also met with white hoodies. He waves off the girl and undertakes to accompany those to the city until they get into safety. In the end, the girl smiles in the end. That is why he receives an additional 70 points of cruel actions. The princess still silently looked at the guy, unable to look away. The princess thanks the guy, embarrassed for his kindness in such a difficult situation. He begins to accompany the girls into the depths of the forest. Those, in turn, dutifully follow an unknown savior. In the moment, one of the girls decides to withdraw to talk. The guy turns to the girls. The girl is interested in the unknown, how she should contact the guy. It seems to be a fictitious name from the fraction of exploding heaven. Girls ask about the fraction of the exploding heaven, as if before they have never heard of such a sect. It seemed that the girls also drew attention to his name, clarifying if those previously his name had heard. The girl explains that earlier she already had a friend named Zui. He, understanding what everything leads to, decides to complete the conversation and continue to move through the forest. He knew who exactly he accompanied and what was waiting for those in the future. Determining the fire and gaining a little water in the vessel, the guy puts him to bask. He also succeeded in the capture of food. Preparing the chicken, the guy prepared those for cooking. He believes that they should not rush and eat well until the next day. The guy also offers girls to swim in the nearest stream. The girl, laughing, asks the guy not to worry about them because they were in order. It seemed strange because before he did not meet girls who did not like cleanliness. At the end of cooking, he divides food into all three. The princess noticed a delicious smell published from chicken. The girl took one chicken to her princess in order to reinforce her. The princess, in turn, rejects her friend's offer, noting that she is from the royal family and will not eat such food. He, convinced of his guesses, clarifies those families from the royal Lee girls. The girl, realizing that this can create problems for them, immediately to deny. The princess understands that she was mistaken and began to fall in. He abruptly gets up from behind the fire, overturning the vessel with water. He repeatedly clarifies whether the royal family of the girlfriend and who she was. He applies the spell, directs him to the girl. The princess was trying to understand that after he heard, the guy wants to do with her. He, with the help of magic, hits the princess in the face with a whip blow. The princess begins to cough strongly from the flow of water. The girl runs up to the princess, wanting to help him. The girl begins to understand that the guy was not ordinary passers-by. The princess, using his position, demands that the guy calm down and behave more tactfully, because she is from the royal family and he can easily kill all his family members. He does not act on such manipulations that he is the only one who remained from his family. He decides to demonstrate his real appearance, so that the girl finally understands who he was. He talks about all the suffering through which the last carrier of the body has passed. He adds that after the death of the guy, his body merged with his consciousness and left all the memories of the past life. He holds the mask in his hands, expecting a reaction from the girls. He, mocking the girls, is interested in the princess, whether she forgot his real appearance so quickly. The girl could not believe what she saw, because the real he was dead for a long time. The girl calls the protagonist by name, realizing that it was he. He lowers the eye to the ground with an embittered face. The guy asks for why the girl believed that it was impossible, because the heavens themselves gave him a second chance. He calls on his two-handed sword in order to deal with the family of the Emperor of the People of Fire. He wanted to finish the reign of the G family of a fiery nation once and for all. Having directed the sword to the prince, the girl sharply covers with that her body, not wanting to allow him to kill the princess. The girl asks the guy to stop, recalling that he promised to bring them to the city safe. He, with a serious face, explains the simple truth, namely, that he does not always keep his words. The girl asks to wait for Sue so that the guy would be patient and listen to her truth. The princess, realizing that they have no other choice, decides to use magic. The princess calls for a flute in her hands, adding that the G family does not need to explain to the homeless orphan. The princess begins to play strange music on the flute, attracting the attention of everyone in the district. The sectarians in white hoodies begin to feel a strange wave emanating from the depths of the forest. All sectarians stopped abruptly and turned into the opposite side. The sectarians noted that the sound was made by a jade flute of the people of the sun, which meant the presence of a princess still in the forest. Yue understands that the girl in this way tried to attract attention to the sectarians. At this moment, sectarians in white hoodies, in an attempt to kill the princess first, jumped out of the forest. One of the sectarians, without taking Shu at the stage of the golden nucleus, declares the princess that she was driven in the corner and will be immediately eliminated. Sue, with a grin, agrees that the girl's plan is really good, but he could not allow other people to kill the girl. He drives away all sectarians from the camp with a whip. At the same second, Zhui applies a spell and calls for ice fire, which was supposed to finish a short battle. The sectarian, still without perceiving Shui for the opponent, immediately moves in an attack. The guy increases his magical technique at spraying the one in the region. Waves of ice fire captured one after another sectarians in hoodies. All sectarians instantly were covered with ice without signs of life and the chances of salvation. The ice floes gradually began to crack. All the killed sectarians no longer felt pain. The ice floes instantly scattered, as if there were no sectarians initially. The princess understands that now she was left against Shui one-on-one. The princess did not plan to escape. She was only worried about one question: how the guy managed to survive. C, coming close enough, grabs the girl by the throat and lifts it in front of her. The princess, being above the ground, began to choke slowly. Shui was soullessly to look at the defenseless girl. He is interested. Why can he not kill the girl if it is the will of heaven? The princess's friend was powerlessly watched what was happening. The guy, with a mockery, tells the princess that the day came when he would destroy the entire nation of fire. The girl tries to justify her actions at that moment, pointing to his hopeless position when Shui was poor. He did not understand that the girl tried to say so rude words. He throws the girl to the floor, interested in whether they can save that wealth and status in such a situation. The guy decides not to dwell on this, but he did not want to kill the princess right away. The girl, falling to the ground, began to cough hard. He repeatedly declares that he plans to kill the girl for a long time and painfully. The girl, lowering her head, does not dare to say something in response. The princess's friend continued to keep silently to observe what was happening. The guy adds that death will be the most painful punishment for the girl. He approaches the fire and picks up the fallen chicken, wanting to use it again. Zhu shows the girl's chicken previously prepared for girls. The girl was interested in the princess what they should do this time. The princess, not seeing another chance, decides to take advantage of the wine received by the people. The girl asks the princess not to risk it like that, because the wine was poisonous, and if Shui finds out, then they will not be greeted. The princess assures that there is no other way out for her, how to try to poison the guy. The girl repeatedly tries to dissuade the princess from such a reckless decision, because Zhui was especially smart and dangerous than ordinary sectarians. The princess, bowing his head, believes that Shui remained her faithful until the end of her life. She also said that it was the concubine who was dressed as a princess and buried the guy. The girl believes that because of the remaining feelings, Shui still does not kill her and wants to punish her. The princess's friend was still not pleasing to such an outcome of events. The girl gathered her thoughts and decides to use the stored wine, because this could be the only opportunity to save. The girl did not want to allow the complete destruction of the people of fire. The princess applies her stored ring. The girl brings her hand to the princess, to which she repels the concubine. A vessel with wine appears in the princess's hand, on which she also imposes a spell. The girl for the last time asks the princess to change his mind and not try to poison Sue. The girl grabs the princess for her dress, but this does not stop her. The princess repeatedly asks to release it to implement a pre-war plan. Going to Shui, the girl believed that only her father could kill the guy without any difficulty. The princess planned to kill the guy for the second time with his own hands. Shu pays attention to the princess coming to him. The girl carries in 2 hands an unknown drink that the guy notices. The girl turns to the guy to join. The princess is trying to put pressure on the guy, and his hopelessness in such a harsh world. The girl recalls that earlier they spent 6 years together, and they cannot simply be taken and forgotten. The princess holds out 1 glass of wine to the guy so that Shui drank with her. The princess invents the ceremony in which their bonds of marriage will instantly dissipate after eating wine, and he will not have to kill it later. He carefully considers everything said to the girl. The princess experiencing, he continues to stand in anticipation of a decision. The princess suggests that she was mistaken, and the guy completely lost her feelings for her, and all 6 years drooped into oblivion. He states that he has a principle to which he adheres to. He adds that he does not drink with 2 types of people, namely the dead and the dissolute, noting that the princess is suitable for both criteria. The girl, unable to withstand insults in her direction and forgetting, tries to offend the guy in response. He, pointing with a finger at the princess, reminds what position at the moment is at the moment. The girl continues to hold 2 containers with wine, suggesting that she was opened, but with a desire to try again. The girl, gritting her teeth, states that the only mistake of Za all her life was to marry such an unpleasant person. The girl adds that she wants to terminate their bonds and not stay with him until his death. The girl has tears on her face. She's interested in whether the guy will approve her last request. Tears slowly flew along the princess's innocent cheek. 1 tear fell in front of the girl's feet. He comes closer to see the sincerity in the face of the girl. He decides to agree with the girl and terminate their bonds once and for all. A small smirk appeared on the girl because she managed to mislead. The girl conveys the desired container with poison. He, taking the container, decides to consider the presence of poisons or other harmful substances. Having taken advantage of the system, he asks the one to evaluate the liquid in the container. The system dutifully talks about the contents in its container. The system also adds that he can easily deprive the girl of abilities if he personally gives a drink to a girl. He decides to clarify that at that moment the princess was in a container. The system reports that the girl's wine was ordinary. He uses the spell and changes the liquid in containers in places. The girl, not suspecting that she drinks all the poison drinks in 1 gulp, he made sure that his liquid is also safely drinking it in 1 gulp. A smile slowly cut through the princess's face, because in her opinion the plan worked. The girl does not immediately decide to inform the guy, expecting side effects about liquid. The princess with a mockery tells that the guy drank poison and soon lose all his abilities and skills. He clarifies with a smile that the princess meant these words. The concubine slowly approached the princess, wondering what was happening. The girl, mocking the guy, decides to tell her entire plan and how slowly the guy will rot. The girl with a smile recalls that it was this wine that he drank and therefore will be dead before he tries to kill her. With a smile, he assures that he drank the wine based on yin-yang. He tells the girl that he drank absolutely simple wine, which amazes the girl. He calls the princess a heartless woman with a mockery. The princess still could not understand how the guy managed to find out the contents of the container. He reminds the girl that she had previously planned to harm him and decided on this act again. He, with a grin, explains that he initially pulled out the girl's plan and now wants to look at the torment of the princess. The girl does not understand what the guy is talking about and what torment. The concubine also runs up and is interested in the guy that he added to the wine besides poison. He throws a saucer from which he drank wine to the ground. He slowly gets up, saying that he had changed the wine with a spell. The guy slowly approaches the princess and takes the one by the face. He suggests that soon, unable to restrain himself from the temptation, the girl herself will begin to take off her clothes. The princess blushes his hand, blushing, and backs back. The girl gradually begins to feel the heat inside herself, because of which the princess begins to be nervous. He, with a serious face, reminds the girl that he warned of the consequences if she tries to do something. The girl begins to breathe hard. All her clothes begin to gradually get wet with severe heat. Exhausting, the girl slowly begins to fall to the ground, losing consciousness. The concubine was embarrassed by the behavior of the princess and did not know what to do in this case. Unable to withstand the princess, the girls fall to the ground together. He is amazed at the princess's wild feelings since she decided to attack her friend. The guy begins to go back to stand aside. The princess begins to touch her friend, unable to restrain her feelings. The concubine, unable to withstand such a shame, uses the spell with his hand causing water. The girl directs the spell to her friend, pushing her back. The girl puts the princess into the water sphere, restraining her animal instinct. He was slightly amazed that the concubine from the people of the water. The princess, leaning against the wall of the sphere, silently watched the guy. The girl is powerlessly falling to his knees in front of him, asking the princess to help and remove the spell from that. He explains that he does not see the need for this, and will only be glad if the princess dies in torment. The girl repeatedly asks to save the princess in return, offering all her development of cultivation and spiritual root, as well as other privileges that she is able to provide. He refuses development and a possible slave. The guy was not very interested in this. The girl is confused to ask what exactly the guy wanted to get for the salvation of the princess. Having taken up the chin, he pondered everything slightly. He claims that he is only interested in one defeat. He sits on the log and decides to tell the girl the artifact of interest to him. He asks the girl to bring a map of imperial tombs of the people of fire and water in return for the salvation of the princess. The guy gives a word and reaches out with the conditions that if a girl fulfills her part of the persuasion, he will let the princess let go. The girl understands that if she agrees, her actions can lead to chaos inside the empires. The girl also notes that before that everyone who tried to get to the imperial tombs had no longer returned. The princess at that moment continued to be in the water sphere and asked her friend to help. He stares at the girl in anticipation of a positive answer and the cards brought. The princess repeatedly asks the girl to help her, adding that she feels bad. The girl realizing that she is powerless before he agrees to this condition. He takes out a small pebble, calling him the soul of the souls of 3 corpses, which will be their contract. The girl immediately takes the ball and swallows. He explains that after that, if the girl tries to deceive him, then only by the power of thought he will kill her. After that, he dispels the sphere. Where was the princess? The girl immediately begins to fall powerlessly to the ground. At the last moment, he catches the princess and holds with a grin in his arms. He puts his boyfriend in his mouth, which the princess immediately feels. In the moment, do not understand how the princess overturns and sits on him from above. He himself was slightly embarrassed, because this feeling was previously unprecedented, and he was amazed at such a strange touch to another person. The concubine turned away, standing aside, waiting for the couple to finish disperse the attached spell on the girl. The princess silently expected when the guy would do everything. The girl still could not control her body. The girl asks he not to stop and continue to administer her body. He and the girl began to move in time as if music played on the background. Having finished, and the girl plunges into a loving kiss, which dragged on slightly. The concubine, without restraining his shame behind the princess, covers his face. Without restraining his feelings, he overturns the girl on the grass and becomes from above. The princess is breathing heavily because of the acting poison. The girl's face blushed strongly with embarrassment. He, realizing that he has no other choice, nevertheless decides to make what he has begun. The fusion of 2 bodies from which everyone around could hear obscene sounds made by a girl begins. The princess, despite her genealogy, could not restrain his emotions from his actions. He grabbed the grass and continued to expel demons from the princess with the help of his magic wand. The girl screamed loudly for the last time, after which a grave silence came in the whole forest. The concubine, hidden behind the tree nearby, embarrassed, expected when he would finish and come to her. Having finished ritual actions, he is half naked from a strong heat come out to the girl, which slightly scares her. He put the elbow on the tree, announces that he managed to save the girl from painful death. The concubine thanks the guy for his work. He adds with a serious face that he later plans to go to the Imperial city, and by that time the concubine should already get for him a map of Imperial tombs. The concubine, rising from behind the tree, begins to go to the princess, saying that she remembers the agreement perfectly, and she should not threaten. The concubine approaches the princess and decides to help him after a potent magic. The princess, in an unconscious position, lies in the hands of the concubine. He watched the girls grin slightly from the work done. He felt something strange, looking around, starting to suspect that a man was nearby at the stage of transformation of the emergence. The concubine asks the guy to leave, because the princess previously informed the nearest city about the aid signal to which several cultivators came. He, praising his skill, notes that he is not scared by cultivators even at the initial stage. The concubine looks at the guy. The girl understood that the guy really was not joking. He takes off into the air and asks to forget about everything that happened to them and fulfill the promise in the near future. He also adds to the girls that it will not be difficult for him to kill girls with only 1 power of thought. The girls understand that they are in a serious danger, but they do not dare to say that either. The next day, he is on a tree alone, sorting out objects in his inventory. The system calculating the chance of success tells the guy about the new offer to acquire new relics and equipment. Having moved to the armor section, he considers new levels of armor and their appearance. The whole current armor was useless, and the newer was more expensive and looked more impressive for its level. Having looked at the novelties in the armor, he understands that most of them he had previously met in the games of his past life and knows their characteristics by heart. He analyzes every armor in order to choose the battle of the course style of the battle needed under his current style. Having finished analysis, he acquires armor in 500 points. He was glad that he managed to acquire such useful armor under his current battle style. He infuriated that his need for glasses did not justify his zeal in search of new monsters. He decides to find a new way to earn glasses while he expects a concubine with the maps of Imperial tombs. At this moment, several cultivators underwent a sect that were previously unknown under the tree. One of the cultivator was inspired by such an early set in the sect of the Valley of the Incense of the Sky. All three were in a hurry to register participation in the tests. The second cultivator said that they already knew about one of the first tests that they should have passed as soon as possible. The cultivators continued to carefully go towards the sect, without suspecting that at that moment he watched them. He notes that this test for him can be more than entertaining in the near future. One of the cultivators stops noting the unknown figure a few meters from the group. Cultivators immediately notice a strong aura emitting from an unknown man with snow, white hair, and bloody red dress. Cultivators, realizing that a man is not a threat, immediately welcomed that each by name. One of the cultivators, with curiosity, is interested in whether such a strong cultivator plans to take part in testing in the local sect. The man seems to be Huawu Tue, adding that he is also in a hurry for testing, but does not know where to go. He gives a good aura out of himself, asks the cultivators of help accompanied to the place of tests. One of the cultivators is interested in the rest, whether they are not averse to helping a man accompanied. The cultivator was flattered by the so polite Hua, and his serious look more like an experienced and tempered cultivator. He, hiding behind the disguise, continues to play the role of a non-existing man. He learns that the sect of the Valley of Heavenly Incense was one of the 3 largest sects in the Fiery Nation, which gained students every 100 years. He also learns that the set consisted of many tests that checked skills and readiness for all cultivators. Many cultivators are not able to get the keys to the solutions of all trials, and are eliminated in the first difficulty. A group of cultivators quickly arrives at the barrier of this sect through which everyone had to go. A strong fiery glow appears in the face of cultivators. One of the cultivators begins to cough loudly, giving a signal to his friends. In front of the cultivators, there was a huge fiery wall, which each of the participants was supposed to pass without anyone's help. Cultivators are interested in whether he prepared an artifact to protect and overcome the firewall. He immediately explains that he was not preparing at all for such simple tests. One of the cultivator offers to borrow his artifact to overcome such a dangerous test in his opinion. The cultivator extends the artifact, explaining the properties of this. He thanks the cultivator for kindness and help, but he kindly refuses to explain that he himself can calmly go through the firewall. One of the cultivator he asks not to assert himself, because the artifact proposed previously was rare and had any value. He, with a grin, asks the cultivators not to worry about him, because the guy had everything under control. The cultivator grows his teeth because of the arrogant he and decides to go first. The cultivator uses its prepared artifact and begins to pass through the purple sphere of the wall of fire. The cultivator says goodbye to his comrades, offering to meet on the other side. The second cultivator, using an artifact in the form of a lamp, is also directed to the wall of fire. A guy with little effort and a little weaker artifact also successfully passes the wall of fire. The last cultivator is saying to him, and he proposes to stop wasting time and meet on the other side. He asks the cultivator to also hurry to go through the wall of fire so that he does not accidentally damage the topics. The cultivator does not fully understand how exactly he planned to undergo this test. The cultivator uses its artifact and also enters the wall of fire. The cultivator says goodbye to him and asks to protect himself until their next meeting. He gets a few stiffness points for his insolence and self-confidence with cultivators. The entire floor under the wall of fire was covered with hot lava, which he himself had already determined. Several caretakers at this time watch the passage of the first test. One of the caretakers notes that they still have not been able to find weak cultivators who would not be able to pass the wall of fire. The girl explains that most of the cultivators were prepared in advance, and the informant was directly among them. The caretaker, using the sphere, asks her girlfriend to observe the fact that the unknown guy was still at the beginning of the first test. The girl notes that he was quite attractive, but without a chance of passing this test. At this moment, 2 of the 3 cultivators already managed to go through the first test. Both cultivators could not get enough that they managed to go through the wall of fire. Then one and the third cultivator of the group come out of the wall, welcoming the rest. All of them exchange their impressions of passing the firewall. The group decides to continue moving further towards registration. One of the cultivators is asking to wait, because he was still somewhere in the wall of fire. Cultivators believe that since he abandoned the artifact, he has no chance of passing a fiery wall. Two cultivators, not wanting to wait for a presumptuous guy, are heading towards registration. At the entrance, the caretaker notifies the cultivators that they should be registered further. One of the caretakers becomes a pity that he was actually just a window dresser and could not pass the firewall. At that moment, he was still at the start of the test, thinking about what to apply. When he addressed the system, he is interested in whether all participants have passed the firewall, to which he receives an affirmative answer. He understands that he was now able to apply his methods to pass the first test. He takes out his two-handed sword and applies a spell on it. He waves his sword, creating a strong flow of wind to dispel the low-level spell of the fiery wall. With a cry, "Open it!" he waves his sword, spreading the fiery wall in half. In the area of the firewall, an explosion sounded strongly power. All participants in the moment are very twitching, paying attention to the first test. In the area where the fiery wall was previously located, only small lights on a huge ditch remained. He was not very happy with this outcome, because he had to use only a quarter of his strength. Cultivators in the field of registration could not believe what they saw. In the moment, using the zero-gravity spell, he easily gets to the place of registration of cultivators. He easily lands next to the cultivator awaiting he at the end. He could not recover after what he saw. He only smiled carelessly at a group of cultivators, pretending that there was nothing special in his actions. The cultivator with a smile highlighted his unusual approach to passing the wall of fire. Having appreciated a good gesture, he asks not to flatter him because it was a fairly easy test for him. The caretakers could not understand what they should have done further after the destruction of the first test. The girl with horror notes that this has never happened before their tests. At this moment, one of the elders arrives in order to find out about the past explosion. The man is interested in the caretakers what happened, and what kind of strong vibration went in the field of the first test. Girls are trying to explain about a recent event. Girls add that it was one of the participants who created this with the first test. The elder was not satisfied with such a situation, wanting to meet with that violator. At this moment, carefree, he approaches the organizer, deciding to ask those. He carelessly and friendly decides to turn to one of the organizers with the question of where they should go for further registration. A man with a serious face decides to ask him if he destroyed the fiery wall with his attack. He did not see anything special in his actions as a man not to embarrass him. The man in the moment is annoyed by frivolity and friendliness after his action, because of which he breaks into the guy. The caretaker claims that all participants are removed from participation in tests because of him. The whole group of cultivators was struck by such news. It changes sharply in the face of a more serious one. The caretaker demands that the violators do not go anywhere, because their elder will deal with them and punish them. In his thoughts, one of the cultivators understood that they had the end after this, and now they lost the only chance to attend trials. He calmly decides to call the leaving caretaker to himself. He looks at the caretaker with a serious and slightly frightening gaze. The guy asks the question about exactly where it was indicated that it is forbidden to destroy the firewall. All caretakers understood that they had no such rule, because no one expected that there would be a participant who was able to destroy the firewall. He points to the hole in the rules, continuing to seriously look at all the caretakers. He maliciously shows to the floor and demands that all the caretakers bow their heads as an apology. The elder could not say anything in the strongest stupor. One of the cultivator understood that the caretaker held a high position in the sect, and he was truly insane, demanding such actions from that. Other cultivators continued to watch him in a little fear. The cultivator comes closer to him, believing that he lost his mind in the edge, demanding such low actions from the elder. The caretaker sharply took off into the sky, leaving only dust behind him. The elder could not dare to endure all the humiliations from a self-confident kid deciding to apply his abilities. He calls on his two-handed sword, wanting to enter the battle with the elder. The elder, without noticing all his strength, he still decides to repulse a self-confident guy. In the area where he stood, a strong explosion occurs from the attack of the elder. The caretaker, worried about the elder, screams in the trail. The elder manages to avoid death by jumping to a safer distance. Sticking a step away from the death of the elder, begins to understand that he was actually very strong, and at any moment he could kill a man. Turning to the elder, decides to ask why the elder tried to kill him, not to convince the guy. He adds that he is actually very disappointed in the Valley of Heavenly Incense. The elder could not survive such humiliation by making his face with anger. Suddenly, an unknown man shouted to the elder to close his mouth over the cultivators. He pays attention to the unknown. A man who is in the sky demands that the elder immediately apologizes to their guest. The elder understands that the older cultivator of the sect entered their conflict. The caretakers were no less surprised by the presence of a man. He with a smirk observes that among the sect there is still a more tactful person. The elder, realizing what position he immediately tries to justify his actions. The elder demands that the elder close his mouth and immediately apologize to him. Excuses were not important to a man. The elder, lowering his head, gritted his teeth from a strong malice to everything that was happening. Frozen his pride, a man through power still apologizes to him. Without ceasing to show his dominance, he declares that their battle did not lead to anything, because his opponent was actually very weak. He pointed to a finger on an unknown man, decides to call him to himself. He tells the man that he wants to fight the duel with that, and then he will not require all the caretakers to kneel. The man descends from the sky and stands in front of him. The elder claims that this is not necessary, and when the guy passes all the trials, they will have enough time for training battles. He thought in his thoughts that he would never join the garbage valley of heavenly incense, and came to tests only in order to act really hard. The eldest suggests going immediately to the third test, explaining that it is in the second test that everything depends on good luck. A group of cultivators who came with, he could not expect that the second test can be avoided, as the level of passage is too low due to good luck. The eldest continues to look into the eyes of a guy waiting. He also looks at the elder, pretending to analyze this proposal. He asks not to worry about it, explaining that for him there will not be every test, and even the second. He acquires his cultivator's partner, offering this together to sign up for a second test. The cultivator does not stop smiling from a strong awkwardness, but in his thoughts, the guy understood. He did not know at all, because they were familiar with only half a day. The elder again tries to indicate that he broke the firewall and should be punished for this. The elder again demands that all the caretakers cover their mouths. The eldest angrily hints from the elders that their water empress is an audience in the cultivator tower, and that should go there. Unable to argue with the elder, the man agrees to leave the tests. In his thoughts, the eldest understood that he was too strong, because he was at the 5th level of the original stage, and he not to defeat the guy alone. All cultivators begin to gather in the registration zone in anticipation of the next test. Near the gate of the second test, a rather impressive number of people crowded. The caretaker who is at the gate asks the participants in silence, in order to tell all the rules of participation in the second test. The girl notifies everyone that for 12 hours, the participants will have to find a star bowl. He also carefully listens to all the rules. The girl demonstrates how exactly this flower looks like, indicating its healing indicators, and an extremely difficult opportunity to find. The cultivator offers it to be combined with their group and find 2 more participants to pass this test. At this moment, he analyzes this test and all development options. He imperceptibly decides to ask the system whether the purchase in the system is available in the system. The system conducts a short search for this plant, notifying that 10 such flowers will cost only 1 stiffener. He begins to understand that this test will be too easy for him. He puts his hand on the shoulder of the cultivator who came with him and asks to step aside. The cultivator does not quite understand what he planned. The guy offers the cultivator to make him a company and start the search for herbs only together. He thanks the cultivator for this proposal, but notes that for the entire group of 6 people, will have to find only 1 flower, which increases the chance of being in a large detachment. With a smile, he refuses to act in a large group, indicating that the location of the flower is only fate. He says goodbye to the cultivators, wanting to act in this case alone. The group who came with the cultivator is interested in his friend, which he left so quickly. The guy explains that he is doing to act alone. The guy, counting he is not entirely adequate, offers his friend to continue the search for new people in his team. He slowly approaches one of the first to the beginning of the tests and receives his group number. The caretaker is interested in whether he really wants to act alone. He nods approvingly without observing this. The rest of the cultivators standing behind continue to look at himself with bewilderment. He reminds himself that he arrived in this test only for the extraction of strict actions. For all emotions received from other cultivators, he again receives stiffness glasses. He passes with his sign by the beginning of the tests. He passes the signs to the caretaker and expects when he is allowed to enter the test. After a short time, the man asks him to go through and start the second stage. He slowly goes to the second test. In the end, the caretaker asks him to try and within 12 hours to return to the entrance with a star bowl. He slowly continues to walk along the path. For the guy, this test did not represent any difficulty. because he could call the plant he needed at any moment. At that moment, a strange rustle sounded in one of the bushes. The girl, along with her partner, carefully examined the clearing nearby. The girl notices a star bowl right in front of them. Partners decide not to make noise in order to pick up a flower and not be attacked. The guy offers his partner to quickly pick up the flower, because she was quite clever and fast. The girl instantly agreed to clicks to the flower what he saw. The girl on the run leans to raise the same flower. The girl was the same sectarians from the heavenly sect, which, after destruction, was completely disbanded. All students of the heavenly sect were forced to look for a new refuge. The girl could not get enough of her find, looking at the beautiful glow of the plant. At this moment, two unknown people sharply decide to attack a defenseless girl. The girl's partner manages to warn the one of the impending danger. The girl in the last second dodges the direct blow of the unknown. The man sticks his spear with all his strength to the place where the flower needed by everyone was. A small cloud of dust rises into the air. The girl's partner is immediately interested in Lee. The girl continues not to look away from the unknown cultivators. The girl had a deep abrasion on her hand, but she chose to keep silent from a partner. One of the attackers with a mockery declares that his brother's method was effective and they managed to take the plant of the second stage. The bandits do not see the opponent in the cultivators of the opponent with their helplessness. The cultivator observing injustice claims that they were the first to find the plant. Both bandits laughed out loudly, interested in whether the guy was sure of his words. The man explains to stupid cultivators that only a few students will be able to get into the Valley of Heavenly Incense once every 100 years. A man takes out his spear and adds that at this stage he gets rid of such cultivators. The bandits begin to mock again. The girl is unable to tolerate humiliation, decides to apply her abilities to insane cultivators. There were several loud cotton in the area where the battle was supposed to pass. The bandits, without hesitation, decide to attach to cultivators and kill them on the spot. At that moment he felt a strange impetus. All the time of the second test he lay on a huge stone. He carelessly analyzed all participants. It was not difficult for him to apply the system and call on one flower to himself. He understood that the mountain had a closed shape, and it was impossible for all participants to find a flower for passing the second test. Nevertheless, he decides to use the system and call on 1,000 star muscantis in just 100 points. In the moment, hundreds of flowers sprinkled on him, covering his entire stone. He sits surrounded by stellar bowls, noting that the remaining participants were puzzled by the search for flowers, that the guy was on hand. He hears the strange sounds of the battle near himself in the moment. He wanted to follow the current battle, because this was the first fight for the entire test. One of the bandits delivers another blow to the cultivator. The cultivator hardly manages to block the bandit's blow, but he easily knocks out the sword from the hands of a man. A bandit is a cultivator's valley on earth and becomes from above. The man mocks the helplessness of the cultivator. Unable to look at a miserable cultivator, a bandit decides to end his sufferings. A sharp and whipped blow of one of the bandits throws back, which he did not expect at all. This bandit did not hurt much, and he managed to restrain his attack with his armor. The second bandit does not immediately understand what happened at the moment. He adds with a smile that they could easily solve conflicts peacefully. The bandits could not dare to humiliate them to some guy wanting to join him. He is interested in the girl whether she knows why the flower is called precisely a star bowl. The girl replies in confusion that he has no idea. The girl was not clear why the cultivator saved her. He decides to demonstrate to the girl with a grin the properties of the flower. He gets a few flower and, taking advantage of his abilities, lifts them up. The bandits were amazed that some miserable guy had as many as 3 star bowlings. With the help of magic, he raises all the above and higher these plants simultaneously using fire on them. He ends everything with a bright and exciting salute, which miserable bandits did not expect at all. The bandit overwhelmed the anger from the fact that he burned all the star bowl. The man wanted to get all the flowers. He decides to apply his two-handed sword in order to deal with bandits once and for all. He was no longer interested in these characters, as if he received the right points of cruelty. With a light movement of his hand, he scatters all cultivators. The bandits soullessly fall to the ground without signs of life. A pair of cultivators who fell into a trouble was amazed at the power of an unknown man. He throws his eyes on a couple of, deciding to help them nevertheless. He throws one of the flowers to the girl, adding that he had plenty of herbs to pass the second stage. He asks the girl to hide the flower so that other participants do not want to join them. The girl finally politely thanks the unknown savior. He remembered that this girl previously helped him with the salvation of the village of Panshan, and now he did not directly help. Another group supports the leader and decides to continue the search after a short rest. One of the men recalls about a strange guy who was the only one decided to go through a test alone. The man, deciding to cheer up his partners, believes that he alone has no chance of getting the right plant. The second cultivator, supporting the conversation, states that if he meets him, he will definitely try to take away the time from him. In the moment, the cultivator begins to feel someone's presence behind his back. Frightened by the cultivator jumps from the log and falls to the ground, crawling out of the side of the fire from fear. All cultivators revealed swords and prepared for the attack of the unknown. The shadow decides to clarify from the group whether they are looking for him. He himself turned out to be unknown. The guy repeatedly clarifies with the cultivator what he planned to do with him. The cultivator does not immediately manage to come to his senses, remaining shocked such sudden presence. The cultivator, having come to himself, requires him to intimidate it, indicating that the guy himself still did not find the right plant. Cultivators do not understand what he is trying to tell them this question. One of the cultivators suggested that he had gone crazy and began to crazy. The second cultivator supports his friend, adding that he could well go crazy because of the eternal search. He, continuing to mock the group, takes out several bowls and defiantly shows them. He takes out even more plants, showing his absolute dominance over the group. A group of cultivators could not believe that the guy alone managed to find so many flowers. With the help of his ability, he raises the miscanthus air, wanting to show really magic. He triggers a small light for a greater effect after the flowers. All flowers are blown up, showing a huge scale of salute. He calls this magic a miracle. Cultivators to the edge were suppressed that he simply destroyed the only useful thing in this test. He actively continued to light miscanthus one after another, making Bengal lights out of them. He amused the reaction of defenseless cultivators, who were unable to prevent him from destroying the plants. The whole sky was covered with salute, which he launched one after another, illuminating the entire nearest terrain. The cultivator continued to suffer from the destruction of their only chance to pass this test. One of the caretakers in a hurry goes somewhere. The elder suddenly stops. An opening man asks him to immediately let him in for the report. Entering the premises states that one of the participants in the second test simply burns all the bowls at a time. The elder could not believe what he heard because before this did not happen on their tests. The watchman adds to his report that he burned all plants only for pleasure, and in this method about 100 plants were destroyed. The elder could not believe what he heard. The man demanded that the rangers grab the offender and immediately lead to him. One of the cultivators, also not found miscanthus, is indignant that the unknown actively burns all the plants. The man believes that the unknown person is at the top of the mountain, wanting to defeat him and take the flower he needs. The man believes that it will not be difficult for them to overcome the frivolous he and pick up all his star bowls. At this moment, one of the caretakers comes to the test with a statement to immediately catch the offender. He continues to laugh carelessly from all over the circus that he managed to arrange. The system announces the presence of another 1,500 points at his disposal. He understands that continuing to mock weak cultivators is too profitable for him. Several cultivators come out of the forest, seeing the lonely. All cultivators were outraged that the guy simply spends all the stellar bowls. Another group of cultivators approaching the mountain, where he was accusing him of the same manipulations with miscanthus. One after another, various groups continued to come out of the forest. Gradually, he was surrounded by hundreds of different cultivators eager to get the same bowls. With a smile, he noticed such an accumulation of people. He was in his hand all this gathering of which ordinary cultivators did not understand. He begins to mock and mock the cultivators, causing them only aggression and the desire to kill the presumptuous guy. All cultivators shouted threats. He wanted to decapitate the guy and pick up the remaining bowls. Xiao Jiao, sending a finger to the cultivators, asks those to be patient until he recount everyone. He directed his finger up, notes that he had just 300 bowls. He lifts into the air the sphere filled with a large number of bowls. All participants were at a loss where such a simple guy could get all these bowls. Each of the groups considered all the bowls in spheres. Many of the cultivators have already thought about how to attack the guy in order to take everything to themselves. Others continued to guess how the guy alone managed to collect so many rare colors. One of the cultivators invites the guy to give all his bowls, promising that none of those present will touch. He ignored the cultural proposal, decides to ask his question. He was interested in whether they saw 300 bowls in one moment. Some cultivators immediately began to ask the guy to spare them and not burn the bowls. Others tried to threaten death after rash actions. Thirds were completely crushed by pity, asking to give flowers in return for good relations. Some cultivators were so desperate that they could not restrain emotions. He states that he also did not see such a spectacle and still decides to demonstrate. He clicks his fingers with a light movement of his hand. A light was lit in the guy's hands. All cultivators began to understand what everything was going to. Each of the cultivator was amazed at the actions and missed capabilities after this action. Suddenly, a strong outbreak occurs on the mountain, because of which many cultivators were forced to cover their face. He continued to direct fire towards the sphere. Cultivators did not know how to resist the guy for his defiant actions. He also announces another spell of light of stargrass. He again sets fire to the remains of flowers, because of which a more beautiful glow appears. He points with an index finger at the clouds where stellar bowls were located. He could not get enough of his genius to burn all the bowls at a time. Many cultivators continued to look silently at the missed opportunities. Only ash gradually settled next to the place of fireworks. He greatly amused the whole performance and reactions of the public. One of the cultivators with a shaking hand claims that he spent too much time to get on tests. Taking into a height, a man tries through emotions to attack him. The man could not forgive him for his actions, and then decides to kill him. Many cultivators, one after another, are trying to kill him for missed flowers. Having noticed an attack from all fronts does not immediately leave his secluded stone. Cultivators were decisive for a common purpose to kill him for his actions. A loud explosion sounded, and then a giant mushroom from the explosion rose into the sky. Many cultivators exposed their blades and rushed into battle without hesitation. Cultivators from previously conflicting tribes united for a common goal, namely, it is destroyed. The cultivators that he previously revered for his strength also decide to attack a soulless guy from hopelessness. There is another strong explosion in the area where he had previously stood. Stopping during the battle, the cultivators wondered if they managed to kill him. He with a grin calls his opponents weaklings, because they could not even hurt the guy. For each indignant cultivator, he accrues the glasses of cruelty. Cultivators desperately decide to attack, while he gives them the opportunity. Without any straining, he uses a barrier that blocks absolutely all attacks of low-level cultivators. One of the cultivators uses a strange spell on himself, and takes out a sword from the throat. The guy directs the sword to the area where he was the barrier, and shoots with the sword in that. The sword with a direct blow falls on the barrier, but does not leave scratches. The cultivators were desperate for their options, as they had to kill him. At this moment, under the barrier, he sorted out the inventory in search of the right item. He reviewed the blades and decides to purchase one of them. He had a plan on this occasion that required urgent use. The system makes a purchase and calls the blade in the hand. The wedge was a strange shape with gilding not characteristic of an ordinary knife. He decides to turn to the cultivators with a reminder who he really was. He was like a hellish hound rushed towards weak cultivators. He lands in the area where the most cultivators were scattering all Vokaruga. He quickly amazed every cultivator of the rising in his way. Not a single cultivator could even hurt the invincible master. He also easily cut both shields and body armor. Nothing could save him from the card. He gradually began to feel that his dagger was a continuation of his hand, and the tip was spent right in battle. He laughed loudly from such a weak and helpless battle. Many cultivators were amazed at terrible power to believe in what they saw. He continuing to need affects the next few cultivators. He continues to receive stiffness glasses from the system. He also simultaneously decides to apply small buffs on his blade. At this moment, he notices unknown figures in the sky. The caretakers ask to calm down all the cultivators due to the recent noise. One of the cultivator, without inventing anything better, begins to complain for impotence in front of him. The elder with a serious face calls him and claims that he went through the second test, offering to go along with the caretaker for the third test. He agrees with the decision of the senior cultivator. In his thoughts, the old man noticed that they were going to plant this cultivator. But everything had changed after a demonstration of his strength. The remaining cultivators were outraged that the elders simply closed their eyes at the dead cultivators. SE also reminds the elder that he still has not passed 2 more trials. He was indignant that the elders did not monitor compliance with the rules from the word at all. SE also recalls that at the first stage he was asked to jump through the third. The elder is in a stupor from the words of the guy. All cultivators were also perplexed from what they heard. He asks justice and hold the rest of the competition with dignity. He takes his head from so many swimmers at the same time because he only wanted to have fun. He removes his hand from his head, stating that he was disappointed in testing. In the moment, caretakers inform everyone that the time for the remaining participants is completed and the task is valid. He asks the remaining participants not to worry, after which rises high into the sky. He offers their last exit, namely to attack it and pick up a flower. Many cultivators could not believe that the guy was going to destroy all the remaining bowls. The other half of the cultivators suspect that the guy has been using artifacts all this time. He calmly stated that he only wanted to push his boundaries. From the unique, all the cultivators again plunged into the endless rage of which he sharply began to calculate a large number of points. Cultivators are equal to the fact that they have no other choice, how to finally deal with the guy. The caretaker decides to turn to her elder with a proposal. The caretaker offers not to intervene in this conflict and wait for the third test. All cultivators united rushed into the lonely hay. The caretaker is not able to observe the mockery of the guy begins to pray to herself. He knew that cultivators could not do anything to him, so he applies his branded spell. From his hands, the guy begins to radiate a strange glow. The glow gradually envelops the entire territory next to it, all cultivators instead of attacking sharply in defense. But as a result, everything was in vain, because with only one spell of all people he envelops next. The caretakers were shocked by the power of lonely standing. The guy was not embarrassed that he killed all cultivators. On the contrary, he stated that he became much stronger. He claims that at the second stage he does not hold anything more than him, and now he is ready to begin the third test. The elder gradually begins to enrage the arrogant behavior and how he relates to all the test. Having opened the system, he watches that he managed to collect a small amount of experience from the whole battle. He was also glad of such an amount because he came to tests only to have fun. He with a laugh goes towards the third test, wanting to go through it in the same way. On the way to the third test, a considerable number of cultivators gathered. Before the cultivators, there was a huge shower tower, where the third test was supposed to pass. The shower tower was actually the most valuable artifact of the Valley of Heavenly Incense, which was under high-level protection. Having arrived at the third test, caretakers gradually begin to tell the rules for passing the stairs. The caretakers also asked all participants to sign their wooden signs, which played a significant role in the test. Each of the participants must keep with them a sign, which will finally be fixed at the end of the test. The caretaker announces the start of the test, explaining that only 50 people will go at a time. The caretaker demonstrates 2 signs of previous participants and reports that everyone else was killed on the second floor of the shower tower. The caretaker congratulates 2 participants gathered before the 4th floor. All cultivators in waiting for their turn wanted the same success and themselves. One of the cultivators notices that one of the survivors of the beginning to move slowly. He thought in his thoughts that his soul was not so well tempered in such tests. The plate slowly continued to rise higher and higher. A man with each step stood at her more and more with difficulty. The man wanted to rise even higher and reach the 4th floor. The legs of the cultivator gradually began to shake with strong pressure. The cultivator's plate sharply fixed at the place of his last step and appeared on the outer wall of the Tower of the Soul. Several cultivators ran up and tried to help the fallen cultivator. He notes that the cultivator nevertheless managed to reach the 4th floor, assuming that he used the treatment technique. He understood that he should also achieve the maximum floor without any effort. The caretaker claims the recruitment of the following participants who entered the shower tower. The caretaker standing at the entrance to the shower tower recalls that the number of those included should not exceed 50 people. In response, the cultivators decided to mourn. It was not clear to the caretaker why there were still no people who wanted to enter the following. One of the cultivators, finding herself, is trying to explain that he wants to enter the next participants. It was not clear to the caretaker why everyone was afraid. The cultivator only laughed awkwardly. Another small group went to the caretaker and explained the strange participant named He, who killed more than 100 people in the second test. The caretaker is angry from the weak cultivators calling those underpants. The cultivators began to discuss something from their conversations. It was clear that none of them knew how exactly he looked. He approached closer, asks for permission to go to Basha's shower, holding out his number. One frightened cultivator looks at him. The rest of the crowd also pays attention to the already known in narrow circles of the killer. He calmly continues to look towards the shower tower. After completing the set of cultivators to watch or announces the beginning of the third test for the second group, the signs begin to disappear from the hands of all cultivators. The signs slowly climbed into the sky. I am going to a huge line, after which I fly up to the shower tower. One by one, cultivators entered through the entrance of the shower tower. From the hands of the guy also disappears a sign, I join the general colony. Sue's sign was one of the last, but this was not a bit embarrassed by the guy. Seeing how the others enter the temple, also decide to go after them. The guy slightly strains the unknown. I assume that he will calmly cope with this test. He slowly passes through the portal, entering another world. At first glance, it seemed to the guy that the test did not imagine, and he does not make any special efforts in spiritual energy. Suddenly, do not understand where the huge force of pressure fell on the guy, because of which he falls to his knees. The guy in horror holds his hands on the floor so that he does not completely fall on his stomach. The guy was not clear why such a force crushed against him, because this is just the first floor. All participants, having noticed a suffering guy, decides to mock Shu. Because he killed about 100 people only one test back. The man decides not to linger on a weak Shui for a long time, continuing to move to the top. Su did not understand why all the cultivators felt normally while he suffered. The system explains to its owner that his soul has not yet adapted to the new world, and it will take a little time. The system notified as a percentage when the guy approaches a normal feeling. Xiu continued to expect when his body adapts to the new world at that moment. Several more cultivators who decided to help Xiu came in, but after they found out who it went with a laugh. The guy enraged how other participants, he planned to take revenge on them on the way to the top. The system announces a successful adaptation to the new world, after which the guy cleared his throat slightly. Xiu slowly stands on both legs, wanting to catch up with his offenders. The system at this moment offers for a more successful adaptation to take a heavenly pill and strengthen the power of the soul, without hesitation of C, buys the right amount of pills. Successfully making a purchase in the system in the guy's hand, a small pill appears. Xiu immediately throws this transmission to strengthen the strength of the spirit. In the moment, Xiu begins to feel a surge of power responding to his greatness. The guys were slightly embarrassed that all the participants left him so quickly and continued to move up. Xiu stepped on the first step and decides to catch up with his offenders as quickly as possible and punish them for such a rude attitude towards him. Many cultivators have already managed to get to the second floor, and some of them felt weak in the body. One of the cultivators to notice that the pressure on the second floor is much more powerful than on the first, and we are already getting more difficult to get higher. Another cultivator from anger demanded that his opponent close his mouth because he was trying to focus on the test. Suddenly do not understand where all the participants appear from behind, and the Xiu himself requires that they stop. Rolling the sleeves of Xiu planned to punish with those rough power and throw them to the first floor. All cultivators who saw the guy were amazed that he was able to scream and even climb to the second floor after all efforts. One of the participants states that in this test it makes no sense to be angry because it was forbidden to fight the rules. It was not clear what purpose of this test was forbidden to fight. The man calls the guy a village manor, pointing to his stupidity, adding that this test was created to verify the strength of the soul and willpower. The guy was not clear where in the tower there were so many rules, asking the question of how to get around them and punish his offenders. Suddenly, one unusual idea appears in the guy's head. Xiu asks to skip it further as soon as possible to implement his plan. Climbing higher and higher than Su is interested in whether people are available over him. Upon learning that there is only a couple of Xiu people with a grin over him, he decides to climb a little higher over the main mass of the cultivator. Xiu calls for a small armful of firewood to implement his plan. The guy also calls on a small number of spices. It is not clear to the participants where the guy could take all this. You assume that he was, and before that carried everything he needed with him. Xiu also takes out the chicken, demonstratively showing it to other participants in the test. The cultivators in the moment stopped, not understanding what they were trying to show them, this Xue. One of the cultivators loses control over itself, from which it falls on the first floor with a roar. Once outside the tests and flew out on the second floor, the guy shouted that he wanted to file a complaint. The man runs up to the caretaker and claims that one of the participants confuses the other cultivators. All cultivators waiting for the next set are mocking the mediocre man and his weakness. One of the cultivators understood that it was Xue who had committed the act. The man began to tell with anger what happened in this tower and why he flew out. At this moment, on one of the floors of Xue, he began to prepare fried chicken with might and main attract other cultivators. Many cultivators could not cope with their feelings because this food was really tasty. Cultivators tried to restrain their emotions and their desires, but the cultivators were powerless from such an exquisite taste of chicken. One after another cultivators, they slowly flew out of the third test, having lost the only opportunity to enter the sect. One of the cultivators requires the opportunity to file a complaint against one of the participants and pass the test again. The man was angry into such injustice and inconsistency in the rules. The caretaker claims that the guy was too weak and therefore lost control of his body. The man could not control his emotions and wanted to return to this test. The man explains that it was because of the chicken wings that he felt in the third test they all flew out. The caretaker did not believe that it was because of the chicken wings that all participants flew out of the third test together. The rest of the participants who still decided to let the guy go forward rejoiced that they did not encounter him. The cultivators standing nearby began to discuss the guy and his origin. One of the elders approaches the caretaker and turns to him. The man offers the caretaker to open the window of the second floor and see what exactly was happening in the perfume tower. The man showing the tower also asks the caretaker to ventilate the second floor so that all the others can find out whether the words of the cultivators are really true. The caretaker agrees with the words of the elder and applies his equipment to the second floor. The caretaker using the spell checks what happens on the second floor. Yu in the moment also feels strange presence next to him. Xue notices a strange window and decides to look into it. The whole aroma that was on the second floor slowly leaving the window developed in the wind. The aroma slowly reached the very elder that he felt that. The man could not believe that he felt because it was a divine, delicious smell. Cultivators could not believe that chicken wings could smell like that. The elder gradually became clear why all the cultivators instantly flew out of the second floor. At this moment, he decides to wave the cultivator himself under the Tower of Spirits. In anticipation of the rest of the cultivators, everything continued to sit on the floor and eat chicken wings. One by one, cultivators gradually began to feel unknown, a delicious smell. Sue showed the chicken wings, showing my superiority. The guy ate as tastier as possible in order to attract the attention of all cultivators. The cultivators silently watched the guy eat chicken wings, unable to cope with this. Having bitten a small piece, the smell of chicken was dispelled throughout the second floor. Zhuai slowly swallows another delicious piece of chicken. Men continue to carefully look at the guy cope with their emotions. The elder decides to visit Shui, welcomes him and interests him what he is doing in the tower. The guy explains that he was hungry and decided to eat right in the tower. I am interested in whether this is forbidden by the rules. The man explains that this is not prohibited by the rules, assuming that it was his plan to eliminate the rest of the participants. The guy continues to pretend that he does not understand what the elder is talking about, is explained by the fact that he was just hungry. The man politely asks Sue to stop using food and distract other participants from passing the test. The guy clarifies whether he can continue to eat anything else without such an appetizing smell. To this question, the guy receives an approving answer from the elder. The guy easily throws his chicken to the floor, continuing to move up. In the end, a man thanks Sue for understanding, saying goodbye to him. The guy slowly continues to move as high as possible for the actions of his spiritual energy. The cultivators were amazed that the guy so easily abandoned his ingenious strategy and continued to move up. At this moment, the cultivator, who was on the second floor, tried to apply something to himself. The man continued to try to cope with his soul, trying to avoid such a delicious smell. The cultivator also noticed that more than 10 people were already knocked out by the SEE strategy. The man demanded that the rest of the participants closed his mouth and silently moved, because all this happened precisely due to their fault. Cultivators continued to blame each other for making fun of the guy at the beginning of the test. Having finished the discussion, the cultivators continued to move to the third floor, trying to catch up with Sue. With each floor, the cultivator became more difficult to rise higher and higher. The cultivators were only pleased with the fact that they managed to get to the third floor. The man was amazed that only a few people managed to get to the third floor, even though all the participants were talented. The man decides to try to cope with his spiritual energy and overcome this pressure on the third floor. A man used spells. I form a small bluish sphere between his hands. Other participants who mastered such arts are also trying to control their souls. At that moment, Shui was all ready. On the third floor, and without any effort, I watched the rest of the participants. The man reminded that the guy promised the elders do not bother the rest of the cultivator with his tasty smells. Another cultivator called Zhu shameless for his dirty deeds. Xu laughed from such statements of the cultivator and stated that in no case would he dare to distract the cultivators with delicious smells. The man claims that if the guy dares to distract him again, then he will certainly kill him. At this moment, a rather terrible smell appears in the room. The cultivator has to close the nose from such an unpleasant odor. The whole room was gradually filled with a terrible smell that knocked down the rest of the cultivators. The man of all his strength tried to find out from Shui that he prepared with them. He decides to scoop up a slightly strange liquid accumulated in the kazan. He pours this liquid into his plate, wanting to taste his dish. The whole staircase was filled with a terribly smelly smell. Cultivators were unable to endure it. He raises a dish over his head, saying that this work of art is his branded dish. Cultivators began to erupt all the contents of their stomachs right on the spot, unable to restrain themselves. One by one, the sectarians left him due to powerlessness in front of such a smelly strept. The sectarians became less and less each time. He pretends to be puzzled by the reaction of cultivators by offering to taste his dish. One of the cultivators, not wanting to knock out his nose with both hands so mediocre. The man could not believe that he was so inhuman offering such a disgusting dish. From only one thought, a man turned into the wrong side. The cultivator's face turned very pale. The cultivator plan got out of control, because of which he lost consciousness. The whole situation he made a great laugh, because everyone who climbed to him immediately retired. He proposed to taste his dish one by one. All cultivators were very pale. Another cultivator, which appeared at the entrance to the tower, asks to give him the opportunity to file a complaint. The caretaker is interested in that this time the cultivators did not suit. The cultivators again began to blame for a dishonest game. The caretaker requires everyone else to open the windows of the third floor immediately. Without unnecessary words, the rest of the caretakers open the window on the third floor. He, leaning over the last participant, continues to offer to taste his cooking. The caretakers decide to observe what exactly he did this time. Taking tofu out of his plate, he handed him to the unfortunate cultivators. The sectarians who observed what was happening could not believe in ruthless behavior. The man, pale, continues to turn off, trying to restrain his reflexes. He, unable to restrain himself with a laugh, pokes tofu on the cheek to the cultivator, which was the last point in all this. The cultivator broke out of all the cracks, because of which it automatically becomes retired. He excited only one question from all this, namely why no one wanted to taste his dishes. The caretaker was furious, as if he continued to eliminate other participants with his smell. He reminds the caretaker that he forbade it to cook food with a delicious smell, and not vice versa. The window was still openly in poverty, not only in the room of the shower tower. The entire smell from behind the open window gradually began to go out into the street, because of which the cultivators were not able to breathe. He calls the caretaker shameless for his ruthless actions in relation to other cultivators. He calls cultivators amateurs, pointing to the delicate taste of tofu with its serious aroma. He decides to demonstrate that in fact the tofu was edible. With a smile, he calls his dish the most delicious. I raise the sticks up. This action did not produce the effect that he was waiting. All the cultivators turned out at once. Cultivators continue to call him ruthlessly, assuming that he eats just excrement. He receives a large amount of stiffness at once, that it really pleased. He was very delighted, because earlier he did not receive such a large number of bonuses. The cultivators called the guy crazy and demanded that he finally expelled from the test. He, with a smirk, is interested in whether they want to find out why his strength has grown markedly. One of the cultivators screams that he is trying to deceive again, but this did not stop the crowd, and they agreed to find out what the power he was. He throws a plate with the remaining tofu, allowing everyone to taste and increase his mental energy. He calls his creation a unique dish of exploding heaven, which will easily raise everyone to a new level. A plate with the remaining tofu, which continued to publish an unpleasant smell, lands in front of the cultivators. Many of the cultivators continued to repel only the presence of this smelly tofu. The cultivators glanced, and again pale, are interested in how he managed to eat it at all. He, understanding that more points will not earn, decide to continue moving to the top of the shower tower. He slowly climbs the stairs, overcoming the floor to the floor. He begins to feel the presence of another person who is much higher than himself. An unknown girl, immersed in meditation, was soullessly sitting on one of the floors above. With all his ambitions, he decides to find out who was this unknown person. One of the men decides to call the rest of the cultivators to himself. The man with a finger at a strange plate suggests that this is the very dish that he made. Many cultivators continue to think that these are just waste that should not eat. The man did not want to retreat, wanting to take a chance with his health and test this tofu. Tofu species and how he still pushed the man but still dares through power to try out. A man makes a small bite to try unknown from tofu. Suddenly the guy sowed a glow for everyone. The cultivator felt unknown power, spiritual energy. Approaching a plate one after another, a man begins to absorb the entire supply of tofu. The cultivator was watched in bewilderment at the man who was eating tofu. All cultivators at the moment also wished to try out a smelly tofu to feel this energy. Each of the cultivators in a moment switched to a completely different level of spiritual power. The elder who came to the spirits of the spirits observes the vast people standing nearby. The elder flies closer to the caretakers. Those, in turn, immediately took the seventh elder. The elder is calmly interested in the caretakers. What kind of noise was near the shower tower? Cultivators, seeing the elder, they noticed that even though he was at the stage of origin, he radiated strong pressure on people. The caretaker notices the movement of the plate further up the stairs. The caretaker tells the elder that a participant named he arranged a pogrom in the tower, and now reached the 4th floor. This was not embarrassed by the elder. The man did not even move the eyebrow on this news. The caretaker decides to ask the elder to ask whether he should drive him out of the test right now. The elder claims that in actions, he is nothing problematic, and he must go through his test. The caretaker continues to monitor the movement of the 4th floor on the stairs. The window between the floors continued to move along with the participant. The elder only calmly sneezed. He heard a loud sneeze that he was infuriated in the moment. Sticking his head, he could not understand who exactly yelled at the whole tower. The elder only laughed and apologized for his sharpness. The caretaker was amazed that the 7th elder was generally able to apologize. The elder, with curiosity, suggests that he talk after he overcomes the 5th floor. He, continuing to climb the stairs, notes that the elder looked down on him, that he was very infuriated. He demanded that the elder would disappear, and did not prevent him from going on. The caretaker tells the elder that the opening of the window from the 5th floor will be impossible. The elder, with a serious expression on his face, states that there is no need for this, because having overcome the 5th stage, the guy could still say that it was amazing. The elder looked up the head of the head, notes that everyone who was able to get to the 6th floor has been considered geniuses for many years. He easily managed to get to the 5th floor with confidently standing on his feet. He continues to eat his tofu, replenishing spiritual power. But he perfectly understood that above the 5th floor, he could not overcome only one tofu. He did not leave the desire to still find out who was on the upper floors. He, realizing that he was risking his life, was not going to give up and leave so easy. With the help of the system, he acquires nephritic dew to increase the power of the soul of 60%. Cultivators continue to carefully observe. As a sign, he confidently rose up. The caretakers themselves were surprised that the guy could still at least. All cultivators saw how he managed to get to the 6th floor. Because of this, he receives a large number of stiffness points in a moment. He gets strong shortness of breath from severe pressure. It was difficult for him to even eat a pill there. The system offers an alternative, namely to begin to cultivate on this floor for a whole hour. He inspired the fact that he could increase spiritual power in as much as 50%. He sat in the pose of meditation, began to cultivate straight on the 6th floor. He is inspired by freezing. The guy planned to meditate until he will increase all spiritual power. The caretaker was worried about why he stopped moving for a whole hour. All cultivators also noticed that it stopped on the 6th floor. Cultivators were also amazed at the fact that it would be the first to get to the 6th floor for many years. One of the cultivators notices that he moved slightly. The plate sharply moved to the 7th floor, of which absolutely everything was struck. The cultivator, who tested tofus first, noticed that he was made by tofu. He was something unusual. The cultivator assumes that the key to success was precisely in the tofu made. Many cultivators, hearing this, immediately rushed to a man with a tofu, wanting to get one for any money. The 7th elder was no less amazed, because he had been practiced for a long time, and only recently managed to reach the 7th floor. The caretaker offers the elder to interfere with him to rise higher, to which he immediately receives the rejection of the elder. The man recalls that the Empress was on the 8th floor and he could well get to her. The elder instantly imagined that he could well get to the 8th floor. He lies without strength and with strong pressure on the 7th floor. The system constantly notifies the owner that his actions are successful in pumping spiritual power. He continues to lie soullessly in anticipation when he feels better. He resisted the pressure scream so that the tower crushes him right now, while he had the opportunity. He planned to rise and further over the tower, overcoming the floor behind the floor. In one of the rooms, the Empress of Water in meditation was still located. The girl hearing a voice, he begins to assume that she began to hear internal demons. He hardly gets to the top of the 7th floor. For a while, the guy has to lie motionlessly, pumping his soul skill. He spends so for an hour lying on the 7th floor. At some point, the system reports that the spiritual power of the guy was increased by 50%. He managed to get to his feet from Elitza. He began to study strong light spiritual energy. He felt a strong surge of the energy of spiritual power that allowed him to continue the path. Standing confidently on his feet, the guy decides to continue his journey to the next floor. The guy also notes that pressure ceased to be present in his body, and he feels much better. He looked forward with a grin and longed to conquer the shower tower on his own. The guy was also interested in what the main achievement of this tower, because he could still hang the power of his soul. He slowly but confidently continued to move towards the next obstacle. He again felt a strange severity of rolling his sleeves. I do not want to suffer further. He will sharply start and with all confidence runs to the unknown. At some point, without noticing the barrier, he hit his head. He throws back what he could not expect at all. Having come to his senses, he understands that before him was a previously unknown barrier. Stepping closer, he strikes a regular blow to the barrier. The blow quickly blurred throughout the barrier. To the guy was an unpleasant sensation that the barrier was present at the barrier. He did not leave the feeling that someone was on the 8th floor, and the barrier was just the next stage of the test. The guy is visited by my son that in fact, on the 8th floor, an unknown person or jewel could be a conclusion. Since he was an adventurer, he was immediately interested in this test, and a desire to conquer the tower. He represents his hand again to the barrier, feeling his softness. He understands that the barrier simply will not come out, and something stronger, he repels him. The more the return of the barrier is. Applying his spell, he directs a small part of his spiritual power towards the barrier. Come closer to spiritual energy, touches the golden barrier slightly. The spiritual power, along with it, gradually begins to push through an unusual barrier. He understands that he should continue at the same pace and move behind his spiritual strength. Having passed some distance from the beginning of the barrier under his feet, he appears a strange staircase. He continues to push his spiritual power at the same pace and move behind it. The whole barrier leaves behind him free space accumulating in the field of spiritual power. At some point, the barrier began to stretch strangely, expectedly ending his borders on this. With a triumph, but having managed to break through a hole in the barrier, which the guy himself certainly did not expect. From surprise, he sharply begins to fall into the unknown. He screamed loudly with surprise along the way, trying to apply some kind of spell. He continues to fall into the unknown, realizing that he did not succeed. At some point, he noticed an ice barrier under him, which he certainly could not expect. He without any difficulty breaks through the fragile ice barrier, falling into the inside. Having fallen to the ground with a roar and a fog nearby, one could notice an unknown figure of a person. He continues to lie on the ground, cursing everything that happened to him today. He hardly tries to get up, realizing that he had reached the 8th floor. He got into his hands, was unable to continue moving on. He begins to seem that the 8th floor is too heavy for him to look around. At some point, he himself notices an unknown figure in front of him. He understands that a beautiful naked girl in the lotus pose sat right in front of him. The girl does not react to the presence of the guy, without opening her eyes at all. In his heart, at some point, something clicked, which was unusual for him. He was amazed at the girl's beauty. He was unable to take his eyes off her. He noticed that for all the time he had seen too many beautiful girls. He added that this girl surpassed them all, and was much better than others. At some point, the girl opened her eyes and looked at the bewildered. He continued, not looking away to look, but a beautiful girl in front of him. The girl was calm and focused on meditation, as if looking through the guy. He at the moment attended only one thought. It seemed to him that the girl was like a fairy. He saw quite a lot of beautiful women on both his lives on the internet, and in the appearance of the cultivator. But he was still shocked by the beauty of this woman, unable to control his emotions. He continued to silently look at the girl, unable to say that either. The girl also calmly continued to look at him without saying a single word for all the time. In the thoughts of the Empress, everything that was happening seemed strange. The girl also noted the beautiful appearance of the guy and his level. She still argued with herself whether such a guy could be a demon. For the past few months, the girl spent on the 8th floor in meditations, and she could not be distracted by other people. The girl begins to assume that this was her weak place, because of which such a strange demon appeared. The girl noticed the low stage of the core, because of which she immediately became clear that the guy was just the embodiment of her thoughts. The girl was not going to stop under any conditions, because all her achievements in recent years would be destroyed and destroyed. The girl again closed her eyes, realizing that he was only her stormy imagination continuing to meditate. He was still not impressed by who was actually in front of him at the moment. The girl actually was Empress Hunyan from the Empire of Water. At some point, he woke up, decides to turn to an unknown girl. He immediately shows compliments to the girl for her beauty. I am interested in why Kunyan does not react in a naked form. He is again interested in whether his girlfriend hears, so for some reason she ignored him. He gradually showered the girl with an increasing amount of question, wanting to get at least some answer. The girl continued to calmly sit and not react to the guy, but at some point she felt a strange smell next to her. The girl squinted, tried to distract from such a terrible smell, resisting it. He angry calls the girl ruthless, nevertheless to talk in any way. He applies the system with the one that he should do to attract attention. The system makes the calculation and offers the owner to purchase 8 more drops of dark jade dew for further pumping the soul. He understands that 8 drops to manage very expensive. The system shows a guy's balance of 3,000 points, when dew costs all 4,000. He was angry with what was happening, because he wanted to earn glasses on the whole test and not spend everything. He understands that he will have to earn the necessary number of points at all costs by involving the girl, because otherwise he will remain in the tower forever. He also recalls that he should not hesitate, because after a few days a heavenly disaster will come, where he planned to earn more points. The system adds that it should be bought only 1 drop of dew for normal movement. He asks in confusion whether he can purchase a product with a 10% discount from the system. The system coldly states that its master has already spent all the goods at a discount. He laughs due to the speculation of his system and asks to sell him 1 dew. The system agrees with the purchase and calls in the owner's hand 1 drop of dew that the guy immediately consumes. He in the moment feels a surge of spiritual power. He easily rises to his feet and pulls up from the clamping of his muscles. He also notes that the fog was gone in the area where the girl was located, and now he is not limited in strength. He returns to the girl and demands that he enjoy while he acts harder. At this moment, all the cultivators silently watched how he managed to reach the 8th floor of the tower. Cultivators noted that now an unrecognized genius has appeared in the Fiery Nation. Cultivators began to discuss the possibility of a guy entering the ranks of the Valley of Heavenly Incense. The head of the sect was amazed that some boy managed to get to the 8th floor. It seemed impossible to a man, because a barrier was installed there. The elder informs that they really installed a barrier on the 8th floor. The leader was on Rasputi, because the Empress of Water was on the 8th floor. But they also wanted to preserve in their ranks and a strange cultivator A man begins to convince himself that he could not physically climb to the 8th floor. considering that this was just a failure. The leader manages to convince himself that he could get to the 8th floor. The leader asks the elder to stay at the entrance while he goes about his business. The elder agrees with the opinion of all cultivators that he is really cool. The whole sect and participants continued to expect when he finally leaves the shower tower. At that moment, he is trying to surprise the girl to awaken. The guy shows stardust. He also demonstrates delicious chicken wings according to a special recipe. He laughs and waves in front of the girl with all his things. But the Empress was adamant and continued to meditate. He gets tired of sitting in front of the Empress, realizing that he had almost no options to attract a girl. He watches the hole in the ceiling through which he got to the 8th floor. But the guy was not able to get to him. He decides to make even more tofu, as if Mu should continue to temper his soul. Tofu was again the same smell unbearable for other people. The Empress at some point jerked from such a disgusting smell. The girl, opening her eyes, watches the former he sitting in front of her. The girl believed that the demon was mocking her making excrement. The girl begins to understand that her inner demon gives rise to her desires, which are actually so vile. The girl opened her mouth with amazement, continued to observe the actions of him. He sat in frustration near his small bonfire and continued to cook the foul-smelling tofu. He completely decides to pour all the contents of the boiler into his plate to use. A terribly black slurry, which was in a plate, continued to publish a bad smell. He, in turn, loudly states that tofu smells too well for him. The girl, in amazement, continues to look at the guy and his actions, suggesting that the demon of her soul went crazy. The girl, holding her head, could not believe that her inner demon could be so unpleasant for her. He was too carried away by the manufacture and use of tofu at all, heard what the girl said. He takes one tofu with all his soul and throws him into his mouth. From the girl's saw, tears began to steer sharply. He said loudly that it was delicious that he had eaten in his whole life. The girl is unable to continue to restrain himself with blood. Her forces quickly began to leave the girl. The girl sharply began to fall powerlessly to the ground. He, seeing how the girl fell sharply, runs to her, interested. What happened to that? In response, silence sounded again, which did not please the girl at all. He did not know what to do with the Empress so far. She continued to be silent. He notices the girl who walks from the mouth of a girl, realizing that with the same one, in fact, not everything is in order. At that moment, where the sectarians were in the cave, something suddenly flies from outside. The senior sectarian continues to calmly sit in the pose of meditation. A strange bluish sphere flies into the elder's hand. The man immediately understands that this 7th elder sent them a message. The leader, with the help of his abilities, mentally read the whole message. The rest of the elders sitting next to the leader are interested in what happened in the 3rd test. The man tells all sectarians that an unknown talent appeared, that he was able to get to the 8th floor at the peak of the golden nucleus. The elders could not believe what he heard. After all, it was impossible. One of the men declares that for their sect it is really good news, and this will be a blessing for them. The leader of the sect agrees with the opinion of sectarians, but recalls that Kunyan is also on the 8th floor, where there was several months in meditation. The sectarians understand that this is terrible for their sect, because everything could be spoiled. I notice the sectarians that if the hunch is disturbed, then all its progress will inevitably erased and will have to start again. The sectarian also recalls that for this method of cultivation, the girl must be naked, and if he sees her, then there will be consequences. The leader of the sect understands the complexity of the situation. The leader asks the rest of the elders to help him use the mirror of a clear sky and check the situation on the 8th floor. By agreeing and using the mirror of a clear sky, the sectarians find a Junyan in an unconscious form. Having stepped closer, he leans toward the Hunyan and is interested in how he feels, and because of which she began to blood. The girl is unable to move, manages to open her eyes and look around. The girl begins to convince herself that in fact her assumptions were not true. The girl begins to understand that in fact he was just an ordinary person. The girl slowly rolled over onto her back and continued to lie immobily. The girl understands that her soul was wounded, and she will no longer be able to resist the pressure of the 8th floor. He decides to turn to the system and find out what exactly happened to the girl, and why she is in such a deplorable state. Having received an answer, he understands that everything happened precisely through his fault. He understands that he will have to save the girl because of her beautiful appearance. He is quietly interested in the system, whether he knows how to save the girl. The system reports that the girl has a damaged soul, and she cannot restrain the pressure of the 8th floor. He decided to use tofu as a medicine, to which he receives an affirmative response from the system. He immediately runs aside where he just left his tofu. Taking a plate with a disgusting tofu, he slowly returns to the girl. The girl lies immobilized. He slowly approaches the girl. A disgusting smell was published from him. The girl was at a loss that the guy planned to do with her in this form. Using the sticks, he takes out to the tofu and asks not to cry. SE, with a smile, asks the girl to taste his carefully prepared treat, adding that her wounds will heal in a moment. The girl was scared and did not want to try such a disgusting food. He repeatedly asks the girl not to resist and open her mouth for tofu. He, suggesting that the girl is unable to move, including to open her mouth, decides to help her. He took the girl by the face, gently opens her mouth. He slowly brings a smelly tofu to the girl's face. Kunyan turned pale from such a disgusting smell of tofu. She only became worse. The sectarians continued to observe everything that was happening through the mirror and could not believe what they saw. The sectarians understood that the Empress was injured and she should immediately help. The leader of the sect considered everything that was happening indignantly, wanting to destroy the guy right there. He slowly brings his tofu to the girl's face. Why she could not restrain emotions. The girl was completely crushed and could not believe that something like this could happen to the Empress. He puts tofu in the mouth of Hunyan. The girl was completely covered with such stress. In front of the eyes of the Empress of Water, tears appeared from such humiliation. The girl in the moment did not feel a disgusting taste from tofu. The girl was slightly embarrassed by what taste actually turned out to be tofu. Having finished chewing and swallowing the tofu, the Empress sighed with relief. The girl noted that although the food was so unpleasant, but she actually turned out to be completely different. With a smile, he is interested in the Empress. Whether she feels a surge of strength after tofu. The girl was striking calmly brought the guy, from which she was even more embarrassed. At some point, something changed in the girl's body, and an extraordinary surge of spiritual energy appeared. The girl seemed to radiate a golden glow filled with an incredible amount of spiritual energy. Hunang's eyes also sparkled with a golden flame. The girl could not believe that with the help of tofu, she managed to overcome her last obstacle. The girl is bewildered. He is in a confusion. What has happened to her now? He holds a plate with tofu, explains that his smelly tofu has healing properties that restore the power of the soul. In his thoughts, he noted that his tofu was restored only 1% of the entire volume of the soul, but this was enough for ordinary people. He did not save such a tofu, but the Empress was 1% quite significant in its development. Hunyan also noticed that tofu had a terrible smell, but a great taste and healing properties. The girl was amazed that such powerful food could generally exist. He claims that the girl's thoughts are not entirely true. He states with a smile that in this world there is nothing perfect like this tofu. The girl was a little struck by the words The girl decides to repeat the words said, without turning to their hidden meaning. Hunyan continuing to sit naked at his feet, he tries to analyze everything said by the guy, considering his words great wisdom. Again the system announces that he received additional stiffness glasses and admired the fact that he managed to act truly hard this time. Hunyan decides to ask if he came to the shower tower only in order to pass the trials at the end, calling him a younger brother. He decides to wink the girl, saying that she had not yet seen his younger brother. The girl, without suspecting the catch of words, he was surprised that he had the younger brother of the house, offering him to come to the Valley of Heavenly Incense in the future. Without retreating, he decides to ask the following question, namely, whether the girl wants to meet his younger brother. Kunyan, without any vulgarity and rear thoughts, he asks to introduce her to the guy's brother. He begins to understand that the girl is too correct, and does not understand his hints at all. He offers to talk about something else, calling Hunyan a little girl. The girl laughed that he called her little, because she was much older than the guy. Having pointed a finger to the girl's body, he adds that it is completely unimportant, because the part of the body on which he indicates too small. He begins to analyze directly under the Empress, what he had already seen in his life. The girl scaredly understands that she had been talking completely naked with a guy all this time. A little cotton sounded, because of which all the Warbariga was covered with a smoke veil. He waited for covering his face when all the ice dust would settle to the ground. The girl slowly came out of smoke in a new ice robe. He was slightly impressed by wondering if the girl was cold in such a thing. The girl decides to confuse him in embarrassment to the compliment. Hunyan also decides to ask how he managed to go on the 8th floor as if there was a barrier at the entrance. He with a grin declares that he met the barrier, but he could not restrain him. Having taken a step towards the Empress, he adds that he cannot restrain him in this world. He approached the Empress's face, states that he can get anywhere, and even to the heart of Hunyan. The girl laughed at such a pleasant compliment. He did not quite understand why the girl laughed at his tackle. The girl began to laugh. It seemed strange to her that such a young guy could pronounce such sensitive words to an unknown person. He began to nervous that Kunyan did not perceive him at all as a man. He restrained his emotions in his fist as if he partially liked how the girl reacted to him. Hunyan with his hands explains that having reached the 8th floor, he already earned the respect of the elite, and he does not need to move much higher. He did not quite understand why the girl decided that the respect of the elite was important to him. The girl asks another question, wondering why he then came to the tower test. He spread his hands, explains that he was just passing by and decided to find out what tests are being carried out in order to act hard. Hunyan did not quite understand what he had in mind under the words to act hard. He does not see anything like that in this. He decides to tell all Hunyan. He stops frozen in place. He felt someone quickly approach them with a thirst for murder. He decides to immediately leave this place, as there were 4 cultivators at the origin stage. He showed a finger at Kunyan and accuses her of a conspiracy against him. The girl looks inquiringly at the guy, not understanding what conspiracy he is talking about. He then shows to his eyes explaining that he will not be able to hide anything from him, because he is full of bright wisdom. He talks that he guessed what was the girl's plan initially. He refused to give up and lose his soul and body, and in particular, he did not want to stop acting hard. The girl asks the guy not to worry, because the sect was noble and could not allow such a thing at home. He still continues to feel a strong thirst for murder, because of which he decides to leave the Tower of the Soul. The girl suggests that these are 4 elders, and as if the tower is surrounded by a barrier in no way, he will not be able to escape. At some point, he calls the scroll consisting of golden paper. Having activated the scroll near it, formed a small portal through which he was going to leave. The girl was amazed that he was so easy to break the space and leave the tower. He with a laugh goes to the portal, wanting to meet with the Empress in the future. The girl asks for a moment to linger the guy. The girl takes out the amulet, wanting to give him the last he. Hunyan claims that their meeting is predetermined and in the future they will certainly meet. Hunyan throws aside he is finally a small golden amulet. The portal sparkled for some time on the 8th floor for which Kunyan continued to look. At the last moment, the portal closes, leaving everything around untouched, as if he was not in the tower. The girl put her hand on her chest, felt emptiness in her heart. Kunyan smiled sweetly, noting that she had not felt it for many years. At this moment, the leader of the sect runs up with questions whether the Empress of Water is in order. The girl welcomes her master after a long meditation alone. The leader of the sect immediately notes that Hunang reached the heights of meditating in the tower. All sectarians climb to the 8th floor with questions where he could go. The girl, turning towards the window of the tower, asks the elders not to worry, because they do not have to intervene in it. The elders agree with the Empress not to intervene in their relationship. One of the elders noticed a terribly smelly tofu, clarifies why he left it to them. The girl plunged into thoughts, recalled how the guy told her about the wonderful property of Miscanthus. The girl could not forget the cheerful and how he talked to her. Hunyan asked not to worry about the food that he left and not to touch her. The girl only asks a question to the leader of the sect, whether they have a star bowl remained. The leader of the sect reports that they have more than 100 bowls, because the harvest was good this year. The Empress asks her master to convey to her stellar bowls. In the moment, all cultivators still awaiting the 3rd test notice a strange glow at the top of the tower. The whole tower was shrouded in salutes. The legs of the cultivators suspected that he still managed to pass the test. The whole sky was shrouded in a large number of fireworks from Star Miscanthus. The sectarians were horrified that the Empress burned all the bowls so easy. The girl went to the balcony, continued to admire the beautiful salutes. Hunyan could not forget what he did for the girl. At that moment, he was already far from the sect, but still continued to receive stiffness points. Dimvia is transferred to 2 carefree teenagers frolicking in the river. Suddenly, not far from the roar, the leg of an previously unknown demon steps. One of the teenagers immediately notices an unknown monster next to them. The demons stood and decided among themselves which of them would be the first to be put into meat. Having noticed monsters, a couple of adolescents in the moment tried to sail as far as possible from those. The teenagers did not suspect what exactly could they wait for them right under water. One of the demons laughed loudly, seeing the bewildered teenagers. The children tried their best to sail to the opposite bank, which could not save them at all. From under the water, the demon abruptly burst and shouting loudly on those. The children were on the edge of bewildered, only helplessly screaming in response. Having tied and brought to a teenager, demons throw them to the ground. The demons with a grin looked at the victims, noting that this would be enough for their leader. Teenagers are unable to restrain their emotions, begin to cry and call their parents. One of the demons could not withstand how the children cried, because of which he came closer. Taking one of the teenagers by his head, he ordered him to shut up, threatening to cut his throat before his fate came. The teenager in the edge was not able to say a word. The demon enraged only one presence of a human child. He wanted to kill him at every opportunity. Don't understand sharply where something strange flies from, because of which the demon's head separates from the body. All the demons were sharply alerted, and the teenager, again scared, begins to fall to the ground. The demon of the bull was defeated by only one blow, soullessly falling to the ground. Demon, suspecting that the teenager did this, angrily interested in whether the one that he had done at the moment knows. In a confused teenager, he says that he was not involved in this and did nothing. Suddenly, something rushed again, and the teenager's hands were instantly freed from the shackles. The demon notices an unknown figure of a man next to a teenager. He, standing with his two-handed sword, decides to ask why the demons decided that they could abduct children. Demon, seeing how strong he was, deciding to immediately retreat without a chance of battle. The demons were outraged that their disguise did not help. The second demon proposes to report on the incident to its leader. He did not quite understand why the demons decided to sharply escape. He immediately helps two teenagers free himself from the shackles completely. He previously knew teenagers interested in an order of Li. The guys thank him for salvation. Teenagers call him the Great Condor, and with admiration ask him to show their mighty condor. In his repertoire, he decides to just joke, because he planned to continue the pursuit of monsters. He says goodbye to adolescents and asks them to go home as soon as possible, where it will be safe. Using his abilities, he takes off into the sky for a more effective search for monsters. One of the teenagers with admiration declares that, as it grows up, he will definitely marry a condor. The second guy reminds a friend that he is still a man and this is not ethical. The guy said with indignation that then his mother will marry Condor. At this moment, both monsters continue to try to avoid justice, running away in the opposite direction from it. One of the monsters states that he did not think to meet such a strong person in these parts. He himself appears sharply in front of the monsters. The monsters stopped abruptly, not knowing what to do next. One of the monsters understands that they have no chance to run away or defeat a person in an honest battle. The only thing that the monster understands is to kneel and start asking for mercy. He is only interested in why the second monster did not dare to kneel. The snake-like monster explains this by the fact that because of his physiognomy, he will not be able to do this. He fell silent for a moment, pondering what to do next with monsters. He asks the monsters to get to their feet and answer several of his questions. He is interested in the monsters that they wanted to apply for thunder disaster. Monsters silently look at each other, realizing that they have no other way out how to tell a person. The snake-like monster tells all the details about the formation of King Demon using this event. He was puzzled by such details and along the way, interested in whether the monsters will be able to defeat the storm that day. The monster claims that they are specially trained and gain strength to overcome this day. Realizing that they have nothing more to hide, monsters explain their actions by the fact that they were ordered to find a victim for the tribe. He begins to analyze everything he heard. Suddenly he blurred in a smile. A brilliant plan arose in his head. It compares the recently applied teleport from the tower and deciding to use it to his hand. Xiao Jiao began to ask werewolves how many people will be on Thundering, and what are the stages of cultivation. The demon replied that there would be a lot of them, but only 2 of them could defeat the champion, the king of the tigers, and the 9-tailed fox. And both of them reached the top of the initial stage of origin, and they are waiting for a thunderstorm, which will pass in 2 days. The master noted that they are really weak, as they reached only the initial stage of origin. After that, he let go of the frightened werewolves, saying that they should no longer catch his eye. At that very moment, the demons rushed to run away, thanking the protagonist for his generosity. Kui, in turn, understood that the walk would be pretty easy. Meanwhile, an unusually beautiful sunset came. The burning sun hastened to hide behind the horizon. At this time, werewolves wandered through a dense forest in search of a suitable place. A few minutes later, they found a wasteland, where they began to pronounce some spells. As a result, they activated a brightly glowing portal, in which they hurried to enter, after which the magical teleport disappeared, and only a bright flash lit a mysterious dense forest. Behind everything that was happening, as it turned out, was observed by Shu, who was on a tree. Understanding that the demons really knew how to hide well, and he should have become stronger to follow them. Xiu wanted to disguise himself, because this enchanted array was quite powerful. To do this, the master involved the system with which he could, within 2 hours, to take any appearance. He asked the system whether it was possible to extend the timing, and is it possible to become those who do not exist in this world. The system invited him to synthesize and modernize the larva, after which the corresponding functions will be available to him. The cost of synthesizing, in turn, was 100 points. This synthesis was very similar to the function in online games, from the past life of the master. The main character began to be indignant about the fact that he was obliged to pay for this transformation. Sui had the opportunity to simulate someone else's appearance for 4 hours, while not losing his strength, and extend the effect for 2 hours. Spending 1 point on this every time, Ku was outraged to the core with such conditions of the system. The master said that this is extremely inhuman on her part. The system replied that it was not a person at all. Thinking, Shuzu nevertheless agreed to use high-quality larvae. The system asked what appearance its owner wants to choose. The master said that he was a rather modest person, in connection with which he said that he wants to become a special representative of the Buddhist scriptures, a jade emperor, and the king of monkeys. The great sage Sun Ukun, meanwhile, the sisters of the fox, wandered through a thick forest. The younger fox said that they got close to the possessions of King Tigers, and she could break this array of spells. The demonic fox was against it, and asked her not to rush, because at that moment she saw someone in the forest. Downstairs in the wasteland, there was an unknown character. The sisters were surprised, and they began to look at what he was going to do. Kwai entered the array. Then he stated that he was the great sage Sun Ukun, and demanded to open the enchanted portal. The younger sister suggested that this expert was hired by the King of Tigers, who could overcome 59 heavenly disasters. The eldest fox noted that this monkey reached only the stage of the nucleus, and the King of Tigrov would not send such a weak warrior. After that, she suggested that her sister just watch what was happening. At that moment, an enchanted array from which the guard came out suddenly opened. He asked him who he was and what he wanted. Shu hastened to appear, called by the sage Sun Ukon, and he is here to pay an official visit to the Tiger King. In response, the magic guard demanded him to name the password to enter the portal. The protagonist was at a loss, and asked him about what password we were talking about. The guard said that no one had the right to go without a password, and called on the monkey to get out, otherwise he would kill him. After that, the portal was instantly closed, and Zai began to reflect. He called on the system and asked her if there was an opportunity to get there without a password. The system seemed to mock the owner. Pressed by Sun, demanded her to treat more seriously to this matter. The system clarified that it can break an array when the portal is in an offensive position, but not in a defensive. He thought and seemed to understand how he should act. The younger sister noticed that this monkey did not know the password of the tribe of 1,000 demons, and invited her sister to take him to her clan. The demonic fox urged her not to rush with conclusions, and to observe him for some more time. They realized that Ukon decided to break the enchanted array, but in this case it would be seriously wounded, because the portal repelled any attack. Kui, in a rather rude way, called on the array to open again. He was warned of irreversible consequences, saying that no one would pass without a password, and he may die. But this did not stop Suya. At the same moment he dug his stick into the ground. Then he began to sing loudly to the whole dense forest. The fox sisters were surprised. They could not understand that the monkey was planning, which began to ask each other about. Meanwhile, Ukon scored more air and sang disgustingly again, saying that the leader asked him to patrol this mountain, and he will not come off his place. The birds began to actively fly in different directions. Sun stated that the King of Tigers would become his dinner. The younger fox noted his disgusting vocal data and covered her ears. At that moment, suddenly the same guard appeared, who called for Zia to shut up. After that, he hurried to attach to him and kill him, saying that the monkey ran into trouble. The dumbfounded Shui said that he had just sang a song and he wants to kill him. At this time, the enchanted array was successfully activated, which the guard shouted about. The young master realized that this was his only chance and hurried to act. The foxes naively believed that the monkey did not understand at all what would face now. Meanwhile, a fierce guard seemed to gain strength with the help of dark energy, which was believed from the magic massif, and hurried to inform Ukon that he is a gatekeeper of the tribe, thousands of demons, and this array is able to overshadow the sky, which means he has nowhere to run. And he inflicted a crushing attack like lightning, which pierced the earth. Shuikyu managed to jump to the side. The foxes also jumped onto another tree. Understanding that the range of the massif is too large, respectively, she could hook them. The younger sister suggested that the monkey was not a member of the tribe of 1,000 demons, and asked if it was necessary to save him. At this time, the protagonist deftly evaded black lightning, which pierced the earth over and over again, and gradually approached the magical portal. The demonic fox agreed to help him, saying that he is really too reckless, and did not even know about the power of spells. A tribe of thousands of demons. Entering the next lightning, Zhu began to answer the guard, having stated that he has already applied enough attempts, and now his turn. Sun generated a beautiful delicate flower in his hands, similar to a lotus. The gatekeeper of the tribe of 1,000 demons was irritated by a jumping monkey, and he urged him to surrender, sending a few more crushing lightning. The protagonist jumped back again, realizing that he could not carry him for a long time, after which, rather cleverly jumped onto a tree, was surprised, because he found on a neighboring tree 2 sisters of Lysits. They, in turn, were also surprised by the fact that he was still alive. The main character began to consider the sisters, and came to the conclusion that this is the same demonic fox. Zhu did not expect such a meeting. The master introduced himself to the great and saint Sun from the fraction of the exploding heaven. Then he asked their name. The foxes decided to keep silent, as suddenly they shouted that the attack was directed right at them and hurried to run away. The younger sister urged him to run away the same way, since it was extremely dangerous to stay there. However, the main character said that he wants to destroy the array of spells. Having generated another magic flower, he sent him to the guard. The sisters could not understand what magic began to use a monkey. Closely observing what was happening, they wondered who this stranger was. Meanwhile, a gentle and, as it might seem at first glance, a harmless flower flew to the guard, which, in turn, stated that no one dares to use such tricks against him. He reached out with his hand to take a lotus. Later, an explosion occurred. Literally, everything was flashed with fire, and the plow was thrown out by the plow. He flew towards the sisters' lissets, urging them to immediately run away. They seemed to have not heard him because of a rather loud explosion, and continued to stand still. As a result, Yukun inevitably flew into them and thereby fell to the ground. The foxes did not have time to do anything, as they were already in a horizontal position. Everything happened too fast, but the main character still saved the young sisters. Only their cries were heard, while the sounds of the explosion gradually muffled. Having laid on the soft grass for a while, Kui got to his feet and looked at his sisters. Having said that, it finally ended, and fortunately he managed to save them. But the foxes did not appreciate his actions, asking why he did this. The younger sister began to insult him, calling Suya a disgusting monkey. The young master was at a loss, and hastened to outragedly declare that they could die. After all, he just saved their lives, and instead of gratitude he listens to his nasty things. The younger fox was completely distraught, calling Suya a nasty monkey, after which she attacked him with her fists. Sun began to hold her hand at a distance, but the indefatigable fox could not calm down, shouting the next insults. At that moment, the older sister called on her immediately to shut up, and asked who was bitten. While the shallow borrower made Suyu grimace, he hastened to introduce himself again, called by a great sage, from the faction of the Breaks of Heaven, at the same time apologizing to them, saying that he did not want to offend them, and he was here only to see the generation of thunder disaster. The demonic fox realized why he had the king of the tigers. The Xiu noticed that the tiger was too rude and arrogant because he attacks everyone. The younger fox just believed that Sun was the only rude here. What was absolutely solid with her and her sister, they looked with contempt at Ukun. Thus, the protective array of spells of the tribe of 1,000 demons was destroyed. The main character began to mysteriously look at the sisters, while blurring in a smile. The demonic fox understood that in fact this monkey was quite strong. At that moment, behind them, as if thunder thundered, they turned around, but did not see anyone. The fox noted that this aura belongs to the elder of the tribe, thousands of demons, and they can now come here. The sisters suggested Suna will join their clan if he wants to see a generation of a thunderous disaster. Then they called their Mena. The youngest fox was called Su Xiaoqi, and the demonic was named by Su Lin. Xu agreed to go with them. The sister Su said that the tribe of the heavenly demon had a legacy, and it was the protective array of spells that was, after which they headed for the cave, saying that no one can go into it, unaccompanied by the members of their tribe. The main character noted that there are quite a few different branches in the cave. Suddenly he was illuminated, and Chu asked what they did at the gates of the tribe of thousands of demons. As soon as Lin tried to explain, Xiaozi interrupted her, saying that traitors exist in their clan, who gave their pass through the tribe of thousands of demons. Sun suggested that that's why they decided to kill the king of the tigers. Qi replied that Lin would be a new king of demons during this worship of a thunderous disaster, and the king hired killers to kill her. The master asked, if thousands of demons have people at the level of origin, then why should they hire killers in this case? Xiao noted that the elders took an oath that they would not do this, because otherwise they would be killed by a heavenly disaster. Qi asked why Yukun did not know about this if he said that from the mysterious clan. Wei said that for many years he traveled around the world, maintaining his balance in it, and recently returned to his city. Therefore I forgot about some traditions, which the Xiao was very doubted by. Lin in turn asked them to hurry, as the way out was right in front of them. At this moment an unknown blade flew into it. Zai noticed it in a timely manner, and Lin urged to be careful. The demonic fox turned sharply, and saw a sword before her eyes. As a result, Shui repulsed him with lightning speed, and the sword fell to the ground. Meanwhile, Shai-Si found people in white robes in a cave. They were armed with sharp blades, and immediately headed for them. These were none other than the killers from the Tan Sha clan. Sun was surprised at their presence. Lin realized that it was their king of the tigers and hired, stating that they did not have the right to be here. In response, one of them only laughed arrogantly and hurried to come closer. having said that if the monkey had not blocked his attack, then she would die. At the same time, noting the incredible power of Xiao, but they did not want to give him a second chance. Then they hastened to attack, but the master's son suddenly called them to stop, having stated that they looked quite familiar, and began to recall recent events, saying that their organization was practically destroyed by the faction of Exploding Heaven. One of them was taken aback and replied that they were taken by surprise when they secretly tried to kill the princess, assuming that the monkey is also a member of the clan, Exploding Heaven. In this connection, he hurried to conduct a series of attacks, promising to avenge Shu for everything. Ukun, in turn, was easy to evade his blows, and knocked out his sword from his hands. What did the murderer from Tanya did not expect, and realized that he was in a deplorable position, but at the same time managed to move behind Lin. However, in this case, he suffered an irreversible defeat, since the protagonist foresaw this and inflicted a crushing blow to him with a stick, as a result of which he broke his mask and he crashed with a roar to the ground. Lin could not understand how the killer so quickly managed to get closer to her. Member Tan Shi did not think that the monkey could see through their array. Zhu said that they can only attack girls, while they are called professional killers. Lin informed the master that the members of Tan Sha reached the peak of the initial stage of origin. In this connection, she urged him to run away, because she thought that he could not defeat them. Zhu replied that he never retreats back. Besides, they are with her KP. The demonic fox asked him what the KP means. The master said that they were created for each other, respectively. He was responsible for her safety. Meanwhile, the members of Tan Sha hastened to attack Tu, saying that he could not escape. The protagonist noted their stage of origin, because they really had an incredible force. However, they will never be able to cope with him and his people. At this moment, the system awarded him a shapeless magical art for the simultaneous blow to two opponents. The protagonist turned to misunderstood sisters and asked what was the matter. They, in turn, informed him that he could not become the groom of Lin. Zhu did not think that both sisters would be, in fact, demonic foxes. Feminid art allowed to copy opponents' skills and use them with increased power. An enthusiastic Ukon understood that this ability was simply created for him, and he hastened to apply her at the same moment. Tan Sha members began to recognize his strength, but one of them again released his blade into Zaya, urging him to try to block the attack again. The master looked at the sword flying into it and understood that now is the time to experience his skill. Meanwhile, a fiery magic blade was literally before Sunya's eyes. The system told the owner about the nuances flying a sword, who, when used, spent part of the power of the soul. Wei instantly copied the ability Flying Blade, at the same time having beaten it off, and heading to the surprised members of Tan Sha. They could not understand how the monkey was able to cope with this attack so easily. Noting his incredible speed, suddenly the murderers of Tan Sha began to retreat. Ukun, taking advantage of the moment, applied the copied ability with lightning speed. As a result, he hurried to release 3 of his blades in them, which immediately plunged into the bodies of such self-confident killers. The blue magic flame enveloped them, gradually burning to the ground. Subsequently, for their murder, the system accrued the Kyu points of experience and spatial rings. What the owner was immensely happy, and began to brag to the sisters, confidently stating that they are now in complete security and under his protection. Suddenly he felt ill. The foxes asked what was with him. The headache seemed to pierce Suya. He felt weak, and he leaned on his stick to resist his feat. His condition was unsatisfactory. Kuei experienced a side effect of powerful shapeless art, which spent his mental strength. Xiao noted his excessive showdown, while Lin was worried about him, suggesting that he was injured. The young master realized that in this way he could manipulate the girls, so that they begin to regret him, console, and pay his attention in every way. Suddenly he pretended to fall down, saying that he cannot stand on his feet, and now he will faint. The demonic fox hurried to catch him so that he would not collapse to the ground, which was in his plans. At that moment he unexpectedly became better, and Sui began to thank Lin for the help provided. But Xiaixi noticed his absurd game, saying that he was specially pretending. Lin at the same second pushed him aside, showing aggression. Ukun replied that his head was really dizzy, and he was exhausted. However, no one believed him. Xiaoqi continued to blame him for pretense. The main character finally realized that he should stop this performance. After a certain time, they left the cave and finally saw a beautiful sky. Tired and tortured, they headed for a cliff, where Lin said that they came to their tribe, heavenly demons. Kai began to carefully look around, which was quite convenient to do, because from the top of the mountain a wonderful look opened, where everything was in the palm of your hand. It was a full-fledged settlement, like a small town, in which life literally boiled, where everyone was doing his own business. Huai understood that the real freedom of happy people looks like, and for this he was fighting all over the world. At that moment, one of the inhabitants of the settlement ran up to them, and she said that they have a problem in the pharmaceutical department. Lin asked the alarmed Xiao Yun what had happened. The point was that Nude was not experienced in creating a pill, so he was not suitable for the role of an assistant. But the rest of the tribe, and do not understand chemistry at all, and they have already ruined 2 cans of capsules. And now, Yu locked herself in her room and does not want to go out. And worship of the thunderous disaster will take place 2 days later. Lin began to knock on her house, but no one had opened the door to her. Lin tried to hail her. However, Yu never responded. The demonic fox was concerned, screaming through the door that she knows how Xiao Yu tries, but do not be so upset because they will cope without pills. Then she urged her to go out and in a calmly atmosphere to discuss this moment. Xiao Yun turned to the head of the Lin tribe, saying that it was useless because they already told her this, but she never answered them. Zhu asked if Yui demonic fox. Lin replied that her ancestors were jade hares, and they knew on the preparation and improvement of the pill. But being a young girl, Xiao Yu behaved like a child. Ukun noticed that for a jade hare, she just calls her and asked to try to call Xiao. Sun knocked on the door. Shaisi asked him not to confuse excess, so as not to aggravate. The main character replied that he understands this, and decided to apply his skill bag, where the system literally threw it with many different abilities. The young master had a certain plan of action. The foxes did not know what he wanted to do. Shui opened the system where he hastened to purchase a musical instrument, which cost only 10 points. Lin wondered where he got Gutsun. Sun began to play a musical instrument and sing along. Qi asked him to stop disgusting singing, but Shui stubbornly continued to play Gutsun, and suddenly a good melody sounded. Even the picky fox of Xiao Qi began to like. She was pleasantly surprised. Ukun was literally imbued with the game on a unique musical instrument. Xiao Yun even stated that it was extremely harmonious and talented. Kui sung again, where he asked the cute rabbit to open the door for him, so that he could visit her, and they talked with her about everything. However, the girls present clearly did not approve of such a text. Shaisai called on a monkey, in no case to call Xiao Yu rabbit, but the master ignored her and continued to hum. Suddenly the door of the house of Xiao opened. On the threshold stood a cute bunny with large ears. According to her expression, it was difficult to determine whether she liked the song or not. Shui did not pay attention to the fact that the girl, the prisoner, left the house and was already standing in front of him. Lin urged Ukun immediately stop her initiative, saying that Yu has already come out. She stared into the eyes of the main character, who did not understand what to expect from her. Suddenly Xiao jumped up into the height. Sun thought that she wanted to attack him. Xiao Cui thought the same way, asking Yu to not do this, because they brought a monkey to help him. The young master understood that he could not use force to a tiny hare, and simply froze in place. As a result, a nipple girl shook Suya and even burst into tears on his shoulder. What was a rather unexpected turn of events, Ukun smiled, and reciprocated. Hugging a little bunny, everyone was touched by this moment. Xiaoyun noticed that it was very nice on her part, because she did not expect this from her. Yu asked her brother a monkey to sing this song for her again, saying that for some reason this music resembles her beloved mother. Sun naturally agreed. Then he sat behind Gutsun and again this divine melody began to play. Lin also smiled, realizing that this monkey was actually very kind. Xiaoyu began to dance carefree. She seemed to come to life again and enjoyed life. After a short period of time, a late evening has come. Xiaoqi said that Azu could stay here for the night, but at the same time, he should not wander around the settlement, since the tribe of the Heavenly Demon has many of his rules. Sun replied that she could not worry about this, because he is a completely adequate person. Shisi noticed that Yu agreed to take him to her assistance because she was the only specialist for the manufacture of pills, which Lin will have to accept during the Worship of Thunder disaster. At the same time, the master should not create a Xiao problems. Shu assured that everything would be in order. After that, forever dissatisfied with the Jiaisi, hurried to go to her house. The main character instantly went into the shack and closed the door behind him, then took his appearance. Ukon came to the conclusion that everything is worth changing here, and I bought a whole set of furniture from the system, which I successfully placed around the house. What I spent only 10 points, the furniture was really the most modern. Sui with great pleasure lay down on a comfortable bed, thinking that it was such a life and should be, then again turned to the system. Having asked her to look for information about the pill, the system began to look for everything possible about a single-star capsule. After all, Sun, it was necessary to prepare properly for heavenly disaster. Those pills that are needed by the CUI were the second level, but from the single-star capsules, it was possible to get 2-star. The system invited him to acquire a book of skills so that in the future he could process such capsules. To overcome the heavenly disaster, pills of vitality and blood circulation were required. But these capsules were not so practical, because Ukun could restore the energy of the soul with the help of tofu. And to cure the wounds, turning to the system, but with the help of a pill in lightning, Sun could reduce the damage from thunder distress. And to give his body flexibility, Q decided that he had such a capsule, vital. Only its formula cost 1,000 points. The system recommended that it be purchased. In the total amount, the master needed to spend 2,500 points, which was quite a lot. But the disaster was very close. Besides, there were no guarantees that his appearance would protect, and he would still have time to earn points. Sui nevertheless decided on an expensive purchase, extremely necessary for him. Moreover, in the Valley of Heavenly Incense, he earned many points just for such situations. Then he finally went to bed. Since he suddenly knocked on the door, Sun slept quite tightly. And I didn't hear anything at all. It seemed that his strong dream did not leave hopes. But Xiao continued to stubbornly hide at the door, shouting that everyone was waiting for him for a long time. Being half-day, the young master began to tossing, not understanding what was happening. At this moment, Qi still managed to open the front doors. She menacingly urged him to get up. Shu, in turn, instantly dressed and took the appearance of Sun Ukun, and asked what she was doing here. Xiao literally froze in place and stared at one point. She had a rather surprised look. The master called her repeatedly. Xiao hurried to ask where the monkey had so many new furniture. The main character noticed, the main thing is that it is convenient and quite beautiful to look. She was impressed because she never saw anything like it, agreeing that it was beautiful. Then, immediately corrected herself, saying that she does not smell like beauty. Kui in a friendly manner stroked her head, calling a little stupid, having stated that when Sun leaves a few days later, he will leave all the furniture to her. A harmful fox claimed that no one needed his shabby furniture. She herself secretly looked at the interior and did not believe her eyes. Meanwhile, in the laboratory, the members of the tribe hastened to report to the head of Lin that they practically have all the necessary ingredients. They said that in a few days they would be able to continue work when they find a new assistant. Lin confidently stated that she had already found a new assistant, assuring that this time they would do everything as it should. At this time, the doors of the laboratories opened, and on the threshold stood Shu and Qi. The demonic fox Lin noted that the main character had been walking for a long time. Ukun said that he could personally improve the pills, urging them not to worry. Yui joyfully asked him, does he really know how to process capsules? Xiao said that these were not toys, urging Sunya to be more serious. Z asked him to trust him. Yu agreed, giving him the right to try first. Lin noticed that tomorrow they needed to go to a thunderous pool. The master understood this, realizing the same responsibility for the creation of capsules. Then he gathered his thoughts and said that he would succeed. The demonic Princess Lin did not know whether to trust the Yuka such a responsible work. The protagonist tried in every possible way to convince her that everything would be in order. Lin looked at him, then nevertheless agreed to give him this chance. Having said that he had only one attempt, the servants were concerned, since he could not keep track of the temperature. What Lin said about, she replied that if the furnace is not stable, then they will stop the process. Having said that Sunya also concerns this, he only smiled back. Confident Ku called Yu to show her real alchemy. Shu kindly agreed. She did not understand why she was listening to him. The rabbit girl noted that absolutely all the necessary ingredients are here. The protagonist's eyes literally scattered, and he did not know where to start. Lin noticed his confused gaze. They carefully looked after what was happening. Sun asked Yu what pills they would improve. What caused a negative reaction among those present? Xiao said that he did not even know how they look. Xiao was more favorable to him, and smiling asked if he had ever done something like that. Zhu replied that before he even worked on the capsules of immortality, and Yu asked him to show him the formula, saying that he would take care of the rest. Shu kindly gave him her notebook, which Ukun began to study. It was a collection of all the formulas of the Jade Hair tribe, which has been preserved until today. The young master smiled and asked for the system. Immediately copy the contents of the book, which as a result was done after just a few moments. Sun plunged into an endless stream of knowledge of alchemy, which was sincerely glad. The system told the owner that all data were successfully placed in his head. Everyone stood and waited until all the information was absorbed in his head. At this moment, perplexing Qi asked what he was doing, because everyone is waiting for him. The protagonist, with a fairly confident expression on his face, flipped through the sheets of a notebook. After which he defiantly closed it. Yu asked if he had read the necessary formula. The young master answered positively and returned her a collection, adding that now they will witness a real miracle in alchemy. One of the members of the tribe said that it was necessary to stop the monkey, because he only glanced at the formula. And while he did not smash him for cooking, They wanted to inform the head of Lin. Meanwhile, Shui began his witchcraft, showing Xiao Jiao how he heats the ingredients to remove various impurities from them. At that moment, his palm literally ignited by green fire. Xiao Qi noticed that it was too powerful flame. Lin was in solidarity with her in this matter. Hinting that the temperature was not the same as usual, they thought Yukon could not cook anything. The ingredients were really subjected to a very high temperature. The servant of Princess Lin naively believed that everything would just burn to the ground. The other was in bewilderment, because after a moment the master somehow did it, and the ingredients remained unharmed, and the water boiled, and now they melt. Yu said that the monkey leaves the necessary, while removing the useless. The main character smiled and replied that she was understanding everything correctly. When the ingredients were melted, and they looked like some molecules, Zui said that in this state, they need to be placed in the furnace, which, as a result, he did, throwing the contents into a huge boiler. Everyone continued to observe intently the miracle-producing pill, which began to gather into a uniform mass and were a small clot of brown substance. At the same time, it was still high as a high temperature. Kui said that the next step is the separation of capsules. Then, again hastened to use his skills in alchemy. Magic symbols appeared above the boiler, while a characteristic sound was created. And after some time, the pills took the shape of small peas. In total, they managed to make 10 pieces. They were equal. Sonu-kun said that now it is necessary to disband the capsules, having carried out several manipulations with them, pouring the heat of the same green flame. Suddenly a reaction went, and after a few seconds you could proceed to the next step, namely the collection of these very pills, which have already stained in snow white. They slowly headed out of the boiler towards the protagonist. Zhu raised his hand over his head, thereby directing the pills, which after a moment were in his palm. No one expected such skills from Sunya. Starting to say that the protagonist made 10 pills of life force, with the help of only one part of the ingredients, and not a single capsule was wasted. The sisters of the fox were also shocked, realizing that they underestimated the monkey. Meanwhile, the master began the last stage, the preparation of pills, giving them a chocolate taste. Then he placed them in the box, uninhabited. Why was the last step needed? Zai replied that he thus gave them a chocolate taste, and next time she will definitely try one, after which he handed the box Lin. The demonic fox was delighted and said that Sun was incredible, adding that he is more than an assistant because he alone created capsules. The young master said that he would now make other pills that will help Lin overcome the heavenly disaster. She could not understand where such a skilled monkey came from, and she released her wards saying that they themselves would do everything. Xiao Qi asked what Yukon wanted to make pills this time. Shu, smiling, answered her that soon she herself would see everything. After that, I started directly to their preparation. Suddenly the boiler sparkled with lightning, and the next manufacturing process began. You noted that it was actually a cloud of perfection of pills. Lin asked what Xiao was talking about. The rabbit girl replied that when a cloud appears during the collection, it was the highest quality capsules. The main character corrected her, saying that they were not of the highest quality, but pretty good, and they will definitely help in worship of thunderous disaster, as these were pills of diligence from lightning, which he had already prepared and showed them. Everyone was dumbfounded, and they did not understand how the monkey managed to do it, also so fast. Demonic Princess Lin understood that she needed such an ally. For all preparations, the system accrued its owner quite a few experience points. At this moment, the fox abruptly pulled Zuya behind her, saying that they need to talk. She let out a bite from the laboratory. The protagonist could not understand what was the matter. What Lin began to ask, the fox replied that they needed to now advance to the thunderous pool. Zui said that the worship of the thunderous disaster only tomorrow, not understanding what such a hurry was. Lin said a traitor in their clan, and other tribes can attack them by learning that Sun created pills of zippers. Realizing all the seriousness of the moment, Zhu agreed to go to the thunder pool. The demonic fox replied that at first she needed to talk with Xiao Qi. Lin went to Xiao and said that she would go to the pool with Sun and asked Yu and Qi not to tell anyone about the pills, and they, in turn, will be worshipped by thunderous disaster tomorrow. Xiao and the rabbit naturally agreed. At that moment, behind them, an unknown person stood around the corner and overheard their conversation. After that, Sun and the demonic fox Lin went to the street, where they hurried to a strange place with a rounded area, inside which a flower was drawn. Lin said they teleport to the thunder pool to save time, and she asked Yukon to just stand still. Then she took out a certain crystal, which after a moment was touching. The young master was closely watching what was happening. Then the portal opened. The main character and Lin immediately entered him. As a result, their teleportation began in the necessary place. Upon arrival in a thick forest, Shui began to look around. The demonic princess said that they were on the spot and can go. However, Ukon seemed to be disturbed. Lin asked what was the matter. The master replied that he was extremely pleased to walk with her in the forest. The fox hurried Sunya, saying that they needed to find a place for an overnight stay, since the pool will open only in the morning. After some time, they successfully found a suitable location. Having decided to dilute the fire, because it was already dark and colder, Sui said that he would also like to take part in worship of thunderous disasters. Lin replied that he did not have enough development for this level of development. The master realized that people like him could not go through this procedure. The fox supplemented that cultivators have reached the stage of origin can take part, and if he still decides to do this, he will succumb to ridicule. The main character said that participation is much more important than the result. The demonic fox did not expect that the monkey had such calm. Zhu decided to ask why Miss Lin takes part in thunderous worship. The fox replied that they were expelled by people and hid for a long time from the world, and even lived in the mountains. However, the king of the tigers did not suit this, because they wanted to unite in the war against humanity to capture more territories. But people are extremely dangerous. They had a large number of powerful magicians, and everything could turn into the death of the clan. The problem was that the majority agreed with the idea of King Tigers, because he promised to become an emperor of demons, and her clan obeyed him. Lin stated that the king of the tigers was stronger and would not allow him to become an emperor of demons, and she necessarily defeated him in battle. Shu understood that she was very worried about this. The demonic fox said that the worship of the thunderous disaster, it is very important for her and her people, thanking Ukon for their help. Sunny Sun said that if Lin really wants to pay him, he should promise two things. The demonic fox smiled and asked that he wants her to promise him. The protagonist thought, but could not come up with anything, having said that after her, he will say about it, and now he can prepare dinner. The fox Lin kindly refused, saying that she was not at all hungry. Then Sunukun asked which he thought about. Shu answered that it did not matter. The next morning, the demons hurried to go to the entrance to the thunder pool. There were a huge number of them. Suddenly they turned around and paid attention to two people, who were rapidly approaching the thunder pool. The demons recognized Lin. They were extremely surprised by her presence, and began to behave in a prickly, starting to say that they do not understand why she needs this monkey, which cannot help her. Lin urged Sunya not to pay attention to them. After all, no one will fight here, because the thunderous pool will instantly kill the offender. Shui Chu confidently said that he would deal with them a little later, after which they followed further. But the system suddenly repelled, having informed the owner that his larch will soon disappear, and he will acquire his true appearance. Yukun did not understand what this was connected with. The system noticed that the owner wanted to enter the thundering array, which will discover the power of a cultivator who is not a member of a mystical clan, and will eliminate it. In this connection, the system blocked the true power of the owner. The master realized that this would not work. The system also said that it has a 30-fold strengthening from a murderous sword, but here this force was useless. Sun asked Lin whether it was impossible to fight here. The fox replied that they were using a true body. Therefore, the thunder pool will immediately kill them in case of battle. At that moment, an unknown voice urged them to immediately move away from the road. Turning around, they saw that very sinister king of the tigers, who demanded that they leave his way, threatening that he would crush them. The demonic fox Lin menacingly looked at the king of the tigers. He, in turn, hurried to declare that he would get the title of the emperor, having advised her not to disgrace and immediately leave the thunder pool. At that moment, his younger brother said that he could put her in place right here. The king refused, having noticed that in a thunderous pool, you cannot arrange fights, and soon he will worship her thunder disaster. The younger brother obeyed him. After which they left. Lin said that they would get a bit to look for a place to relax. Sui understood that he could not cope with such a strong king of tigers, even with 30 multiple strengthening. Meanwhile, preparations for the worship of thunderous disasters began. A huge arena, retained with the help of chains and thunderstorm lightning. The demons took their places, and were looking forward to the beginning of worship. Lin and Shu decided to sit in the clearing and relax before the start, since worship will take place when it gets dark. Besides, Xiao Qi and the whole tribe should also come. The protagonist suggested Lin eat a pill of evasion from thunder, and he handed her a capsule. A demonic fox thanked him and swallowed a pill. Zhu noted that to absorb the capsule, it will take about 10 hours, urging Lin to start the process now. What she took up, at that moment the Baikov clan drew attention to the demonic fox Lin, and they advised her not to disgrace and go home, as their tribe followed the king of tigers, and it makes no sense for her to humiliate this. But Lin did not hear them, as she was busy with the absorption of the capsule. Sun decided to answer the arrogant bulls, saying that he did not expect to see these pigs here, who also decided to threaten. The bulls also began to dare the main character, saying that he is too skinny and weak. The master said that his mother did not even teach his teeth to brush, and he eats incomprehensible what, and therefore he stinks from his mouth, adding that he cannot even understand a cow or a pig because he is too ugly. And what is in his place? He would end this life to reincarnate in someone prettier. What provoked an unrestrained bull, who in turn tried to hit Yukon. As a result, he was instantly struck by lightning, thereby killing a stupid bull. A moment later, a charred bull lay on the ground and did not show signs of life. Zhu was pleased that the bull followed his advice and immediately began implementation. Other demons from his clan began to say that he should not start fighting in a thunderous pool. After that, an absolutely calm young master, he returned to Lin and decided to start absorption too. At the same time, the system, he was awarded with 7-year-old experience glasses. Sun instantly threw a few capsules into his mouth. Then he began to actively chew them and swallow them, but it was not a very good idea, since the system immediately reported an overdose, slowing down the absorption, and she plunged the protagonist into a deep dream. This moment Suyu seemed quite familiar, but not even having time to do anything, Ukon instantly fell to the ground. Sun lay for a long time, never recovering. Lin at this time, on the contrary, began to wake up and look around. Starting wakeful, the demonic fox drew attention to Sunya, who slept quite firmly and seemed to not intend to wake up. At that moment, the head of the clan of the heavenly demon, Xiao Jiao, called the alarmed voice. She stated that the king of the tigers grabbed Qi. Lin was shocked by this news, and she asked how this could happen. Yu answered. Someone said that the head of the clan left the village, and on the way to the thunderous pool, the king of the tigers intercepted them, and now he requires Lin to begin overcoming a thunderous disaster. Despite the fact that the pool was not stabilized, the demonic fox did not know how to be. She cursed the contemptuous tiger and looked at the horizon with worriedly, where the whole horde of warriors stood, led by his tiger king, next to which was the associated Xiao Qi. Lin was furious, understanding that she does not have a way out, and in order to save Qi, she needs to accept the conditions of the king. What she terribly did not want to do. At that moment, thunder thundered. Lightning hit the center of the suspended arena, and everything sparkled. A huge amount of lightning diverged along the chains of holding islands. Xiao Yu worriedly said that the worship of the thunderous disaster began. Lin asked them to stay here and look after Sunu-kun, who was busy with the absorption of the pill. She herself went to the center of an unstabilized pool. The demons began to reason who would take the throne of the emperor this time, in worship of the thunderous disaster, which takes place every 100 years. Considering the main applicants, the leaders of the tribe of the heavenly demon, and thousands of demons. At the same time, they noted that the worship should not begin with an unstabilized pool. To avoid additional damage, after a moment everyone was shocked, because they saw in the pool Su Lin, from the clan of the heavenly demon. Everyone thought that she had gone crazy, and did not understand why she decided to disgrace before everyone. The demonic fox shouted that she began worship. Meanwhile, the main character began to gradually recover. Suddenly, he opened his eyes and saw Lin in the center of the thunder pool. The system congratulated Zuya on the successful completion of the absorption of pills, as a result of which, the effect of 5 spiritual elements was obtained. Thus, the protagonist received the ability of the god of hellish coercion. The section of 5 elementary arts demanded the absorption of the essences of 8 ki: water, fire, wind, thunder, ice, wood, metal, and earth. After that, Ukon could achieve immortality and the ability to tear out space, as well as strengthen his body. At this moment, one of the lightning pierces the demonic fox. The head of the tribe of the heavenly demon nevertheless was able to resist her feat, although it was hard for her, and she extremely painfully tolerated such tangible damage. At a certain moment, it seemed to everyone that Lin would now fall off his feet. Yu noted that she had to overcome only one thunderous disaster, and then she would reach the stage of transformation. However, the open thundering pool was too strong and merciless. The demonic fox shouted loudly, calling for another lightning into it. Thunder seemed to hear her, and instantly inflicted another powerful blow. Lightning entered the epicenter of the pool, thus hooking the head of the clan of the heavenly demon. The demonic fox Lin shouted loudly from incredible pain. Xiao Qi was shocked, watching what was happening, and thought that Lin would die. The king of tigers also naively believed that the fox was over. What he was very mistaken, as the leader of the tribe withstood a thunderous blow. Suddenly, a strong explosion occurred, as a result of which the fragments of the pool scattered to the sides, and Lin was thrown back with a shockwave, and she literally soared into the height. Xiao Yu thought it was the end, and the head of the clan could not survive. The main character, on the contrary, caught himself thinking that she would succeed. Seeing that Lin was still able to overcome the pain and get out, Yu wanted to help her. But Shu stopped her, saying that she still could not use her strength to the full, assuring the head of Lin to succeed, and they just have to believe in it. It is worth recognizing that Sun was right, and the demonic fox really coped. She landed next to her tribe and proudly got to her feet. Naturally, everyone understood that it was extremely difficult for her, but Lin was quite confident. The demons who watched the worship of the fox were at a loss. After all, none of them could have thought that she would go so far and cross the heavenly disaster. Thus, the head of the clan of the heavenly demon was able to withstand 6 thunderous guts and reach the stage of transformation. The king of Tigrov stated that Lin failed the worship of the thunder disaster, and due to the achievement of the stage of instant transformation, he is not able to compete with him, while he can give it to the full in a thunderous pool. After that, the tiger jumped into the pool with lightning speed and found himself right in front of Lin. All the demons around began to chant his name in every possible way, supporting the king of the tigers. Shui Tzu carefully looked around and could not understand in any way. Why are they all as one? They admire this king of tigers. The distraught tiger immediately used the protective aura, too easier to endure thunder lightning, and smiled at Lin. The evil tiger confidently stated that he would become the owner of the Imperial throne. He defiantly raised his hand to the top and began to wait for a lightning strike. A few seconds later, one of the thunder lightning entered him, then another one, while the tiger seemed not experienced any pain, and on the contrary, he seemed to gain a certain strength. His body sparkled. The demonic fox Lin realized that she had underestimated the power of King Tigers, which in turn enjoyed the blows of lightning, licking up and saying that this is a delightful and unforgettable moment of his life. Shui asked Lin why she decided to start worship, not waiting for the stabilization of the pool. After all, he possessed great power and could kill her. The clan leader stated that someone reported her departure from the village. Then the king of the tigers grabbed Chi and threatened to kill her if Lin did not begin the first worship. But if she passes the test, she activates 3 thunder stages. Ukon understood how criminal this tiger was. The protagonist confidently stated that he would kill King Tigers. Meanwhile, another thunderous lightning entered the king of the tigers. He published a wild roar. Demons noted his incredible resistance, saying that he withstood the blow of the 6th lightning and practically equalized with Lin. And this time, the king of the tigers has every chance to become a new emperor. The tiger raised his hand to the top and waited for the next wave of lightning-fast discharges. And if he withstands another blow, he will certainly become the emperor of demons. Everyone was closely watched what was happening, being in anticipation of the moment. However, suddenly a smelly smell appeared, who also smelled of the king of the tigers. He instantly became ill. No one could understand where this stench came from. The tiger began to look around, but never determined the source of the smell. The demons began to scatter instantly in different directions, because they began to feel sick. Xiao Yu saw a bit of frying a stinking food in a pan, and Lin called out. Zui said that the king of tigers probably was exhausted and wants to have a bite, so he prepared his tofu. The king ordered his brother, immediately drive this skinny monkey. Thus, the tiger was distracted by the smelly tofu of the protagonist, and he dispersed the thunderclouds, which in turn began to disappear. He understood that he urgently needed to cause thunderclines. The Tiger King again raised his hand to the top, but the clouds never appeared. The demons understood that he would no longer cause a thunderous disaster. Meanwhile, Sun urged the tiger to quit this useless business and try it. Suddenly, the younger brother of the king of the tigers knocked out a plate of tofu from the protagonist from his hands. Lin was worried about Ukon, saying that the king's assistant attacked him in a thunderous pool. And at the same time, he was not defeated by numerous lightning, which was surprising. After that, the brother of the king of tigers inflicted a powerful blow to the main character, thus throwing a young master towards the cliff, and naively believed that the battle was over. The demonic head of the clan of the heavenly demon also thought that the Kui died. Even the picky Xiao Qi, who did not like Sunya, cried bitterly. The king of Tigrov stated that the monkey found his death, and he was to blame for this, adding that now he will call another thunderstorm lightning. He will become stronger. The assistant understood that the king of Tigrov would soon become the new emperor of demons. At that moment, he heard some rustling behind him. Turning around, he saw Zuya and was at a loss. The young master immediately struck him, thereby dumping him off his feet. The king's brother lost consciousness. Ukon said that they were ungrateful fleas cats, because he tried so hard, prepared tofu, and they destroyed everything. The demon began to assert. The master hit him in full force. The other said that he relied on his physical strength. In fact, the main character had 30 multiple strengthening from a deadly sword. The king of tigers carefully called on another thunderous lightning. At this time, Zhu called him, saying that if he did not like tofu, he would prepare him another dish. The young master calmly fried part of his brother at the stake. saying that he will feed the meat, his compatriot, so that the tiger fills up his strength after a difficult test. The king, in turn, was shocked when he saw his brother lies unconscious, and the monkey fries its part of the body at the stake. The tiger said that he had no right to do this. Sui said in surprise that it was well fried, and he would definitely like it. One of the demons shouted that while the Tiger King was distracted, the pool was suddenly activated. The tiger drew attention to the stained ground under his feet. As a result, lightning instantly pierced him, and everything flashed. The Tiger King began to growl loudly. Lightning continued to envelop his body, and after a few moments, a strong explosion occurred, the shockwave of which such a naive tiger threw aside. Thus, he withstood one thunderous disaster than Lin, and he declared himself the new emperor of the demons. Therefore, the thunder disaster is over. However, Shu hastened to challenge the thunderous disaster, which he talked about. Confident main character ran towards a thunderous basin, then easily jumped over the abyss of the pool, and after a few seconds he was in the center of him. Everyone was extremely surprised by his appearance. Yukon stated that he was ready for thunderous disaster, representing the clan of the heavenly demon. The audience present in the person of various demons were at a loss. They naively believed that the absurd and skinny monkey could not cope with the test, saying that he dared to challenge the nature of the very nature, for which he would be given to the sky. The system reported that its true force would not be discovered. Q asked her to remove restrictions. The young master felt his power return back to him. He asked the system how much time worshipped the thunder disaster. The system replied that given its power, the test would last about 4 hours. Sun understood that this was too long. The system invited him to bring the lightning of the gods on himself in order to extract energy. However, in this case it will be more difficult to pass this ritual. The main character said that to cope. Meanwhile, the king of Tigrov hastened to help his younger brother, proudly saying that he will definitely take revenge on this skinny monkey. The younger brother said that Sun intentionally distracted the king in order to stop to the ritual himself, and slowly crept up to him. The Tiger King curled that the monkey would soon die without passing the test, or they would kill him. Then, the tiger helped his younger brother get to his feet. Yu told Lin that Ukon was in a thunderous pool. The fox urged everyone to wait and hopes for the best. Wasi began to say that when he was born, a cloud appeared in heaven. It made him incredibly strong, and the master asked God for what such a fate was for him. Sun said that he would fight to the end, because in fact he is not at all what it might seem. After that, the main character began to fearlessly call on thunder lightning, which in turn sparkled in the sky, and it seemed already picked up to him. Everyone was dumbfounded by his statement, and shouted in response to him that he was lying. They themselves wanted to understand what the gods offended him so much that he now wants to take revenge. Lin realized that the spell of the golden eagle could lead to a change in the sky and earth, and she took it with her in vain. Meanwhile, the system awarded the host with experience and achievement, Force Thunder, adding that the complexity of the ritual is increased to the hellish level, and asked him to try to survive. Zhu realized that it would be really difficult to go through this test. The young master immediately turned to the system in order to get something for magical resistance. The peals of thunder, signaling the upcoming beginning of the ritual. Everyone was well aware that now the monkey would be extremely difficult. After a few moments, lightning pierced Sunya, who managed to activate the protective barrier. In this connection, the magical shield literally absorbed all the damage. Ukon understood that he could well cope with such attacks. However, the next blow consisted of 3 lightning, and his barrier crackled. The master did not expect a thunder disaster to answer him with such a powerful attack. As a result, there was a strong explosion in the middle of the pool. Tigers thought that the monkey turned into ashes, because 3 lightning caused significant damage. The younger brother noticed that Sun was well aware of what was going on, since he dared to threaten the gods. But for evil, all the spiteful heroes shrouded in lightning was still able to survive. The demonic fox Lin was shocked that Ukon really withstood the blow of such power. The system said that the magical resistance was over and reloading was 1 day, but it had a bonus. He had a protective reaction of ancient arts. It was a secret technique, which consisted in the fact that from now on lightning favorably influenced him. The demons literally screamed with horror, because everyone already thought that he died. But Shui was absolutely unharmed, saying that 3 lightning for him is nonsense. They drew attention to purple lightning. No one has ever seen this. The master noted the extremely long process, but he was very interested in what would happen at the end. Lin understood that violet lightning was not supposed to appear, which means the gods were angry. Everyone began to panic, saying that this was their punishment, and they urgently need to go down to the ground and begin to pray. Yukon saw how everyone began to worship heaven, and asked to forgive them. That even more outraged him. Sun hit his stick on the ground. After that, Lightning became even more. He specially provoked the gods, raising his stick to heaven and saying that he is the king of monkeys. And he challenges God himself. Everyone began to think that the monkey finally went crazy. Meanwhile, violet lightning literally flooded the whole sky. Going to the protagonist, Shui was ready for such a scenario. The demon screamed that for purple lightning, now attack a stupid monkey. But at that moment, the young master hurried to change the aura to the golden dragon. What they began to talk about, Ukon applied the ninefold strengthening of the golden dragon. He used his entire arsenal and was at the peak of his capabilities. He had at his disposal a deadly blade that absorbs armor and strengthening the dragon. Then Sun flew into the height and began to apply the strongest blows to the cluster of lightning, saying that the gods are obliged to receive what they deserved for their unfair acts. Violet lightning, in turn, also attacked Zuya, but all attempts were in vain. The main character continued to beat the large clots of purple thunder, stating that he would end them, because they ruin the dreams of the rest and make their life unbearable, and so that none of the living beings does not experience the fact that he is at one time. The master bravely rushed into attacks, and it seemed not to know fear. The head of the clan of the heavenly demon Lin Su could not believe his eyes, as well as Xiao Qi, who was surprised to observe what was happening. The young master proudly and confidently said that even the gods could not break him. After the next series of attacks, Ku called the clouds and smoke to dissipate. After a few moments, the heavens accepted their usual color, and lightning disappeared, leaving behind only a purple trace of dust. Sun seemed to absorb into himself all purple thunder lightning. The system notified him of the successful completion of the ritual, rewarding him with his experience points and increased resistance from lightning. Thus, Zhui was able to overcome 7 thunder stages and recapture all lightning attacks. He himself could not believe that he had won and everything was already over. The demons were at a loss, and they said that the monkey had to die. However, the brave master was able to repulse the gods themselves. Xiao Yu urged everyone to look at the sky, where the thunderstorm cloud began to disappear and God retreated, which means worship of the thunderous disaster is over. Lin was struck by the courage and power of Ukon. Yu said that King of Tigers passed 6 thunderous stages, while Sun overcame the 7 stages, which means that the throne of the Emperor should go to him. They were in greater surprise when they saw that the monkey chased after the thunder god. The protagonist instantly took off into the air and said that he would not allow him to be so easy to escape, because of him, Tsu had to go as many as 7 thundering stages. The tigers were at a loss, saying that a barely living monkey was clearly looking for death. Indeed, in his place, anyone would just run away. But the master was not one of those who were retreating back. Ukon chased the tail of purple lightning and ultimately overtook it. After that, Sun entered the accumulation of purple lightning and literally began to swim in them, at the same time getting true pleasure. But God did not leave the hope of hiding. Shui noticed how the thunder cloud began to rapidly move away from him. The young master called on God not to be a coward and will fight him in an honest duel, having again driven after him, threatening that he will explode the heavens if he does not respond to his demand. The main character hurried to apply his ability and released a magic flower into the sky, which exploded within a few seconds, so the clouds scattered. However, absolutely everyone hooked a shockwave, including Lin. The tigers did not understand what was happening and what the consequences of the monkeys will be. Meanwhile, the system accrued the owner of the experience points and warned about the transition to the next stage of development, for the implementation of which it would take about an hour. Xiu understood that it was too long. Returning to the thunder pool, the system warned him that the abilities could be disclosed. In this connection, she invited the master to block his secret skills. The master refused, since he was able to absorb the electric power of lightning. Possibly calling the pool, rinse it with your thundercloud. Ukon fearlessly flew into a huge cluster of lightning to meet his fate. The demons thought that the monkey was definitely the end, since he fell under the action 9 thunder pools. The system said that the owner is in a large amount of electric energy. Consequently, his absorbing reservation on the verge of destruction, Sui demanded to turn on the repair function. At the same time, the young master acquired a passive effect in the form of improved protection, but he could not control this power in his body. At the same time, succumbing to incredibly strong 9 thundering pools, it seemed that his body would now tear off from such a power. Suddenly, an electric ball was in his hands, since there was so much electric energy that it formed a separate sphere. Tsu was required to urgently compress electric power in the field, which, in the final result, he managed to do, for evil to all those who did not believe in him. The king of Tigrov understood that in fact the monkey was more powerful than he could imagine. Everyone began to close with their hands from such powerful electric lightning. Ukuna completely absorbed electrical energy and acquired a new unique ability. From now on, he could control everything that the attribute of lightning had, having become a man who literally controlled thunder lightning. What the protagonist was sincerely glad, calling himself the Lord of Thunder. The system asked the owner to assign the name of his new ability. The master was surprised, because he would never have thought that he would have the opportunity to call his skills. He began to look for a suitable name, but everything that Ukon came up with, it seemed to him monotonous and stupid. Having thought a little more, the young master still found the perfect option, and he hastened to name his newly made ability, a thunderous bomb of the monkey. The demons were aggressive, stating that they would not allow the monkey to become a new emperor. The members of the tribe of the Heavenly Demon began to claim that these rules were established by ancestors, and no one has the right to violate them. The demonic fox Lin said that Sun Ukon would become the new emperor, and if one of them does not agree, then she is ready to deal with him immediately. The demons continued to defend their position, because they were adherents of King Tigers. But they also understood that with Lin at the moment, none of them can be compared in strength. Zhu called Lin not to convince them, saying that if they do not recognize him as the emperor, he would beat them. The king of Tigrov asked if the monkey really drops his challenge to his clan. Then the king flew into Sunya with his fists, saying that he would take revenge on his brother, and even if he went through the worship of the thunder disaster, then this does not mean anything. The master urged to dignify him with the new emperor of demons, not a monkey. Then, giving the sphere of lightning, he put it in his mouth to the king of tigers, which at the same moment exploded and thereby threw back the tiger to the side, at the same time causing him significant damage, which the king did not expect. Zhu rushed at lightning and said that he could crush the tiger like a beetle, because after a thunderous disaster, it is at the next stage, and with ease will receive the throne of the emperor of demons. At that moment, a demonic ENT of animals suddenly appeared, who reproached the king of the tigers for weakness. Since he did not become the emperor, the tiger hastened to justify himself, and asked him to give him a chance to explain everything. The young master confidently stated that he was a demonic lord, and the lord of animals. The lord told King Tigers that he was too weak and could not cope with an elementary task. As a result, he will kill them all before attacking humanity, and ordered his soldiers to deal with everyone. The demonic lord of the beasts was at the second level of transformation. His subordinates hurried to attack all demons, who began to accuse the king of the tigers of meanness, because he betrayed everyone, and they blindly believed him. Shui told everyone the truth how the king of Tigrov grabbed Qi to blackmail Lin, and then take the throne. Then he wanted to be in demonic animals, to kill them all. The main character called on the demons to change his mind and make the right decision. Demons, in turn, all as one began to understand the true intentions of the tiger, and they looked at the vile king of the tigers, who realized that he was the end. Sun fighting demonic beasts said that if he becomes an emperor, he would protect them all. Then he began to use the recently acquired ability. In order to take control as much as possible, the eyes of the protagonist instantly sparkled with magic light. Yukon easily used the lightning of the thunder pool for his own purposes. Thus, a huge number of demonic animals were subjected to lightning. They could not understand why the lightning of the thunder pool were active if the disaster ended. All the clans began to note that with the help of thunderclines the master drove off demonic animals. Meanwhile, Lin hastened to help the Xiaoqi, which was held by the guardian of King Tigers. He tried in vain to resist the demonic fox, for which he instantly paid. Lin eliminated him with one blow. Then she untied the hands of Qi. Xiao asked how they could cope with the clan of demonic animals. Meanwhile, Shu kept the thunderous pool with the help of lightning, so they were safe. The master wanted to kill the demonic lord, so that his obedient monsters could not continue the confrontation without a leader. However, the main character was required first of all to expand his thunderous sphere. At that moment, the younger brother of the king of the tigers crept up to the bite and struck him in the back, thus injuring him subsequently, which the main character lost control of thunder, and the expansion of the thunderous sphere was interrupted. Lightning disappeared. The younger brother of the king of the tigers naively believed that the monkey had died. He stated that he wanted to join the clan of demonic animals. The lord replied that he appreciates his act and agreed to let them into his clan, urging the rest to kill the rest. The demons saw that the electric barrier disappeared and demonic animals attacked them. They instantly began to run away, but Lin urged them to stop and show courage to give battle to demonic beasts. Sui, with the help of the system, restored his strength in a matter of seconds and got to his feet. Then he released the ball sphere towards the tigers, saying that because of them, he interrupted the breakthrough process. At that moment, the king of Tigrov pushed his younger brother, ordering him to run away. He wanted to save his life, taking a powerful blow of lightning on himself. The king's younger brother did not believe that everything could end there. The tiger told him that he was obliged to live and in no case should give up. The younger brother shouted his name fiercely and could not restrain her tears. The young master in response stated that they deserved death for their deeds. A few seconds later, a strong explosion occurred. The system immediately charged the main character of the award, in the form of a large number of experience points, and from now on, Sun had the opportunity to use melanotherapy. The head of the clan of the Heavenly Demon urged everyone to immediately move away and leave everything to the bunch, which in turn has begun mass control of lightning. Kue wanted to increase the girth of lightning and expand the range to send them all to hell. What was worth admitting well, as the master killed a large number of demonic animals. The only he began to irritate the Lord of Demonic Animals. He menacingly stated that he would destroy the monkey, tearing him to shreds. The master defiantly twisted a thundercloud in his hand and said that his name is Sun Ukon. The demonic lord took off into the height, heading for the main character. He said that the monkey is rather stupid, because she is weaker than him but still snapping. Zhu perfectly understood this, and the fact that the king of the tigers was just a pawn, and with the lord he will really have to try to defeat him. The demonic lord called him to prepare for an irreversible death. A magic horn suddenly appeared above his head, which was ignited. Ukun said that he should go from words to action. The demonic foxlin was worried, saying that the lord activated the death horn. After that, the lord released his magic gun aside, offering him to surrender. The young master replied that only he would die today and released a thunderous bomb, subsequently, which they encountered. But the electric sector could not stop the death horn. Thus, he continued his procession. Zai began to reflect on how to interrupt the lord's spell. After a few seconds, the horn flew into Sunya and an explosion occurred. Xiao Qi shouted his name in alarm, thinking that Ukon died. However, the master hastened to convince her in the opposite, saying that everything was in order with him. The demonic lord did not understand how the monkey was able to survive. She realized that the lord is stronger than him, and remaining at a distance, he could be in a disadvantage. His only chance was to get closer to the demonic lord. The main character stood on a magical horn of death as he suddenly stirred, then sharply climbed into the air and began to pursue the young master. Flying after him everywhere, Z understood that he needed to get rid of him, because the horn did not give him the opportunity to get to the demonic lord. Ukon grabbed his stick and struck the magical horn of death. However, he could not significantly change the situation. The horn attacked him again. Sun defended himself with a stick, which ultimately broke. In this connection, he hurried to pick up his old blade, who was finally able to cut in half the main weapon of the lord. At that moment, Qi shouted to him so that he would not show off, but headed for the demonic lord and killed him. Sui replied that he understands this, but these horns do not give him such an opportunity. Meanwhile, 4 more magical cones of death flew on him. The young master understood that he would not be able to forever evade the instruments of the lord, although Ukon got down, eliminating all the horns sent to him. Getting to the demonic lord was extremely problematic, who suddenly grabbed Sunya's sword and said that he was impressed by his maneuverability. However, inevitable death is still waiting for him. The master was in a disadvantage. The lord instantly struck him with his tail, saying that his physical strength exceeds the power of Shu. Then he grabbed him with his paw, thereby fixing it and not allowing the main character to get out. In response, the young master smiled and said that usually as self-confident as he, they make deadly mistakes. The demonic lord asked if the monkey really believes that he could defeat him. The protagonist replied that this is exactly what he is now doing. Suddenly calling on thunder lightning, Shu attacked the arrogant lord, which at that moment missed him from the paws. Ukon instantly generated a ball bomb. The demonic creature only laughed, saying that he was not afraid of his lightning. Sun smiled and said that he knew about it very well, and therefore something else awaits him. The master hastened to release in the direction of the smug lord, a magic lotus, who literally blinded him. The lord did not understand where such a force was wherein this flower, and he asked for forgiveness from the protagonist, saying that he did not understand him correctly. But it was already too late, since after a second an explosion occurred, which finally killed the Lord of the Beasts. As a reward from the system, Shu received a lot of experience, also moved to the 7th stage of development, and became the owner of a mysterious gift. Lin and Xiao Qi were more than shocked by the fact that Ukon really could kill the Lord. Sun landed in the Thunder Pool, and confidently declared himself the new Emperor of Demons. After asking the rest whether anyone has objections, all demons were also impressed, the incredible power of the monkey. The protagonist looked at the surprised faces of the animals and asked if anyone had objections. Naturally, no one dared to object to the young master. Each of the demons leaned in front of him, standing on one knee, also bowing their heads in front of the new emperor. The animals began to shout his name. saying that they have no objections, and they accept the terms of the bite. Shu hastened to announce new rules for the existence of demons. Having said that from now on, they are all obliged, implicitly comply with the orders of the Emperor. Then, the master acquired a golden crown from the system, for 10 points of experience, having stated that this crown, symbol and object of the heritage of the Emperor demons, and from that moment it gives power to the newly made Emperor. After that, the main character hurried to approach the head of the clan of the heavenly demon, the Fox of Lin. Zhu lifted the golden crown high above his head and announced the following. He voluntarily refuses the rights of the Emperor of Demons, which shocked everyone. Then he appointed the new emperor, the head of the clan of the heavenly demon, Su Lin. All those present were at a loss and did not understand why he did it, and why decided to abandon the throne. Even Lin was shocked by this news, having said that she cannot accept this crown and become an emperor of demons. Because I'll get a bit, it cost incredible efforts. Sun took her hand, and he reminded her that she promised to fulfill his 2 desires, and the first was to become an emperor. Lin said, according to the tradition of their ancestors, the winner should become a leader. Shu said that he has established new rules today, adding that he travels a lot and therefore cannot accept this title, and she is already the leader of the clan. Besides, everyone wanted Lin to become the emperor of demons. The fox said that in this case, her first order would be the transfer of the crown to him. Having corrected himself, Lin said that she was joking, and asked what his second desire would be. The main character understood that the worship of the disaster was completed, and he should go to the country of fire. The master told Lin that having passed the title with a calm soul, he could leave them, even though he is sad to leave. The fox was upset and asked why he was leaving their clan. Sun replied that he had come here to see a worship, and now he needs to return. And about the second desire, he invited her to have dinner at the next meeting together, adding that he leaves because he cannot sit in one place and is used to traveling. Lin looked at him with a sad look, and suddenly smiling replied that she would wait for his return. The young master went to the rest of the tribe to say goodbye to them. Yu and Xiao Qi began to ask why he could not stay with them for a short while. Kai replied he would return when he had time. Everyone began to say that they would be bored with him, of course, except Qi. After that, the main character left, realizing that the path to the country of fire would be long, and he should save many more people. After all, this is his main goal. A few days later, the master was already in the country of fire, and wandered through the forest. Suddenly, he remembered that the system sent him a mysterious gift. Xu hurried to look at his gift. He was eager to find out what was waiting for him. He was delighted with the gifts of the system in the form of a book of 300 Tang poems, and the great wings of the world's spaces. The main character was literally dumbfounded, and wanted to learn more about these wings and try them. The wings of the world belonged to the Yang dynasties, and could turn into 3 pairs of wings of flame, which significantly increased the speed of flight. The book, in turn, could not be sold, and it was the anthology of tank verses. The system proposed Su to get acquainted with its contents, but he asked for wings. At this moment, on the back of the young master, huge and beautiful wings grew up. Naturally, our hero decided to try them in business, and took off into a height. It really was a royal gift, since with their help, it will now be spent on the path, much less time, and Zui can get much faster anywhere, which was also very significant. At the same moment, the master went to the country of fire, flying high to heaven to perform justice all over the world. After a short period of time, the protagonist successfully reached the outskirts of the Imperial city, where the lady opened a banquet on the shores of Lake Daman, and all the inhabitants of the Imperial city wanted to attend this event. The Emperor of Fire this time, I conducted the tests of where the winner could receive a prestigious award. However, in order to fly to the Imperial city, he still had to spend a lot of time. Namely, 1 day and 1 night, the Imperial outskirts of the city was the most famous place in the country of fire. The young master was at the height of a bird flight and enjoyed an unimaginable view of the city. Zhu wanted to immediately go to the Emperor in the palace to kill him, but he was in the 7th stage. However, the advantage was on the side of Zuya, because he could imperceptibly strike, and the Emperor was always in sight. He did not know whether Jian Zi and Princess Jian helped to get a map of the Imperial tomb, or betrayed him. The master hastened to go downstairs to explore the situation in the city. The servant of the kingdom said that those who received a golden pass can take part in the banquet, and those who, without this pass, should not be in line. Quo asked one of the servants what was happening here. The servant replied that the Emperor was looking for recruits, and in order to become, you need to pass a text exam and a martial art test. The main character asked why to recruit new recruits, if there is Shu Hu. The Emperor's minister said that Shu died a year ago, due to a terrible illness. The young master was in shock. Realizing that the emperor had already buried him, he decided to participate in the competition. Zhu asked the servant of the Imperial palace if he recognized him. The assistant said that he sees him for the first time. The main character realized that in fact, Zhan Yang did not want to see him in the Imperial city. Suddenly, the master said that a beautiful bird flies away and pointed a finger at the sky. The servant turned. Shu instantly changed his appearance, after which the assistant turned around, and he saw a completely different person in front of him. He asked where the young guy went. The master said that he did not understand what he was talking about, and whether he was introduced by Bei. The assistant called himself Tan Lufen, a student from the Duncheng school. Bai said that he came to look at the banquet. Lufen, as it turned out, was there for the same reason. Tang talked about rather arrogant people from Minhen, and asked where Li Sui said that he was from the school of Tsinghua. After they continued such an entertaining dialogue on the way to the banquet, Lufen asked if Bai had a golden pass. The master replied, he did not hear about the invitation to the banquet. Tan said that this was Lady Yang's order, and without passing it will not be allowed to tests, and they will not miss the banquet, noting that no one still managed to penetrate without a pass. The main character was sincerely surprised, and thought that he would correct this soon. Zhu pulled Lufena behind him, saying that it was necessary to solve the issue with the pass. But they were stopped by a little girl and asked to stand in line for a banquet. Bai said that the time of each person is invaluable, and he wants to correct this moment. The girl said that if he really succeeds in doing this, then there will be no more need for passing. Li smiled and replied that he specially came here to solve this problem because he wanted to get to the exam, and it doesn't matter to him whether he will get to the banquet or not. The girl was extremely surprised by his statement. The girl began to say that she admires such as he, and personally present him to a text exam, where he himself will be able to choose the topic, but time will be limited by 10 minutes. After some time, they announced the beginning of the text exam. In the crowd of people, they began to discuss some MO, who did not have 2 minutes to pass the exam, and since Guan from the Academy Minhen failed, no one has yet been able to complete the text test. Seeing Suya, people began to assume that this is one of the 4 talents of Guanzhao from the Academy of Minhen. Saying that earlier, they never saw this guy, but he still dared to try good luck in order to pass a text exam. Unlike Tan from Duncheng, whom they knew very well, and thought that he came to disgrace, Bai urged Lufen not to listen to them, because very soon they would close their mouths. Li read the question. A person eats a bowl of rice in a quarter of an hour. At what time 8 people will eat 8 rice plates? People began to say that this is a rather difficult question, and they began brain activity reflecting on the answer. The master understood that this was a question trap. Someone from the crowd began to say that he knew the correct answer, by stating that in order to eat a plate of rice, it takes a quarter of an hour. Then 8 people will eat bowls with rice in 8 quarters of an hour, saying that this is simple arithmetic. The other noticed that this was the wrong answer, and he confused everything. The girl asked Zia to write an answer on the plank. Bai handed her a piece of wood with an answer and stated that they would need the same quarter of an hour, supposing that in fact the correct answer is an hour, after which they began to mock a young master, adding that they do not understand what this guy thought about when he gave an answer. Tan Lufen began to succumb to the crowd, and also began to say that the answer is incorrect. However, the main character was confident in his rightness and asked his sister to voice the right answer. The girl congratulated Zuya, saying that his answer was completely correct, a quarter of an hour. All those present were at a loss and instantly fell silent. The master turned to the crowd of people and said that God gave everyone wisdom, but apparently he bypassed them. Meanwhile, Tan Lufen also realized why the correct answer was exactly a quarter of an hour. People accused him of bribing the examiner, saying that he himself clearly could not think of this. And as soon as the angry Lufen, he tried to explain to stupid citizens. He was suddenly interrupted by the main character, and said that he would personally do it. He stated that they could not blame the people of Duncheon, because they are more talented than them, and 1 bowl with rice is eaten in a quarter of an hour. Therefore, 8 people who simultaneously eat a plate of rice will also be eaten in a quarter of an hour, calling them stupid people. The townspeople began to gradually understand what so far tried to convey to them. For the correct answer, CYU received experience points, which was reported by the system. After that, the young master hastily proceeded to the next issue. 2 students handed the examiner the same work, without attributing to each other how this could happen. Lufen, a little thought, came to the conclusion that they bought an examiner. A crowd of people came to a similar conclusion. They began to shout this answer. He instantly answered because they handed over clean sheets, and handed the plank to the girl. A few seconds later, she announced that his answer is true. Tan was delighted, realizing that almost spoiled everything, as he wanted to give a different answer. Meanwhile, the elder came to Lady Jan and said that one guy had already answered the exam twice. In addition, he answered questions quite quickly, practically without hesitation. Jan asked if the questions were definitely written today, and only Ray should have answers. The elder answered positively. The lady understood. Either the person was really smart, or Ray gave him answers. And she asked the elder if Ray could betray her. The elder did not know how to answer the sister of the Emperor of Fire, having only said that this guy wants to make gold gaps are not needed. And he said that he would successfully pass all the exams. Lady Yang laughed back. The Emperor's sister wanted to meet with this extremely self-confident person. At that moment, the bungee pulled the canvas from the board, where the next question was written. How? You can turn ice into water, and do it as quickly as possible. People began to guess, saying that it was necessary to use the fire spell. Lufin said that the answer could not be so simple. Moreover, Guanmo fell on this question. The young master, in turn, confidently said that the answer to this question is extremely simple. The main character immediately approached the board with the question. Everyone froze in anticipation. After that, Shui exactly cut the board, leaving part of the word in the other half. Everyone immediately began to be indignant, saying that such behavior in the exam is unacceptable. At this moment, Tang understood everything, and urged everyone to look at the second part of the board, where the word ice was cut in half. In this way the word water came from it. Ray hastened to congratulate on the correct answer. People noticed that even 4 talents could not answer correctly. At this time, the sister of the Emperor of Fire watched what was happening. Lady Yang said that she came to look at the person who wants to remove the pass, and answered 3 questions already, which cannot but impress. She asked where he came to the Imperial city. The townspeople were at a loss when they saw the Emperor's sister, saying that she was very long, there was no exams. The main character mysteriously looked at Lady Jan and smiled, asking her, is she really so interesting to know his origin? Jan confirmed her intentions, and asked him to tell about it. Bai replied that he did not have a story. Suddenly, Lufin shouted to the young master that God would kill him now. Everyone ignored Tana. Meanwhile, the Emperor's sister noticed his rather unusual answer, and laughing asked her name. Shu realized what Lady Yang was interested in. Then he confidently replied that his name is Li Bai, the one who blew up heaven, and he belongs to the Northern Academy of Tsinghua. Then the young Lady Jan smiled again. The surprised people began to say that somewhere they had already heard of the Torn Heaven. Nobody knew the Academy of Tsinghua, because they thought that a Pew from Dunqing, Lady Yang, liked him more and more. The sister of the Emperor of Fire said that now his turn to ask 3 questions, and if no one answers them, he would win. The main character was absolutely sure that no one could answer his questions. He hastened to ask his first question, looking at the young mistress. If he came to the banquet, but he does not have a pass of the awarded Lady Yang, what to do? Liu Feng was extremely surprised to hear such a question from the young master. People also began to celebrate the oddity of this issue, saying that such a person simply will not be able to get to the banquet. Everyone began to shout that he asked a too simple question, and they found the answer. Lady Jan, in turn, understood that everything could not be so simple. Kuei asked if they were sure that they found the correct answer. Then he answered his own question, saying that he could simply take the pass by force or steal. In fact, this was meaning, but everyone was suspiciously silent. Since they were dumbfounded by a similar answer, even the Emperor's sister was taken aback. She looked at Bai in surprise. People began to be indignant, supposing that he does not have the right to be so rude, and does not deserve to participate in the exam. Lady Jan noted that everyone loves a banquet, and no one could allow such rudeness. The guy was unusual. Having said that, he showed a minute weakness, and no longer become so rude. The master asked for forgiveness, but said that at the same time, no one gave the right answer. With this behavior, the main character really took the townspeople out of himself. After that, John said that it was an interesting question, and he passes, since no one answered him correctly. And she asked him to ask the following question. Shu said that this time he would ask a simple question. The queen had a neighbor, Dan She introduced her to her son. He asked where she lives, and after an answer, was wounded by the son of the queen. The question was why he did this, everyone thought. Tang noticed that it was an interesting question. People said that the answer was that she told the queen's son. This was quite obvious, but what exactly did Donna? After all, she was the queen's neighbor. Everyone strained her gyrus. Lufin understood that quite a lot of time had passed, but no one answered. Lady Jan saw how much Bai was witty and talented. After a few more seconds, the Emperor's sister said that no one could answer, which means the question is counted. The master said that if no one knows the answer to this question, then he should minimize difficulty. The third question is that everyone has this part of the body. In children, in adults, someone has more hair in it, someone less. The question was as follows: what this part of the body was for people. Everyone again plunged into the thought process, and silence came. Even the elder did not know the answer to this question. But the answer was quite simple. Of course, everyone had one answer, but it was embarrassed to voice it. Besides, everything could not be so simple. The protagonist in turn smiled and enjoyed it, while others literally blushed. The townspeople became angry with Suya. Some even wanted to beat him for such impudence. After all, since they considered themselves decent people, they could not say such a word. Bai noticed that time was coming, but there is still no answer. And this means his victory. He gave a hint. They use this every day. One of the crowd could not stand it and began to accuse of vulgarity, saying that they could not answer with Lady Yang. The young master said that if no one can answer, then he wins. The guy suddenly dared and began to say that he was not afraid to name this part of the body. Z urged him to give an answer. He himself perfectly understood what would happen next. The young man began to stutter. He was extremely deftly talking about it. He once again blushed, but still said this word. Shui pretended to be disgusting to hear this, putting the guy in an awkward position. Supposing that he had no right to say such things under the lady, the young man was at a loss, as well as the rest of the townspeople. They stared at the protagonist, realizing that it was actually a wrong answer. The guy began to say that this Bai behaves inappropriately. Li answered that he had two dirty thoughts, and his answer is wrong. The master repeated his question again, and said that the answer was obvious, adding that it was a hand, or not what they could think of. Xiu showed Tana his hand, and began to say that she was hairy, and possibly longer than his, or maybe shorter. The fact is that even Lufinus thought about something else, in connection with which he became ashamed. The system awarded its owner, charging 200 experience points. Lady Yang said that all three questions of Bai passed, and from now on is considered an honorary guest. After that, the Emperor's sister asked him to follow her. She smiled at the main character. Shu smiled back. At that moment, an unknown voice shouted loudly, urging everyone to meet the guests. They turned out to be Guanmo and Guanzhao. They were two of the four great talents. Mo was known throughout the Imperial city and wore status, the king of poetry. Guanzhao was also from the Academy of Minskin, and no one could compare with him. The townspeople began to say that they really deserved their titles, and finally it would be possible to see true geniuses. However, Lady Jan confidently stated that they could not compare with Li Bai. Zhui thanked the Emperor's sister for such a flattering review, because he did not think that she was such an opinion about him. Surprised, Madame Yang asked what Bai had in mind. Li said that he was completely not the one who might seem to her before, adding that one day he will allow the world to see his true talent, and hurried Tana to go with him. The sister of the Emperor of Fire was indeed interested in the young master. Lady Jan wanted to meet them three at a banquet, where she could determine whose talent is better. What told them about Bai and Lu Fen went to the exit from the palace, taking ahead of an unusually beautiful alley to the upcoming banquet, where there was an incredible aroma of flowers. Li enjoyed this place. The girl met Tsu with Tan and asked them to go to the banquet. The master said that he definitely liked it here. The servant noted that all that they see was personally arranged by Madame Yang. The main character with Lu Fan leisurely headed to a palace, where the local inhabitants instantly drew attention to them, turning in the guesses who these are young people and what they are doing here. After that, Bai and Tan sat down at the table. Lu Fan said that he was very nervous. Shu called him simply relaxed. The people did not cease to be surprised, the presence of Guan Mo and Zhao, saying that for them this is a great honor to meet such great people at a banquet. Tan noticed that he accepts the fame of Mo and Zhao, but it is not worth flattering. At that moment, Guan Mo asked Lady Zhan if he could meet Li, who passed the text exam. Hearing this information, the townspeople were in the surprise that a certain test had passed. Lu Fan, in turn, urged Zuya to be careful with the MO, as he could hate him. Guan said that he had heard from his comrades how this young man asked difficult questions, and no one could answer them, adding that if Bai is still here, then he wants to talk to him. Liud was at a loss, suggesting that the great MO wants to fight Li. One of them suddenly shouted that the Q was here and pointed to him, but the main character ignored him. The guy began to say that he was afraid not to answer once. The young master was in no hurry to answer. He at ease put the cup on the table. Then he stated that he was looking for a worthy enemy all his life, but he never found him, having called the Mo with the insignificance, which all this time challenged to weak mills. All those present were shocked by the similar behavior of the young man. After all, Guan Mo was a really great man, from the Holy Academy of Minhen, created by the Emperor himself, and once he definitely reaches his peak, Mo was tense. Meanwhile, the young master received 100 points of experience for his deeds. The Emperor's sister understood that the situation was gradually hesitating. Guan Mo in turn noticed that Sui is a rather interesting person. He went to the main character, after which he calmly sat down at his table. Then he poured himself a drink and suggested that Bai would fight him. Despite everything that he said, Mo noted that he could benefit for himself. The people around began to say that this is exactly what the winner should be, noble and modest. The protagonist perfectly understood that Guan was making himself a gentleman, and he was going to put an upstart in place with the help of a book about Tan poems. Kuei asked for the system to transfer the contents of the book to his mind. Literally a moment later, the young master possessed the knowledge of this publication. Bai got up from the table and said that he would accept his challenge, although he was quite indecent, and tell him one poem. Luffin was worried about Li, since Mo was nevertheless considered the king of poetry. Guanzhou was the same as everything in attention, in anticipation of the poem. People noted that the young master would soon come to an end. Mo was looking forward to the performance of an arrogant Suya. The sister of Emperor Lady Yang considered this a fight of talents. Bai called for listening to the first poem and began to read. A moat of 3 meters out of the ground, and the water there flows there all year round. But there are no cows and sheep to eat grass, and in the sky the cloud washes its hair. The people were at a loss, suggesting that Bai had in mind the Guan, which, in turn, suddenly jumped up and began to blame whether it was accused, saying that he shamelessly dared to read out such verses. Tang found this poem quite strange, especially words, 3 feet from the ground, after which he suddenly realized what was talking about, and was shocked. All those present also reacted sharply, laughing loudly. One by one they began to flood with laughter, saying that they could not restrain themselves. Indeed, 3 feet from the ground, this is an indescribable part of the female body, and clouds washing their hair were a metaphor, exposing the MO of the child. Bai urged Guan to wash his hair more often, and not forget about hygiene so as not to walk dirty. Mo was outraged to the core, asking Lady Jan to immediately expel this man from the Imperial city. Arguments by the fact that or can create quite a few problems for others. Shui continued to frolic, saying that looking at the mountains he sees not mountains, and if he has a pure heart, then poetry will be pure for him. The master noted that Lady Jan did not laugh at his verse, which means she had a pure heart, which he could not say about him. The Emperor's sister laughed, realizing how the main character was the dexterous, that he even infuriated the unperturbed Mo. Guan, in turn, was furious and seemed to want to kill Bai. Lufin, like the rest, refrained from excessive comments. Those present townspeople simply watched what was happening, while Lady Jan said that Li showed her literary skills in all its glory, adding that true connoisseurs of the art of poetry gathered here, and urged everyone to sit in their places. People began to say that indeed everyone should be tolerant and not show aggression. Guanmo calmed down and sat down at the table. Zhao sat down at him. Mo promised that he would not argue with Xub, offering John to tell everyone their own poems. The people liked this venture, and they supported their idol Guyan. Lady Yang understood that Mo thus wanted to once again attract attention. She suggested telling poems about the spring rains that were expected soon. What Bai liked, because in his collection there would be about 10 similar verses. Guan agreed with pleasure, and accepted this topic. Mo stood up at the same moment from the table, intending to start reading the poem. Ian noted that he was really talented, because she only voiced the topic, and he was ready. Excessively proud and self-confident Guan, with a smart expression on his face, began to read a verse. Mo, with an expression, handed it out. We compare the spring rain with the worldly vanity. He slowly moved around the room, continuing to read. The kidneys of IV bloom out. People fell silent, carefully listening. The wind plays on the street. Everything with the same confident face, Guan said, penetrating through the window and believing his cold. Everyone was delighted, saying that this is a wonderful poem. Tan understood that this verse read the Emperor of Fire, who organized a festival of poetry in his honor. Lady Yang noted that this is really a classic quatrain. She was getting warmer, even though on the street it was quite cool. At this moment, in complete silence, the main character accidentally expressed his discontent, then instantly asked for forgiveness from everyone present for his rudeness. Guan asked the young master to express his opinion on his poem. Bai smiled and replied that nothing poorly thinks about him. The people began to argue that this is the best poem by the Moscow region, which the emperor himself liked. Li said that the approval of the emperor is not a significant argument for him. In other words, this poem is extremely bad, and he is surprised that the emperor liked it. One of the fans of the Ministry of Defense said that Xu dares to speak so arrogantly and does not deserve the title of honored guest. Guanzhou completely agreed with him, saying that arrogance is a sin. The protagonist continued to smile, the more annoying everyone. The young master asked Lady Yang to evaluate the real poem and began to read. Good rain comes when spring comes. It is accompanied by wind, wet and quiet. The people admitted that 2 lines of the verse are much better than the whole poem of the Moscow region, but did not talk about it. Shui continued, "Spring rain pacifies people in the village, and drumming with its drops on the roofs of buildings." In fact, people liked this quatrain, but they did not dare to say this. Li did not stop. Everything was shrouded in a spring sleep. The birds were no longer heard. The night comes, and the spring rain continues its melody. People admire the melody of the rain that calms their souls. The building listens to rain. Juicy apricots are sold in the lane. The bright moon together in the wind is accompanied by spring rain at night, and rice flowers experience a period of their abundance. The songs of frogs are heard, and the rain continues its melody, not intending to stop. At that moment, it was really heard on the street, which gave the effect. The protagonist went to the meeting, and right through the piercing rain. After that, the young Master Shu stopped and put the palm into which the water began to climb, and continued to read. Rain is born in heaven and dies on earth. Its process itself, namely crying, is his life. The rain that they observe today, they are not looking at heaven and not at the earth, and not even at the rain, no. They look at the life of this rain. The main character went forward again. People were impressed. Li Bai confidently walked in the rain and did not turn back. Everyone watched him after, and Xiu continued to read the poem, expressively saying that this is the life and death of the rain. Dark clouds were thickened over the wayward Imperial city. The pouring rain continued to fill everything around, and did not subside for a minute. He still beat the roofs of houses, setting the rhythm of his melody. People were still under an indelible impression after Li's poem, which also struck, and the so-called king of the poetry of the Moscow region. Tan, in turn, could not imagine that spring rain can be described so beautifully. The people understood that he was mistaken at Bai, because he showed his true talent. They regretted that they had recently mocking him. Guan Mo was well aware that he lost in this fight. The sister of the Emperor of Fire was also struck by reading the verse of a young master. Lady Yang caught herself thinking that it was really amazing. Guanzhou could not believe that Sui was the author of this poem, having stated that he simply learned someone else's verse, and most likely deceived everyone. The townspeople at the moment took the side of Jiao, saying that they agree with him. Lu Feng began to defend the protagonist, saying that even if this is not his verse, then whose, because no one had heard this work before. In this connection, the opinion of people was again divided, since no one could name the author of these verses. Lady Yang was extremely unpleasant to listen to the discussion in such a vein. She urged everyone to stop arguing, saying that this fight was only an addition to today's banquet, and regardless of whose poems they were, they are not entitled to condemn and find fault with the queue. Luda understood that it was better to really stop talking about it so as not to annoy the Emperor's sister. One of them considered it necessary to say that they should not be so disrespectful about Bai. After that, Lady Jan asked if there were still those who want to read poetry. Everyone began to look at each other, but no one deigned to show the initiative. Understanding that after such a soulful poem, Li does not read them, nothing can compare with him. The Emperor's sister also realized that after his work, no one dares to read the verse. Approaching the window, Lady Jan said that if they no longer want to talk about poetry, then it is worth exchanging knowledge in order to mutually benefit. Tan joyfully supported the Emperor's sister. It seemed that everyone was already distracted from the verse of the protagonist. However, Zhao was not one of those who loved someone to learn something. He never turned to anyone for help. Suddenly Bai asked, "Is it really true? After all, if so, then this is really impressive and worthy of respect." Everyone looked around on the newly made master of poetry, not understanding when he managed to appear again. What was obviously not happy with Guanzhou, he literally incorporated Shuya with his eyes. Lady Yang asked why Li left without saying goodbye. As always confident Bai, he said that he was walking in the rain and discussed the meaning of life. An inspired Yang noted that the master definitely raised her mood. The townspeople infuriated the fact that the Emperor's sister, without hesitation, showed sympathy for Qiu. At this time, the protagonist clicked his fingers, as a result of which his palm flashed with fire, then demonstratively and rather pathetically smoked a cigarette. Then he exhaled the smoke and looked up with a confident look of those present. Burning with curiosity, Tan asked what he had in his teeth. Zhui said that this is a cigarette with which he replenishes his energy. One of the townspeople intends to punch so that everyone would pay attention to him. Then he stated that he had a desire to tell them his poem and began to read it. The sky stretches to the ground. The rain goes against the wind. The mountain flower grows on a rock. The red sun flaunts in the sky. He naively hoped that Lady Jan would transfer the interest of Lady in his direction. At that moment, Zhao unexpectedly continued the verse. The Han River is filled with tears of rain. Thunder joined the rain. Naturally, everyone began to say what a talented Guan. and so quickly came up with a continuation of the poem. Lufin understood that it was quite simple for Xiao. Guan continued to read. There is a small gap between the stone, and a small mountain flower grows from there. Shui unexpectedly finished the work. He personifies in himself stamina and beauty, as if he spoke to himself. Tan thought that the main character had already reached his peak, but he again struck everyone with his abilities. Lady Yang said that she had never seen such a talented person as Bai. Guanzhao could not reconcile with the fact that everyone admired weather and continued to read poetry. The emperor lit a candle in the room, a gold plate from the light of a candle, wrapped around the jade and fell on a silver cylinder. People thought that Guan was quite a brave man once he continued a duel with a master. Zhu answered, "The reflection of the light is red, then white creates a pleasant atmosphere in the room." The emperor sitting in the room takes out his fan and simply enjoys warmth. Zhao picked up pronouncing, "A stranger walks outside the house on the street. Leaves rustle on the trees. The wind rose. A phoenix appeared." Bai continued, "But the wind pierces the majestic phoenix with its arrow, which leads him to death, and then subsides." Lufin was delighted because to create such a magnificent verse, in such a short time, it is true talented. The townspeople also noticed that or did not break under the onslaught of the great Guanzhao. And for ordinary people, it took more than a day, or it would not have happened at all. The sister of the Emperor of Fire was as if bewitched by a young master, with caught himself thinking that an ordinary poet cannot be so charming. Zhao noticed that Zhu is more talented than it seems, and suggested finishing their competition. The main character replied that Guan was afraid to continue, because in the early years, he already had a collection of his poems, and even managed to get a nickname, a book boy Han. Guanzhao spoke nervously. He did not need to know how and who called him. Bai replied that he simply decided to notice. People could not understand whether they would continue their literary duel. Guan said that 3 masters live about the water city, and they taught children in an orphan house. They needed to teach 78 students, adapt to life. Sui continued again. Then they gathered all their students in the same room and began to explain the theory for them. Of all the students, only 3 turned out to be talented. All people froze, realizing that Bai not only influenced Zhao, but literally squeezed him. Guan spoke again. They gathered 3 students with the intention of making great people from them, and taught them to play chess. Li continuously continued. But the children did not want to study, demanding only fun. At some point they tired of them, and they escaped from the city. The protagonist added that later they found mutilated bodies. Zhao shouted. Their bodies were returned to their hometown and buried next to the school. The young master did not cease to surprise and continued. They told stories about them, remembering them a month after the month. Guan still could not restrain his emotions and said in a blessing that Sui was true terrible. Bai, in turn, smiled, realizing that Zhao could not defeat him in this battle. And it was he who was the winner. They stood in the middle of the room. People were struck by this poem, and especially its tragic ending. The emperor's sister was extremely surprised that Li dared to finish the work so. After all, few people know, but the real name of Lady Yang Jichu. She thought that the main character deliberately killed the children in his poem. Guan was furious from the self-confident behavior of the master and took a step forward. Then he continued the verse. In their honor, the teachers created a vase and put it in the museum. Kuei instantly continued, but by negligence, someone hit and broke it. Zhao once again could not resist saying that he was a self-propelled guns. Li, in turn, smiled again and replied that he was just brave. Guan said that he was his opponent in a literary duel, and he does not dare to catch up with him. In response, the young master called him a pig in which he does not see his opponent. Zhao objected nervously, saying that they were with him a minute ago. However, Shu answered that rather he competed with himself than with him. Tan and the rest of those present did not understand why Guan was so excited. After all, he was always cold-blooded, and it seemed that nothing could get him out of himself. Watching the battle that was happening, Lady Jan only smiled, realizing that the young master was able to defeat Zhao on his own field. Guan was extremely irritated, and there was no point in comparing it with absolutely calm Li. The sister of the emperor, Jizia, hurried to stop their verbal duel. She took a step forward and stated that they both tried very well. At this moment, the main character made her enough a vulgar compliment. All those present were literally shocked by the behavior of Zuya, and at first, they did not even know how to react to such words, only thinking to himself that Bai really crossed the line of the permissible. Guan still decided to make a remark to the impudent master, saying that he has no right to express himself like that. The protagonist hurried to ask for forgiveness from Mrs. Yang, saying that he didn't mean it all. Having said that, he only wanted to note her wide horizons and abilities. Bai bowed to Lady Yang, hoping that she did not think about him too badly, which he said about her. The people around were sure that the emperor's sister would not forgive him. Such a vulgar act. Li himself understood that he should not have said so ambiguously, because he could have problems. However, Lady Jian said that if next time he wants to compliment her, then this should not be done with such a crowd of people. Zhu was extremely surprised to hear a rather unexpected answer. After all, this meant that it was not against such compliments, but only in private. Zhao noticed that their verbal match was not over, since there is no loser. The emperor's sister was confused and did not know what to do. Bai said that it makes no sense because Guan will lose. Zhao said, if the master loses, he will be obliged to write on the poster that he is weaker than him. People were shocked by the statement of the great Guan, because no one would want to disgrace themselves. But the main character, with pleasure accepted the challenge. Zhao asked Lady Yang to provide them with a topic for a poem. Jichu understood that it was extremely difficult to predetermine the winner, since they were both very talented people. Jan invited them to create a work in which it is necessary to praise the emperor and the country of fire. Tang realized that on such a simple topic it would be difficult to respond with a worthy poem. Guan asked again whether to prove the superiority of the Fire Empire. After that, he said that it would be easy enough. He took a step forward and began to read his verse. A mighty man rises on the throne, with an inspiring aura, whose fiery skill is great. He could turn the dust into a country. The townspeople noted the brutality of the verse, saying that Zhao really deserves their title. At the same time, calling for a young master, read his poem. The main character defiantly smoked another cigarette. For a while, he silently watched how the drops dragged along the leaves of trees. After that, he began to read his work. The fog enveloped the pond in which the willow was crying. Lufin was surprised at his lines, because this was not enough to win. The rest also noticed that it was quite simple. Mo said that the QU. He finished reading his rather short poem, in which there is not a word about the Fire Empire. At that moment, Zhao began to pronounce the lines of Bai to himself. Gen repeated the shortest work of Li again and again. And finally he understood his meaning, and literally took a back in place. Meanwhile, the emperor's sister also realized the hidden message. The main character was again able to compose such a magnificent poem for a long time. Liu Feng said that he also understood the hidden meaning of Zuya's verse. One by one, all people began to be aware of the whole depth of this work, saying that fog personifies the empire of fire, and enveloping the pond, the master had in mind their superiority among the 5 kingdoms. Mo supplemented, saying that in this poem, we are talking about the suppression of 4 states, from the Empire of Fire. Tong immediately took out the canvas and put it on the table. Then, in a hurry, he took the brush and actively began to draw, having noticed that Zhu inspired him with his work, to write a picture. After some time, Lufin drew a young master, and called her whether Bai smokes a cigarette, inventing a new poem. Guanzhao was furious, but perfectly understood that he had lost. Taking the paper and the brush, he began to write the promised poster that he was not as good as the main character. Shui noticed that Zhao should not underestimate him, because in his homeland, he is the best poet. Then Guan put on himself a poster with the inscription, and looked in and embittered at Bai. Having said that he will not forget this, and whether to take revenge on, the master continued to calmly smoke a cigarette, while Zhao headed on the street with a poster on his chest. Everyone began to say that Guan lost, they were offended by their idol. Tang noticed that Zhao had dug up this hole with his own tears, which he would fill with his tears. At that moment, Assistant Ray ran up to Lady Jan and said that she had bad news. Princess Yan Yang feels bad, and will not be able to visit their banquet. The townspeople began to say that this is quite annoying news. After all, most of them hoped to see Princess Yan. The master initially wanted to see Yan Yang to get a map of the emperor's tomb. Indeed, for this reason, he reincarnated into this appearance, thinking that he would become the son of the emperor. Lady Yang suggested that she had already blessed people, and everyone wanted to see the princess who shunned such events. The emperor's sister hurried to tell everyone that on this sad news, the banquet was over. The townspeople were about to leave, learning that Princess Yan would not be at this event. Some of them unexpectedly invited Tan and Su make them accompany. Liu Feng turned to Bai and invited him to go with him, but Li refused to say that he had business. The protagonist considered the collection of tank poems Akanea, but the main thing is that the others appreciated. Suddenly, the sister of Emperor Yang asked the young master to stay. He turned around and saw her alarmed and extremely confused gaze, after which he smiled at what she wanted from him. Lady Jan invited him to dinner, saying that she wanted to know more of his talents. Bai was shocked by unexpected news, and at first he did not know how to react, whether it could not refuse her, and said that he would be happy to boast of his works. In the evening, in the company of a lovely Lady Jan. He sat at the wealthy on various dishes, a table. As always lit up his cigarette, he was melting mystery. The Emperor's sister asked what kind of thing it was. Shu answered, it was a cigarette, and offered her. Lady Jan agreed with pleasure, noting that she loved new things. The young master eagerly exhaled smoke from his mouth, then carefully handed the cigarette to the beautiful Yang. The Emperor's sister at the moment blushed from constraint, taking a cigarette with his gentle velvet fingers. Bai said that it was necessary to inhale slowly so that the smoke would fill the lungs, and then also exhale gradually. In fact, Li thought that a bad idea, but he could not refuse Lady Yang. However, she knew how to smoke a cigarette, which surprised Siyu. The Emperor's sister stated that she liked to smoke a cigarette, calling her a magic thing, adding that after the inhalation, the head was spinning, but then it becomes quite pleasant. The master spoke one proverb, a cigarette refreshes after eating, and gave a pack of cigarettes to the lady. After that, the main character hurried to overturn to drink. At that moment, Madame Yang turned to Bai with a request to read one of his unusually talented poems. Li smiled at her, then with pleasure agreed to read the work. The young master put the cup on the table and got up from the table. Shui began to read the verse. The moon in front of the bed exposes the hoarfrost. The main character continued, and looking out the window, looks at his homeland. Lady Yang literally heard, thinking that Bai was bored in her homeland, noting the words that were permeated with longing for the homeland. Li said that the Emperor's sister misunderstood him. After all, this verse about a girl with the name of the moon, who looked out the window at the moon, and she had snow, white skin. Mrs. Yang liked this work, but she was wondering how it was interpreted. Assuming that in fact the poem was hidden meaning, the Emperor's sister realized what he had in mind, a young master, and immediately noticed that at the moment she was not entirely ready. Madame Yang was the first daughter of the Emperor. They say that, by order, in the Tay of Tays, she was married to the god of fire, who defended the empire. In this connection, Lady Yang should never marry, otherwise they will lose the blessing of the god of fire. Wei understood that although she kept loyalty to a fictional god, I could not act differently. Bai said that if she loves his poems, he would be happy to accept her in his homeland, adding that he will wait for the very moment when she is ready. What the Emperor's sister was pleasantly surprised, and expressed her gratitude. Having called the young master Li a real gentleman, soon dinner came to an end. Kai spent the night in the hotel, but the glory that he had defeated 2 Menti talents spread throughout the city. The morning of the next day, the adventures of the Vertex of Justice all over the world came. The main character, without implying anything, calmly slept in his bed. Suddenly Bai heard a certain noise that came from the street. He did not willingly begin to wake up, then without understanding anything he got out of bed. Li slowly headed for the window. Looking out, he paid attention to the crowds of people. After that, he wondered what was happening, and he opened the window. The girls in turn were crazy about the young master. As a result, enthusiastically began to shout his name. Shui could not understand what was the matter. Meanwhile, the system accrued him with a huge number of experience points. Bai found it rather funny, but he had completely different plans. Li shouted to people that he had business, and he could not devote time to them. Then immediately threw up a mantle on himself so that they would not recognize him. And he went to an exam in martial arts, moving along the roofs of houses. The young master quite cleverly overcame a huge distance, and after a few minutes, I got to the examination for the exam. However, there were too many people who wanted to experience their skills. The main character hurried to get even closer, noting that this is quite logical, because martial arts were quite common. Then Shu jumped down and headed for the registration department. Then Bai turned to one of the guards who asked people not crowded. Li asked him to provide him with the opportunity to register without queue. The guardsman was at a loss, looking in surprise at the master, and instantly demanded him to get out of here, forcing him to stand in line. Among those who wanted to get to the exam, 2 boys drew attention to the arrogant plug, because they have been standing in line for a long time. The protagonist in turn offered the guards to the cigarette, saying that this is a special thing with which he can get an unforgettable pleasure. The guard looked closely and realized that it was a cigarette and asked where she had from him. People heard about it and began to say that this is a new product, and only yesterday he went out, on the initiative of Lady Yang. The guardsman said that he had heard how some generals were ready to pay a round sum for these cigarettes. Bai noticed that if the guard misses him, then he would give him 2 cigarettes. Naturally, the guard made concessions, and whether he spent a secret road. After that, immediately gave the guards the promised 2 cigarettes. The people began to be indignant, and forced the guard to smoke with them so that they can also enjoy smoke. Meanwhile, the young master moved along the lanes of the palace. Naturally, the main character was looking for the Emperor of Fire. Fortunately, he remembered where to go and decided to present a surprise to the Emperor. Bai approached the crowd of people where the servant read out the rules of the upcoming exam, saying that there are a huge number of people who want, but only one will be honored, to become a son-in-law of the Emperor. Adding that for each participant, the enemy will be chosen randomly. Applicants are obliged to win all 3 battles in order to become the husband of the Princess of Fire. However, in every duel their weapons will be replaced by another. And most importantly, no one has the right to kill an opponent in competitions. After that, the servant of the Emperor announced the beginning of the exam by martial arts. The first participant was Zhang San. He was provided as a weapon, a dagger. His opponent in a duel, whether he became a machete in his hands. The young master, with obvious discontent, watched the battle, because among the participants, there was not true a good warrior. At that moment, Zuya suddenly called out a familiar voice that confused him with Bei. The main character did not want someone to know him. He slowly turned around. Seeing his brother Liu Feng, Li wondered how he got to the exam. The master introduced himself as Liang Chen, those who tore heaven. Tang said that it was about Lady Yang, adding that the initially Liang should prove involvement in the clan, who torn heaven. Li lifted the hood and said in a whisper that he was He. Lufen asked why he was so dressed. Zhu said he had no time to explain, and asked what happened to Lady Yang. Tang frantically twisted his head on the sides to make sure that no one hears them. Then he said that last night the Emperor called Yang to himself and blocked Lake Damon, and she wanted to convey to the master. The main character asked what exactly the Emperor's sister wanted to convey. Liu Feng hesitated with an answer, and as if specially pulled time. After that, nevertheless, the words Yang said in a whisper, who asked to save her. The young Master Shu was at a loss, and it seemed to understand what happened. Tan said that the Emperor most likely found out about the feelings of Jan to Li, and therefore locked her in the palace. Bai replied that she should remain faithful to the blessing of the God of Fire. Lufen confirmed, saying that the protagonist should not do reckless things. Zhu assured him not worried about this, and he does not even need to go to Lady Yang to save her. First of all, the young master wanted to play one game with the Emperor of Fire. What he told Tana, who, in turn, was surprised by his decision. Li said that the Emperor would soon want to kill him, so that he would not expose his interests of danger. A worried Liu Feng suggested that Bai leave the city to look for protection in other kingdoms. However, the cold-blooded Shu on the cut abandoned this venture, having stated that he has old accounts with the Imperial dog, and he intends to reduce them. Meanwhile, the young master was called to the arena for a duel. The main character hurried to stand opposite his opponent. The guard announced the 38th battle, in which they participate in Li Fiju and A Liang Chen on naked fists. Tsu urged him to give up, saying that to cope with him without weapons. However, everything did not go according to his plan, and soon announced the victory of the Lan. At this time, the servant hurried to the Emperor in the palace and said that half of the tests had already been completed by martial arts, during which most candidates with rather weak skills, but a certain Chen has already won 2 fights with his bare hands. The Emperor of Fire was surprised and asked how it was his bare hands. The servant replied that Lion calls himself to those who tore heaven. Vladika noticed that he had never heard about this clan before, and did not understand where he came from in the Imperial city. The Emperor asked Yan and Ji Chu whether they know something about them. Ji replied that she first hears about the torn heaven. In fact, they understood that it was a Bai that managed to disguise themselves. Vladika nervously stated that he personally wants to find out everything about this mysterious gang. Yan worried about the princess what to do. Tsuya replied that they should give them a map of the tomb of the Emperor. Meanwhile, Zhui calmly figured out the next participant, and won for the 3rd time. Liu Feng noticed that he was really talented in everything, because he beats candidates with such ease. At this moment, the main character drew attention to the Emperor, who decided to attend the event. Tan was extremely surprised by the presence of the Lord of Fire, because he did not understand why he granted. The young master smiled, noted that the Emperor still appeared. The guards called on everyone, immediately kneel before His Majesty. After that, they greeted the Lord of Fire in chorus. Yan urged Ji to pay attention to the young man in the arena. The Emperor also noticed Bai, who did not deign to kneel. The aura of the protagonist, Vladika, seemed extremely familiar. The young master menacingly looked at His Majesty from under his forehead. At this time, General Li released the ball in the direction of Zuya, saying that he was obliged to kneel. Yan tried to stop the distraught commander, but the fiery sphere was already flying to a young master. Bai calmly continued to stand still, and did not even move. The daughter of the ruler understood that the generals of the Emperor had a powerful force, and thought to the young man an end. However, a moment later, Z activated the magic barrier, and repulsed Li's attack. The general was at a loss, not understanding how the guy repelled his blow. Vladika of Fire asked who this master was like that, since he was able to cope with the fiery sphere. People were shocked and did not understand why the general entered into battle with the test participant. Meanwhile, the main character hurried to reveal his personality. Bai instantly took off his mantle, and with the help of the system he cancelled the disguise. As a result, he gave himself to find himself, and fiercely looked at the Lord of the Fire. The daughter of Emperor Jichu was literally dumbfounded. Just like Yan, who looked at him with an open mouth, Liu Feng in turn could not choose suitable words. His Majesty Lord of Fire, in surprise, froze in place. The young master shouted loudly, calling the ruler to respect him, having stated that it is ridiculous to find a worthy son-in-law of the Emperor of Fire, because he is more than a worthy person. Ji did not understand why Sui decided to meet her father, because he needed only a coffee card. The Vladika of Fire did not understand how he managed to survive. Moreover, it was impossible to give the master the opportunity to speak. In this connection, he ordered the general and his people immediately grab the bastard. At that very moment, the whole guard rushed towards the protagonist. The daughter of the Lord noticed until he kills him. No one will believe that Q, the son-in-law of the emperor. One of the guards suddenly attacked a young master. Xu grabbed him and, holding it, said that the Lord was extremely amiable, since he had given him a sufficient amount of experience. The main character hurried with the help of the system to increase the volume of the soul in order to become stronger. After that, he began to actively throw the guards on the sides, at the same time inflicting their crushing series of blows to them. Also, the young master also used flames. People began to panic and in horror scatter in different directions. Meanwhile, Sui gradually increased his level of power, killing more and more enemies, and outlined crushing power. Suddenly, the emperor rinsed him with fire, but the protagonist managed to activate the protective barrier. The ruler said that no one has the right to impersonate his son-in-law, whom he personally buried a year ago. Kuei perfectly understood that he could not restrain the flame for a long time, and he decided to instantly take off into the air to avoid attacking fire. The young master spread his wings widely. The emperor drew attention to them. Realizing that these were the wings of the great spaces of the world, he was surprised. The protagonist said that he was not afraid of his 6th level of development, and a year later he intends to take accounts with him. People began to discuss, saying that this guy was simply lying, because the Imperial son-in-law really died a year ago. The dictator's daughter did not understand why Shui got into the duel, thinking that he would lose. His Majesty noted the amazing flame of the young master. Meanwhile, the protagonist continued with ease to deal with the guards. The system informed him that strength was increased 30 times. The emperor drew attention to the fact that Zhu headed in his direction. Suddenly, Vladika was inside a huge clot of flame. He urged a young master to surrender, assuring that he would never defeat him. However, as you know, Sui never gave up and did not retreat back. This duel was no exception. The main character inflicted another blow, but the emperor managed to grab his fist, saying that the master is too slow and will soon turn to the ashes. The Vladika held back Zhu's hand. With the second hand, he hastened to pour him with fire. Nothing was visible through the flame. The emperor said that he would send him to the next world. Literally after a moment, the ruler realized that Shui disappeared without a trace. The main character at that time was already behind the emperor and struck him in the back. As a result, the dictator poured blood. The lord was surprised by such a speed. Again, trying to rinse Xiu with fire, which in turn flew back. The back of such a short-sighted emperor caught fire with an ice flame. What he hastened to inform him, a self-confident master. Adding that very soon, the ruler is saying with life. The Vladika noticed that the ice flame impressed him, but in fire control he could not compare. The dictator said that he wanted to apply his new toys against Zuya, which he had never used anywhere yet, and ordered to open fire from the sacred guns on it. The protagonist was at a loss because he gave such guns Jianmen. The young master asked where the Lord of Fire took these sacred guns. The ruler said that he did not intend to explain to such as he, and if he wants something, he will definitely receive it. Zhu said that since many people gathered here, he will reveal them a terrible secret of the dictator. When he was young, the emperor took his body and spiritual talent, and then executed, and therefore Vladika is looking for a new son-in-law to take everything away from him. The ruler ordered immediately to bring the gun into combat readiness. Naturally, the emperor knew all this, because he himself did this with a young man. Liu Feng asked if the main character tells the truth. People divided into 2 camps. Some believed the young man, while others were still true to their ruler. His daughter stated that her father is a respected person, urging the people not to believe this bog. The dictator called on, immediately opened fire from the sacred guns along Suyu. As a result, one of the guns instantly shot. The Emperor's daughter thought that this time the main character would end. However, the young master was in no hurry to die. He took out a cigarette. Meanwhile, the shell flew towards the self-confident Sayu, which in turn was not going to fly away anywhere. He simply hung in the air, showing that he is not afraid of the ruler and his guns. A moment later, the shell flew past Zuya, thereby smoking a cigarette for him. The protagonist exhaled smoke and asked if the Emperor knew who created these guns. The Lord of Fire was shocked and did not understand how the bastard survived. Just like his daughter, whom this situation outraged, the dictator literally became furious and hurried to kill Xiu, having said that he was spending too much his time and the hour of reckoning has come. Then, embittered by the unbalanced ruler, he again applied his fiery spells and poured the master with a flame, following which the Emperor's fiery dragon followed. The main character noted that the Vladika was really angry since such tricks began to use. In response, Sui activated the recently studied skill, a 3-color lotus. The young master menacingly stated that he would destroy the dictator. After that, he released the lotus towards the fiery dragon. A few moments later, 2 magic relics met. Subsequently, there was a strong explosion in heaven. The Emperor immediately prepared to create another fiery dragon. Everything around was ignited. The main character was extremely surprised. After all, even a 3-color lotus could not harm the Lord, who rather well controlled fire. The ruler said that any type of flame is the same fire, and he would not overcome it. Then, immediately released in Zuya, another dragon. The master noted that he could talk about his greatness as much as he likes, but he did not deign an accurate blow. At the same time, the main character understood that the advantage of the Lord was both the defense and the attack, but still he was slow. And the attack of the flame will not be able to harm him, which means it was required to hit not with fire. Kuei instantly activated his thunderclines and approached the ruler. The distraught emperor said that the young master in vain decided to get closer to him. A moment later, Vladika released another fiery dragon. However, the main character easily was able to evade his attack. Surprised dictator noted the incredible speed of Zuya, which, in turn, managed to form an electric ball, and he hastened to give a thunderous bomb to a self-confident Lord of Fire. The Emperor understood that he would not be able to dodge, surprised at his abilities, to use the magic of lightning. But it was at that moment that an unknown girl came out and called them to stop. Having said that relatives should not sort things out in public, the main character was distracted by a stranger, not understanding who she was. What hurried to use the ominous ruler of fire, taking an instant blow to the young master, and saying that you should not be distracted during the battle. The blow was so strong that it seemed to be Zu could die. He instantly began to expect blood and backed away, without having time to apply an electric sphere against the Emperor. In the eyes of the protagonist darkened sharply, he began to take a breath, understanding that at the moment the duel cannot continue, because the damage was too significant and it took time to recover. Vladika, in turn, felt his advantage. In this connection, I decided to finish Suya, releasing the fire and trying to deliver another blow to him. But the young master managed to escape. The Emperor understood that the wings helped him. The main character realized that he could die if it had not been absorbing the reservation. Zhu could not understand who that girl was. He tired of his eyes on her, with the feeling that they had known each other for many years, or even were together. Suddenly, a shocked young master. I was able to remember everything. Asking the girl, not Yan Yan Li, in fact her name is, she replied that she became a little happier when she saw her husband, adding that it is only an Imperial concubine. The protagonist literally taken aback in place. He did not know how to react, having stated that the Imperial dog, just an old pervert. After all, he practically married his daughter and forced her to pretend to be Zhuya's wife. People were shocked and did not understand how this could happen. Others did not understand at all what was talking about since they were too far and did not hear the whole conversation. The Lord of Fire replied that they all carry complete nonsense, because the Master has blurred the true meaning. Having complimented that in its palace, there are about 3,000 beauties, and their opportunity to be used, their fate. The ruler ordered all participants to seize this young man and get in return the status of the Imperial son-in-law. The young master interrupted the Lord of Fire, saying that he wanted to tell something about, and he asked to ask his daughter about what happened on the day of their meeting. And is she so innocent? The Emperor was literally distraught and looked at his daughter. He asked her a question. Is it really all true, what this guess is talking about? In response, the Emperor's daughter began to say something inadvertently. Suddenly, Ji decided to stand up for her, who stated that she did not want this, and she was forced. The distraught Lord of Fire literally became furious, having said that he would destroy the protagonist and released a fiery dragon into him. The young master hastened to fly into the distance, saying that his dragon was too slow. The ruler began to release a huge number of dragons in Zuya. However, he easily evaded all the attacks of the emperor, then flew off at a safe distance from them. Zhu said that it was impressive because so many dragons, only a true master is able to activate. At the same moment, the protagonist formed a thunderous bomb. After that, he released her into the dragons, noting that his fire was not afraid of him. The ruler was at a loss, but his fiery snakes really could not cope. The master understood that it was necessary to keep the distance and wait until the dictator ends with energy. The concubine noticed that Suyu would better apologize to the emperor, and then he would save his life. What began to strongly annoy the protagonist, even more than the lord himself. He refused and hastened to release an electric ball into it. However, the emperor managed to protect his talkative concubine. Putting a fiery barrier in front of her, the ruler urged not to touch her. Zhu perfectly understood that the dictator was really very strong. Indeed, among all the enemies with whom he had to meet his path, he is the only one who creates problems. The master called on the ruler to think about why he is a cultivator of such a high level. The main character hurried to form another thunderous bomb. So far, the emperor could not understand what he was driving at and what he wanted to say. Xi said that his teacher was actually Duan Jude. Liu Feng was extremely surprised to hear such information. The daughter of the ruler also could not believe what she heard. The Lord of Fire refused to believe, saying that this could not be. The young master said that he simply fooled him and laughed loudly. After that, he released his thunderous bomb in them. The emperor said that he would pay him the same. The scared concubine of the ruler began to be pretty nervous. An insensitive dictator activated the fiery shield only to himself. As a result, lightning pierced an extremely talkative concubine. Lightning parted in the surroundings, but did not harm the ruler. Suddenly, there was a strong and rather loud explosion. From his concubine, there was literally one ashes, which was dispelled by the wind. The Emperor of Fire could not believe what happened, and quietly spoke her name. He seemed to finally go crazy, and began nervously walking from side to side. At the same time, constantly shouting her name, he incredibly angry. At this moment, the main character began to feel something special. He could not understand what exactly, but the foreboding was not good. The Emperor's daughter worriedly asked her father what was happening to him. Meanwhile, the system informed the owner about the enemy's increased strength. Having recommended the young master immediately leave the battlefield, Zhu realized that the Lord of Fire applied his secret weapon. The ruler literally stared and gradually became stronger. The main character realized that it was necessary to act quickly. Sui instantly flew into the balcony where the dictator's daughter was, after which he demanded to give him a map of the Imperial tomb. The girls looked at him menacingly, but they understood that they had no way out. Then, nevertheless, they gave the young master a map of the tomb. Kuei flew out of the balcony with a bullet, flying high into heaven. He looked with contempt at the distraught emperor, and he said that he should not be so upset because of his concubine. After that, the protagonist said that he would return later. The Lord urged him not to be a coward, and to fight to the end. Xu decided before leaving, presenting them all gifts. Throwing out the excrement of animals and smiling headed for the tomb. People began to think that it was tofu, which restores strength, saying that they saw this in the incense valley. One of the townspeople decided to try. He lifted a piece from the ground. Then he ate and said that he really began to feel better. They literally began to fight with each other for the so-called tofu. One of the pieces fell right in front of the Emperor of Fire. In turn, it became extremely interested in him whether it was true to restore spiritual power. After all, if there is an opportunity to increase the already huge supply of strength, then it is worth trying. It was with these thoughts that Vladika began to taste a piece, but did not feel anything. The guards began to say that this smell is simply unbearable. One of them saw the ruler bit off a piece and urged him not to do this, since in fact it was excrement. Upon learning this, the Emperor of Fire again came into rabies, saying that he should not let this busting slip away. Zhu received many experience points, killing a large number of generals. The young master's spatial ring in which the map was stored, and he asked the system to build an accurate route to the Imperial tomb. But the system requested an update in 5,000 points, after which the route can determine. The main character could not even think that he would have to lay out half of his points to get into the tomb. It was important for him to be there, Shu agreed. And relieving his teeth, he spent the necessary amount of glasses on the update of the system. But he spent all this pleasure, almost all his savings. At that moment, the main character felt something unusual. He could not understand what exactly, but his feelings seemed to be aggravated. Meanwhile, a teacher from a sect with their minions wandered through the forest. The elder said that there are many tombs of monks, one of which they wanted to rob. After all, the teacher intended to make his sect the greatest of all, and for this he needed treasures from the tomb. And today, he wanted to show his students the tomb of the Emperor of Fire. At this time, the main character deftly overcame the path to the tomb, jumping in the trees. Finally finding the Imperial tomb, Shu also noticed unknown people in intimacy. The teacher went to the magic barrier and touched his hand, saying that with ordinary spells, do not destroy this shield. The young master began to listen carefully to the elder, who claimed that if they begin to dig a passage, the army would be noticed, because for this it will take about a week. Hearing this, the queen laughed and hastened to head to the barrier. He jumped off the tree. The sectarians were at a loss and did not understand who this guy was. The main character called them not to flattery, because he is going to rob this tomb. One of the students noted that this is basically impossible to do. The young master was a completely different opinion and came closer to the barrier. The teacher said that if he even has the 8th level of development, he will not be able to hack this shield. However, then there was an unimaginable for sectarians. Xiao easily could overcome the barrier, just going through it. All his magic was sealed in an instant. He began to look around, and he ended up in the place where there was a boiling lava below, from which a fiery glow was visible everywhere. Suddenly, the dead climbed out of the ground. The main character backed away. At that moment, one of the dead sharply grabbed his leg. But then nothing happened. Xiao realized that it was an illusion. The young master immediately applied his abilities. The dragon did not want to share gold, and therefore he turned the mountain and began to guard it. For a century, he remained in the same position, and soon took the form of yin and yang. Sui perfectly understood that the spiritual power of ordinary people was sealing, and therefore scared the sectarians. The teacher, in surprise, noticed that this person was the first to be able to hack the barrier. The student asked the elder if the young man would be able to get into the tomb. The teacher said that it would be difficult to do. Adding that on this mountain massif, there are many barriers through which every time it will be increasingly difficult to pass. The student talked to go through all the barriers. It is necessary to have enough spiritual power. To their surprise, the protagonist was already rising to the top, which means he passed the barriers. In turn, the young master began to probe the soil. After asking the system if there is anything for excavations, the system offered the owner a unique option in just 500 points. It was a huge yellow excavator. Q was delighted. The sectarians were at a loss, not understanding what kind of monster it was. Meanwhile, the protagonist already saddled the monster and intended to start excavations, starting to pull for all the levers and clad on all buttons, but nothing happened. The young master again turned to the system for help. She invited him to buy for 100 points. Instructions for the excavator. Realizing perfectly that he has no other choice, Q acquired instructions, which was instantly placed in his mind. Soon, Sui began excavations, getting great pleasure in the OP of what was happening. Having actively exploited the yellow dragon, he dug a hole in a second. The teacher noted the incredible efficiency of this monster. However, a few minutes later, the main character ran into a problem. He could not break below. The bucket literally fought about something quite strong. Having excavated the ground with a bucket, the young master saw a brick wall. The leader of the sect noticed that this strong wall of the tomb. Zhu literally brutally, and began to nervously try to break through the wall with a knife. What was a rather stupid venture, and after a moment he understood it. Then again saddled his Verzel, and again began to wield a bucket. In addition, the excavator was under 30 multiple strengthening. The main character spent a lot of time, and the wall remained unharmed. Shui did not leave hopes, break through such a strong barrier. As a result, he still managed to break through a small hole. The elder from the sect was shocked, and said that the young man struck the wall. What was immensely happy, a tired young master, he hastened to get off the excavator. Then he went to the hole and began to look into it, but there was only pitch darkness. Zhu noted that the sectarians for a long time could not penetrate the tomb, unlike him. The old man began to say that he had just brought his students, look at the tomb, and not to tear it away. The leader of the sect asked the young man what his name was. The protagonist said that he was a clan of Heavenly Heaven, and his nickname is a flamethrower. The surprised elder thought, because he had never heard about the torn heaven. Meanwhile, Shu hurried to jump down, not knowing what was waiting for him there, for which I received a reward from the system in the amount of 100 experience points. The young master landed, feeling cold ground underfoot. At the same time, without feeling the suppression of its magic, since the barrier zone had a powerful resistance, but a small range. Zhu took out a map of the Imperial tomb and began to carefully study it. But he understood little in her. Suddenly the main character heard an extraneous noise. He asked if there was anyone here. In response stood a grave silence. At this moment, the master became very hot in the chest area. He took out a jade that literally burned in his hands, and tried to understand why he had such a reaction. The spirit flew behind him. He asked why Sei returned again. Zhu could not understand what was happening. The spirit asked what he wanted, at the same time flying around the protagonist, who in turn turned around. Reacting to the sound of the ghost, the young master began to wave his fists, intending to catch the spirit. But he could not do this. Shu called him to appear. Once again, waving his hand, Zhu still caught the ghost. However, at the same moment, he disappeared without a trace. The master again began to look around. The spirit asked for forgiveness from the protagonist, saying that he was wrong. And again he repeated his question why he returned here again. Sui warily asked the ghost how he knew him. The spirit replied that he was the only one who penetrated here in 100 years, promising not to come here when he receives nephritis. The main character realized that in fact it was black nephritis. After that, a young master visited one interesting thought. Kuei promised the ghost not to touch anymore. If he helped him, the spirit agreed. Zhui just wanted to use the ghost to show him the way to the tomb of the Emperor of Fire. The main character asked how his soul survived in this tomb. The spirit said that he did not remember anything, and some ghosts cannot speak at all. Zhu asked if he was well-oriented in this area. The ghost realized that he decided to get the treasures. The young master said that he wanted to find the tomb of the emperors. The spirit called it a bad idea, and it is better not to touch their souls. Shui was surprised and asked him, "Is there really the souls of the emperors?" The ghost replied that their souls have been here for too long, and they are exhausted. The protagonist confidently stated that he was not afraid of them, and urged the spirit to indicate his path. After some time, they found themselves in front of the door. The ghost noticed that he could die, trying to go further. The spirit tried in every possible way to dissuade the young master, but Zeus still decided to try luck, turning to the system that offered him to spend 50 points to hack a magic castle. Since Sui went too far, he had to use this service. A few moments later, everything sparkled with golden rays. Then the system said that the magic castle was successfully hacked. The ghost in turn was extremely surprised to such focuses. The main character hurried to open the doors, anticipating the moment. Having passed further, in front of the adventurer, there were many tombs. The young master noticed that never before he saw anything like it. The ghost suggested that in one of them, there may even be his remains. The spirit continued to reason, coming to the fact that he might not have tombs at all. Xu hastened to ask the system how to use these tombs. She, in turn, recommended him to process them. That the main character did, ordering the system to devastate and process all coffins. The process began immediately. The tombs began to disappear one after another, leaving only withered bodies, to which Kai and paid attention to. As a result of processing all the coffins, the young master received 500 experience points. Xu asked if he was accepting the system in processing and the remains. She answered negatively. He noticed that the system was rather stingy, and could go to the meeting. Then, they hurried to the next tomb. The spirit was interested in whether there was his body among these corpses. After some time, they found themselves in front of the next magic door. Kai naturally hacked her, and devastated all the tombs, having received quite a little experience. Following her, he headed for the next, after her to one more. And so it seemed endlessly. The young master continued to devastate the tombs, and he rejoiced like a child, because he received a huge amount of experience. The ghost noted that he had already devastated 5 tombs, and asked Li Shu intended to continue. The protagonist said that everything would take everything. At a certain moment, they faced the tomb of the Emperor, the past dynasty, where the young master wanted to get the most, and they hurried inside. Zhu noted that the situation in this tomb was made in the style of feng shui, and also, it will be extremely difficult for him to hack the Imperial tomb, because the magic castle on the doors was different from those that were previously. The system offered the owner, hack the castle in 500 points. The main character hoped that in the Imperial tomb there would be a lot of useful things, and asked the system to hack the castle. The system warned the master that he should prepare for the battle, since the tomb is protected by souls. Sui perfectly understood that these were the souls of past emperors. After a few seconds, the system successfully hacked the magic castle. Stone doors slowly opened, in front of the tireless tomb by the tomb. Suddenly the young master saw the souls out of the door. Ghostly emperors instantly rushed towards Xiu. The spirit urged the main character to be extremely careful, saying that these souls have incredible power. Sui understood that they could not defeat them by force, and resorted to a secret method. He instantly called his musical instrument Gutsin, and then he began to play on it. The souls of the emperors began to dance, not understanding what is happening and why this melody acts on them. Kuei in turn ordered them to freeze in place, which they did, at the same time continuing to play actively on a musical instrument. The main character began to play his instrument quite actively. The spirit could not cope with an irritable sound, and said that his body was under control. We noticed that this is just the first exercise, in the form of a sports warm-up. After that, Zhu began to count the rhythm, which the spirits tried to catch. The miraculous melody made them ridiculous to dance, and only Ji received true pleasure from the process. He asked the system to play the music automatically. He himself headed for the spirits. The main character continued to set rhythm, while controlling their movements. Zhu tried to cheer them up, and said that they should move more intensively. Spirits, in turn, looked menacingly at him and growled, but could not do anything. Sui continued his bullying, and said that they now need to jump on time of movements, from which the ghosts came into fury, but they did not have any other choice. Kui asked the system whether it was possible to dispose of their souls. She replied that the Emperor's soul was too strong, and the process was impossible, because in the future Su may need these souls, with which he agreed. Therefore, Kui hurried to purchase a closed tower in 1,000 points, then immediately began the absorption of exhausted ghosts, which at the same second began to be sucked into a closed castle. After some time, all the souls were placed in a magic tower. Sui Shu, pleased with himself, hastened to go to the main tomb. His assistant spirit seemed to come to his senses, and asked where all the souls suddenly disappeared. Seeing that Sui headed for the tomb, he asked him to wait. Entering the main hall of the tomb, Z noted that there was an extremely many dust, which was impossible to breathe. Pretty banging, the main character saw a huge statue in front of him. He realized that this is the main tomb. The assistant spirit began to look around. Suddenly he cried out that he had found chests with treasures behind the columns. Zhu looked behind the columns and saw a lot of chests clogged with gold. Shui naturally asked the system to pick up all this treasure. That the system began to do, subsequently which the wind rose in the main tomb. The dust stood in the room. The clogged chests with gold were absorbed by the system. Satisfied Shu, with a smile on his face, he watched the process of what was happening. He noticed that, along with the treasure, skeletons also flew to him. Shu thought and suggested that these dry bodies were former emperors, noting that during their lifetime they were powerful rulers, and after death, just dry corpses. Kai lifted one of the skeletons. He became interested in how much time he lay here. Peering into the dry body of the emperor, he felt a strange aura. The main character suggested that this is the spirit of that Imperial dog. Thinking that this was his secret trump card, Shuzu raised him into the height. Suddenly, a dried body was ignited by blue fire, as Ku decided to turn them into ashes. The rest of the skeletons also lit up. Shu threw his body to the side, and he began to wait until they completely burn, after which they smoked. Siu confidently stated that the Imperial spirit was completely destroyed, and he will no longer be able to merge with him together. Meanwhile, smoke became more and more. He literally filled the entire room, so the smoke came out of the main tomb. All this time, the students and the teacher were on the surface and were waiting for Zuya. Smoke came from the hole. They asked the teacher what it was. He replied that this was the Imperial spirit, and he was kept in a tomb for about 1,000 years, adding that the main character was still able to break into the main tomb. At this time, an alarmed servant ran into the palace and turned to His Majesty, having stated that someone burst into the main tomb while bypassing magical protection, and smoke comes from the Imperial tomb, and the guards cannot enter there. The Emperor of Fire was shocked by hearing this information, because the merger with the Imperial body is impossible. Assuming that Shu burst into the tomb, the Imperial spirit was the main trump card of the Fire Empire. Lady Yang could not even suggest that the QUY would be able to destroy the Imperial spirit, since it was too dangerous there. At this moment, the guard ran to the Emperor and stated that he had important news, having reported that soon the Empress of Water will arrive at the Emperor. The Emperor of Fire was nervous, because she decided to show up at an extremely not suitable moment. He understood that she was about to conduct the last exam for the Valley of Heavenly Incense. He naively believed that the QUY could not go through all the trials in the tomb, despite the fact that he has already successfully overcame most of the path. However, the rest of the trip along the tomb was much more complicated. Shui stood at the cliff. There was a boiling lava below. He asked the system if there was a dragon here. The system replied that the dragon's veins suffer from specially taken measures directed to the magmas, and in order to restore blood circulation, the lords of the dragons must be collected together. Zhu realized that it was necessary to connect the pedigree dragon with the royal pedigree, and asked if he could jump into magma, so that she would find a dragon to Vienna. The system replied that there is a lot of fiery aura in the magma, but if you independently pull out the vein, it will dry out, Zhu asked. Is there really so many fiery elements and auras in the magma? The system answered positively. The protagonist looked thoughtfully at the boiling lava. Shui perfectly understood that this was his only chance to master the fire. Then he began to tune in and continued to look at magma. Zhu took off all his clothes and slowly headed for the cliff, where a fiery abyss was waiting for him. After a while, he still gathered his thoughts. and accelerated, he jumped into magma, thinking that he would still be able to overcome this test. He took a spirit, but there was no other way. In addition, in the magma, there were such necessary fiery elements. Vers for a boiling lava. The protagonist was pleasantly surprised. He literally began to swim in her, experiencing a surge of vitality. Shuikyu with great pleasure swam in a fiery substance, saying that this magma is able to satisfy even the Lord of the Afterlife. Shui drew attention to his hand, which was covered with a fiery aura. The system reported that the detection of a large number of fire elements. After that, the absorption of the fate of aid began. The system counted it as a percentage of the ratio. Zhu continued to swim in lava with pleasure, because he felt better. Moreover, magma really favorably influenced his skin. Meanwhile, the absorption process reached 97%. After a couple of seconds, the system notified him of the acquisition of fiery attributes of the body of the fate of aid. From now on, he could control the fire as he practiced the method of fire, the lotus technique. What Suichu was endlessly happy, because now he is not afraid of flame. Thus, Ku could not be afraid of the Emperor's fiery dragon, finally avenge him. At this time, in the Imperial Palace, namely in the chambers of Lady Yang, she, as always, published incomprehensible moans at night, saying the name Li. Sounds were really extremely suspicious, the guards began to reason, saying that the Emperor's sister groans every night and apparently in pain. They believed that Lady Yang is possible with something sick, and it must be cured. Only who can help her unknown. At that moment they heard extraneous rustles. Taking out of the dusty dungeons, CYU began to look around. Shui unexpectedly realized that the jade who gave him the old man brought him to the courtyard to Lady Yang. The guards arrived in time for him. They called him a reckless thief, since he burst into the chambers of the Emperor's sister. Then they hurried to arrest him, but everything happened accurately, and vice versa. After a moment, 2 guards lay related on the ground. The main character heard groans. Listening, he realized that in fact, it was the voice of Madame Yang. Kui immediately climbed onto the 2nd floor and headed for the Emperor's sister's voice. Having reached the balcony of her room, Sui listened carefully again. Then, carefully opened the door and saw Madame Yang on the bed. She, in turn, was twisted in pain. She then covered her and continued to make incomprehensible sounds. Sui was at a loss and asked what was happening to her. The mistress suddenly came to her senses and turned sharply, suggesting that it was. Yu suddenly remembered that he was in his guise, and instantly changed his appearance. Then he went to Lady Yang and said that she was more afraid of her. The Emperor's sister was pleasantly surprised by his appearance and rushed to him in a hug. The lady sadly said that she thought again she would never see him. Zhu hurried to reassure Lady Yang. He stated that they are now together, and nothing can separate them. The lady smiled in response and said his name. Naturally, the Princess of Fire believed him, because she loved him very much. After which they merged in a delicate kiss. Shui asked her to call him his husband. Jan replied that he would be happy to become his only wife. They said that now everything would be fine, and no one would prevent them from being happy. Because they deserve this, Jan in turn was really happy. The hearts in love were finally together, and it seemed that nothing would separate them. The Princess of Fire told Sui about how she was happy to be with him. Jan thanked him for returning to her, since she was very much waiting for Zia. Sui, with tender touches, stroked her silky hair. Suddenly, her tear fell into his hand. Quite carefully took her and thought. After all, Lady Yang, all her life was to wait for the god of fire, which Shui Tzu took. And finally, her torment ceased, and the tears of the Princess of Fire. This is the sadness of the entire Imperial family. The protagonist saw a crimson spot on the sheet and asked the system whether it was Yang. The system responded negatively, saying that when the owner kills the Emperor of Fire, he thereby get the royal blood. Zhu called the princess to sleep well, because tomorrow in the Imperial City bloody rain is expected. The next day, Sui overheard the guards, and learned about the order of General Van so that all the defenders were changing into merchants, adding that the Empress of Water will soon arrive in the Imperial City, and they will have to disguise themselves because of the incident with the liar. Kui could not understand what the Empress of Water brought to the Imperial City. The protagonist also decided to change into a merchant, and it would have fun. Shui crept up to 2 guards who did not like the smell of clothes, after which, demoralized one of them and changed into his clothes, while changing his appearance. The other called to him and rushed. Z replied that he was already finishing and walking. After a couple of minutes, he went to the guard who said that they needed to wait for the Empress at the gate. Shui noted that his clothes were too small at him, in connection with which he had to tear his sleeves. The commander said that this does not matter, and ordered him to go to the market. Having handed it to all the instructions who need to get up where, he turned to Tsu, and he said that he would be responsible for the meat shop. Everyone began to actively offer their goods. The elder noticed that something like that they should behave. Shu stood behind the counter. Looking at the others, he also began to shout loudly and call the people. What literally scared the commander, who, in turn, made a remark to him. Having said that he should not yell so much, the main character asked for forgiveness. At that moment, the Emperor's assistant drove onto the horses' market. Everyone paid attention to him and froze in anticipation of what he would say. The servant announced the arrival of the Water Empress from the Shuyuan Empire. The commander turned to Sui and ordered him to naturally behave. He himself hurried to pushing a crowd of people so that they would give way to the Empress. Tsu was extremely interesting to look at the Water Empress. He secretly peeked out from behind the counter towards the entrance gate. When he still waited for her and saw her, Shu was more than shocked. After all, in fact, she turned out to be the very girl from the tower. Her name was Jiang Hunyan. The Empress began to look around. Meanwhile, the guards lined up in front of Hunyan and greeted her. Jiang noted an amazing aura in the Imperial city of 5 kingdoms. However, for unknown reasons, she began to feel the presence of that young man, to whom she gave heavenly jade in the tower of the kingdom of the spirit. There was nothing remarkable on the street, ordinary shops with merchants. In addition, there were a lot of guards in the market, and a rather noisy seller of fresh pork in a meat shop. Shui loudly called the people, saying that his pork was simply alert. Literally for a second, he turned his gaze to the Water Empress. But this turned out to be enough for Jiang to understand that this seller is that young man. The servant called on Her Majesty to hurry to the Emperor of Fire, since he is already waiting for her. However, Hunyan asked him to wait a bit and went to the market. He, in turn, was at a loss and did not understand what she was doing. The Empress of Water rushed to run along the counter, saying that the city of the Fire Empire is very majestic, and she will regret until the end of her life if she does not buy a couple of souvenirs. Having run up to the seller in a jewelry shop, Jiang asked how much the brooch costs. The seller began to indistinctly say that she costs 2 gold coins. Hunyan bought a brooch from him. The assistant again rushed it, but she, in turn, ignored him, ran to the fruit counter, where the merchant presented her apple. After which Jiang finally approached Shu. She mysteriously smiled at him and asked what kind of revenue he had for today. Kai could not understand what she wanted, and pretended not to hear her question. Hunyan asked him what revenue he got today. The Empress of Water seemed to look through him, which Sui thought about. He did not leave the feeling that she actually sees the real him. The protagonist said that he has meat of the highest quality, but for some reason it is today that no one will swing him. Jiang asked why. Kwai replied that because of her visit to the Imperial city, everyone was forbidden to go out, and that is why no one buys pork from him. Shu realized that he was caught on this answer. While Hunyang thought about why then traders are on the market. After all, ordinary people are forbidden to go outside, therefore there is no one to sell goods. Jiang suggested that sellers actually disguised guards, and this stupid boy for some reason reminds her of security. After that, the Water Empress asked him what he was doing here. Shui continued to be absurdly pretending, and say that he sells pork. The Hunyan laughed, and said that she had in mind precisely him, pointing her finger at him. Jiang once again asked what exactly he was doing here. Zhu realized that she had a bit out, as if she had seen a disguise, not understanding how Jiang could recognize him, because he changed his appearance and put on a merchant's costume. As if hearing his thoughts, the Empress of Water replied that his eyes were given, adding that his eyes are a mirror of the soul that he can never hide. Zhu confessed, saying that he suggested about her abilities, and wherever he hid, Jiang would still find him. And not one of the appearance will help him to hide, because it is not so easy to do. Hunyang, blurry in a smile, enthusiastically stated that it was still, and only the servant could not understand why the Empress was talking with the usual seller of meat. At that moment, the guard loudly announced the arrival of the Emperor of Fire, which in turn hurried to enter the territory of the market in search of Jiang. The surprised Hunyan could not understand why the Emperor personally left her. Shui prepared and wanted to attack him that Jiang noticed in time, seeing all the hatred of Xiu to the Emperor of Fire, and instantly stopped him, having said that this is too frivolous on his part, since there are a lot of guards around. Hunyan asked the protagonist to wait for her here, but he himself went to the Emperor. The stunned Shu did not know what to do, and why Jiang suddenly stopped him. They ate, restraining themselves. Zhu nevertheless began to wait for the Empress of Water. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Fire asked how Jiang was doing. Hunyan replied that she was all right, and asked him a similar question. He stated that the recent scandal spread throughout the continent. The fact that a certain impostor was posing as his son-in-law, but he miraculously managed to escape. However, if the unknown dares to come to the Imperial city again, then he will kill him. Hunyan began to play along with the Emperor of Fire, saying that she would like to look at it. She herself perfectly understood why it was so dangerous in the Imperial city. After all, that guy was here and disguised guards for sellers, precisely because of him. The emperor asked Hunyuan to go to the palace and continue the conversation there. But at that moment he felt something special. Turning, the emperor was shocked, because the axe flew into it, which he managed to recapture and thereby throw aside. The emperor could not understand who dared to attack him at this time. He began to carefully look around, looking for the offender. The Emperor of Fire drew attention to one of the merchants in the market. Zhang asked what was the matter. The emperor replied that this petty guest attacked him in the steady, and he asked who he was. Shu said he was aiming at the Imperial dog. Then he tore off the seller's disguise and stated that he was his son-in-law. Zhang realized that Sui deceived her, calling his fake name that time and changing his appearance. The Emperor of Fire immediately ordered his warriors to bring him the head of Xiu, to which, as a result, they attacked the protagonist from all sides. However, Shui had his own plan, which he hurried to realize. Suddenly an explosion occurred, then which the guards scattered around. Then Xiu instantly released the will, the ghost of the father of the Emperor of Fire, and in a sarcastic manner he asked the Emperor a question why he treats him so disrespectfully. Meanwhile, the spirit of the Emperor's father terrified all those present. He growled loudly and headed for the guards. They were shocked, saying that this cannot be, because it really was the previous lord. The Emperor of Fire understood that it was his father, because he felt the energy of his parent. So Shu really made his way to the main Imperial tomb. Then he imprisoned his father's spirit in these chains, with the help of his unusual magic. The angry emperor said that he would destroy Shu because he dared to break the peace of the tomb. Moreover, he is mocking the soul of his late father, which is unacceptable. He hurried, once again used the fiery dragon. The main character said that this time he would not help him. His hand was ignited by fire, and they went with lightning speed to each other to meet in order to converge in a deadly duel. The Emperor of Fire was sure that he could defeat such a young Zuya. However, the embittered Q hastened to convince him in the opposite. A few moments later, they agreed in a fiery attack, the result of which shocked everyone, because after the fiery dragon, Zhuika remained absolutely unharmed. Moreover, he literally laughed at the Emperor. The guards noted that Sui was able to stop the attack of the Emperor's fiery dragon with just one blow, which, in turn, was also shocked, because earlier CYU had no immunity from a fiery dragon. Zhang noted the Q ability to resist the Emperor's fiery dragon. There are few such people in 5 kingdoms. After all, this skill was developed to perfection with the Emperor, and even she could not cope with him. Obviously, Sui was much stronger than even the Empress of Water, and it is not known how many more secrets he had. The main character said that when he entered the main tomb, he was able to gain immunity to the fire, and now his fiery dragon is not afraid of him, since he could not cause any harm to him. Hui called him to die with dignity, and then he would release his father's spirit, but the Emperor ordered Tansha to kill him. He himself began to speak Suyu's teeth, saying that this ghost is not his father. Zhu said that once he does not recognize his relative, he would have to rest his soul. Meanwhile, a killer from the Tansha detachment was secretly selected for him. Hunyuan realized that she could not give himself and warn Suya about the danger behind her. A second later, the killer inflicted a sharp blow with a sword, but the main character was ready for this. Q with lightning speed beat his attack and tell him not to interfere with his dialogue with the Imperial dog. The killer of Tansha realized that he could not be taken by surprise, because his reaction and strength were on the verge of the impossible. Shui said that the world is full of killers except Tansha, and continued to hold his blade. The killer replied that in the deprivation of human life, no one can compare with the Tan. Zhu smiled at him, after which he struck a crushing blow, then which liquidated the killer. The system informed him of obtaining 2,000 points of experience for the murder of Tansha. 2 killers at the corner realized that they could not cope with such a strong enemy. Then they decided to just run away, because they could wait for the same result. The Empress of Water was pleasantly surprised that Sui could easily cope with the master of Tansha, and others fled. The Emperor of Fire was also impressed. The Emperor of Fire ordered the guards to detain Xiu, saying that he should return to the palace in order to gain strength. Zhang continued to play the role, and asked the Emperor what was happening. General Van and the guards in turn headed towards Zuya. Although they understood that Tanshi and even the Emperor himself were afraid of this guy, the general ordered the guard to grab Xiu, who again released the father of the Emperor of Fire, assuring them that he is actually a good person. Van said that the ghost is like his father, but he certainly cannot know this. Then the main character released all the great-grandfathers of the Emperor of Fire, saying that the whole family was in his hands. Van was shocked, because it really was the previous Emperors of Fire. Sui respectfully turned to General Van, saying that his goal was only the Emperor of Fire, and after he solves the issue with him, they will be able to determine the next person on the throne. One of the guards asked the general, "Will they really let Xiu really let go?" Van replied that they will have to do this, since this is no longer in their competence. Meanwhile, Shu soared into a height and spread his wings, began to catch up with the Emperor, supposing that he is obliged to bow to his ancestors, and it is so easy for him to not escape. People around began to say that these souls were from the Imperial tomb, adding that at first it was Bai, and now this Shu Zhu, endowed with the fighting force of the demon. In addition, before the test of the Incense Valley, another guy appeared, and all of them from the Torn Heaven, and he was able to climb to the 8th floor, the spiritual kingdom in the Dandan Tower. Jiang thought. It seemed to be illuminated. In fact, there are no Torn Heaven, and all these people were one person Shu. And if everyone finds out that Z just played with them and was in all these guises, they will be horrified. At that moment, inside the Imperial court, the Emperor of Fire hastened to hide in his chambers. He ran into the room and said that this was the end. His daughter met him. She asked what happened. The Emperor answered, "To all the fault of Shui Q," saying that the fate of the state is in danger because Shui plundered the Imperial tomb. The distraught Emperor said that he urgently needs to get the blessing of the God of Fire in order to defend the fate of his power. And if you sacrifice Lady Jan to the God of Fire, then the power of the dragon vein will instantly increase, and therefore his strength. He ordered his daughter Jan send someone for his sister. His daughter was dumbfounded by such a statement and tried to dissuade him. However, the Emperor became furious, saying that he should not lose his state, so he needed to destroy Zuya. Jan did not know how to influence him. She understood that his father was distraught, and he should not argue. In the end, Jan agreed. The Emperor of Fire said that now he would recognize his good daughter and rushed it. He constantly talked about the sacrifice. At this time, Shu flew to the Emperor's palace and called him to fight him in an honest battle, since he had the courage to order his murder. Then there was enough courage and opened the door. The guards ordered the queue. He, in turn, did not want to kill them, and made an alternative decision, calling his tongue up musical instrument Guchjen, and saying that he will arrange dancing. The guards were at a loss, and did not understand what he was going to do. After that, Shui began to play a straightforward melody on Guchjen. With pleasure, he closed his eyes and literally imbued with music. Discouraged guards did not understand why he plays this melody, instead of fighting them, which was rather strange. Suddenly, Zhu began to sing, saying that the ballads on the road, the most faithful and convenient way to kill time. Wai began to tap the rhythm with his foot and call others to dance and sing, saying that this is what they want, and they just need to relax. Then he released the spirits of the emperors who began to dance to the music. The guards recognized the ghosts of previous emperors and was surprised to observe what was happening. Suddenly, their body began to move under the melody of Siyu. They could not resist this. Shu, in turn, sang songs louder and tried in every possible way to get people. What he needed to admit he managed to do, because after a couple of seconds everyone around began to sing along and dance. The guards literally began to give all the best and behaved like children. Empress Hunyun came to the call of music. She was at a loss. When I saw a crowd of dancing and singing Suyu guards, Kuei ordered the system, turn on the automatic reproduction of music. He himself hurried to go to the palace to the Emperor of Fire and urging him to get out of his chambers. At that moment, the main character was dumbfounded as he saw the greatest killer. The Water Empress also felt a suspicious aura. The old man, slowly but confidently, headed towards Shritsu. Zhang understood why the Emperor invited him and wanted to warn Suya as soon as possible. After all, his aura was at the 9th stage, which was extremely dangerous for any person. Among the killers, Tansha, this old man was the greatest. He was called the Killer of the Gods. The old man walked for a long time relying on his cane, as he suddenly moved forward a few steps. Then she easily climbed onto the roof of the building, thereby approaching Suyu, who noted his showdown, saying that once he also learned this skill, with which the murderer of the gods hurried to argue, saying that Ku could not master this ability. At that moment, the Empress of Water joined them, and the old man greeted. As soon as Hunyun wanted to tell him something, the killer of Tansha interrupted her, having stated that he was here to talk, because in his best years he managed to owe the previous Emperor of Fire, and now the current descendant demanded to repay the debt, and he cannot refuse him. Besides, the city of Basha was hired that he would kill Suya. Empress Zhang realized that in fact their clash was inevitable. Meanwhile, the Sia instrument stopped playing, and the main character asked the old man why the fortified city of Basha so cheaply appreciated his life. The tired guards in turn stopped dancing, which were sincerely happy. The murderer of the gods was extremely interesting to the person of Suya, but he hastened to pay his debt, having stated that Chu should say goodbye to life as his time has come. Then he applied a fiery fist which was directed to Shui Shu. The main character only smiled in response, Empress Hunyan was concerned, but the old man asked her not to intervene, because they have known her for a long time, and he really would not want to fight her, while Sui was prepared. He stated that at first the murderer of the gods surprised him with his abilities. However, now he uses a rather primitive technique. Kwai generated a huge blade in his hands, then blurring in a smile, easily cut the old fiery fist of the old man. At the same time, saying that the murderer of the gods was unlucky to meet him in his path. The old man was shocked by the power of the youth, saying that he was an ordinary boy. What the main character did not like, the murderer Tansha began to understand all the seriousness of the moment, while Ku hastened to attack him, saying that the old man is too disrespectful in relation to his work. The murderer of the gods hardly restrained the blow of Zuya, realizing how strong he is. Zhu noted that a real killer should pay special attention to his goal and understand all the risk. And since the old man came running to him, it means that he is confident that he was stronger than Shuya, which is his big mistake. The killer of Tansha noted the strength and speed of the young man, and it is not surprising why the emperor needed his help. However, he will show him the true art of murder. The old man created several of his copies, and he hastened to pull his blade out of the cane, while the illusions distracted the attention of Zuya. The Empress of Water shouted to him, urging Zia to be careful, since the murderer of the gods was already behind him, and tried to stick his sword into the Shui Chu. The old man naively believed that he circled him around his finger, but everything was not so simple. He pressed on his blade to pierce the head of such a confident Q, but he could not do this, as if something restrained his sword. And no matter how the killer tried, he could not even move the blade to a millimeter. The main character confidently said that the old man usually killed famous people, so he was considered a killer of the gods. But in fact, he does not even know how to sneak up, like a real killer. Then with a lightning-fast movement, Shu knocked out the murderer's sword from his hands. Then he caught him, and smiling said that now this blade belongs to him. The Empress was at a loss. She could not understand how Zhu took control of the killer's sword. The stunned old man demanded that the young master return the blade to him. Shui noticed that one sword serves to kill the gods, the other for absorbing souls, and the third for mortals. But the problem is that the old man has not learned to use his own weapons. He laid out into the elements of the treasure, which he took from the tomb to strengthen the sword of the murder of the gods, thereby moving to the next level of development. The old man tried to attack Shuya, but he used his skill easily retorted his blows. After that, he created several of his clones, which greatly angered the killer of Tansha. He looked around in alarm, realizing that the Q was hiding behind one of the copies. After a couple of seconds, the protagonist was behind the old man. What QY did, piercing the old man's neck with a blade of the murderer of the gods, thus showing him the true power of the master. Everyone was shocked. The main character proudly stood over the dying murderer of the gods, and looked around the taken aback of the people. The old man choked with his blood, and could not believe that he was defeated by some boy. Zhu said that the real sword of the murderer of the gods is a blade that is an erupting soul, and the old man himself is to blame for his troubles. The Empress of Water froze in place, understanding how Sui was, that he could defeat the murderer of the gods himself. The guards peering around the corner were also horrified, because Ku killed a man at the 9th level of spiritual development. Thus, Sui himself increased to the 9th level. The system announced the receipt of 2 million experience points for the murder of the enemy superior to him, which is naturally very happy about. At this moment, the servant hurried to the palace to the Emperor of Fire and stated that their affairs were extremely bad, because Shui Chu killed the murderer of the gods, and from the words of the generals, he made it a blade. The Emperor was shocked by such news, suggesting that Sui applied a secret medicine, since his strength increased to the point that he was able to defeat the killer of Tianchi himself. The servant also noticed that in connection with his death, the spirit of warriors at 0, and it seems no one can help them. The Emperor of Fire said that they did not need help, and ordered him to prepare the portal and go to the sacrifice site. Meanwhile, Hunyan began to praise Chu, saying that he was very strong, but he still cannot catch the Emperor. The surprised protagonist asked what the Empress was driving at. Jiang replied that she felt a surge in energy in the palace, and most likely the Emperor opens the portal, which only the Fire family can take advantage of. Shu smiled and offered her a bet, saying that he would find the Emperor, and the loser is preparing noodles to the winner. Hunyan was at a loss, having stated that there is no time for disputes, since the Emperor of Fire probably wants to get into the tomb for sacrifice. Shui thoughtfully asked Hunyang, whom the Emperor wants to sacrifice. Jiang replied that in the Fire Empire there is a tradition, while the Virgin of Fire retains its innocence, the God of Fire will patronize the Empire. But there is also another way. If you sacrifice an innocent girl to the God of Fire, then the Emperor will receive a powerful force. Q with horror realized that in fact, the Emperor of Fire wanted to sacrifice Lady Yang. Meanwhile, having arrived at the necessary place, the servants began to activate the portal. The clouds in heaven thundered loudly, after which lightning sparkled. One of the servants of the Emperor noted that soon the portal would open. The Emperor, in turn, rushed him, threatening his head with a felled head if he does not have time on time. At that moment, the earth suddenly shook under the feet of the Emperor of Fire. The dumbfounded servants did not understand what was happening, and began to scarily look around. There was an incomprehensible noise around, in the middle of which Shui's voice was heard, who asked the Emperor where he gathered, breaking the walls of the excavator with a bucket, and calling the Emperor to fight him in an honest duel and not hide. The main character directed his embittered look at the Emperor of Fire, and was waiting for his further action. The Emperor, in turn, wondered what kind of monster that was obeyed by Zhu. Noticing that the Empress of the Water was on the side of Qiu, he asked if she was with him at the same time. Hunyan replied that in no way she would interfere with their enmity. What the Emperor of Fire doubted, but said that this is the right decision on her part. Zheng noted that there is one small moment since Xu has been in the tests of the Incense Valley, and at the same time he received an elite warrant. From now on he is considered her student, in connection with which she wants to make sure that he will not suffer. The Emperor literally fell into a fury, and in surprise asked what she was talking about. Then, not letting her answer, he said that one way or another Jiang chose the wrong side, adding that this is the royal land, and it has forbidden protective magic, and no matter what their skills they are, they will not be able to pass, and when he completes the sacrifice, he will return and kill them all. Kai really could not pierce the wall with a bucket. Even by hitting several times, they did not succumb. He realized that these walls are much stronger than those that were before, and one excavator is clearly not enough. At this moment, Xu drew attention to people on the roof of the building. They became more and more. They did not attack, but simply watched what was happening. The main character wondered why so many people came here. Hunyan replied that Sayu brought so much noise in the Imperial city and reached the Emperor's palace. And now people demand a spectacle. Xu realized that they did not belong to the Fire Dynasty, so they still die the Emperor or not, and his plan has ripened. Q called 10 more excavators and began to call people on the roof, saying that they have a wonderful opportunity to try these yellow dragons. And Zhang Zilin, who torn heaven, quite successfully used such machines to destroy the wall in the Imperial tomb, adding that at the same time they do not need any skills to use them, people thought. They began to say that these dragons really look amazing, and it would be nice to try them out. The Emperor understood how this could end, and threatened with reprisal to everyone who would sit for these excavators. Sui said that none of those present was more afraid of him, moreover. He pulled his ancestors' 18 dynasties and forced them to dance in front of everyone. The people were nevertheless inclined to Zhu since he recently killed the murderer of the gods, especially so that they would not choose, one of the sides would be embittered. As a result, people still decided to take the side of Zuya and got into excavators, while experiencing unforgettable sensations. They began to try to break the wall together, regularly striking buckets. The worried servant ran to the Emperor and stated that cracks began to appear on the wall. He rushed them to begin the process of teleportation, saying that people of Zuya could not get to the portal quickly. Hunyan also decided to test the yellow dragon and sat in the cabin of the excavator. Xu began to tell her what to do. People began to say that a really influential person, once it indicates the Empress of Water. They had the impression that this car was able to break through the sky. At that time, Zhang pressed the pedal. The excavator instantly rushed to the wall and destroyed the base of the wall with a bucket. Thus, Shui was approaching his goal. Hunyan noted the incredible power of the dragon, which is able to destroy the walls without the use of magic, while with the help of spiritual energy, it would take a lot of time and effort. Zhu agreed with her and called on the Empress to add gas in order to push the resulting ruins. Hunyan Jiang began to rake stones with a bucket and rejoiced like a child, saying that this is a rather funny activity and an extremely effective way. The main character climbed onto the roof of the excavator and urged everyone to work more diligent, in order to prevent the Imperial dog to escape, saying that at the end of this assignment, he will give them a diploma for earthwork. However, Sui was not sure that he would have time before the Emperor teleported. He asked the system if there was a way to stop the activities of portals. The system asked for blocking all portals for 10,000 points. Xu was surprised and said that she had previously offered to do it for free. The system replied that it does not have to block teleportation in order to end the Emperor. After all, you can use the spiritual stone in order to follow him. Shui thanked her for the hint and headed for the portal, which in turn was already activated. What the servant hastened to inform, His Majesty Emperor of Fire. He ordered all the Qing family members to follow him, and will lean in front of the God of Fire. At this moment, the main character made his way through the destroyed wall, and he tried to stop the Emperor. Vladika realized that he had little time. He ordered the servant to destroy the portal after his teleportation, once again threatening his chopped head. The servant had no choice but to obey His Majesty. The Emperor of Fire entered the portal, which transferred him to the vicinity of the tomb. The Empress of Water Genghis sadly said that they were still late. Meanwhile, the Minister of the Imperial Court was looking for a way to destroy the portal. Suddenly, an embittered protagonist approached him and looked at him menacingly, giving to understand that it is better not to do this. After which he confidently declared, if he tries to cover traces of the Imperial dog, he will part with his life. The servant was again in a deplorable situation, and said that he would not do this, conductingly offering Suyu to use the portal and asked to let him leave. Zhu stepped onto a circle, and the Minister of the Imperial Court hurried to leave this area. People on excavators saw a runaway servant and chased after him. Zhui watched what was happening with a smile on his face. It really was an entertaining picture as the excavators drove the servant. Zhu said that he could easily get to the sacrifice. Zhang asked how. Zhui showed her a spiritual stone and stated that with the help of him they would follow him. The Empress of the Water Hunyan approvingly looked at the protagonist. At this time, the distraught Emperor of Fire arrived at the sacrifice. He was extremely irritated that there was neither his daughter, Lady Yang. Turning to the guards, he shouted angry why Jian Yang still was not here. The frightened church replied that she had gone a long time and had to be in place. But he does not know why she is not. Vladika said that one of them could not rely on. And his servant Ju is not the same, which means that the portal is open and Shu will follow him. At that moment, he heard the alarmed voice of his daughter, who called him. Jian Jian approached him, and not having time to say anything, the Emperor attacked her with questions. Seeing her in the company of his maid, the angry Emperor of Fire understood everything. He asked why there are only two of them, and where Lady Yang went. The saddened daughter said nothing for a while, after which she apologized to him, saying that everything would explain to him now, but suddenly ended up in a water ball. The Emperor did not understand what happened, and why his daughter was in a water prison. Meanwhile, Sui, who was behind him, urged him not to waste time, because having chosen Lady Yang as a victim, he made his main mistake. The Emperor had a frightened look. He perfectly understood that this was the end. Zhu said that he knew about how he wanted to get powerful power, sacrificing Yang, but he still would not have succeeded, as Lady Jan lost innocence. The Emperor refused to believe him, and stated that he did not understand what he was talking about. Sui replied that Li Bai had visited his sister Yang last night, and his ritual conspiracy had failed. In addition, his daughter in his hands, Yan Yan confirmed the disappearance of his sister. The Emperor said that it was unheard of, because no one could once fulfill his order. After that, I started with the members of the Qing family, to the call of the statue of the volcano. To prepare for sacrifice, Jian could not believe what he was up to. Zhu was also surprised by his inhumanity, because for the sake of his goal, he was ready to sacrifice his own daughter. The Empress of Water noticed that Lady Jan had to store virginity for the God of Fire, and she asked why she suddenly lost innocence. Shui did not convincingly reply that he had introduced her brother Li. Then their feelings broke out, and what happened happened, saying what a great buy in poetry. Kuei rather did not successfully translate the topic, and Hunyan in turn understood everything perfectly. Meanwhile, the Emperor of Fire with his subordinates continued the process of calling the statue. After a few seconds, the statue of the God of Fire began to rise from the earth. Zhui advised the Emperor to stop this because he has no one to sacrifice. Looking again carefully at the statue germination from the ground, the protagonist noticed in it a kind of similarity with another famous statue. It really was an exact copy of the Statue of Freedom, which was stated by Xiu. The Emperor was indignant, saying that no one dares to show disrespect for the God of Fire. Because he can punish, Hunyan also called on Zuya to be careful with statements. But Xiu said that now the century of science, and they should concentrate on their development, and do not believe in any gods, but only in himself. Then he applied his abilities. As a result, a black cloud is hung over the statue, erupting lightning. One of the lightnings suddenly struck the statue and broke off her brush. The Emperor was horror. The hand in which the statue held the torch began to fall down. Everyone watched what was happening. In the final result, a stone brush collapsed with a roar to the ground. For some time, those present could not believe their eyes. The people who spied on the mountain thought that they were also in danger and hastened to hide. The Water Empress Hunyanjiang, frozen in anticipation of the anger of the God of Fire. The Vladika of the Imperial City shouted that Shu was crazy. The system began to accrue experience with the main character of experience, reporting that he did the right thing. Shui decided to ask what consequences could be. The system replied that from now on he would experience some difficulties when crossing the sky. Tsuya did not stop it, and he decided to continue his desecration of the god of fire. Shu hurried to use another wave of powerful lightning. Subsequently, lightning struck the second hand of the statue and it broke off. The Emperor of Fire looked with horror at the mutilated statue and its broken limbs. After all, it was his god on whom he prayed all his life. Some people hurried to leave this location, as they believed that the god of fire was angry. The Empress of Water asked why Zhu destroyed the statue. Shui answered, in order for the statue to become precious in truth, she needed to lose both hands. Adding that a statue without hands is called crippled beauty, Jiang thought. She really came to the fact that the statue became more beautiful, losing her limbs. And only the Emperor of Fire could not restrain his anger, saying that at first Shui was filled with the Imperial tomb. Then he captured the souls of his ancestors, grabbed his daughter, and mutilated the statue of the god of fire. This crossed all the permissible boundaries. The Emperor blamed the torn heaven, saying that the rest of his life will devote to the destruction of all members who have torn heaven. The main character continued to frolic and say that the Emperor would not work out. At this moment, the crazy Emperor of Fire stood opposite the crippled statue. The guards did not understand what he was doing and about which they asked him, but the Vladika ignored them, said that without a lady Yan could conduct a sacrifice. After that, the Emperor began to pronounce a certain spell. The guards were perplexed, and they said that they were inexplicable. After a couple of seconds, their bodies began to melt like wax. They screamed with wild pain. Of the last forces, they tried in vain to stop His Majesty. However, the Emperor seemed to be in the wrong place. Suddenly his eyes lit up in red at the statue. The crimson aura literally enveloped the distraught Lord of Fire. He began to feel a surge of strength, but demanded more powerful energy. The main character could not understand what was happening, which Empress Jiang asked about. Noting the sudden power of the Emperor of Fire, the Hunyan said sadly, the Emperor sacrificed his guards, and therefore became stronger. Siwei realized that in this way he could sacrifice the whole city, and he should interfere. The main character said that the Emperor was crazy, and crossed the boundaries of the permitted. Then he straightened his wings and rushed the Empress to catch up with the madman. Hunyan naturally understood the seriousness of the Emperor's intentions. Meanwhile, the Lord of Fire has already hung over the Imperial city. Some energy began to come from it, like the rays of the sun, which were sent to the whole city, to which people paid attention to. They were as if under hypnosis, and began to leave their houses, going to the main square, where the sacrifice was waiting for them. The city was filled with unconscious inhabitants, and later they fell to their knees, saying that they are ready to sacrifice themselves, the great and unrivaled God of Fire. The people continued to worship God's will, and could not resist her. Watching everything that was happening, the Emperor smiled ominously. While Hunyan and Shub were horrified by this picture, Zhu tried to bring people to their senses, saying that they will all die because of the Emperor. But they seemed to have not heard him, and continued to bow to implicitly. Jiang said that if the Emperor sacrifices them all, he will receive unimaginable power. The main character hastened to apply his powerful gun. Then he directed it to the Emperor of Fire, and sent a ray in his direction. However, this did not inflict any damage to the Lord, from which he only entered his ego. With a smile on his face, he looked at Tsuya, who could not understand what was the matter, and why the powerful gun did not harm the Emperor. Hunyang noted that he had gained incredible protection, because they sacrificed their warriors, and the people voluntarily sacrifices themselves because of the strong faith in it. Zhu asked why everything happens that way. Jiang said that the Emperor is the ruler of the empire. Therefore, all people admire them. This is the power of faith that he uses to wash their brains. And as a ruler of one of the countries, she understands how strong their faith is. Jiang stated that they could not stop this process. Hunyan said that after the Emperor's power is scattered, he would die, in connection with which they should simply go to the bottom. What Sui naturally did not agree with, saying that he cannot abandon all these unhappy people. And if they do not try to save them, then no one can help them besides them. The Empress replied that they could not redirect their faith, because it is in their subconscious level. Zhu began to reason in a hurry, because he was well versed in history. It was like a feudal system when they treated people like slaves. A few moments later, Shu said he knew how to help them. He proudly said that he could give these people a bright future. The Empress doubted that Xiu had an effective way to resolve this situation. At this moment, Shui asked the system to give him an instrument and prepare a certain song. However, the system refused him, saying that he lacks a skill, a 5-star musician, and in order to save these people, he needs 10,000 points. Kui agreed to her conditions, but the system said that he had not enough points, since he had on the balance sheet only 5,810 points. Z began to very convincingly ask her, lend the required number of points. Because of such a noble desire aimed at saving a huge number of inhabitants, the system nevertheless succumbed and lent him 5,000 points. Zhu thanked her and called for the immediate receipt of qualifications, a 5-star musician. Suddenly, Shu took off into the air. The Empress watched in surprise in what was happening. Ultimately, the main character literally surrounded the symphony orchestra. Of the majority of musical instruments, Hunyan thought that this would not work. Xue ordered to start playing music, and a loud melody spilled in the vicinity of the city. The Emperor of Fire was at a loss, and people suddenly began to come into consciousness. The button accordions with the piano and the wind instruments did their job. Kuei understood that it was necessary to take advantage of the chance and to awaken life in the inhabitants of the city. He began to call them to come to his senses and stop worshipping this imperial dog. Calling the people suffering from the world, Shu spoke about freedom and justice, which they were deprived of so much time, and all this is because of one vile person. While the emperor, he saw that people began to get out of his control. He urged everyone to stop Suya, saying that this is all his manipulation. The people began to wonder what is happening, and why they are all on their knees. At the same hour, they rebelled against the Emperor of Fire, saying that he had to be killed, because he wanted to sacrifice them all, in exchange for his power. Residents of the Imperial city repeated over and over again that the Emperor should be killed. The Lord in turn realized that people finally came to, thereby destroying his plan. Zhu said that this song of freedom opened their eyes to them, and she personifies the spirit of the great people of fire. And the flushing of the brains of the Emperor cannot be compared with his music, urging people to expel the pseudo-Vladika. The Emperor had nothing to lose, and he attacked the protagonist, letting out a fiery dragon into it, but the Empress of Water opposed him. Having stated that he does not dare to harm her student, Jiang neutralized the fire dragon with a stream of water, thus protecting Zuya, who in turn was surprised by her strength. After all, Hunyan was able to stop the power of the Emperor of Fire. Water literally declared a fiery dragon, as a result of which an explosion occurred. Subsequently, the power of the Emperor no longer seemed so powerful. Sui, like people, did not expect that the Empress could block the blessed power of the Lord. Sivoi immediately rushed to Hunyan Jiang to help. However, the Empress was against this, urging him not to intervene, saying that Ziyu should continue to play, since not all people in the city got out of the control of the Emperor. The worried Shu replied that she could not defeat the Lord alone, but Hunyan hastened to convince him of the opposite, saying that she would not cope with her so easily. The Emperor said that their struggle against Jiang will lead to the conflict of their countries. Then they clashed in a spontaneous duel, fire against water. Hunyan said that she could not close his eyes to his crimes, against her people. Jiang is not afraid of the Emperor's strength, boldly rushed into battle with him. Zui suggested that the Empress would cope with him, since soon the Lord of the Fire should weaken. Then, he hastened to ask the system to spread music throughout the Imperial city. Zhu began to call people to come to his senses, and to become the masters of their lives themselves. The people gradually came to their senses, but did not understand what was happening. And where this strange music plays from, they gradually woke up from a terrible dream. Meanwhile, the terrible battle of the Emperor of Fire and Hunyan continued. At a certain moment, Jiang released ice fragments into the Lord, one of which injured him, which brought the Emperor to rabies. Hunyan called him to take responsibility for his deed, because people woke up and stood against him. And if he accepts the defeat, then perhaps he will survive. But the stubborn Lord did not think to give up, saying that he was a great sovereign, and no one has the right to indicate him, and even more so to argue with him. At the same time, saying that he never recognizes his defeat. After that, he released a huge club of flame into the Empress of Water. But Kui arrived in time for her protection in time. He reminded the Emperor his own words that weak people were strong prey, and now he has become prey for Zuya, adding that he was waiting for this moment for a whole year, and he would certainly return his lost. The Emperor understood that he had little time, and soon his strength would leave him. He tried to reconcile with the main character, saying that they did not have to fight. Zhu noted that when the enemy remains only one blow, it is better to hurry to make him. The Emperor remained only one emission of energy, and he took advantage of it. Turning into a fiery phoenix, the Emperor of Fire attacked Zuya. Having stated that Siyu will soon make him a company in hell, Hunyan Jiang hastened to release the flow of water in the fiery Vladika, calling Zuya to be extremely careful, since the Emperor is now dangerous than ever. Thus, the Lord was inside the endless flow of water. But even in such a situation, he refused to recognize his defeat, saying that in his veins the fire-burning soul flows, and nothing will extinguish it. With which Ku hurried to argue, picking up the blade of the murderer of the gods. At that moment the Emperor grabbed him. He was prematurely delighted, and did not know that he actually caught a copy of Zuya. A moment later, the protagonist was behind the Lord of the Fire and pierced his head with a sword. Noting that after his murder, the Emperor's soul will dissipate and his flame will be irreversibly go out. Thus, he made him a favor, because it was the killer's blade that will send him on his last journey. After that, Kui sharply pulled the sword out of the head of the Emperor of Fire, and he became the owner of royal blood, which the system informed him, and the lifeless body of a conceited emperor fell down with a stone. Residents of the Imperial city were shocked by this outcome, but at the same time, they became free from the excessive cruelty of the Lord. After a few moments, the dead emperor crashed into the territory of his palace with a roar. His body was shrouded in flame. Those around him seemed to not believe in what was happening. His daughter wiped her tears, feeling the devastation inside herself. She understood that he was not an ideal ruler, but it was still her father. The people began to actively discuss what they saw, saying that Xiao Jiao really defeated the emperor. The others said that their enmity began from the moment when the emperor sentenced the death penalty to Q, which in turn received 2 million experience points for eliminating a stronger enemy. Also, Sui can get more awards if he falls into the treasury of the Emperor of Fire. Hunyan asked if the protagonist would extinguish the fire, because the imperial court would be burned at this pace. Zhu glanced at the blazing body of the emperor and said thoughtfully, "The fire will not reach the house of the inhabitants, which means there is no need to extinguish it." While the daughter of the Lord of Fire began to insult Zuya, saying that he himself is to blame for everything and, besides, he is sinful, but still alive. She said with hatred that CYU could win this time victory, but without her participation, Shui would never have become the son-in-law of the Emperor of Fire. Adding that her family Ji does not owe him anything, Shuzu ignored her. Realizing what John at that moment felt, her maid suddenly shouted, because the young princess jumped from the balcony, heading for the fire of the flame. People were stunned by her act. At the same time, they could not condemn her. The main character also experienced ambiguous feelings, but he was sorry for the young lady. However, it should be recognized that one of the main goals of Xiu was successfully completed. Hunyan asked Zuya what he was going to do on because he had already avenged the emperor. The Empress offered him, "Will return to her in the Valley of Incense." Kui replied that a man should set great goals, and his purpose is to establish a world around the world. Jiang noted that with his level of development, Shu could achieve perfection in the incense of incense. But Shui Chu refused, saying that people like him never linger in one place, and in connection with his inconstancy, the Incense Valley is clearly not for him, adding that he has yet to collect the veins of the dragon, and he cannot accept her offer. In addition, Hunyan is the Empress of Water, and once he will have to get rid of the Dragon Vienna in their country. The main character hurried to thank Jiang, saying that someday they would still meet, and fate will certainly reduce their paths. The Empress was sorry that Shu did not accept her proposals. However, Hunyan agreed with him, saying that she would rely on fate. Hoping that they were in their next meeting, Zhu will still change his mind and go with it to the Incense Valley. Yu smiled at her and said that very soon they would meet each other again. After that, he hastened to spread his wings and went to the sky. The frustrated Empress of the Water looked after him and already missed the bizarre Siyu. Hunyan sincerely hoped for a speedy meeting with him and sighed heavily. The next morning, the worried Lady Jan woke up and looked out the window. She eagerly searched Li Bai in the crowd, but he was nowhere. Jan was sad, asking the question, "Where is her lover now?" At that moment, she heard a kind of sound and suggested that Li returned. Li wrote that a loved one will always be near, even if he is far away, because the distance only brings together. Torn Heaven will always come to the rescue of Princess Yang, and if someone dares disrespectfully to Lady Yang, then death awaits him. She read this touching letter and understood that she would wait for him all her life. Li left but did not leave her without protection. At that time, Shu stood at Magma. He asked the system to combine blood and tears together to pull out the veins of the dragon. Xu thoughtfully looked at the boiling lava, which was seething in the abyss. At this moment, the system informed Zuya about finding firegrass. She was on the statue of a fiery dragon, and in order to collect it, 500 points were required. Zhu noted that he should already be 10,000 points to the system, so there are also 500 for collecting grass. But he had no choice but to agree to the conditions of the system. As a result, the grass was successfully gathered. Suddenly the earth shuddered. Some stone structures split and sunk into magma, who began to dry out sharply for unknown reasons. Shu asked what was happening. The system announced the likelihood that the rune may be at the bottom, and suggested that Siu check its presence. He asked why this ancient rune needed. As it turned out later, it turned out to be an analog of the usual teleportation, and for this it does not matter where the owner will be. You can also teleport without spiritual stone. Shu realized that in this way it could move between countries. The system has removed the ancient rune from the bottom, and the queue hastened to go to another country. Applying a new way of moving, Shu went to the country of gold. The power of the rupture of the space was so powerful that it seemed to tear it to pieces. Tsuya shrouded in a blue magic flame, after which a ray of light entered it. Shuichu was in some kind of thick fog. The system reported a successful teleportation. A few seconds later, the protagonist was in the middle of the road where the car signaled him. But Shu was at a loss, and absolutely did not understand what to do. He continued to stand still. The girl shouted to him at the wheel so that he immediately got off the road. After a moment, the car crashed at high speed in the plug. As a result, the car was significantly damaged, unlike Sui. The dumbfounded girl ran out of the car. She began to nervously ask why he even ran out onto the road. Supposing that her car is now broken, and she did not even have time to pull out the spiritual rune. Zhu noticed that this car was like their Earth's car. He asked how they were controlled with the help of a spiritual rune. The embittered girl said that this car is from the Linbao Pavilion, and now Shui is obliged to compensate her for the damage. The main character thought for a couple of seconds, after which he pretended to the victims. He fell on the asphalt and began to crawl out in pain, saying that he was very painful. The girl, in turn, began to refute his words, saying that he himself rushed under the wheels. People began to massively pay attention to the accident, assuming that it was the girl who was to blame, and claiming that she should be driven before driving. She will learn how to drive a car normally. The stranger menacingly replied that she was a student from the Linbao Pavilion, while Shui continued to make himself a victim. Eyewitnesses were confused. After that, the QUI began to laugh at his broken car, which the young lady did not like. Then, Shu hastened to imagine a real car. From the torn heaven, people began to look at each other. Saying that this is a fairly familiar name, the girl called on Shu not to show off. The system demanded for Ferrari, which Sui requested, 500 points and 10 per driving skill, to which he agreed, and a moment later a beautiful racing car stood in front of him. The main character defiantly approached the driver's door of the car. Then he sat behind the wheel and smiling said that this car would be faster than her junk. Besides, it works without a spiritual rune. People also appreciated the chic car, saying that the Linbao Pavilion nervously smokes compared to this machine. The girl was taken aback, asking how a car could drive without a spiritual rune, because such cars did not exist. Satisfied with himself, Tsiu invited her to sit in his Ferrari, and he will show her the skill of driving. The young lady was in a hurry to her uncle, and besides, she was interested in what this car was capable of. She sat on the passenger chair, saying that his donkey was not faster than her foal. Yu smiled and asked to fasten her belt. The girl did not understand what he was talking about. Ultimately, Z hastened to help her with a belt, and called for preparing for an unforgettable ride. The girl examined the car interior and did not understand where he got such a car. After all, she had never met Ferrari before. After a couple of seconds, Shu pressed on the pedal, and they rushed at the meeting of adrenaline with lightning speed. They literally pressed in the seat. The girl was horrified and asked him to stop, but Kui ignored it, as if specially added gas. The girl took a spirit. She was scared to death. After some time, Shu looked at the speedometer and found that they were going at a speed of 150 kilometers per hour. The main character seemed a little, and he pressed the pedal to the floor. The young lady was just beside herself and begged him to stop the car, saying that she is already becoming bad. Meanwhile, they drove up to the turn. The girl, as a frenzied one, shouted to him that she needed to turn. Kui sharply turned to the right, after which he began to drift, showing his skill. Then he nevertheless stopped the car in the middle of the road and smiled, saying that this is called the masterful race. Shu looked at the girl, which was simply shocked, and at first she could not say a word. Kui leisurely got out of the car and began to look around. Then he went to the stranger and asked if his car was better than her. The girl asked him for forgiveness, saying that his Ferrari was really incredible. And she asked his name. Shui pathetically introduced herself to those who tore heaven, calling on Fujiwara Takumi. The girl noted his rather unusual name and said that she has one request. Blinding in a smile and busily leaning on the car, Kui asked what was the matter. The girl told him the story that she was late to test the House of Swords, which will be held in the Imperial tomb. But since her car is broken, she asks him for a favor to Elysian. Shu was interested, and he asked what kind of testing of swords this was. The girl was surprised, and she said that a person should enter the House of Swords and take the soul of a sword, in which case he will improve. Zhu suggested that the House of Swords is located directly in the tomb of the Emperor. Understanding that in this test a large number of sects will participate, and this is an opportunity to use camouflage. The girl said that her uncle knocked her last place, and if she did not have time, then someone else would take him. Zhu asked how to get to the Imperial tomb. The girl kindly prompted him the meager road. Then he asked her to get out of the car so that he would tell her his secret. The girl did not understand what it was about. After which, she got out of the car and went to the main character, which in turn silently got behind the wheel and instantly left, shouting to her that he actually has urgent matters. The dumbfounded girl realized that he decided to take her place in the test, calling him a fraudster. A few minutes later, the protagonist drove up to the indicated place, where the participants of the House of Swords were already rushed, as the test will soon begin. Suddenly, people heard a characteristic sound and began to wonder what it could be. Sue literally flew to his Ferrari for parking. The participants were at a loss. Seeing a red car, they began to scatter in different directions. One of the organizers of the test began to shout "Chiu" so that he immediately stops, because there are a lot of parked cars here, and it can damage them. However, Shu only smiled and worked hard to impress those present. And as a true professional, he began to drown his car to park. It was extremely successful for him to admit that he needs to admit, since after a moment the car became between the parked cars, what really made an indelible impression on others. Then, quite pathetically, got out of the car and headed for the participants. Shu hastened to ask them whether there is a test of the House of Swords here. The people began to actively discuss his incredible car and the skill of driving. For such a professional car parking, Q received 300 points from the system. The surprised old man asked who he was, and asked to name his name. The protagonist recalled the young lady who said that she was from the Linbao Pavilion. Then he stated that he was a friend of the sister from the Linbao Pavilion, and she asked to convey that he could not come, calling for Fujiwara Takumi. One of the elders confirmed that the place was reserved for Linbao, but no one came. The elder brother accepted Zuya in the participants, and announced the beginning of the test of the House of Swords. Zhu thanked them. He himself understood that he could quite easily conduct them and sign up for a test. The elder with the participants became near the entrance to the cave. He said that there are 8 ancient swords that they need to take. After that, they will receive the right to enter the House of Swords. The first contender was Sito Shan. Having become at the entrance of the cave, Sita began to actively call the first ancient blade. After some time, an unknown aura suddenly enveloped his hands. The participants noted that if the ancient sword considers it worthy, then Sito will be able to get the first blade. Kui believed that with his level of spiritual power, he could easily acquire the right, enter the House of Swords. While Sita put his hands on himself, he continued to call the ancient blade. After a few seconds, an ancient sword suddenly flew out of the pitch darkness of the cave, which as a result of Sean goes with, and thus got the first blade. The test participants were surprised that the ancient blade nevertheless recognized him worthy, saying that he was the second after the son of God, Long Feng, Shu thought. Assuming that after his expulsion, the Emperor of Fire was looking for a new son-in-law in the person of this guy. At that moment, Sita proudly passed by the protagonist, with a sword in his hand. They looked at each other. A chance defiantly took his gaze and headed for the participants. Kuei realized that Sita is now feeling on a horse, and therefore he has such pathos behavior. The channel, in turn, did not know who Shui and naively believed that he would not pass the test, and looked at his car. Zhu thought that Sita was jealous of him because of a chic car from Ferrari. The second applicant followed him, which the ancient sword did not choose. Unlike the third participant, Sui understood that Klinkov was less and less, and his turn had not yet come. The main character asked the system if there was a way to go around the protective spell. The system demanded 1,000 points for this service. Z refused, saying that it was too expensive. However, several participants in a row failed the test, which means that the chance was to receive swords. The elder said that at the moment they had only one contender, and there were 6 ancient blades, and if it does not pass the test, then they will have to add new participants. One of the applicants said that he was not surprised by such a large number of failures. Sui said he was going to get all 6 ancient blades. Zhu became opposite the entrance to the cave and put his hands. Everyone froze in anticipation. People began to laugh at him, saying that he would not succeed, and he should not spend them in vain and his own time. Sui could not understand what was happening, and why not one of the blades recognizes his strength. Ku began to get nervous, ignoring the ridiculous cries of the participants. He was literally covered with later, but continued to hope that swords would still consider him worthy. The elder called on Suya will return back, saying that the spirits of swords do not recognize him. But Ku asked him to give him a couple more minutes. He was at the limit, and he hurried to resort to cunning, asking the system to buy a certain item, which the magnet turned out to be. Shu directed him to the input of the cave and began to wait for the result. At a certain moment, the magnet suddenly sparkled with lightning. After that, ancient blades really began to fly out of the cave. The participants were shocked by what was happening, because all 6 swords were with him. Ku, in turn, said that he was extremely few of them, and directed the magnet towards the applicants. The elder himself did not understand how this could happen, and continued to observe silently. while Shui ordered the system to increase the power of the magnet. Subsequently, all the swords of the participants and even the ancient septo blade flew towards Xu. All people were at a loss and began to demand that Shui Chu return their swords to them. The blades suddenly flew into the height and literally hovered in the air. The main character was blurred in a smile, saying that now he likes everything. The system collected all the weapons and placed a contented owner in the storehouse. Participants did not stop asking Suya, returning them their blades, saying that he was already recognized as the spirit of an ancient sword. But why he stole their personal magic tools? Situshan was furious. Everyone stated that they honestly got ancient blades, demanding their weapons to return them because it cannot belong to him. Mogwai replied that his spiritual power was too great, and therefore the spirits of their swords themselves gave their strength to him. Shang began to blame Xia of deceit because the ancient blade had already chosen Sito, and he could not choose it later. Shu hurried to return one of them weapons, giving him an iron rod. However, the participants said that this was not his magical rod at all, but some kind of needle, saying that Sui clearly confused something, but Ku convinced him of the opposite, calling him to try the magic of this rod, which in course he did, noting an improvement in its properties, and saying that control over it even became better. In fact, the magical needle was processed, as a result of which it became a more effective weapon. What Shu and hurried to convey to people, saying that his storage can improve their swords. At the same time, it raises their level of development, but this improvement is needed for about a month. Zhu confidently said that he would improve their weapons absolutely free. Then the people began to thank him for the service provided, and be interested in where to find him in a month. Sui replied that he would be in the Linbao Pavilion all this time. He himself ordered the system to process the resulting equipment. As a result, I received 2,000 points. But the Sito did not like the idea of Xiu. He called out the protagonist. Shu asked what he wants from him. Shang demanded that the ancient sword immediately return him. Another participant joined him, who was chosen by the blade. Xiu naturally returned the ancient swords to them, saying that they really received a recognition of the spirit. The embittered Sita looked menacingly at the protagonist who considered himself better than others. Zhui offered the participant together to go to the House of Swords, as a lot of time has already passed. However, a chance to prevent this, using his abilities, he caught up with Xia, and he threatened him with his sword, demanding to give his ancient blade. Shui replied that the spirit of the sword himself chose him. Sito called him a liar, which, with the help of unknown power, got these ancient blades. Zhu in turn took out an ancient sword, and said that if a chance wants to take it so, then he will have to try very hard, after which he sent his blade to Sito. What Shang did not expect, but was not going to retreat, but even opposite. He began to attack a self-confident Q, though the success of his attack did not end, because the main character quite skillfully fought off his blows. Eyewitnesses in the person of participants noted that Fujiwara was fighting an ancient sword, which was, in turn, very old and dull, and they could not fight. After a few attacks, the Sita blade was at the head of Sui, and it seemed he found him by surprise. However, Ku repulsed his sword with an ancient weapon, which later broke his sword. Shang could not believe his eyes, while Shu hastened to strike an ancient blade. Sito screamed with fear, and Sui Sai suddenly stopped his sword at his head. Then, looking at Shan, smiled, making it clear that his power is surpassing everything in everything. The discouraged Sito realized that the power of Zuya is at the 9th level, and began to ask who he was. The participants were also shocked, because they first saw a person with such a high level of development. The elder could not even think that Zhu would win only on an ancient sword, which is not suitable for battle. Zui said that he would spare the sieve from Span today, and save his life. Meanwhile, the system charged him 160 points. After that, he called on the participants will go on an exciting adventure, to the House of Swords. He also demanded that Shan be away from him. Sito turned to his uncle, who called out to Fujiwara and asked for forgiveness for the behavior of his nephew, while asking him to sell his ancient sword. Zhu replied that it was too easy to buy a blade, because they took a test for it. The uncle in turn insisted on his proposal. Shu decided to mock him a little, having said that in the cave there is a spirit of a sword, from which you can ask for as many ancient blades. Uncle could not stand such impudent behavior of Chayo, and said that he would kill him. Having begun to use his skills, but the protagonist already managed to half-enter the portal, having stated that the uncle simply was losing time, instead of going after the ancient sword. Then he hastened to go into the portal. His uncle was frantic, saying that no one dares to behave like that. Zhu continued to make fun of him boldly, saying that he had not left and hears everything. Uncle Shan hastened to apply his abilities, and released a ball of fire into it. But the cunning Shui, in a timely manner, generated the shield on which the fiery sphere from ricocheted. As a result, she flew to Uncle Sito, thereby causing him much damage. from which he was even more furious. At that moment, Shang came up to him and asked if everything was in order with him. Meanwhile, Z managed to leave this location, entering the portal. Once in a certain cave, he began to carefully look around. Sei remembered what the girl told him about achieving moral perfection, which could be purchased in this place, having discovered an incomprehensible organism on the wall. Zhu touched him and noticed that it was mucus and nasty. The system reported that this unknown creature is in a semi-outer state. The system invited him to spend 5,000 points to wake the body. Shu did not understand what kind of creature it was, but he was not going to spend such a huge number of points, because they were earned by painstaking work. Then Ku made a decision: awaken the unknown organism with his method. He took out a dagger and tried to pierce it. However, the shell of this creature was too hard, but at the same time he made him very painful, which a sudden voice said, adding that Shu dared to secretly get here and break his sleep. Zhu was surprised that he could only awaken an unknown monster, called by the Lord of the Unforgettable Kingdom and the Emperor of the Immortals. The creature said that he does not dare to call himself the Emperor of the Immortals before his deity. The monster asked to show him a dagger, which Shui tried to pierce his tongue. Zhu said that the language could not see. The body tried to convince him, saying that 5 centuries, he pierced this wall and his tongue stuck in it, and 2,000 years later he will get out of here and avenge him. What naturally the main character doubted, noting too long, for which CYU can comprehend true immortality, and then all his works will be in vain. But the deity stated that earlier it killed immortal warriors. Shui was tired of listening to this nonsense and hurried to say goodbye to an unknown being, wishing him good luck in his difficult matter, but the creature asked him not to leave, supposing that he did not just woke the deity, because Ku is looking for the spirit of the sword, and he knows where the spirit is. Shu stopped and asked him. The deity replied that the spirit of the blade was sealed in this house of swords, and it accidentally stumbled upon it. What Shu could interest, he in a hurry asked where this spirit of the sword was. The creature replied that the spirit is located precisely in the house of swords. Sui lost all patience and announced that he knew about it. But he asks him where the spirit is specifically, after which the Kai again took out the dagger and inflicted another blow to his tongue. The deity begged him to stop, saying that he just decided to joke and invited him to make a deal. The creature began to tell that the spirit of the sword is an ancient artifact that only it can arouse. Shui offered him purified water and asked if this was enough for the deal. The deity literally began to rejoice, saying that he has the remainder of the soul of the spirit of a sword that can help find the body of the blade. Having offered to give cleansed water, and the deity will give him the rest of the soul. But Z said what should be done the other way around. The creature said that if he gives him the rest of the soul, then Sui would just run away. Shui Kuai replied that he would give a word and give him purified water, after he rewarded him with a residue of the spirit. But the deity was extremely stubborn, and did not follow the main character. Shu realized that he could not be deceived. So there was only one option. He asked the system to provide him with purified water, for which he asked for 5,000 points. Zhu understood that if the creature was deceiving him, he would simply throw a large number of points into the wind. Shui handed the cleansed water towards the creature, and tell him to give him the rest of the soul. The monster shouted extremely enthusiastically that he really had purified water. Zhu said that half a day was traded with him, and he did not even believe that he had this water. The deity again began to pull the time, saying that I had not met people for a very long time, so I decided to talk with him. Shui was just distraught, and said that he was tired of spending his nerves and time on him. Then he again began to poke in his tongue with a dagger, after which he said that his patience was coming to an end, and hastened to go deep into the cave. The creature instantly asked for forgiveness, and gave the remainder of the soul. Satisfied, Sui noticed that he made the right decision. The protagonist suddenly enveloped the flame. At first he did not understand what happened. Then he realized that it was the power of the remainder of the soul, and if he had gained a full residue, he would become invincible. The creature stated that now Ku could feel the spirit of the blade. Sui thanked him for his cooperation, and hurried to go in search of the spirit. At that moment, the deity hailed to the cunning Shu, saying that he forgot to give him purified water. Suikyu replied that in a couple of thousand years, he would definitely return and free him. The monster became furious in every possible way, insulting Zhuya and threatening him with death. It tried by any means to keep Siyu, saying that he would give him a fiery grass, without which the spirit of the sword would kill him. But Shu realized that it was not true, and hastened to leave the deity in proud loneliness. Having headed deeper into the cave, Z began to hear unknown sounds. Meanwhile, one of the participants in the test of Lin Guan, none of the well-wishers, rushed into an ambush, who ordered him to stop and immediately give them his sword. But Guan was not going to give up so easily, saying that this was the blade of the son of the god sword, a Chanfen, which he got with great difficulty, and called for them to attack, saying that he was not afraid of anyone. At that moment, Siu ran up to them. They drew attention to the fact that there was a special aura around him. The bandits suggested that this could be the spirit of the blade. The other noted that he had never seen the spirit of the sword in this test. Guan asked Zuya help, saying that these people want to take away a honestly mined blade from him. Zhu realized that they took his luminous shape, like the spirit of a sword. One of the scammers began to make excuses, saying that they were forced by Chanfen to do this. Shui decided to play the role to the end, and said that he would not allow some dubious personalities to violate his peace. The bandits, in turn, hastened to apologize for the inconvenience caused. The generous Q decided to forgive them, saying that he was giving them a chance to correction because he is so rarely meeting people here. People were impressed by his kindness and believed in the spirit of the sword, saying that everything would be done for him. Sui came closer to them and said that the spirit of the sword has one important task for them, assuring him that he is improving the blades, and therefore all the swords that they find should transfer it to the student, Fujiwara Takumi. After a few hours, other test participants were able to find a 6-star blade, and they hurried to pick him up until they were seen by the minions of Chanfen. Behind them, the main character suddenly appeared. He asked how they admire. Having discovered a 6-star sword in the hands of the applicant, Zhu was pleasantly surprised, saying that they were unheard of. Introducing Takumi, a student of the spirit of the sword, he asked them to give this blade, convincing them that he would put a word for the teacher for them. However, the participants were not burning with the desire to part with the sword of the higher rank, saying that they found him, which means he belongs to him. At this moment, another person approached them and stated that Fujiwara is really a student of the spirit of the sword. Another participant followed him, who also confirmed his words, assuring them that he had seen the spirit of the blade with his own eyes. Sui continued the theater of one actor and said that his teacher asked to collect all the weapons in the House of Swords. But the guy did not believe and accused them of conspiracy, saying that they wanted to take away his 6-star blade. At the same hour, the test participants attacked him, saying that the master of Fujiwara gathered an insufficient number of swords. As a result, the guy dropped the highest ranking, which Q took advantage of. However, as soon as he leaned over to pick up a miracle sword, he was ahead of Sito, which Sui did not expect to meet in the House of Blades. The protagonist was at a loss, and demanded that he return this sword. But Shang said that now this 6-star artifact belongs to him. At that very moment, the newly made friends of Chu ran up to him, and demanded that Sita return Takumi's sword. However, instead of this, the brutal Shang, only one wave of the blade killed them. Situ was covered with the magic of the blade, and stated that none of them. There is not a single chance to take possession of the sword. Sui suggested that he still has not a single ancient blade. The distraught Shang called him to shut up, after which he accused Zoya of inappropriate behavior in relation to the Situ family. And he attacked the protagonist with lightning speed, but Zhu easily beat off his blows, noting the weakness of the Sito, and saying that it is pointless, because he cannot overcome Suya. Shang replied that this time he prepared well, and ate a certain pill, after which he stated that now it would not be difficult for him to kill Tsiyu, although this is a secret medicine and for a short time, and side effects are terrifying, but he is ready to go to it in order to finally die. Then he again rushed to attack the protagonist. Sito found the appearance of the demon. Thus, he also became the 9th level, and became angry in attacks. However, it is worth noting that the reincarnation did not particularly help him, because although he felt the significant power of the Shan, he still repelled his heavy blows. Sita was literally distraught, stating that he would kill him and thereby avenge his family. Zhu noted that instead of doing this, he more thrilled his tongue and successfully counterattacked Shan, adding that the concentration of spiritual power of the Situ is high, which means that he will receive a lot of experience for his murder, and released a thunderous bomb. Meanwhile, they were heard by the son of God Changfen, and hurried to intervene in their confrontation. He demanded to give him a 6-star blade, but Sui and Shang ignored him. At this moment, the thunderbomb of the cinema was in the face of Yi. Subsequently, there was an explosion that formed a crater in the ground. Sita was surprised at how easily Changfen was eliminated, what the distracted Shu, who for the murder of Yi got 200,000 points, thought, and in addition, and the spatial ring, which the Ziyu was pleasantly surprised. At this time, Sita called him, saying that their duel had not ended yet. The system signaled about the approaching danger in the person of the Shan, which in turn ran into the protagonist. But Shu was not going to retreat, and as a result, he managed to evade the attack of the Sito, and then to deliver a crushing blow to him in response. The system hastened to calculate 1,000,000 experience points for its master. However, at that moment, another opponent appeared in the black fog. Q suggested that this is the spirit of the sword. His mysterious black appearance was frightened by Zuya. A man was more like an introduction, and he constantly talked about the rest of the soul, the main character that he meant. Suddenly, the ghost pushed away from the ground and flew towards Xiu, putting forward his sword. Sui realized that it was urgent to leave, since the combat power of the spirit was too high. At the same moment, Ku activated the portal and evaporated. As a result, the ghost attack fell into the wall, which literally scattered into pieces. The spirit of the blade began to look around, but I did not find Suizu in the club of black smoke, and realized that he had disappeared. The ghost in vain examined the surroundings of the cave, hoping to catch a clever Suya, which in turn was already outside the House of Swords. Having landed at his entrance on the steps, Kui realized that he was lucky, since if he remained in the cave, he would have irreversibly died at the hands of the spirit of the sword. Zhui decided to ask the system if there is a way to defeat the ghost. The system replied that until the owner has the remainder of the soul, the spirit would not lag behind him. However, the spirit of the blade loves the art of fencing on swords, which is called kendo. Kui was at a loss, and did not understand how a conversation about kendo can solve the problem. Meanwhile, Zuya was noticed by the members of the Situ family and immediately hurried to him. Although they did not understand why he left the House of Swords and attacked him with his fists, Xiu said that this was a misunderstanding. Uncle with his ministry were surprised. Then the main character hurried to outwit them once again, saying that he was the brother of Takumi, whose name is Fujiwara Jiao. And in fact, he came to find him. Uncle Sito doubted, but decided to listen to Zuya. Xiu admitted that his brother Takumi always causes everyone to trouble, and he heard that his brother took part in the testing of the House of Swords and went to look for him. At the head of the Situ family, his uncle was not opposed and let go of the cunning Shui, but a strange feeling did not leave him. Having made his way back into the cave, the protagonist found the spirit of the sword and began to follow him, peering out from behind the stone. Xiu could not understand why the ghost was still here, and at the same time noted his incredible power. However, after a few seconds, the spirit of the blade nevertheless smiled Zuya, and he rushed to attack him with lightning speed, which later destroyed the stone behind which Ku was hiding. Shuichu managed to jump aside and asked for the system to give him Guchjin. He wanted to distract the attention of the ghost, and began to play on his instrument. At the same time, sing a fictitious song about the art of fencing kendo. The ghost in turn appreciated his efforts and froze in place. Sui continued to sing an absurd song, and the spirit of the sword stood and silently absorbed his music. Zhu thought that everything was going according to plan, and approached a terrible ghost. Then he jumped onto the stone and asked the spirit if he calmed down and whether they can talk. The mysterious ghost asked if Chuyu liked kendo. Zhu said that he loves kendo, and invited him to follow him. In return, he would give him the rest of the soul. The black spirit thought. Shu began to get nervous, because he did not know what to expect from him. Then the ghost held out his sword in the direction of Chu, and stated that there was no need to talk about kendo, and he suggested that he fight in an honest battle, and if Shu wins, then the spirit would follow him. The main character did not have a way out, and he agreed with the terms of the ghost. Meanwhile, the participants wandering around the cave in the search for swords saw Tsu, who fought with the spirit of the blade, and realized that he circled them around his finger. After all, they gave him all their swords. The ghost with Shub continued to fight. Actively using kendo skills, Zai understood that he needed the help of the system. He asked the system to provide him with the equipment of 9 swords, what he spent on 100 points of experience, and immediately applied it in battle. The spirit of the blade was surprised, the skill of martial art of Chu, who called for a ghost to surrender, saying that he owns the peak of kendo. However, after a couple of seconds, the spirit of the sword used the same technique. Sui was at a loss, realizing that the ghost instantly studied the technique of 9 blades. In fact, the speed of impacts of the spirit and its strength were at the highest level, which in turn was well aware of the protagonist and tried to evade his attacks. But at a certain moment, the ghost nevertheless overtook Suya and was able to cause him damage. Zhu began to think about how to defeat him, because in fencing, he clearly lost to the spirit, and he will not be able to surpass combat abilities, the ghost of the blade. Xu asked him how the spirit was able to study this skill, because it took him for many years. Then he stated that he was going to resort to his best tricks, but did not want to kill him. The black ghost was absolutely without emotional, and did not react to the statements and actions of Sayu. He was like a cold-blooded killer. Meanwhile, Shu began to wave a sword, and smiling called for the spirit of the blade. The ghost did not understand what kind of battle technique it was. Participants noted the magnificent possession of various techniques at Siyu. Shui raised a midnight blade over him and began to shout loudly to the spirit, thus provoking it. But literally a moment later, he disgraced him. Unable to resist his feat, he simply fell to the ground. Z realized how ridiculous he looked from the side. Eyewitnesses also did not understand what happened and why Sui suddenly fell. The spirit of the sword, without any emotion, watched what was happening. The main character got up and said that he simply stumbled against the stone. The test participants could not understand what Q does, experiencing shame for him. The ghost of the blade, in turn, stood silently and looked at Suya, which did not expect that his immortal divine technique would interrupt some stone. Then he got to his feet and stated that in this way, fate apparently merged over the spirit, not allowing him to conduct his unique attack. And although there is no sword in his hands, he himself is a deadly blade. People noticed that he was saying complete nonsense and just stumbled, and he tries to make excuses in an extremely ridiculous way. But the ghost of the sword reacted extremely unexpectedly, thinking that ZYU was very capable and had a high level of spiritual power. In addition, he really had deep knowledge about kendo, and perhaps in the future he will even become an emperor. The spirit of the sword called out. The main character smiled at what was the matter. The ghost stated that Zhu won this fight and he is ready to follow him. Eyewitnesses like Shui Tsiyu were shocked by his verdict. At the same hour, light began to come from the spirit, which after a couple of seconds literally enveloped his body. Shu did not understand what was happening. In an instant, the ghost turned into a man and changed the black robe to white. Having thanked Xiu because he was able to partially restore his memory, the spirit really found the appearance, a humanoid being. Watsui was extremely surprised, noting that he began to look better. In the recent past, the ghost said that he needed to collect all parts of the soul in order to finally restore his memory, and go to one place. Kui asked where exactly he needed to get. The spirit of the sword replied that he needed to find an 8-star blade. Shui was at a loss, saying that even his system was not able to find such an artifact. Shuichu asked him a logical question where they can find such a sword. The spirit of the blade for a moment closed his eyes, and it seemed to think about something. After which he stated that he felt his presence nearby, and asked Su to proceed after him. Arriving at the indicated place, he said that the 8-star blade is here. They stood opposite the language of the very creature that Shui not so long ago outwitted on the rest of the soul. The joyful Zhu went to the deity and greeted him again. The voice of the monster asked who dared to break his divine dream. Then he said in surprise that he was glad to see Zuya in the company of the spirit of the blade. Kuei asked him to give a sword of the highest rank so that the spirit of the blade did not have to take it by force. But the deity decided to play a little with them, stating that he had no sword. Putting him an ultimatum, Shu said that in this case the spirit of the blade would destroy him. In response, the creature only laughed, saying that no one can do it. Unfortunately, he was right. The ghost said that this wall is an ancient seal, which he is not even able to destroy. Then Chiu decided to free the deity, saying that he would give him purified water. But in return he must give them a blade. The creature naturally agreed. Shui asked to initially provide a sword, after which he would release it. But the deity did not bite to this trick for the second time. Having stated that at first he should give him purified water, Z asked the spirit if he could defeat the monster, in which case. The ghost answered positively. Then Shui took the purified water, then poured its contents on the tongue in the wall and began to wait for the result. Suddenly, the stone wall shone with heavenly color. Magic molecules scattered in different directions. The main character with the spirit of the sword was in anticipation of the moment. After a couple of seconds, the wall was covered with cracks and later collapsed. The wolf jumped out of the hole with lightning speed in a cloak and rushed to run away from them. The spirit of the blade at the same time rushed after him. Shu, in turn, did not have time to react. A distraught wolf fled along a winding cave in the hope of hiding. However, he still could not do this, and the spirit of the sword caught him, holding the mouth and pressing it to the wall, so the beast did not have the opportunity to get out. Kui, who arrived in time for them, said that his attempts to escape were unsuccessful. The wolf still gave up, asking for the spirit of the blade to let him go, because he still could not escape. She noted his appearance, thinking that an ancient dragon would appear in front of them. But in the end, it was an ordinary wolf, and for some reason in a red cloak. He stated that there is an ancient dragon, and having gone through the reincarnation of the 9th generation, he will again find the face of the dragon. And now he is in the 1st generation, and therefore in the guise of a lone wolf. Shui decided to tease him that the wolf clearly did not like it, and he attacked him. The spirit of the sword was hurrying to protect Zhu, threatening the wolf with his blade. Subsequently, they began to fight among themselves. The main character carefully watched what was happening, and he saw how the wolf suddenly divided into 2 parts. Besides, it was very long. Shuizu realized that this was his main weapon, with the help of which he could withstand even the spirit of the blade. Meanwhile, he decided to see what a reward is due to him, and he opened the king's gift in the system, in which there was a sign and costume of the emperor. But most importantly, he was provided with Bumblebee, a transformer machine. He was also awarded the title of King of Kings, and received 1,000 experience points. And naturally, the location of the very spirit of the sword, which was immensely happy. Shui asked the blade to proceed after him to save people's lives together. The ghost said that he was sleeping in this cave, about 10,000 years, and he really needs the remainder of the soul to restore his memory. Zhu proudly handed him this part of the soul, saying that he almost died for her. Shui began to familiarize themselves with gifts. The costume of the emperor could disguise his spiritual power and release energy. The emperor's sign added good luck and charm, however, to cause hatred and randomly launch tasks. Bumblebee was completely controlled by the mind of the owner, and also took the forms of the robot and the car. But for its use, Tsu was given only 3 days. The system immediately began to count the time of operation that Tsu did not like, in connection with which he hurried to experience Bumblebee. Meanwhile, the spirit of the sword defeated the wolf, and Ku called him to leave immediately. The so-called deity in the form of a wolf hurried to surrender, asking not to kill him. After that, kindly provided them with an 8-star blade. The Glane hero grabbed the sword and said that the wolf should immediately make concessions. At this moment, Shui felt icy spiritual power, a sword of high rank, and he asked the spirit of the blade whether he was satisfied with this weapon. The ghost, as always, without any emotions, replied that it is possible, so to speak. Ku began to control the 8-star sword, enjoying its power, having stated that with the spirit of the sword, who knows how to handle this blade, he will definitely be able to curb the Imperial tomb. Hearing this, the wolf began to ask them, as he also wanted to get into the tomb. But Zui refused the deity and immediately called on handsome Bumblebee. The wolf almost went crazy, wondering where Tsiu got such a beautiful car. He began to consider a miracle car from all sides, writing out compliments. Shui ordered him not to touch Bumblebee, saying that he had given the wolf freedom, which means he should leave. After which he got behind the wheel of the car, hurrying to get to the Imperial tomb. The wolf quietly made his way to the passenger seat and asked whether Zhu can sell it to the deity. Shui reacted quite aggressively and refused to sell it to the cut. The wolf noted that in the tomb more sinister monsters than in the House of Swords. There is even a gumble with a non-destructive shell. Sui realized that he was hinting at his participation in this matter and asked why he should take him with him. The wolf replied that only he could hack Golem Shell, because he created a spell with which he would take control of him. Without hesitation, the protagonist shoved the cunning wolf from the car, and as much as possible pressed on the pedal to instantly hide. However, the deity did not lose hope. He would ask to get into the Imperial tomb. He began to run behind the Sayu car and soon ended up on the roof of Bumblebee. Zhu turned sharply, thereby throwing off the impudent beast from the roof. As a result, the wolf flew to the side and drew attention to the magic ball. It turned out that Kuyu previously managed to activate the portal into which the wolf flew. And later he woke up at the House of Swords where he began to swear at Suya. The participants drew attention to him and wondered what this dog is doing here. That the wolf did not like it extremely. He called himself a descendant of the ancient dragons, and he said that he was very angry, in connection with which he began to threaten others. People from the Sita family noticed that the manner of speech of this dog is too similar to Fujivar, who probably used a certain ability and turned into a dog to disguise in this way. After that, they attacked the wolf and began to beat him. The beast did not understand what was happening, and he asked them to stop hitting him. At that moment, Bumblebee flew out of the same portal and calmly parked near them. Everyone was shocked by the appearance of Takumi. After all, this meant that they mixed up and attacked that. Seeing this picture, Shu smiled. The wolf took advantage of the moment and instantly attacked the members of the Situ family, beating them and saying that they did not even deign to ask him for forgiveness. The elder urged all participants to kill Fujivar, as he sowed a stench in the House of Swords. And those who contribute to his murder will gain access to the House of Blades, of course. Everyone rushed to catch up with Siu. The wolf noticed that Shui made too many enemies to himself, and therefore would not follow him. At the same time, Tsua passed, saying that Takui had an 8-star sword, which he stole from the House of Blades. Hearing this, everyone rushed to immediately catch up with the protagonist. Shu in turn realized how vile plan was ripened at the wolf. He fled parallel to Bumblebee, and stated that he would take scores with Siu in this way. However, Suishu was not so easy to catch what he was about to inform the traitor. Then, sharply turned the car and drove in the opposite direction. The brutal participants said that they could not catch up with such a fast Suya car. The elder urged them to get into his cars, and yet to try good luck. After some time, they were already sitting on his tail. Z saw them, and he stated that they have no chance, because his car is faster. Moreover, his skill is better. Meanwhile, the wolf, by some miracle, already climbed to Shu in the car. Zhu, angry, said that only salty fish could get into his car. The wolf began to joke that in the second reincarnation, it is precisely salty fish. At that moment, Suya suddenly caught up with the monks on their cars and began to clamp from all sides, forcing him to stop the car since further resistance is useless. With which he categorically did not agree, and replied that they and their junk might not dream of catching him by surprise. Then shouted the name Bumblebee loudly. The car braked sharply. By making characteristic sounds, the wolf thought that the car broke and hastened to leave it. Jumping out of the window, he looked back and became a witness to a miracle. The car in a matter of seconds has turned into a full-fledged robot. The terrible Bumblebee began provoking the monks, calling their cars turtles. Everyone instantly braked and could not believe their eyes. A bizarre wolf also taken aback and stated that Suya had an incredible car. The monks suggested that it was an ancient golem, which, according to rumors, existed in the Imperial tomb. For transformation in a mechanized warrior, the system charged Su 200 experience points, which in turn was inside Bumblebee. Meanwhile, the wolf asked for the robot, but Shu did not let him in, saying that he did not need traitors like him. The elder urged his monks to kill Xiu, assuring them that this was another Takumi trick. Zhui said that he clearly underestimates him, and directed one of his mighty guns to his car. Just a second later, the elder radically changed his mind, when a laser released a laser into his car, and he only miraculously escaped. The old man admitted that the power of this robotic golem is too great. Shikyu said that the old man was extremely lucky to survive, and hurried to fix it. However, a cunning wolf prevented him, who thought that Suyu would help in this way. The elder, in turn, did not expect such a turn of events. The main character in vain tried to stop the wolf, shouting after him. But the so-called deity in the cloak already managed to inflict a powerful blow to the old man. As a result, he killed him on the spot and was waiting for the approving reaction of Tsayu. But in return, he received an absolutely opposite attitude towards himself. The furious Shu shouted that the wolf had taken a lot of experience from him. Indeed, for the murder of such a significant character, the Kui was able to earn about 1,000,000 points. He grabbed him with the iron hand of Bumblebee, after which he threw it to the side. Then he opened a fire from a gun on the wolf, but the beast skillfully evaded shells, saying that instead of gratitude, he received an inadequate reaction of Zuya. The monks watched what was happening with horror, and came to the only right decision: immediately leave this place, saying to the dog that if he wants to live, then he should hurry to run into the salon of his car. But literally the next second, dozens of shells flew into their cars. As a result, they all died, and the wolf, as always, managed to avoid death. The embittered Chiu continued his cannonade, but he could not get along such a clever beast. At this moment, the system began to inform Sui about the many people who had killed by him. The frightened wolf ran up Bumblebee and began to beg for mercy, saying that he had already killed many monks, and he received a lot of experience. In total, Shu really was able to earn more than 2,000,000 points, in connection with which, Kwai nevertheless saved the life of an annoying beast, and transformed back into the car, having said that his generosity has no boundaries, and he forgave him, and hastened to go to the Imperial tomb. The wolf again began to ask him, saying that he could help him in the tomb, and in this situation, he is an indispensable ally for him. Sui understood that if he did not take him, the wolf still does not lag behind him, and rushed him to climb into the car, with one condition. If he begins to bother again, then the Q will set the spirit of the sword on him. The beast promised not to cause him troubles anymore. After that, they finally went in silence in search of adventure to the Imperial tomb. After a short time, they rode along the highway and enjoyed the view from the window. However, they failed to get to the tomb in silence. The wolf began to talk about how beautiful it is to go on a chic car and to feel a slight breath of wind, what it was difficult to disagree with. Suddenly the divine beast asked Chu to stop. Having stated that the Imperial tomb was very close, Shu praised him for finding a secret entrance. True, there was one problem, since there were guards near the entrance. Xiu began to blame the wolf in the setup. The beast assured that he did not know about the guard. At that moment, Zuya noticed one of the guards and asked who he was and why he communicates with the dog. The wolf was indignant and stated that he was a descendant of the ancient dragons. Kui instantly drove him away and greeted the guard, introducing a student from the pavilion of Linbao Fujiwara, and said that he arrived in the tomb by order of his teacher. The guard replied that the test would begin only in 2 days. The main character thought, because he could not even think that the tests would be carried out in the Imperial tomb. After that, he asked for forgiveness for anxiety and hastened to leave, having stated that in this case it will return in a couple of days, and got into the car. The wolf said that they could easily deal with a pair of guards. Shui asked him not to rush events, because he planned to return here 2 days later to test. The divine beast noticed that in all 5 countries they like to do something so boring. Zhu suggested that the wolf was aware in such matters, and asked him to tell in more detail. The beast replied that not so long ago he was respected among the rulers, and these 5 kingdoms are nothing, in comparison with another world. And he terrified people who collected 5 elements of the elements and placed them on the hills, and as a result, 5 countries formed there, calling Zhuya to see the world abroad than to engage in useless trials. Ku began to reflect on the account of 5 elements, and came to an amazing conclusion, assuming that in all this, the king of monkeys Sun Ukun could be involved. Sui was interested, and said that the world is much more interesting than he thought. He wanted to collect all 5 dragons, and after that it was possible to look at the world abroad. Suddenly the main character stopped the car. The wolf did not understand what was the matter, and in surprise he asked Chu why he slowed down so abruptly. Shui said that during the battle he noticed how a wolf beat several monks, but he remained unharmed, and offered him to fight in an honest battle to find out who was stronger, since he was interested in his body. The wolf was extremely surprised and asked him whether he was a challenge. The protagonist smiled and asked if the deity was silent. In response, the beast laughed and hurried to get out of the car, having called Zhuya 2 naive young men who dared to throw a challenge to God. The self-confident wolf said that today, Zhu is learning true power. Shui did not stop smiling and urged him to finally go to action. A few seconds later, they stood menacingly opposite each other, taking their combat poses and viciously looking into fearless eyes. The wolf was full of confidence and thought that he would easily deal with the Q. Sui, in turn, was sincerely convinced of the opposite. A moment later, Shuizi signaled about the beginning of the duel, and they pounced on each other with lightning speed, meeting their fists. The divine wolf experienced a wild pain, while Ku did not make a sound. The beast literally flew away, which he did not expect from the young man. It is worth recognizing that the fist of Zhuya turned red with blood, and he still felt pain, but it was incomparable with the damage to which the wolf was subjected to. The beast asked in surprise that Zhu had such a force, and asked for purified water. Wei understood that although the dog took the blow, he was not particularly injured, while he had a bloodied hand. In addition, it was impossible to deny the fact that the wolf really had a huge force. Not satisfied with the Q, got into the car and rushed the divine beast. The wolf instantly ran into the car and asked where they went. Wei Wei said that since they have 2 more days, they will go to the Imperial city. The dog believed that in the city they would find something tasty, as he was hungry. Arriving in the Imperial city, where there were a lot of various goodies, from caramel apples to a fragrant ramen, Zhu began to wander around the market, but could not decide on the choice. One little girl, in surprise, was interested in her mother. Why no one buys her delicious pie with chicken wings? Mom replied that most prefer sweets, because she herself constantly asks her to buy her sweets. But the girl stated that her mother's pie is the most delicious dish in the world. Hearing this, Zhu came up to them and said that she misunderstood chicken wings, but he would help her. Having promised that her business would begin to prosper instantly, the woman was surprised. However, she agreed, because she really did not buy her pie from her. After a certain time, everyone suddenly began to attract a pleasant aroma. People began to actively look for the source of this incredible smell, saying that never before they have not met such a fragrance in the market. Everyone turned around in surprise and spoke only about this smell. A woman with her daughter was closely watched as a Q fry meat. The girl asked how he turned out such aromatic chicken wings, because he used the same ingredients. Sui replied that the meat must be frying correctly, and it was to a crunchy crust. In addition, do not forget about sharp seasonings, which needed very little. However, this was an integral part. The girl was pleasantly surprised. Zhu noted that she had a lot of potential customers. Turning around, the woman saw a huge number of crowded people in front of her. Residents of the city began to ask for the price of her pies. Someone said that he would pay more than others. People literally created a stir, pouring each other and heading for the girl, which in turn was shocked with such a sharp influx of visitors. Sui hoped she remembered how to cook wings and left her a seasoning. The girl was extremely grateful to him, and she began to fry meat. Meanwhile, Kuai turned to the crowd of those who wanted to, and asked them to be patient, presenting meat from that torn heaven, saying that 1 portion of chicken wings is worth 100 silver coins. One of the inhabitants of the city curled up that it was too expensive in just 1 portion. The woman noticed that if she sold this meat for a year, she had not earned so much. Zui said that for such a delicious dish, this is not so much price. The man hurried to leave because he was not ready to pay such fabulous money, but his girlfriend insisted on the opposite. However, the guy never listened to his girlfriend and did not buy chicken wings. At that moment, the woman called out to Chu and said that she froze 2 more meat skewers. Shui called them first to enjoy incredibly tasty meat, which later they did. The chicken wings were very fragrant and insanely tasty, and their crispy fried crust was a separate form of art. In addition, the meat was incredibly tender inside. This could not be conveyed in words. Having chewed a piece, Siu confidently said that it was unusually tasty. The surrounding inhabitants of the city began literally choked on saliva. After that, even a man who recently refused to lay out 100 coins per portion could not resist, following him, and the rest began to demand a portion of wings. One said that he would take them for his family Jia. Others were from the leading trading families of Wu Yanxian, and even those who lived outside the city wanted to try this meat. The people began to say that not the last people of the city came to the market, pouring everyone in their path. The servant of the emperor, who also wanted to acquire a portion, approached them. Shui was waiting for fierce disputes for these magic chicken wings, and he asked the inhabitants who was ready to pay more for this delicious meat. Meanwhile, in the palace, an impatient third son of the emperor was waiting for his subordinate. Thinking why Leo hadn't returned yet, he asked his sister what kind of smell, since she often visited him. The 7th daughter of the emperor replied that in food he specializes better than her. The prince was tired of the food there in the palace, and wanted to find out rather what a pleasant aroma this is. Whoso beckoned so suddenly ran a beaten Leo and said that their business was very bad. By adding that in the market, a person fries chicken wings, and therefore such a fragrance is in the district. And when Leo wanted to buy all the portions of meat, this man not only did not sell them, but he also drove it away. The prince noted that this bargain was too daring once he refused to sell his goods to the imperial son. The daughter of the emperor was surprised. The appearance of such a bold person who was not afraid of the consequences. Leo also stated that that person is a group that torn heaven. The princess was at a loss, because more recently there was one person, destroyed the test of the House of Swords, and he was also this sect. His name was Fujiwara Takumi. The prince suggested that this man was extremely strong, his sister noticed. One of the strongest elders died in the test, and there was a dog there. She understood that this group was extremely dangerous. However, the prince did not fit in the prince's head. Why the torn skies sell fried wings? The emperor's son asked Leo to take him to this stranger, because if he gets along with him, he will be able to count on the throne, because in this case, he will have more chances with such an ally. At this time, the divine wolf literally erected the entire market, and he called it real freedom, since there were a lot of different treats. Suddenly, he smelled an incredible aroma and began to look around. The wolf could not understand where this smell came from, and began to look for its source. Having run along the market, the dog inhaled a more rich aroma, and he realized that he was getting closer to another treat. The voices of people were heard. Shui asked the inhabitants not to push, and prepare 100 silver coins for a portion of meat. The girl said that another portion of wings was ready. Zhu hastened to take meat from her, and sell him to the next wish. Looking around the corner of the house, the wolf did not expect to see. In the center of attention, it was Zuya. The dog thought that the main character purposefully arrived in the city to sell food. He wanted not to waste time, and he will quickly enjoy several portions of the wings. Meanwhile, the prince and the princess were heading to the Siu counter, pouring people in the way. Residents began to say that this guy apparently was the end, since the emperor's son came. The third prince was in a hurry to introduce himself and asked Suya if he was selling fried wings here. The girl was scared and asked Siu whether to continue to fry the meat. The Sui confident urged her not to be distracted, and he, in turn, would deal with the prince. After that, the emperor's son asked if his name was not Fujiwara. Zhu suggested that his servant complained of the royal skirt at him. The prince said that he would not deliver him trouble, and asked his name. Zhu replied that his name was Ma Yun, and he was responsible for the income of funds in his group, who torn the heavens. The son of the royal family demanded that Zia follow him, saying that he has a couple of questions for him. However, Sui said that he was engaged in business, and hastened to drive the prince. The emperor's son was furious, and immediately exposed his blade, saying that he will cut off his head and feed his dogs for such ignorance. Q continued to ulcerate in every way, noting that it was too easy to angry him. The princess of the kingdom called on her brother to be extremely careful. Half of what? Deliberately substituted under the blow of the protagonist. Thus, Shui attacked the young lady who managed to block the blow. The imperial prince, literally taken aback, and already wanted to attack Zia. But the king's daughter stopped him, saying that she was in a timely manner of spiritual energy in order to resist his blow. The princess realized that this was not a simple merchant, since his spiritual level of energy was too high. Zhu threatened the prince, asking him to leave the market because he scares customers. The king's son replied that they need to talk, so let everyone diverge. Q gave all the profits from the wings sold to the woman, saying that now she will always have visitors. The girl, in turn, was grateful to the young man. Her daughter also thanked Suya. The protagonist said goodbye to them, saying that they were in the future, to find another place for business. The seventh princess of the country of gold asked for forgiveness from Siu for the behavior of her brother. But Sui said that their apologies are not for him, but 100,000 spiritual stones they will fully help the cause. The princess of the kingdom was shocked by such requests of the guy. At that moment, the second prince came up to them and said that they were extremely not skillfully negotiating. After all, they are trying to lure to their side, breaking the heavens to get the throne. The presence of his second brother, his relatives were not very happy. The second heir to the throne drew attention to a portion of meat, which lay on a plate, and asked if it was not fried wings. He tried in every possible way to smear to Suyu, asking himself one portion of meat. However, Sayu was not interested in their struggle for the throne, and said that they had already closed. The prince asked him to stay, saying that he would pay him any money. Si replied that he was only an heir and not a king, and could not claim his kitchen. The second prince said that he tried a large number of kitchens throughout the country, and he will fulfill any desire of Shiyu if he prepares this dish for him. Shuizu smiled and asked him, he really wants to try his cooking. The prince replied that he always keeps his word, and wants to see his abilities. Wei noted that he could soon regret his words. Then actively began to generate various ingredients, saying that he will prepare a dish that smells like manure, but his taste will be divine. The rest of the heirs were at a loss, and did not understand how this could be done. The second prince said that he did not believe in the existence of such food, and only the overeating wolf. He watched from the side and understood the peculiarity of injecting. He always encountered important people. Soon the protagonist began to prepare a agreed dish. Sui seemed to be frying in spoiled oil, and something similar to coals. The smell was incredibly disgusting. Tsu continued to cook with a smile on his face. He understood that everything was following the plan. The heirs watched what was happening. Otsui received true pleasure from cooking the dish, and noted his excellent aroma. With what the present gentlemen were categorically disagreed, saying that it is impossible to withstand, and they will now be bad from this stench. Kui handed a bowl of black slurry, and asked the prince to try this dish. The second heir to the throne of the Golden Country said that it smells disgusting. Everyone covered his nose with his hands, as the stink was really unbearable. The second son of the emperor asked her sister. She replied that he should try. After all, Ma Yong said that it was tasty. The prince did not know how to be. Smiling Sui said that it was a delightful tofu and urged him to try a dish. The heir asked Yoon to the first to eat this tofu, because he claims that it is tasty. Kuei without hesitation ate a piece, and calmly began to chew. Everyone was horrified, thinking that Ma Yong is a desperate person who for the sake of victory is ready for anything. Even the divine dog was sick, from what he saw, and he approached Shu. Having said that today, he really respected him, and recognizes his defeat. The third prince and sister noticed that this speaking dog. The princess suggested that in fact this Ma Yong is Fujiwara Takumi, who united with a dog. Zhu ordered the wolf not to intervene, because in this way he will reveal his disguise. The dog stated, in which case he would throw his excrement in his boiler. Shu replied that he would feed them him. Meanwhile, the princess decided to try prepared by a young tofu, and kindly asked him a portion, his magnificent cooking. The second prince was perplexed, and urged her not to do this. Kuei with a smile noted that the girl was much more braver than two men. After that, he poured her a full bowl of his tofu and handed it to her. The girl looked at the suspicious dish, and inhaled his extraordinary aroma. Meanwhile, a cunning wolf returned with a full bag of waste. Then he went to the boiler, where the unusual tofu shuya was cooked, and absolutely calmly overturned the whole bag into the boiler Zoya. The divine beast smiled maliciously, and was in anticipation of the moment. The dog called to all the gentlemen and asked to try his masterpiece, while the brothers tried to dissuade their sister so that she would not think about it. Zui said that she would not pay attention to them, and literally began to feed her from her hand. The princess was as if under hypnosis, and could not resist the cue. And even if it was not a real tofu, she already didn't care. Suddenly, thoughts began to get confused and the girl began to doubt. Her brothers, in turn, did not stop screaming to her so that she would not eat this dish. But not understanding why, the princess still dared to bite off a piece. After that, she began to chew slowly, her face grimaced, because she thought that it was really some kind of waste. However, the taste of tofu pleasantly surprised her, and the princess said that it was incredibly tasty. Noting the correct selection of seasonings, the sister ate several more pieces, adding that she feels how her spiritual energy increases. The second prince instantly began to ask Sui and a portion of tofu. Zhu hurried to stop him. saying that his sister confirmed the quality of his cooking, thus reminding His Majesty about their recent dispute. Suspending his teeth, the heir asked Ma Yun what he wants. Sui replied that everything was very simple, and began to list the benefits that he needed, namely, the mansion and 3,000 beauties in the harem. There are also a lot of gold and silver. The second prince of the country of gold asked why he had so many girls. The third suggested that Ma Yun wants to become an emperor, which he asked about. At this moment, another brother said that these are 3 desires, not 1. Zhu realized that his plan failed, and he hastened to paraphrase, asking everything the same but inside a huge mansion. While the princess was involved in the tofu, the brothers thought. Then, the second heir nevertheless agreed to the conditions of Ma Yuna, but Sui asked to compile a certain document confirming his words. The prince noticed that Yun is an extremely vile person, and asked the servant to draw up a contract in the name of the Ma. Qi read the agreement in which he promised to provide a mansion with all the benefits, and in case of violation, all property of the prince will be transferred to Yun as compensation, after which he hurried to try tofu. The third brother asked him to leave 1 portion of a miracle bubble. The prince poured himself a bowl of this cooking, and noted a disgusting smell, saying that if the sister did not convince them as this tofu, they would never have it in life, and hastened to take a piece. After which, he began to bring him to his mouth quite slowly. Shui noticed that this was not quite what he prepared, and thought, and I realized that the dog still did not joke, and really put an unnecessary ingredient in the tofu, while the divine cunning wolf began to flood with laughter. Zhu did not have time to stop the second prince, and he still threw a piece of dish into his mouth. Then, not hastily chewing it, literally fell into madness. Meanwhile, Shu decided to invite a young princess to a cup of tea. Suddenly the heir shouted loudly. His displeased expression on his face spoke for himself. The princess asked Yun what had happened to her brothers. Ku called her not to pay attention to them. The wolf, in turn, stated that these special ingredients were stored for thousands of years. The princes realized that the dog put its excrement in the boiler and ordered the guard to kill this dog. After a certain period of time, the late evening has come. The main character poured tea to the princess, and they talked sweetly with each other. During an exciting dialogue, the girl asked Ma Yun. In the way, he suddenly decided to invite her to a tea party. Shu smiled, and he replied that he wanted to apologize to her, because having confused her brother, he accidentally damaged her hand. The princess noticed the excessive rudeness of her brother, and I wanted to ask for a favor. Zhu said that he could help. The young lady asked Ma if he heard about the test in the Imperial tomb. Sui said that it would begin in 2 days. The princess noticed the purpose of the test. After all, earlier he was carried out to improve the monks. Now her father said that the winner would become the new lord of the country of gold, adding that recently a certain Fujivar interrupted the test of the House of Swords, and according to eyewitnesses, a speaking dog was with him. And since she saw with a young dog, besides, participants in the heavens who had torn, never appeared in one place. And therefore, she suggests that Ma Yun is the same Fujivar Takumi. Zhu understood that the royal princess was quite smart, but since she spoke about the test, then she did not want to harm him. Yu smiled and replied that the 7th princess had a very agile mind. Then he calmly admitted, calling on Fujiwara Takumi. The princess cried out enthusiastically, saying what she heard about his amazing car, and she really hopes that Takumi will help the 3rd prince in the tomb test. Kuei suggested that this is a certain competitive race in which his car can take part. The princess said that at the 1st level, the race of the gods would take place, and the team of her brother would require a first-class racer. Xiu decided to help the lady, because he wanted to steal the dragon's veil in the tomb. The girl thanked him, saying that in the future, Fujiwara could count on their support with his brother. Xiu asked that the princess could tell him about the dragon veins of the country of gold. The mistress was surprised, because she did not expect that the news would spread so quickly, and outside the city. The main character in a characteristic way looked at the girl, thereby rushing her with the information he needed. The lady said that this was a secret, since the father and masters from Lin Bao improved a weapon that generates spiritual energy, and in order to activate it, you need a lot of energy. So her father wants to dig the veins of the dragon. Shu was surprised, adding that the emperor is convinced that with the help of the dragon's veins, all residents will be able to cultivate, and the country of gold will become stronger. Xiu noticed that her father is a really great thinker. The princess said that at the location of the dragon Venko, there is a seal of the ancestors, and the winner of the test should hack the seal and dig up the vein. Kuei realized how an emperor, a curious person, wants to dig a dragon's veins. Kuei agreed to help the prince in the race and dig the dragon's veins. Having stated that he has an extremely good mood and wants to drink, the young lady supported his idea, saying that she was best drinking alcoholic beverages. The main character did not expect to hear this from the princess of the kingdom. Meanwhile, the prince continued to search for the dog, but the guards could not catch up with him. The second heir ordered the guard to check all the dark alleys, saying that they should not miss this dog. The divine wolf was around the corner of one of the buildings and heard everything. After waiting for the guards to leave in the other direction, the dog freely left the alley. After that, I decided to return to the boiler and try what Sui prepared. Having headed for the cooking, the wolf focused on the smell. After some time, the divine beast found a vessel with a tofu. He realized that he should not mix the dish with his special ingredient. Having caught a piece in the boiler, the dog carefully examined it from all sides. Then he began to sniff, and since he had no other way out, and I wanted to check Suya, the wolf still tried a piece. After a second, he felt a surge of strength and an incredible taste. After that, he began to take out pieces of tofu from the boiler and fold their bowl, carefully looking around and making sure that there is no one nearby. The divine beast instantly ran away in an unknown direction. Meanwhile, Ku spent a good time with the princess and went to bed. The next day, a servant of the prince knocked on his room. Shui opened the doors and asked what was the matter. The servant informed him that the prince had prepared everything he needed. The protagonist smiled in response and followed the servant. Going into the yard, the prince's ward asked Zia to sit in a carriage. Driving around the royal surroundings, Shu admired nature. Zhu left the stagecoach and saw the second prince in front of him, who was already waiting for him. Shu noted that His Highness quickly organized everything. The prince, in turn, stated that he asked for everything about. He did. Approaching the luxurious mansion, the second heir said that now it is the house of Ma, in which there is a treasury with stamped gold and silver chests, and also a harem of the 3,000 most beautiful girls in the country of gold. After that, the prince asked if everything suits the master. Sui said that everything was in order, and His Majesty kept his word. However, he doubted that in the harem exactly 3,000 girls, which means the prince must compensate for this with his good. The angry heir assured him that he was in front of him 3,000 beauties. Zhu looked at the royal prince and broke into a smile. Then he went to the crowd of girls and greeted them. Shuichu asked them a question whether there is one among them who is the name of 3,000. And he asked this girl to take a step forward. No one went out. Shu said that the prince had lost. The angry heir demanded that Yuna not to play such games. Then Ku showed him the contract and stated that he himself signed this document. The prince blushed with anger, but understood that it was useless to fight with Mu. After that, the second son of the emperor gave him a spatial ring. Having stated that all his property in him, the guards were shocked. Shu in turn was impressed and said that the prince is a worthy man. His Majesty said that this time he certainly restrained his word. But Zhu decided to tease the prince, saying that there was only a small part of his property. The heir lost all patience, saying that this was all about Yun asked, wondering what he wanted more. Yisui replied that they just should go home to the prince, and he would understand everything. The guards indignantly said that the sovereign should not do this. The second prince asked the Ma what specifically he meant. Zhui said that he was an entrepreneur, and is extremely serious about words. Since the prince said that he gave all his property to him, it would not be difficult to make sure of this at his house. The sovereign agreed to go to his house to make sure the authenticity of his words. After that, the prince turned in the opposite direction and quietly asked the guard to hide all his treasures. Then he asked Mr. Ma follow him in his residence. The protagonist smiled kindly and agreed to go to his house. Distributing to the carriages, they went to the royal chambers of the prince. Naturally, Sui realized that he was actually conceived by a cunning lord. In this connection, he hurried to teleport directly to his palace. The driver drew attention to an incomprehensible whirlwind, which seemed to fly out of the carriage, and he headed towards the residence, the second son of the emperor. Once on the roof, Zhu saw the chic palace of the heir, understanding how he burned the money earned by the blood of the people. Shui drew attention to the servants of the prince, who actively transferred his treasures to another place. They said that they did not have enough spatial rings to hide everything, and they rushed each other because the prince should come now. Zhu quickly went downstairs and ordered them to stop immediately. Everyone was at a loss. One of the servants of the heir asked who he was and how he dared to break into the palace. Zhui said that he was sent the second prince to hide the whole treasure into his ring, which he showed the servants. They believed the cunning Q and hurried to hide all the property of the sovereign. Shui Chu said that the emperor of the country of gold decided to check the second prince, as he spends a lot of money. People began to say that the sovereign is really too wasteful. Showing the backyard of Suyu on which the prince's treasury was located. There really was a lot of gold and various jewelry. Zhu said that he himself would be engaged in these wealth. The servant kindly stepped aside. Then Sui asked the system to collect all the treasures and to process them, and to dispose of the rest. That the system hastened to do as a result, processing 103 magic treasures. at the same time, utilizing various books, in the amount of 25 pieces. Ultimately, Zhu earned 15,000 points of ritual essence, and 3,500 points of the essence of perfection, what could not be dreamed of, while spending a large amount of spiritual energy. Then he also demanded the services of their storage rings, saying that supposedly for the prince, the servants obediently provided him with their spatial rings. Having gathered all the good in huge quantities, Z hurried to say goodbye to everyone. One of the elders asked the protagonist how his name was. Shui called Hanlin Inem and said that he urgently needs to return to the second prince. Since Shui Q did not know where the output was, he began to wander along the alleys. Having got into another palace, Z decided to examine it for any jewelry. At that moment, an unknown monk noticed him and asked who he was and how he got into the Empress's personal palace. Suddenly, the monk ran and began to scream loudly. Shu tried to calm him down. However, the guards instantly discovered him and, suggesting that he was an scent killer, hastened to grab him. Zhu realized what the Empress's palace can be forgotten, in connection with which he teleported with lightning speed to the carriage. The guards could not understand where the alleged killer suddenly disappeared, and they began to look for him everywhere. While Shui calmly continued the journey in the stagecoach, Zhu perfectly understood that the second prince did not earn it all in an honest way. Looking out the carriage window, Shui asked the sovereign to stop. The angry prince nervously asked what he needed again from him. Kui threw him a certain document so that he would get acquainted with its contents. Then he stated that he refuses all the benefits, since money is not the main part of human being. The sovereign felt a catch and asked what the point was in the words of Yun. Aichu jumped out of the carriage and said that he was not sitting in one place, so he was leaving. The servant noticed that Ma could head to the third prince to help him, but the sovereign did not attach due importance to this, and said that he did not care. Meanwhile, my sister told her third brother that she had talked with Fujiwara and he agreed to help, which in turn did not expect Ma Yun to actually be Takumi. The sister added that Fujiwara will help them not only in the race of the gods, but also in other tests. The prince approved the zeal of Takumi and asked the princess to contact him. The sister replied that after the conversation, Fujiwara left and would come directly to the race. At that time, the wolf eared by the miracle tofu. Having eaten everything to the last piece, he literally filled his stomach. After that, he fell asleep and gained strength, but he also wanted a plate of tofu. Suddenly, the dog remembered that tomorrow the test would begin, which Sui sought to get to, thinking that Siyu will still find, because it always stands out from the crowd. Meanwhile, the protagonist was sitting on the roof of the building and thinking how much he was able to earn since the arrival of gold in the country. He accumulated over 10,000 points, and will soon be able to make a breakthrough. He also had a huge amount of essence to improve his equipment, but there was no particular sense in glasses because he has a lot of magical weapons. At the same time, the term of Bumblebee and Ferrari is expired, which means it was necessary to purchase a new car. After all, the race of the gods will begin tomorrow. Then the queue went to rest before the test. The next day, the long-awaited hour of the first round of tests came. People said that this year, the winner would get the opportunity to inherit the throne. The driver from the first prince was the genius of Pavilion Linbao named Takahashi. The racer of the second prince was an experienced TS of Chi Yunfei. The driver of the third prince was Fujiwara Takumi, who for some reason was late for the competition. The people were sure that Fujiwara could not beat Takahashi and Yunfei. At this moment, the Emperor of Gold himself came to the inhabitants of the city. He was dressed in gold robes. People were in anticipation of his speech, which before the start of the first round, he had to say. But he was interrupted, the sudden appearance of the late protagonist. Shui drove abruptly on the highway and turned his new car in front of the audience. Then he apologized for being late and asked if the race of the gods began. The seventh daughter of the Emperor of the Country of Gold enthusiastically shouted his name. The third prince sweated from the nerves, because he thought that Takumi would not come at all. The emperor asked his son whether the driver arrived his. The prince proudly replied that this was really a racer from his team, and he rushed his father to start the test. The emperor noted that all the participants are on the spot. Therefore you can start, then announced a reward to the winner as a throne of the next emperor, saying that the test of the Imperial tomb is the annual tradition of the Country of Gold. And to participate in the test, wisdom, courage, strength, and unity of the spirit are necessary. Noting that this year they complicated the test, and this is the first time in history, where in the first round, participants will have to overcome the winding and complex Linbao Highway. And who is the first finish? He will become the winner of the first round. After that, the emperor announced the start of the test. The riders prepared. All the audience present was waiting for a spectacular race to death. The monk began the countdown of time to start the first round. The main character was concentrated as much as possible, and was looking forward to the beginning of the race. At that moment, one of the servants of the Empress recognized the killer in the person of the driver of the third prince. What was the haste of reporting to the lady, who also watched the competition? The servant said that he was sure of his words, and this is exactly the person. The Empress, in turn, was surprised, since she did not expect such a turn of events. Meanwhile, the assistant called on all riders for readiness, because there are only 5 seconds left before the start of the test. All drivers were in anticipation of the moment, and concentrated, thinking only about his victory, because the stake was too significant a award. Namely, the Imperial throne, which naturally each of the princes wanted to get. After a couple of seconds, the monk signaled about the beginning of the race, waving a green flag. All as one, the riders pressed the gas pedal and flew to meet wealth. What happened in the first moments of the competition did not fit in the heads of the audience, because Fujiwara Takumi suddenly burst forward. People were amazed at his start and began to actively discuss this. After all, no one thought of him, since among all participants there were extremely experienced drivers. The princess began to cry joyfully, the words of support to Fujiwara. The third prince was also at a loss, but ahead on the highway was too cool. And Takumi, it was urgent to slow down the car stroke so as not to fly out of the highway. Takahashi did not believe that at such a speed you could make a turn. However, they did not know that Zhu was a master of drift, which he began to use. His car turned sharply, and gradually Zhu entered the turn. Some participants seemed to try to repeat after him and flew off the highway. Spectators also could not believe that Fujiwara still managed to overcome the turn. The angry Takahashi noticed that Takumi was simply showing off before everyone. But it was really impossible to deny his skill. A few seconds later, Takahashi was still able to catch up with the protagonist. Zhu said that only a true master could crank this at high speed. Meanwhile, Chiyunfei began to approach them gradually, shouting that this race exists not only for them two, and it was extremely disrespectful to discount him. The audience literally went crazy, saying that Yunfei was good on a straight road. Thus, this trinity separated from the lagging participants. The race seemed to turn into the competition of 3 applicants. Even the participants themselves perfectly understood this, and could not catch up with Takumi and Takahashi with Ki. Suddenly, Yunfei began to go on the left side of the protagonist. Nevertheless, Shuikyu was absolutely confident in his abilities, thinking that the car of Ki, his horsepower, is not enough to overtake. At this moment, the participants drove up to the next turn. Shui again began to drift, thereby blocking the path of Yunfei. Ki was nervous. The audience was involved in a tense race. Yunfei said that Takumi did not allow him to apply the mental drive to the maximum. Kai replied that he was only in a straight line and could ride, and his drive of the off-drive of Zuya. Thus, Shikui again burst forward and began to lead in the race. In turn, Takahashi began to catch up with Ki at the next turn. People noted that Fujiwara could at high speed enter the turns, while Takahashi and Yunfei should slow down. In this connection, they came to the conclusion that it is Takumi that could become a winner. The prince did not expect that he could achieve such a result in the first round. The sister was also rejoiced at the successes of Fujiwara, but at that moment, someone, as if launched the Zuya shell in the car that fell in front of him. Thus he forced Zuya to turn aside. No one expected this. The princess nervously began to shout Takumi so that he was careful. But the problem was that the main character was already outside the race. Because he remained standing on the sidelines, the audience was shocked by what happened, understanding that someone clearly had a hand to this. Meanwhile, the Zuya car caught fire. The girl and her brother were confused from the accident scene. The remaining guests also could not understand what to contribute to ignition of the car. At that moment, he himself leaves the burning car. The car was in a deplorable state, which greatly angered the guy. He indignantly demanded that the one who arranged a terrorist attack immediately admit. The guy could not tolerate such a rotten game with him. The fat man who stood nearby and previously acquaintance with he was outraged by the presence in the competition. The man accused him of theft of his gold and silver ingots, including other jewelry. He pointed his finger at the fat man and in his defense began to make excuses, at the same time apologizing for his tactlessness. The prince immediately tries to resolve the conflict with the requirements to stop meaningless disputes. Noting that he was in his team initially, the fat man grinned sarcastically, hearing what he called his brother. The fat man continuing to blame, he tries to mislead the prince, referring not to the most convincing facts. The prince shouting at the fat man, accusing him of a dishonest game and an attempt to eliminate his subordinate, referring to the fact that the fat man could simply turn to the Imperator's father and resolve this issue in the world. The fat man is unable to endure a conversation in increased tones, so that the prince stops contacting him like that, because he was a man's older brother. The prince, squeezing his teeth, understands that he is not in the position in order to continue the dispute with his older brother. Sister Principal noted that their chances of winning were reduced from each time because everything played against them. At that moment, he could not stand the accusations in his direction, sharply flies into the sky by demonstrating his skills. Having activated his dark wings, he also collects energy in his hand in order to check who could actually have a notorious game. The elder brother, in principle, realizing that his plan can be revealed, so that he immediately stops. Without listening to the fat man, he continues to follow his plan. The guy plans to start checking the experienced driver in front. He throws the accumulated sphere in his hand towards the old man of the old man. As a joke, the guy adds that he does all this to verify the rights of a motorist. The old man, without discarding speed, continues to go along the highway. The sphere gradually overtook the frustrated golden car. An unknown man extending his hand demands all those present to stop this circus. At this moment, a golden seal that covers the car from the magical sphere of almost reaching it appears in the car area. The explosion passes the car and remains behind. The lounger finally sways slightly and throws up. The old man at the wheel of a car in the moment manages to react and get out of a strong drift, bypassing a dangerous collision. The man shouted loudly from crowded emotions. He scared a hint of death to his death. The Emperor, who is above the highway, claims that he will not allow death on the tests of the Imperial tomb. He with a grin states that the Emperor of the Country of Gold cannot blame him for undermining, because he himself was subject to mortal danger. He accused the Emperor's eldest son decides to talk about the current situation, because of which he had to get off the track without the opportunity to recover. The fat man also makes charges to the side, referring to past situations where the guy was present. The Emperor, not wanting to continue to listen to the accusations of the two parties, asks everyone to stop. The man calls the accusations of his son stupid because he did not observe sufficient evidence of guilt. The eldest son ate, restraining anger, and emotions clenched his teeth. Having crossed pride and continuing to respect his father, the fat man agrees with the decision of his father, the Emperor. Having finished with his son, the Emperor also decides to contact him for an alternative to this situation. Having shown his hand to the highway, the Emperor notes the skill and offers him to hold a re-competition on the highway for an honest assessment without any intervention. The prince was glad of what he heard, because the Emperor agreed to conduct a test again. The prince's sister was beside herself with joy. The girl with a smile noted that their father, the Emperor, had long guessed the sacrament for the incidents of the older brother, and therefore reported that at all. He showed respect for the Emperor for his understanding and the chance he given to participate in the test. But he decides to abandon the offer to start the race from the very beginning and asks to hold a race from the place where they finished. The Emperor is amazed at such impudence, asks that he now demanded from him. The prince and his sister were not less affected by such an offer. The fat man did not understand how he planned to continue the race. The crowd was in amazement from what he heard, no less. The sister, the principal, unable to stand it, reminds that his car is badly damaged. The prince asks the girl to persuade the guy to start the race from the very beginning, so that they have a chance to win. He called on another car, does not understand why the prince and the girl are so worried about it. The guy was self-confident and knew the outcome of the race in advance. Having started the car and waiting for the start, he instantly switches the speed and begins to accelerate quickly. Cleaning the gas pedal into the floor, his opponents had no chance to win. With a great speed, the car rushed along the way to catch up with his opponents. The audience who watched the race is also amazed that he, in addition to surviving after a serious accident, was also able to return to the track with a brand new car. Spectators note that in the absence of opponents, he accelerated significantly and diligently passed the entire track. At the turns, he does not forget to use all his skills, entering the turn sideways, showing the audience all his skills. Gradually, he managed to catch up with all the main cars and easily overtaking those. The prince and his sister understood that the victory that they needed was in their hands. He continued to accelerate before a steep turn, which the audience noticed. The audience was amazed that the guy did not drop speed before a serious turn for a second. People in their thoughts already buried him for his recklessness and self-confidence, but the guy had everything under control. He easily brings his car in the opposite direction in order to go into a turn with drift. The guy's tire created a huge club of smoke in the way of rivals, which was not enough. Having overcome one of two steep turns, he easily gets to the second. Without sparing the tires and the tire, the guy again goes sideways to the turn, showing all his skill. People could not believe what they saw, because before no one dared to perform this. People were amazed at what corner of the car the guy managed to keep when overcoming such a difficult turn. He only grinned without paying attention to his opponents. Two leading racer notice how he caught up with their cars. He gradually began to breathe in the trail leading motorists, which greatly nervous. A person in second place could not allow him to let him go forward and lose victory. The man decides to equal the leader and completely block the track for traveling forward. He, realizing the plan of men, adds speed trying to overtake the guy sideways at the first turn. He gradually manages to equal a man with erasing all his tires and leaving a huge club of white smoke. He breaks out in second place, leaving his opponent behind. The man beats the steering from anger, but not reconciled with defeat, continues to try to catch up. He, in turn, tries to catch up with the first place and tear out the victory. The man shouted loudly while in the cabin of his car. The prince and sister continued to support him, expecting him to overtake the first place. He confidently and without any effort catch up with the first place. Having calmed down at the next turn, he enters him sideways, leaving all the puffs of smoke. The man understood that he should not give the first place continuing to block the passage of SE. He gradually overtakes the opponent's car closer and closer and attempts to overtake him. The man also decides to go into the skid and pile sideways for a greater effect. The tires of the man begin to gradually wash, creating a smoke curtain for their opponent. He, being a few centimeters from the first place, continues to advance on the heels to the preliminary winner. Spectators could not take their eyes off such a serious battle. All people were still amazed at the skill and how he easily managed to catch up with everyone. The wheels he continued more and more to wash with friction with asphalt. The man in the first place continued to be nervous in an attempt to hold first place. He still stepped on the heels of a man, choosing the moment when he was able to overtake him. A man considers every step, and the moment he blocks the passage of the car, the man suggests that he expects the moment when he is distracted, and he will be able to overtake him. He, with a grin and excitement on his face, continued to go behind, waiting for the right place. The car he caught on the side of the road to slightly reduce the speed. All this was a carefully thought-out plan of the guy. He thought in his thoughts that he specifically broke the side of the road to get the clutch he needed to overtake. In the moment it is not clear for others, he overtakes the first place and rushes towards the finish. The prince and his sister were planted that the guy managed to do this. All the audience was in the nesting shock from such a turn of the race. He finishes the race first, which the prince and his sister were undoubtedly glad. He stood in the first place, laughed loudly. All residents welcomed the new winner under the leadership of the third prince. People thanked the guy for such an unusually interesting race, which he was flattered. The prince and the girl could not get enough that they managed to win first place for the first time. The man in the second and third place noticed the guy's skill and asked him to do the advice before leaving for him. He decides to explain for their error entering the turn, explaining how they should correct this error. With a serious expression on his face, he adds that without the skill of experimental driving, they will not be able to go correctly and win. Men listening, he did not quite understand what the guy was trying to tell them about. Many terms were not clear to them. In the end, one of the finalists asks that he meant saying all this. He, leaving, simply asks men to continue to train and prepare and come to the autumn mountain where he will wait for them. He goes to the meeting, a prince and his sister attending the guy and noting his wonderful driving a car. He praises the man for the entire train and asks him to choose a prize as a reward. He thanks with a smile for all compliments, noting that he wants to go to the next test with golems and participate in it. The prince was puzzled because he expected the guy to stay with him. The man notes that at the stage with golems it is too dangerous and any mistake can cost life. He is glad with a smile that the man continues to help him, offering, and in the next test, to choose the side of the prince. The prince looked around with his sister without expecting that the guy to show such condescension to his person. The man immediately agrees to the guy's offer and thanks him for his help in his endeavors. He, in the company of the prince and his sisters, decide to go to a test with golem. The emperor, surrounded by a security guard, stands on the catwalk lifted above the crowd. The man welcomes everyone who got to the test with the golems. The emperor, with a rather gloomy person, tells all those present the rules and conditions for the passage of this test. The crowd, consisting of various kinds of cultivators, continue to carefully listen to the emperor by noticing important aspects of this test for themselves. The man completes his monologue, announcing that the one who overwhelms a larger number of golems and will be the winner of these tests. In the presence of all sons, a man adds that one of the most important tasks of the participants is also a visit to the tomb of the emperor, which is part-time an important goal for the whole people of Gold. With a grin, he had already thought over his future plan. The guy planned right during the test, using the system to melt a new sword. At this moment, the prince asks the whole guard to lollow and begin to keep the defense at the beginning of the tests for the security of the civilian population. He silently stood aside, waiting for the next test to begin. The emperor is completing to tell all the rules and asks all participants to begin preparations for the test. The prince gives the order to everyone to proceed to the right place, where the start of the tests will be announced. All participants are approaching the magic field in anticipation of the order to go. The prince's sister explains that this barrier will determine which of the participants is with him. One by one, the participants slowly go through the barrier to the test. The prince, along with his sister, was also proceeded to the test room, he to support. He slowly enters the portal without any weapons, which is completely not characteristic of him. He confidently becomes to the ground, wanting to look around to Volklag. With a serious face and ready for everything in this test, huge figures are hiding behind the fog. In the moment, the participant opens huge statues in black armor. He understands that these are the same golems that he has to overcome. Golem, seeing small mobile figures who are under his feet, begins to move slightly. Some participants united in the groups warn the rest that the golems have come to life, and they should be more careful. In the helmet, a red light located in the area of the golem's head flared up, as if the golem had feelings and eyesight. Golem abruptly releases a red beam towards the participants, erasing those from the face of the earth without a chance to escape. A loud explosion sounded, which slightly scares the remaining inexperienced participants. The eldest son of the Emperor orders everyone to immediately begin to form magical shields and protect the alchemist at all costs. Having gathered with thoughts, cultivators raise a shield around them, protecting the rest of their allies. At this moment, the principal, his sister, and several more guards, including and he himself at a pace, move towards the golems. Golem notices how reckless little people begin to approach them. Not wanting to let those closer to him, he immediately releases a beam of incineration towards the prince. But the girl manages to erect a protective barrier covering her awkward brother. The prince's guards, noticing how the girl covers them all, are made and help to hold the barrier. Several golems simultaneously direct their rays of incineration to the barrier set by the princess. The prince understands that because of this they are not able to turn off the barrier and start moving closer to the golems. The alchemist of the team thanks for the prince's work and asks to wait for him to make magic weapons to the whole group. Gradually, the alchemist forms the first sword from the materials found on the test. Without stuck in the work of the prince's team, he notes that they are quite trained and coordinate well their actions. He, encouraging the prince, notes the success of a man's plan and the fact that they have a chance to win. The prince claims that the rays that are currently restrained by the worst test. At that moment, the army of the golems in armor was slowly approaching people. All of them also owned a strange glow of those in the eyes. The prince states that they should regroup and prepare for the first attack of the average golems. Golems slowly but confidently approached people. The prince explains all the nuances related to golems, about all their advantages and weaknesses. The alchemist immediately extends the first sword to the prince, suggesting to take him and start attacking the horde of golems. The prince gives the order to his general to nominate, giving the only weapon they are in stock. Without further ado, the man goes to the battle with golems with a little chance of victory. Attacking one of the golems, he easily reflects any attack of a man. At that moment, he continues to stand under the dome. He was reminiscent of the whole scene of the gameplay, which smiled slightly. He decides to clarify in his system whether he can use his weapons from the arsenal. The system notes that golems are able to increase its combat system if it pulls out weapons from the arsenal, offering an alternative to the purchase of new weapons. He with a grin understands that the system is trying to bring him to the purchase of even more weapons while he has money. The eldest son of the Emperor continues to accumulate power and produce more and more weapons. The man orders his group to immediately attack the golems. One of the subordinates of the senior prince states that they have enough weapons for only 5 fighters. The man, not wanting to listen to subordinates, orders to give out all the weapons and immediately begin to clear the way. Alchemist, realizing that this path explains to the prince to death, that if he does as he wants, then all 5 knights will simply die. The fat man immediately begins to threaten reprisal to his subordinate if their group loses. Having no other choice, the people of the senior prince armed themselves with the existing weapon, are advanced into battle. One of the subordinates of the younger prince reports to the fact that the group of the fat man has already advanced on the offensive before them. The prince understands that his brother sent fighters to his faithful death, because 5 fighters could only be enough for a small defense. Following, another subordinate prince comes and reports that the first group also advanced and sent 8 fighters. At this moment, the princess informs the prince that their protection is not eternal, and they are not able to keep the barrier forever. The prince, understanding the complexity of the situation, begins to quickly analyze possible options. The man considers all the options, realizing that if they also go on the offensive, they will lose all members of the group. Stepping closer, he puts his hand on the prince's shoulder. The man does not understand what the guy is doing. He claims that he made high-quality swords for the entire group of the prince. It represents swords for 20 people, as well as 10 beads of protection. The guy adds that he hopes that this is enough for the prince to win. The prince, seeing all this, is at a loss how he managed to do all this. The whole group understands that the amount of weapons is enough for the entire group, which exceeds many times the quantity than other groups. Having finished the alchemist with the next sword, he begins to ask the question for what he was trying to, and was in a hurry to do all the swords. The princess is also in surprise and how he managed to produce so many weapons so quickly. He, continuing to hide his abilities, states that he is an excellent alchemist and easily produces all the weapons. He abruptly changed his face, wants to break through with his group through. The prince is still amazed to understand that their entire group is armed, and they can begin their offensive. The group of the younger prince immediately put forward on the attack, trying to save time. The prince demanded that his group does not lag behind and continue to move towards the nearest golem. Approaching a rather close distance from the golem, the prince easily cuts out that. The group of the younger prince continues to break through the crowds of golems, overcoming one after another without any effort. At this moment, the emperor receives a notification from his subordinate that his sons were actively breaking through to the tombs through the golems. The emperor was slightly surprised that all 3 princes were already managed to break through the battle through the golems. The man hoped that excessive confidence would not destroy those. One of the subordinates of the senior prince reports that the third group actively began to break through using their new weapons. The fat man notes how the fully armed group of the younger brother breaks through all the golems. The fat man does not understand how they managed to make such a large amount of weapons. The fat man with a cry orders his alchemists to immediately make additional weapons for his troops. Without unnecessary words, alchemists make new weapons from all available materials. The prince, noting that many golems were distracted from them, asks the remaining group to hurry and slip the danger. 3 golems noticed the danger, sharply directed their rays towards the princess, and sharply fired by a siring beam. The princess managed to build a barrier, begins to defend himself against the attacking golems. The girl asks her brother not to rush and take care of the protection, because in addition to the rest of the goblins, the 3 still prevented their advancement. The prince understands that these golems slow down them, allowing others to accelerate and overtake them. Suddenly, an unknown force with the speed of light rushed about the irreparable damage to the standing golems. In the moment, golems break up into small pieces, stopping the firepower on the group of the younger prince and princess. The prince was amazed that the golemoff managed to cut so easily. The princess, who continued to hold the barrier, was not less affected. The fat man also notices as an unknown person easily straightens out with huge golems. All 3 princes understand that it was he who dealt with golems. Having finished with the golems, the guy lands as if nothing had happened to the ground. He sharply adds speed and goes forward to clear the path for the whole group. The guy asks the rest to hurry and do not lag behind. The younger prince and sister froze in amazement from what they saw, because all this time a truly master of martial arts was in the same team with them. He playfully and without any effort continues to cut the golems one after another. All his actions gradually began to have an effect on the rest of the participants. They all saw how simple the guy dealt with the golems. One of the subordinates of the senior prince notes that the path was cleared and they can move forward. The fat man suspects that they will not miss them so simply, and they should wait. He is farther in anticipation of the remaining group. In the thick of the tumma, he begins to hear a strange impending sound. The prince and sister begin to guess what was hiding behind the dusty. In the moment, golems in golden uniforms come out of the fog. All the golems looked more menacing and dangerous for ordinary magicians. Each of the golems owned a peak and a shield, unlike previous stone golems. He explains the younger prince that these were the rare golems of the ancient people, which have been hidden for many years. All participants were struck by this situation, because the test became more and more dangerous. The senior prince decides to retreat immediately because of the fear of being killed by such a formidable enemy. He is not daring to retreat, begins to analyze his enemy. The guy begins to assume that everything that happens is not casual and provoke him. The whole group of the younger prince and his sister immediately decides to leave the battlefield due to a strong danger. The prince orders his group to immediately return to the entrance and form defense so that the rest of the people can leave the test whole. The prince pays attention to the previous he was. The princess also notes that he had never reacted to danger and continued to expect the attack of the golden golems. The prince asks the guy to hurry, because the golden golems gradually began to overtake them. With a smile, he asked why he had to retreat. He sharply ran towards danger with an attempt to attack the advancing golden golems. Having risen sharply into the sky, he offers the prince to stay and watch how he will deal with all the golems himself. In this case, before the start of the battle, he conveys his body to the spirit of the sword so that he deal with all the golden golems. He easily begins to rush through all the golems, cutting one after another. The Emperor continues to observe how the guy understands the golden golems surpassing the strength of any present. An unknown girl who watched from the side also looked at him in surprise. He gradually finished dealing with all the golems. In front of the younger prince appeared only a giant layer of dust in which he continued to fight. Sharply before he appears a golden golem with an incinerating beam of even greater power. Golem, serving small remarks, he declares a particularly dangerous attacker. He does not fully understand what the golem meant and why he decided to speak. At the same second, he was sharply launched by a boiling ray hundreds of times higher than stone golems. He managed to build a barrier, miraculously surviving from such a powerful attack. He is interested in the spirit of the sword, whether he can deal with the golem, to which he received an approving answer. He conducts one wiped blow towards the golden golem. Having remained the unscathed, the golem begins to crack slightly. The floor of the body of the golden golem sharply begins to fall on the side, which pleases himself. All the sons of the Emperor and ordinary participants could not even say words. Having finished dealing with golden golems, he calls those worthless who are not destined to injure him. He comes to the end of the barrier, adding to the prince to hurry after him. He puts his hand to the barrier and asks the system to hack him. The system immediately states that hacking a barrier is not possible, because he was hacked to someone else, and he can come in without any problems. He a little alerted, because he was the first. He tells the prince and the rest of the group that the barrier to whom he had already been hacked. The prince could not get enough how the guy masterfully dealt with such strong enemies. The man did not quite understand what could happen to the barrier. He did not worry who could hack the barrier. He was more amazed that the unknown man managed to overtake him when the guy was fighting. He assures that the hacking of the barrier will not affect them in any way, because he planned to reach the first place at all costs. The prince still did not understand why someone managed to hack the barrier so simply, because he was created on the basis of the knowledge of the ancestors. The prince decides the first to cross the barrier, showing that he is the leader of the test. The man becomes on the same ordinary land behind the barrier. The rest of the group of the younger prince also pass the barrier. The whole group of the prince rejoices that they managed to take the first place in the test. All of them could not get enough of this. The senior prince could not believe that it was so easy to beat, and he managed to hack a barrier alone. One of the subordinates of the emperor reports to him about all the events in details, which slightly shocks. The emperor understood that although he managed to wake the golden golems, the guy prevented his plan. The prince thanks for the work done and mutual assistance in the test. The prince, stepping up, he asks him not to be shy to ask for anything from that. He, not wanting to play strange games, decides to tell you directly why he arrived in this test. He explains that he needs to achieve the tomb of the emperors and find the plant of 5 elements for his needs. He adds that this is why he helps the prince win first place, because the guy needs only spiritual grass. The prince was slightly shocked by such a composure, because spiritual grass is one of the rarest treasures. He assures the prince that the emperor wants to create weapons based on dragon veins, and the grass does not represent anything for them. The prince continues only to say that the grass is too rare and he is powerless in this matter. He comes closer, even more serious, and adds that he did not ask permission to take grass. He adds that he only notified that he would take her at all costs, because this was the main goal of his arrival. He did not plan to lag behind anything, and even if the whole country of gold rises in front of him, he will still take the artifact he needed. He completes his words by the fact that he is ready to deprive anyone who will stand in front of him and interfere. The prince was confused from what he heard. He did not know that he was to answer his words. At that moment, the emperor approaches with a laugh and puts his hand on the shoulder of the youngest son. The emperor thanks for the work done and agrees with a request to give the grass as gratitude, because without his help, they could not get so far. The prince could not believe that the emperor agreed so simply. The emperor notes that he tried a lot and helped the prince, and this is the lesser that they can give in return to the guy. He arranges such a situation, because he did not plan to fight with the inhabitants of gold. He politely thanks the emperor for such politeness and opportunity without bloodshed. Together with the emperor, the group approaches the gates of the tomb of gold emperors. The emperor reports that the third test will be held in the main burial ground of the Imperial tomb, where there is a large number of traps and useful things. He catches himself thinking that he was visited by bad forebodings and decides to leave the emperor's company. He says goodbye to the emperor, deciding to go forward and look around in advance. The prince reminds the guy that inside the tomb is too dangerous. He was not worried about it. The gates of the tomb open slowly. A layer of dust comes out and tombs filling the entire space on the street. He understands that inside it is too dangerous, as he thought. Without stepping back, he notices traces of claws and the fact that many traps were disabled. The guy does not immediately understand whose claws could be. He is shocked. He recalls the dog, who previously met on the way. At that moment he visits the thought, which he immediately decides to use. He imitates the struggle using thunder bombs, so that the emperor and the prince still think that he was neutralizing everything. The prince and his sister jerk slightly from such loud sounds from the inside. The princess suspects that there was a serious battle inside, where he was. At that very moment, he leaves the room noting that he managed to get all the traps and weapons out of order. Taking the torch, he collects his group and goes deep into the tomb. Walking along a wide tunnel, the group slowly moves in an unknown direction. He slowly moved through a continuous dug tunnel. The fat man, turning to his father, believes that they should conduct additional tests to find out the winner. The emperor rejected this proposal, believing that the tombs would be enough. The princess, walking next to her brother, noticed that he became the direct heir to the emperor. The man did not skimp on compliments. He thanks for the work done. Gradually, he gets to a strange exit sparkling with bright light. The whole group is on a small ledge, which slightly imposes into bewilderment. The guy immediately decides to look around in search of the very plant that he is looking for. He notices how a dog hand holds a golden flower. He, realizing that this plant, begins to scream loudly in a panic. The dog slowly brought the flower to its mouth, wanting to taste the forbidden fruit. He runs up to the dog with an incredible speed and kicks that face in his face. The guy demands that the dog stop immediately. The dog, along with the flower, flies away from such a powerful blow to several meters. He notices his hand sticking out from under the ground with the flower. He demands from the dog to immediately give the plant to him. The system immediately begins to report that the grass was damaged, and it requires immediate processing. He screams to demand to give him the grass immediately. The dog explains that she found her first and wants to taste her to increase her abilities. He raises his hand up, counting. That the dog makes him use the artifact. He calls in his hand a secret artifact for the dog. The system calls the collar in 1,000 points that falls directly into the hand. He begins to hide the collar behind him with a request to give him the grass, which he had been looking for a magical weapon done in return for so long. The dog was interested in this magic weapon, but it seems to him the exchange is not entirely equivalent. He understands that in order for the dog to take the collar, he will have to come up with an epic story. He slowly begins to go towards the dog on the move, inventing a story about a cool sword. At this moment, he suddenly stumbles for everyone. He falls, dropping the same collar to the ground. He pretends that he drops a very valuable artifact, calling him a gold. He sharply picks up the collar and hides behind his back again. The dog becomes interesting that it was the guy who hid behind his back. The dog demands to finish the story about the sword and show the valuable artifact behind him. He, with a grin, understands that the dog led to his trick. He continues to pretend that the dog itself noticed an artifact, and he could not be able to hide it from the dog. He demonstrates the collar by calling this the rare artifact of all time, which is more and more begin to interest the dog. The dog, believing that the sword is too corny, demands to exchange a flower for a collar, which, in his opinion, was several times more interesting. He continues to pretend that the collar is too expensive for him, and he would not want to part with him. He plays up for the end of the collar to the dog, adding that for this flower the exchange will be equivalent. Dog and he exchange grass and collar. The dog could not get enough of the acquired collar, completely not understanding what its real need is. He addresses the system, asks to take the flower for storage. In a moment, the system evaporates the grass by spending 500 points in return. He begins to chase the dog, demanding that she give the collar back. The dog easily runs away from the guy. The dog, mocking him, declares that now his collar was putting on his neck. He, realizing that the dog fell into his trap, began to laugh viciously. This laughter begins slightly nervous, the dog forcing the dog to be nervous. The dog clarifies why he began to laugh, because he defeated the guy. The dog immediately tried to remove the collar, but everything was even. The dog understands that she was forced to put on a collar. The dog, being deceived, decides to immediately attack the guy and kill. Having activated the spell, says something in a strange language for everyone. In the dog's collar comes energy, starting to deliver that discomfort. The dog, stopping halfway, begins to whine loudly, trying to remove the collar. The dog asks to weaken the collar, noting that he begins to choke. The dog's face gradually began to turn pale. He uses the weakening spell on the dog's collar with the requirements so that it is more obedient. The dog, shaking and with difficulty breathing, asks the guy to remove the collar from him. He uses a new spell in parallel to say something under his breath. The dog begins to feel relief after the collar has become more malleable. He unfolds and demands that the dog follow him, because she now serves him. He approaches the rest of the group and asks him to forgive him for the absence. Approaching the edge of the cliff under which the lava was located, he tells the plan of their actions. He also points to the dragon, which currently sailed under a layer of magma. This magma contained a large number of dragon aura. The Emperor notes that the whole test was built by his long-standing ancestors, and it was today, according to the plan, that they will be able to complete this task. The prince repeatedly observes the greatness of he and his great mind. The princess supports her brother thanks to him for the work done at all trials. The girl ends with the words that the guy can be called a half-worn. He was flattered by such loud statements. The guy also receives a large number of stiffness points from other group members. The Emperor also does not stand aside, and he calls the great Agathel of the country of gold propose to fulfill any request of the guy. At this moment, one of the Emperor's subordinates resorts from outside with a statement that he had bad news. The man immediately reports that he arrived from the People of Fire, where the Emperor, his son-in-law, was killed recently. The man also adds that the princess of the People of Fire was also killed, and the rest of the Imperial family fell into decay. The Emperor could not believe what he heard. On this, the man did not finish and decided to tell who the son-in-law was. In the moment, the man notices nearby, because of which he began to panic slightly. The man shows a finger, stating that he was the son-in-law of the Fire Emperor who killed the Emperor. The Emperor, along with the princes, was amazed at what he heard, because they already completely trusted. The Emperor clarifies with the ambassador whether he is sure of his high-profile statements, to which he receives an affirmative answer. Continuing to point a finger at him, he calls him by name, also calling him a sect of exploding heaven. The prince also observes that he seemed to be a different name, but mentioned this sect, which is confirmed by the princess. The whole Imperial family understands that he was really the same killer. He climbed onto a high stone in the middle of the lava lake, begins to sing a tragic song. The whole group does not quite understand what is happening. He continues to sing with his soul while at the top of the stone. The Emperor demands that he stop singing and admitted whether he is really Sui Chui. Having demonstrated an excerpt, he agrees with the guesses of the Emperor, noting that he had no other choice because of the factors that have established. The Emperor with a serious face understands that he is condescending with him, and the murder of the Emperor of Gold is not interested in that. At this moment, the strips decide to add another detail to all information. The Emperor explodes, begins to scream at the ambassador. Because this part should be reported immediately, he sighs languidly. After all, everything began to fly around the world at an incredible speed. 2 more ambassadors from different cities with new information arrive in the dungeon. The Emperor is interested in men that this time they brought him for information. One of the men reports that valuable herbs were stolen from the 2 countries. The second supplements that the cultivator also completely plundered Imperial tombs. Both ambassadors claim that the thieves were not unknown Duan and Shu Xiaoyan. Sui already knew these names. The Emperor notes that Duan possessed a positive reputation, and to his surprise, he also called himself a man from the sect of the Torn Heaven. He recalls this name because earlier he often covered him in the country of fire. He gritted his teeth, understood that he could not allow some sectarians to prevent him from reviving his beloved Xiao. The dog decides to make fun of it, pointing to its bad character. Having without evaluating such humor, he instantly applies a spell on the dog's collar, because of which it began to beat in convulsions. The dog rushes to run sharply, saying that in the future the deity will return and take revenge on a brazen guy. He was amazed that after all the dog still had the strength to speak and flee so quickly. He asks the system for 24 hours to periodically strangle the dog. The system begins to process the spell. The guy did not bother at all that the dog was a deity. Getting up in the middle, he asks the Emperor to forgive that he will have to leave the tomb. He asks the system to apply the teleportation spell. The system refuses the teleportation request, hinting at temporary blocking within a week. The Emperor, realizing that the guy was not able to teleport, he offers in return his help. He is interested in whether the Emperor has a teleportation spell to the Water Empire. The Emperor begins to scratch his beard, pondering how exactly it is worth realizing this request. The Emperor offers his teleportation service, the preparation for which will take 2 days. He agrees with a man, because otherwise he will have to get in weeks. At this moment, another ambassador takes into the hall an urgent message to what the Emperor himself pays attention to. The ambassador immediately reports the message of the Empress. He did not expect that the Empire also has an Empress in the Empire. The ambassador reports that the Empress expects a guy in her palace, having finished with his affairs and not knowing what to do to go to the same palace of the Empress. One of the guards is accompanied by an Empire area. He is looking around, noticing that he could not think from their last meeting, that she is so rich. Having come to the chambers of the Empress, the accompanying man informs the girl about the arrival of the guest. The Empress, through an impromptu door, allows her guests to enter her mansions. He, passing into the hall, kindly welcomes the Empress. The Empress, putting her hand on the table, notes that he has been watching the guy for a long time, so the woman decided to invite the guest to her meeting. The Empress with a smile also noted that the guy planned to go to the Empire of Water to pick up the valuable spiritual grass of the Water Empire. At this moment, without listening to a woman, he worried only one question, namely why the Empress looked so good. With a smile, he approaches closer to how the Empress was smart and observant to him. The woman continues to talk about the difficulties of being in the Water Empire and the knowledge that can help the guy in the future. He carefully listens to the Empress's proposal in return for her knowledge. The Empress was amazed that the guy still had not guessed, suggesting that he did not need spiritual grass at all. The Empress decides to say directly without any difficulties, namely the woman planned to give a spell for the guy. The woman also decides to talk about the magical pills of the Kingdom of Water in the tombs. The Empress explains that she is ready to do everything in order to get these stones at her disposal. He heard that these pills are 8 stellar decides to think about all conditions. In the moment, he very quietly clarifies the system that the woman wanted to get for the pills. The system tells all about these pills, as well as a quick possibility of pumping and increasing the next stage of development. Hearing that only a virgin can take a pill, he does not understand why a woman having children still wanted to get this pill. He gradually begins to guess that in fact, these pills were intended for the 7th princess. He also does not discard the thought that the Empress nevertheless wanted to get them in personal use, wondering who the children really could be for her. He understands that these family showdowns greatly tire him from stare, for which he changes his mind and continue to think about it. The Empress decides to remind you who she is, as well as a great reward for these pills. The woman also claims that he can contribute to the development of relations, he and the 7th princess. He amuses that for the sake of 3 pills, a woman is ready to pay her daughter. He becomes opposite the Empress, is interested in whether he could receive the Empress as a reward. The woman did not quite understand what the guy had in mind under these words. After analyzing the words, he was a little embarrassed from this. He, not wanting to introduce a woman in embarrassment, adds that it was just a joke, because the Empress was a respected woman. The woman bowing her head and continuing to embarrass the decide to add another thing to her words. The woman was ready to go to anything, for the sake of 3 blue pills for her. He understanding what a magnificent chance, he agrees with the woman to her conditions. 2 days later, he comes to the indicated place, where preparations for future teleportation were already underway. He notices several stones sparkling with strange energy. He thanked the Emperor for the work done and hospitality. The Emperor, seeing the guy, asks the Sectarians to start the launch of the teleportation portal. Several magicians raising their hands begin to hold the portal as long as possible, before it begins to manifest a teleport in the form of a black hole. He understands that he should hurry and get the grass he needs. At that moment, he clings to the new dog. He sharply turns towards the dog, paying attention to 2. The dog asks the guy to take with him, explaining that he could not stand it alone. He explains the conditions of shameless dog, namely complete submission. The dog without hesitation agrees to all conditions. He and the dog say goodbye to the Emperor and enter the purple teleport. The Emperor is also standing nearby with the younger prince, and his sister kindly say goodbye to him. Good luck. He and the dog slowly disappear in the bottomless portal of the teleport. Sharply in the lands of the Water Empire, a huge pillar of purple energy appears. The horse, seeing a strange pillar, begins to kick. The knight on this horse, without noticing the teleportation, continues to threaten the kingdom located right in front of him. The knight claims that the entire Empire of Water will be captured, which will turn out for those worse. At that moment, the elder knocked down, standing next to his leader on one of the walls of the Empire of Water. Raising the elder turned to the leader. Noticing how deplorable the situation was for the Water Empire, the elder did not imagine what they would have to do due to the existing danger. The leader turns to his uncle. The girl understands how serious everything is, because the soldiers were injured, and the knight of Syracuse was bleeding. The opposite side, using the horn, give a call to the rest of the army. The ice army slowly leaves the snow fog. The leader announces the offensive by noticing the stubbornness of the Syracuse. Getting ahead of the leader of the ice army starts an enthusiastic speech for his entire army. The leader of the Water Empire silently stands in anticipation when the ice army steps on an impregnable empire. Imperial archers of water standing on each of the walls immediately open fire from a flurry of arrows. The ice army, not wanting to retreat, raises its shields and slowly advance on the Imperial wall. The sky began to drag on gray clouds, which was not characteristic of the lands of the Water Empire. One of the soldiers looked inquiringly at what was happening, not understanding what was happening. An unknown pillar of purple energy arose from the sky, which seemed strange to both sides. The ice army immediately decides to go to defense and wait for an unknown enemy. The elder is interested in the leader of the Water Empire. What is happening? The girl notices an unknown person in the smoke. Everyone around also notice an unknown figure in clubs of snow, white smoke. He appears with his dog. The guy does not immediately understand where he could get. The leader of the Water Empire does not understand why the unknown person used the teleport precisely in their land. The Knight of the Ice Army, believing that the guy does not pose a threat, to decide to deal with him. He does not quite understand that he is addressed. After what he saw, understands that he is in danger. The whole Ice Army rushed towards the guy. He was a little frightened that a whole army was running to him, because before he had not encountered this. He gradually comes to his senses and understands that in fact it can play into his hands. Having taken off over the army, he uses his spells, overcoming one after another knights. The leader of the Ice Army begins to flee in the opposite direction from the understanding that Sui was not a simple magician, but the cultivator of the 9th floor of the Golden Nucleus. The dog decides while he is going to try to run away, but the guy easily grabs the one. He laughter launches the dog into the enemies, noting that the thick skin of the deity was just needed. Mages of the Ice Army immediately begin to attack a defenseless dog. The leader of the Water Empire was amazed that the young man was trying to rebuff the Ice Army. Having used several spells, he decides to attack and destroy the Ice Army. He uniting spells doing something from him for a more effective destruction of the army. The elder standing next to the leader of the Water Empire was amazed that the guy owned all the spells. The leader of the Ice Army did not appreciate such a gesture of the guy, considering that fiery magic in such difficult conditions would be useless. The leader of the Ice Army gives the order to destroy the ignorant guy. At that moment, he continued to make his perfect spells for the whole army. He mocking adds that he really wanted to see the suffering Ice Army. He sends his spell directly to the center of the Ice Army, where the strongest explosion occurs. The explosion completely absorbs most of the army, erasing those from the face of the earth. The whole army was very thin, and the Empire of Water gradually began to receive an advantage. The leader of the Water Empire was also amazed at the power and what complex spells the guy used. He gradually began to receive experience points for the dead fighters of the Ice Army. The surviving people of the Ice Army tried to continue the battle with all their might. The leader of the Water Empire, seeing everything that happens, comes to the decision to repulse the remaining soldiers. The entire army of the Empire of Water is leaving the main gate and resolutely heads toward the Ice Army. A strong battle with the participation of the Water Empire takes place. One of the subordinates offers the leader of the Ice Army to retreat immediately due to their large losses. The leader of the Ice Army orders to fight with him because they could not return empty-handed. The entire Ice Army accepts the challenge and decisively begins the battle with the Empire of Water. The leader of the Ice Army uses an ice sphere for a greater effect. The sphere rising above the general's head began to glow brightly. All the knights of both sides fought not for life, but for death. One knight of the Ice Army could defeat 3 or more knights of the Water Empire. The leader of the Water Empire also notes that after activating the sphere, people of the Ice Army became many times stronger. He with a request to step aside the fiery ball to the side of the battlefield. Behind him he arrives, and he himself landing nearby. He crushes the land surrounding around him. He prepared for the battle, decides to help the Water Empire on his own. All the knights of the Ice Army lined up and put their shields to use the Ice Bead spell. He did not scare this a drop, on the contrary, even made fun of it. The guy indicated the presence of a good 5-star sword in his hands. He waved his hand with a light movement of his hand to the whole Ice Army, wishing that happy death. All shields of the Ice Army were cut once, which no one could expect. He was puzzled that he only managed to cut all the shields, but no warriors. The guy agrees that the Ice Bead is really powerful. The dog was amazed at what the leader of the Ice Army was performed. The man said that the 7-star sword was his, amazed as an expertly guy treated him. The leader of the Ice Army on horseback indicates the extremely given sword. The man runs abruptly to him, saying that this sword belongs to him, and the guy is obliged to give him at the cost of his life. He fits away from the power attacks of the leader of the Ice Army, wishing the same death. At that moment, several knights suddenly surround him. He wants to defeat the annoying guy. He again cuts several shields of weak knights, unable to kill those. He begins to understand that he is not able to kill them with only one sword. The guy decides to apply his lily spell, destroying everyone around. The leader of the Ice Army, not wanting to watch how he uses the fiery nation, uses ice beads in response. A man aiming at Lily shoots that hit her. Ice Lilia explodes sharply, hitting everything around with a strong explosion. The army of the Ice Army also falls under the blow. Men are struggling to hide behind their shields. Fire begins to actively spread in the area. Shields of the Ice Army continue to restrain the entire firing power of this Lily. He understands that even with the help of Magic Lily, he will not be able to hit the entire Ice Army. He decides to call on the spirit of the sword and defeat all the knights of the ice of the army on the swords. In response, only silence sounded. which was not characteristic of the spirit of the sword. He repeatedly asks for the spirit to go out and help to overcome the ice army. The spirit kindly refuses to, pointing to his meditation of fortifying soul. The man offers to convey a special equipment for the battle with the ice army. He was slightly inspired by such a tempting offer with secret equipment. The system reports that the transfer of a secret skill has begun at the moment, and now it will not be able to control his body. He in his thoughts understands that while he is not able to control his body as a slight target, he quickly receives the divine technique of the immortal radar. All the battles present on the field were struck by what was happening. The knights did not know what to do, while an unknown guy hung in the sky and is in this position motionless. The leader of the ice army, inspiring his army, decides to suddenly attack, suggesting that he did not master the strength of a 5-star sword. All ice armen begins to quickly advance, wanting to get the wealth of the Water Empire. At this moment, the entire army of the Empire of Water also moves forward to a meeting, wanting to repulse the ice army and protect the defenseless he. Two great armies clashed in a fierce battle. One by one, the knights of both sides gradually died. He could not believe the dog to see what he was assumed that he was absorbed in the sword, because of which he became a living target. The dog, frightened, decides to immediately leave the battlefield, hiding in the unknown. The army of the Empire of Water at the head of the Syracuse continues to actively fight. Suddenly, one of the horses of the ice army, pushed away from the ground, sharply took off into the sky. Syracuse notes this and, turning his head to the leader of the ice army, who had no time, who was attacked from nowhere. The leader of the ice army, with a laugh, states that the Empire of the Water has a too fragile line of defense, and therefore it will not be difficult for him to break through it. The leader of the ice army decides to stand on straight legs, right on horseback. The leader of the army pushes away from his horse in order to reach the helpless he. The man enthusiastically declares that now the 5-star sword will be his. He wakes up abruptly out of mind. The guy's eyes were covered with a blue glow, which was not characteristic of him. Suddenly something flew out of nowhere around the battlefield. One by one, the soldiers of the ice army stopped in a stupor. The whole ice army in an instant was struck by the unknown weapon. He stopped behind the entire ice army, ends his great blow to a 5-star sword. Suddenly, the entire ice army turns into a scrap without a single chance of salvation. Behind it, a huge wall of blood appears. He, with a serious face, is interested in whether there are still those who want to try to fight him. The remaining fighters of the ice army were frightened by the fact that their leader fell. The ice army decides at the near pace to retreat from the monster in the appearance of a person. He wants to apply the spell and destroy the remnants of the ice army without any effort. He already directs his hand towards the running soldiers when Syracuse suddenly addresses him. The girl comes closer and asks the guy to stop chasing the remnants of the army, because then there was a barrier in the mountains where the previous Empress was struck. He realized that Hunyan was interested in where the mountain was. Syracuse does not immediately decide to answer this question to the guy. He decides to ask another question of Syracuse so far he has the opportunity. He asks to tell in more detail the girl what happened in the Water Empire. Sikarazu talks about the history of 50 years ago and about the battle of the two Empresses. The girl adds that upon the return of the Empress of the Water, there was a long fight from which the Ice Empress was forced to escape from the Empire of Water. Siluza finishes her narrative that only a few months ago, the Ice Empress returned and again tried to attack the Empire of Water. He had a large number of questions from this narrative to which Sitkuraz itself did not know the answer. The girl decides to tell only about the rumors that were in the Imperial of Water, in precisely about the famous weapon, which was subject to turning the defeat into the victory, after which the Empress decided to go alone. The girl adds that the Empress promised her to return within 10 days. In another case, the Empress should not wait. 20 days have passed since the disappearance of the Empress. He excited only one question from all that was heard where the Empress could go. He agrees to visit the Empire of Water and talk further inside. While in the premises of Sikaraz, he decides to ask one question. The girl puts a small golden pendant on the table. Sikarazu was worried about whether he could see this pendant earlier. In his thoughts, he noticed that he received exactly the same pendant earlier from the Empress. He calls this pendant Jade, clarifying that earlier the Empress gave him exactly the same. Sikarazu was puzzled that the Empress entrusted the guy with the same pendant. Sikarazu noted that earlier the Empress issued these pendants only to her most reliable allies. He decides to ask the Commander-in-Chief that she decides to do in the future based on the situation. The old man who approached the couple noticed that they did not have a chance to climb a mountain without spiritual power. He decides to analyze everything and come up with an alternative to the salvation of Kunyan. He takes out several of his items in parallel, explaining that he will not be able to make the same strong blow in the future. He decides to again introduce himself to become a time advisor to the army of the Water Empire. The girl claims that even with the help of an advisor, they will not be able to plunge the army of the Ice Empire. He stops the girl by saying that he does not plan to fight the Ice Empire, but wants to save the Empress from imprisonment. He takes out a small layout of the snow mountains and represents the girl, D, by his gaze and should hold the Empress. He offers the army of the Water Empire to go on a frontal attack and destroy the defense, because this was their only chance. The girl does not quite understand what the surprise is. It shows the location of the nearest mountains, indicating their advantage over the Ice Empire. He offers to apply the Delt Plane device and get to the place of imprisonment of the Empress. He uses the system to call on the plan of the Deltaparan to build. The elder agrees with genius. He decides to trust the guy. Sikrazraz still remains with his opinion preferring protection, and not the tactics that is doomed to failure in advance. He thanks for the assessment of his plan of the general offering to mobilize the entire population of the city for the construction of deltaplanes. At this moment, a grave silence reigned in the external snowy mountains. Among the endless heaps of snow, a small entrance was sprinkled with snow. The Empress of Ice enters the room mocking that Kunyan should not worry. The girl claims that the state of the Huan body is not working, and her fate is inevitable. The Empress of Ice adds that Hunyan, like her mother, will die in agony. The girl was interested in whether the attack on the Ice Empire was worth the attack. The Empress of Water Hunyan recalls that she came here precisely in order to take the relic of her mother. Having lowered his head, Huan adds that while in such a situation, it will not be possible to do this. A girl with a serious face states that although she was not able to take the relic, but she also did not allow the Empress of Ice to do this. The Empress of Ice begins to insult Hunan for her recklessness and frivolity. The Empress of Ice, with a grin, is interested in the one, whether Hunan has still a chance of victory. The Empress of Ice did not believe that someone would dare to come to them and try to save Empress Hunan. At that moment, he was moving under the mountain and a strong storm. One of the soldiers is interested in whether they have everything under control, because she had been walking for more than 2 hours. Sikrazrazes explains that they moved to the top that was in front of them. He asks Sikrazra to allow his army to rest and explore the situation. It rises to the hill to observe the settlement of the Ice Empire. He slowly approaches the cliff look down. Sikrazraz, approaching closer too, he is interested in whether everything goes according to plan. He nods approvingly in response. Under the cliff, the same settlement of the Ice Empire was visible. He asks the general to prepare the Dolta plans for the descent. Delt plans are exposed at the top of the mountains, one by one. He asks everyone not to panic and recall the briefing in the city for a safe descent down.